Hello everyone and welcome to today's session on cybersecurity full course. Cybersecurity refers to the body of technologies, processes and practices designed to protect networks, devices, programs and data from attack, damage or unauthorized access. Cybersecurity may also be referred to as information technology security. Cybersecurity is important because government, military, corporate, financial, medical organizations collect, process, and store unprecedented amounts of data on computers and other devices. In this session, you will learn all about what is cybersecurity. So let's check the agenda of the session. First, we'll be learning about what is cybersecurity. After that, we'll be talking about security and risk management. Then we'll be covering topics like software development security, security architecture and engineering, internet protocol, proxy servers, DNS threats, and authorization. After that, we'll be talking about permission, rights, and privileges. Then we'll be dealing about some concepts of incident management. After that, we'll be talking about types of attacks. And at last, we'll be talking about ethical hacking interview questions and answers, which will help you to ace your interviews. So without further wait, now let's start the session. But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon so that you'll never miss any update from us.
So now guys, let's see what exactly cybersecurity is. So basically cybersecurity is the practice of protecting systems, networks and programs from digital attacks. These cyber attacks are usually aimed at accessing, changing or destroying sensitive information. Implementing effective cybersecurity measures is particularly very challenging today. The reason behind this is there are more devices than people and attackers are getting more and more innovative day by day. Now people have a misconception between cybersecurity and hacking. So cybersecurity is a defensive term whereas hacking is an offensive term. Hacking generally refers to an unauthorized intrusion or access into a computer or a network. It can be either organization network or a personal network. Hacking is identifying weakness in computer systems or networks to exploit its weaknesses to gain access. Now that we know what cybersecurity is and what hacking is, let's see some basic concept of cybersecurity. Now cybersecurity basically consists of these three components, that's integrity, confidentiality and availability. Together, these three principles form the cornerstone of any organization's security infrastructure. In fact, they function as a goal and objectives for every security program. Now first let's see what is confidentiality. It refers to an organization's efforts to keep their data private or secret. In practice, it's about controlling access to data to prevent unauthorized disclosure. Typically, this involves ensuring that only those who are authorized have access to specific assets, and that those who are unauthorized are actively prevented from obtaining access. As an example, only authorized payroll employees should have access to the employer payroll database. Furthermore, within a group of unauthorized users, there may be additional, more stringent limitations on precisely which information those authorized users are allowed to access. Next, let's see what integrity is. In everyday usage, integrity refers to the quality of something being whole or complete. Integrity is about ensuring that data has not been tampered with any and therefore can be trusted. It's correct, authentic and reliable. E-commerce customers, for example, expect product and pricing information to be accurate, and that quality, pricing and availability and other information will not be altered after they place an order. As in the case with confidentiality, integrity can be compromised directly via an attack vector such as tampering of detecting systems, modifying configuration files, etc. Now let's see a third aspect, that's availability. Systems, applications and data are of little value to an organization and customers if they are not accessible when authorized users need them. Quite simply, availability means that network, system and applications are up and running. It ensures that authorized users have timely, reliable access to resources when they are needed. Countermeasures to help ensure availability include redundancy, hardware fault tolerance, regular software patching and system upgrades, backups, comprehensive disaster recovery plans, etc. Now, depending on an organization's security goals, the industry, the nature of the business, and any applicable regulatory requirements, one of these three principles might take precedence over another. For example, confidentiality is vital within a certain government agencies, integrity takes priority in financial sector, and availability takes place in customer care services. Now let's see why cybersecurity is important to learn. The first reason we have is cybersecurity is very high in demand. For those having professional recognition of their skills, there are currently a very large number of vacancies which are available across the globe. The workforce is expected to rise by around 6.5 million to the end of next year. The next reason we have is it's very highly paid. There's nothing wrong to say that with the increasing challenges in the cybersecurity domain, the overall number of professionals needed have fallen short. Now, due to this reason, the experts in this field have seen significant growth in their salaries since recent years. The next reason we have is cybersecurity is future-proof. After getting the required training, the professionals are free to work in any organizations, and this is because almost all of them, whether small or large scale, need security experts in this arena. Since the demand is more and supply is less, the salary of cybersecurity professionals is expected to grow at a rapid pace. And the fourth and final reason we have is it increases your value as a cybersecurity professional. One of the best thing about cybersecurity is there's a huge number of organizations where professionals are required. So when you have some certifications and required skill set for cybersecurity, it increases your value as a professional and you get to work with well-known organizations such as Dell, Accenture, etc. So why cybersecurity is important for a company? The first reason we have is it protects your business. That's obvious. Cybersecurity protects your customer database, it protects your network, it protects your systems and everything. So that's how it protects your business. The second reason we have is it increases your productivity. So as everything is secured, it has an impact of your increased productivity in the business. And when you have increased productivity, you have increased customer confidence. So when customers' data are not leaked and they trust on you, it increases their confidence and they keep on working with you. The next and the last reason we have is it stops your website from crashing. So hackers might try to get into your website and steal information, but when you protect it with cybersecurity, it never crashes. Who is a cybersecurity engineer? Well, cybersecurity engineers are the people who identify threats and vulnerabilities in systems of an organization. They are highly skilled and use those skills to design and develop high-tech solutions to ensure that they are secure if they are attacked by cyber criminals. Now, let's see what work a cybersecurity engineer does in a company. First, implementing, managing, monitoring, and upgrading security measures for the protection of an organization's data, systems and networks. He also responds to all system or network security breaches, ensuring that organizations' data and infrastructure are protected by enabling the appropriate security measures. Apart from these, he also participates in the change management process of a company. He also have daily administrative tasks like reporting and communication with the relevant departments in the organization. After doing all these work, he also tests and identifies network and system vulnerabilities. Well, that's a lot of work, right? So now let's move on to why we need cybersecurity. Remember we talked about how many things a cybersecurity engineer does in a company in last part? Well, that's the reason this role is very high in demand and paid very well. Companies are getting cyber attacked daily multiple times. So in order to protect their data, companies are hiring cybersecurity engineers. Well, that's why your future is secured, right? If you are certified in cybersecurity courses, your market value is raised by a lot of time as an individual professional. So let's jump into knowing what are the cybersecurity job roles present in any company. So these are the roles that are there in cybersecurity: security architect, consultant, penetration tester, chief information security officer, cryptographer, security analyst, and security engineer. So if any job role looks interesting to you, please let us know in the comment section. Now let's move on to requirements that you should have before starting your career in cybersecurity. First, let me show you what companies require from the job roles of cybersecurity engineer. IBM is hiring for cybersecurity analyst. The candidate should have the knowledge of firewalls, IDS, IPS, security incident and event management. And even the languages that you require are also mentioned over there. The certifications that you have to do, CISSP, OSCP or any other technical certifications are also a requirement for cybersecurity analyst. You should also know the different models that companies run against cyber attacks. Now let's see one more company, Deloitte. Deloitte has a requirement for an experienced professional with 3 to 4 years of experience. We even see ERP security as well. The candidate must have the knowledge of models and tools that are shown. In addition, you must have experience in performing segregation of duties and mitigation risks. And you even have to work with the information security and risk management teams. Now that you have seen companies' requirements, let me summarize what companies are looking for. So, the first and most important requirement is you must have a graduate degree in computer science or cyber security or information science or any related field. Apart from these, you should understand the architecture, administration, and management of operating systems like Linux, Windows, Mac, etc. You should be very good at vulnerability testing. It is a process that detects and classifies security loopholes in the infrastructure. You should also know basic networking like routers and switches. In other words, get to know and love things like firewalls and network load balancers. There's also need to understand more common programming languages including C, C++, disassemblers, assembly language and scripting languages like PHP, Perl or Shell. Now these are the most famous tools about which you should have knowledge. Wireshark, Metasploit and Nmap are tools for Kali Linux used for testing and scanning. MySQL is a database language that will be helpful to understand data storage and how to secure it. Now we come to a phase where you will get to know how to kickstart your career in cybersecurity field. Now there are two main certifications that are required to get into cybersecurity. First, Certified Ethical Hacker, that is for beginners, and second, CCSP, that's Certified Cloud Security Professional for advanced professionals. We will look into these certifications one by one. CEH course is provided by EC Council. To start your career in cybersecurity, you have to write this certification. This course will teach you the latest hacking tools, techniques, and methodologies used by hackers and information security professionals to lawfully hack an organization. It's a 4-hour MCQ exam, and if you want to increase your value even higher, you can attempt for CEH practical exam, that's for 6 hours as well. And when you clear both of them, you will earn a CEH master degree. Now these are the job roles that you get after you do the certification. Now you notice that these are just the level 1 job roles that you get. When you are new to this technology, you will get basic job roles. You will get promotions and new job roles as you move up the ladder in a company. Now we have CCSP, that is for professionals. A CCSP applies information security expertise to a cloud computing environment. It also demonstrates competence in cloud security architecture, design and operations. Now for this, candidates must have experience of 5 years into information technology or any other related field. Now if you have experience in other fields except this, then you are not qualified to get a certification in this. And these are the job roles that you have after you do these certifications. Now you notice that these job roles are very highly paid, and these are very important in any company. When you start getting experience and knowledge, you will be paid more than anyone in an organization. And the reason behind this is you are protecting the critical information of the company. If that information is leaked, the company might get heavy losses or it might shut down. And now comes the most interesting part. You will know how much a cybersecurity engineer earn. I have divided the salary into two parts for better understanding. One is for beginners and second is for professionals. If you get any job role after CH certifications, you will earn $104,500 annually. While in India, you will earn 3.5 up to 6 LPA based on your experience. For professionals, you can earn up to $2 million a year and 30 LPA in India. That's a lot of money, right? One more interesting thing is, these are the companies that are hiring for cybersecurity engineers. All these companies are very big, right? So getting a lot of money and working in such big companies really gets you excited.
Most of you out there want to become a cybersecurity expert, but are not certain that what skills to learn or where to begin. These top skills will assist you in getting a good start in your cybersecurity career. So let us have a look one by one. The first skill will on the list is computer networking and system administration, technical fundamentals. The third skill is cloud security, and the fourth skill is network security control, and the fifth one is operating systems. So let us dive further and look into these skills in detail. First one is networking and system administration. Computer networking is the most important skill to have in cybersecurity because it is the internet's backbone. To begin a career in cybersecurity, one needs to gain extensive expertise in computer networking. Let us know what is a network. A network is a group of connected devices. It is an approach done that understands how data between these devices is transmitted, transferred, and received. You need to understand and know various routing protocols and models such as TCP, IP, and OSI. Learning networking helps you to understand the technical aspects of data transmission that instead help you secure your information and personal data. For a strong networking basis, security certifications such as Security Plus and Cisco are the skills you can use to master the management of your networking system. The second skill we'll talk about is coding or technical fundamentals. C, C++, Python, SQL, and JavaScript are the best programming languages to make your cybersecurity career worthwhile. Coding is one of the technical skills required for cybersecurity. To have a colorful career in cybersecurity, technical expertise is deemed necessary. You may be wondering if coding is vital to become a cybersecurity professional. Most cybersecurity professionals do not have or require code skills, but the knowledge of zero codings can limit your chances in the future. Knowing some languages in programming will help you identify the plan behind an attack and defend yourself against deadly hacking techniques. The first programming language you should master on is C++. C++ plays an important role as this is low-level programming language that have access on hardware and low-level IT infrastructure, which are most often vulnerable to hacking techniques. The second programming language is C. C is also known as the mother of other programming languages, and it is also a low-level fast programming language. It helps in gaining low-level access to memory and system process. Many security experts use C to simulate library hijacking attacks. The third language you should master on is SQL. SQL injection is a code injection technique used to attack data-driven applications. By knowing SQL, one can defend and overcome SQL injection attack. The other programming language is Python. Python is an advantageous programming language for cybersecurity because it can perform malware analysis, scanning, and penetration testing functions. Java is another high-level programming language that adds interactivity to web pages. A good advantage of knowing Java is that you can prevent cross-site scripting attacks from occurring. You can't lock yourself into one programming language in cybersecurity, and it is advisable to master a couple of programming languages. So the third skill on our list is cloud security. In the next few years, there will be a greater demand for cybersecurity specialists with cloud security abilities. Companies are on the lookout for security experts who have a basic knowledge of AWS and Azure, since these two are cloud-related techniques. Cloud security is the protection of data stored online via cloud computing platform from theft, leakage, and deletion. Now let us see Amazon Web how exactly AWS and Azure will help us in cloud security. Cloud security at AWS is the highest priority. Beyond securing its own users' data, Amazon has two primary areas to focus for cybersecurity and data protection. Microsoft Azure. Microsoft Azure provides a secure foundation across physical infrastructure and operational security. People with experience and knowledge in managing these platforms are in high demand. The fourth skill is knowledge of operating systems and virtual machines. The cybersecurity expertise must have a thorough understanding of multiple operating systems. Hands-on experience with operating systems such as Mac, Windows, and Linux is required. Cybersecurity isn't just limited to computers. You will need to be comfortable working on a variety of operating systems, computer systems, and mobile devices, and keep up to date on advances in the field for all of them. Most cybersecurity specialists make use of Linux operating systems. Linux plays incredibly important part in the job of a cybersecurity professional. Specialized Linux distributions such as Kali Linux are used by cybersecurity professionals to perform in-depth penetration testing. The last skill on our list is network security control. Companies require skilled professionals who can protect their electronic data from unauthorized access. Network security control, it is one of the fundamental abilities that every cybersecurity practitioner should possess. As a cybersecurity specialist, you must be able to run intrusion detection systems and identify suspicious activity on the network and understand the differences between IDS and IPS and how they relate to firewall. Companies require skilled professionals who can protect their electronic data. Here, in demand skills are authentication, authorization, malware analysis, and data recovery. As a cybersecurity expert, you must be prepared to handle any imminent threat of violating an organization's security policy. By following an updated incident response in your team can proactively protect your data and minimize the damages. A security incident can be an active threat or a successful compromise of data or an endured intrusion. It can also be incidents like DOS attacks, phishing apps, ransomware, and many more. Now that we have seen the top 5 cybersecurity skills, here are the additional key skills. The first one is risk identification. Identifying risk even before their arrival is a great skill. Cybersecurity professionals are required to identify, manage, and mitigate risk. Risk management and mitigation is a skill set that is going to be highly in demand in the coming years. Blended with technical expertise and experience in cybersecurity, it helps them identify the most severe threats to their companies, and they can assign fewer resources successfully to provide the highest possible level of security. The second skill you must master on is DevOps. Having an understanding of DevOps helps a lot in cybersecurity. Organizations are seeking to add security considerations into the application design and development phase to ensure more secure apps. That requires security people with development and operation knowledge and experience. You must also have interpersonal skills. The cybersecurity function has become not only more critical with the rise of digital economy, it has become more prominent as well. That puts cybersecurity professionals in front of the C-suite, board members, and employees with greater frequency. So they must be able to collaborate, communicate, and consult with these various stakeholders. Communication is a key skill in cybersecurity.
So first module is security and risk management. This is one of the most important modules. I wouldn't say it's too big, although all the modules are big in CISP but in comparison. But this is having most of the conceptual things, terms, and definitions which you should be aware of. And this will help you to, there will be some terms or getting things repeated in the other modules. These things, this forms very important from security and risk management point of view when it comes for your examination. So let's see. The high level domains, what we're going to highlight over here is we need to going to understand the principle of CIA, that is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Security controls, what are they? What we do with that? Security framework, security governance, threat modeling, risk management, personal security, security awareness and training, PCP, that is business continuity and planning, intellectual property, privacy, and your ethics. The overall questions, what you're going to get in the exam, the answers what you're going to give, it's going to weight around 15%. So remember, guys, 15% things of all the questions in the exam will come from this particular domain. Okay, so the first thing comes is security and overhead. Right. So there are company who thinks like, okay, sometimes security is an overhead for an organization. So companies, they just want to do business. Everyone likes to be unrestricted access to the internet. Not seen any attack on the computer in past few, you can say, years. right? And why do invest this much millions on the security devices and the controls? Right? IT is taking care of all the company security requirements. So these are the things what usually it comes in the mind of senior management sometimes. When they talk about is security and overhead, why do we need to have a security specifically? There are no attacks. No one have seen anything. Like we all need to have internet access. We don't want to restrict websites, right? Why do we invest so high on the firewalls and all those things? So these things come in the mind. And this was a blocker a few years back, but now it's not because everyone has understood the requirement and the importance of cybersecurity in any kind of industry you're working in. Okay. Okay, now let's see the principles of CIA. So remember one thing very, very important. The entire cybersecurity, or you say information security or data security, it works only on three principles. That is CIA: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. What do we mean over here is whatever thing we need to protect or we need to save or we need to try to hide from the world, okay, will always lie in these three categories. For instance, let's see what they say. So confidentiality ensures that the necessary level of secrecy is enforced at each junction of data processing and prevents unauthorized disclosure. Integrity means it is an upheld when the assurance of the accuracy and reliability of information and systems is provided and any unauthorized modification is prevented. Availability is protection in which ensures reliability and timely access to data and resources to the authorized individuals. Okay, so just imagine if where in the entire space of cybersecurity, where does the cybersecurity actually goes around? What we are actually going to do with the help of cybersecurity or information security? The main agenda is to protect the assets. To protect the assets, asset is something which is important to the organization or maybe to an individual. It is an asset. Anything which is important to an organization is known as asset. An asset can be a data, a normal data, maybe your bank data. So maybe you can say when you are trying to do, I'll just take an example for the banks because that's very interesting field right now. So what is the confidential information over? What is the thing you want to protect? You want to protect the bank account number and all those details, right? So confidentiality will ensure that okay, it is safeguard and no one else can be able to see it. That is one thing we want to do with that particular asset of yours. Second thing is integrity. You want to protect your asset from being modified unauthorizedly, right? That's but also very important. Maybe you are having a computer system which is having some configuration, and you will not want that anyone will go and change the configuration without any authorization, and so that it can impact the system, right? And then the availability. A user or a person will always want that whenever I want to access any asset, it should be available to me. It is like maybe you are going to an online banking and you're not able to access the website, the URL for the bank, right? So what is that? You're not able it's availability thing. They need to ensure that availability should be there. The bank need to ensure that okay, when you are trying to transfer any funds to some other account, right, the integrity is always managed well. No one is going to do a man in the middle attack and change the amount or whatever. And confidentiality will never, the websites will never want that okay, your data should be leaked to some of the other malicious people, like the account number, user ID, password, or your account details, whatever, right? So just think about CIA from a layman term that anything you want to protect will always lie under these three principles. This is very important. All the controls of cyber security, what we try to put into place, we invest millions on the firewalls or other tools. It is just to meet these three principles for an asset. Okay, CIA private is the most important. Okay, this we have talked about. Now, security terms is important. You should be aware of these definitions. They're very short term. So, vulnerability, weakness in a system that allows a threat source to compromise its security. Okay. Threat, any potential danger that is associated with the exploitation of a vulnerability. Oh, I think someone raised a hand. What I will do is after 1 hour, I'll just give you again chance to talk to about your. You can just post your questions to over there in the chat. After 1 hour, we'll have 5 minutes to answer those things. Threat, any potential danger that is associated with the exploitation of the vulnerability. Threat agent, the entity that makes advantage of a vulnerability. Okay. Risk, the likelihood of a threat source exploiting a vulnerability and a corresponding business impact. Exposure, an instance of being exposed to losses. Control, a mechanism to put into place to mitigate the potential risk. Okay, these are too many terms right now. So, in a more simpler way, the vulnerability is nothing but any weakness in the system that is there. For instance, you are having a house, you're going out on a vacation. Okay, you have a door, you will always lock it. the lock in the. Now, if you will not place a lock and a key on the door, then your house is vulnerable for a, I would say, theft. That's what vulnerability is all about. Threat is any potential danger which is associated with the vulnerability. For instance, you have a house, you're going on vacation. If you are trying to protect your house from a threat, which is theft, right? That is a threat. Threat agent is entity that takes advantage of a vulnerability. So there is an agent which, for instance, a thief, he will take advantage, he will come into a system and take out all your things from your house. And then there's a risk. So the likelihood of a threat source exploiting a vulnerability and the corresponding business impact. So now if it simply says a risk is a, you can say, is a combination of a likelihood and the threat and the vulnerability. Okay, and the impact it's going to give on the business. In a layman term, what is the risk of the house being getting going through a threat of theft if there is a very weak lock on the door? Okay, so risk, what it will say, okay, maybe we are having a very weak lock at the door, but the impact is very less. Even if someone will come to my house and break the lock, there's nothing he can steal because I have very low, or maybe only a $200 item in my house. What is going to be the impact of that? Nothing. The lock, putting the lock is costlier than trying to save the item in my house. Maybe I don't want to put any $1 million safe in the house. I don't have those items to protect. That it talks about your likelihood and the risk. Exposure is the instance of being exposed to losses. And control is what controls or what security mechanism you put into place to mitigate the, you can say, threat from being exploited. Also, the vulnerability being exploited by the threat. So, security controls. So, these are very important. These forms important concepts. There are three kinds over here: administrative security controls, technical and logical security controls, and physical. So, there are three kind of security types, control types, which you will always see in an organization. Okay. So, first of all, you need to categorize what kind of thing you want to protect, and then you need to understand if any of these three will be implemented or should be utilized for a particular asset, or all of these things are required for an asset. So administrative is nothing but security, documentation, risk management, personal security, your training, and the culture. Your technical logical control is like firewall, IDS, encryption, authentication, and validation. Physical is security guards, your logs, fencing, lighting, anything which comes with the physical part. So these are high level security control types. So in an organization, to protect it from any malicious activity or for the cyber security requirement, depending on the SL, like you are working in an organization, you are working in a, again in a one of the banks. Okay, maybe you're working in a Swiss bank. Then what? You need to have an administrative control which talk about your documentation part, your security management part, your training and the culture of cybersecurity, because you want to protect all the account holders data and all the critical information of the bank. And then you will say, okay, we are having the documentation in place, now we are going to put technical controls over that. Once you put that, you also say that, okay, we want to add one more level of security, that is physical security. That's why you will see always security guards and fencing and lighting and CCTV camera getting monitored well. Those come into your physical part. Now comes your security controls. So that were the types, and now come your functions. What are the functions of security controls? What they usually do? So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kind of functions which we are trying to protect. One is the preventive, the detective, corrective, deterrent, recovery, and compensating. So just once again, okay. So I'll just explain you very quickly what these things mean. Preventive. Now, preventive security controls means that you want to prevent anything from happening beforehand. So what you're going to put a security guard, you're going to put some kind of encryption or maybe security policy and antivirus, so that okay, you have put a control which will prevent the attack from happening. What is detective? If the attack has happened even after putting the controls of preventive, at least the company, the organization should detect it. Oh, this is an attack which has happened at this time and this is impacting a particular stuff, right? So that is detective. And in detective, there can be active monitoring, what we say security operations, what they do, your CCTV camera, your job rotation, audit loggings, your IDS, that is a, you must be aware of IPs and IDS, right? Okay, we'll discuss about it later. So intrusion detection system basically to detect or any kind of malicious activity going inside. And then you have corrective things. Once you maybe there are few of the vulnerabilities which are there, you need to, or maybe there is an attack and you have detected it, then what you need to correct, you need to do take some corrective measures. So anything which you are going to do post attack is corrective stuff. To you can say, I wouldn't say post attack, but I would say to mitigate the attack from happening. So that is corrective. And then deterrent. So deterrent is like, okay, it's like trying to play with the psychology of a malicious person from actually thinking to do attack. That is deterrent. For instance, if there are fences at a first level, okay, then what will happen? The thief will think, should I pass the fences and cross the boundary, or should I not? Because I may get hurt with the particular fences, or maybe there are dogs who are barking. Or that's not, the first, you can say, psychic play will be, oh, there's a dog, let's leave it. Let's go ahead in some different house. Right. That is deterrent, to just to give some kind of warning and try to change the psychic of the person from actually thinking to before that person will initiate any kind of attack or any kind of malicious activity. And then we are going to have recovery, which is okay, the attack has happened and all those things are there. We have done corrective actions. We have tried to hold the attack well. Now we are going to do the recovery of the things what we have lost. So that contains of your DR, disaster recovery facility, your backup management, your high availability configuration of the systems. And then come the compensating control. That is scenario based. Maybe we are not having that much of money to implement a particular, maybe to, okay, I'll just give you example in the compensating. Maybe we are not having a CCTV. We are, and now in compensating control, it says that you need to have some kind of physical auditor and control, right? Now the company will think, oh, to put 10 or 15 CCTV camera at every junctions of the building, and then to do the management. CCTV camera is not only a camera, right? It is all connected with your system, the computer system, the operations, what we say at PMS room, what we have, which is getting monitored full 24 by 7 and all that stuff. And maybe there's only a one location for that. So all I'm maintaining the CCTV camera, your IT stuff, your cabling, your maintenance of the system, the data backup. You'll say, okay, for now, what I will do, I'll just put one security guard instead of a CCTV camera. Maybe I need to pay him, but it's only what we need to pay and everything will be managed well. Just a compensatory control, right? So that is with your security functions. So a control can exhibit multiple functions while classifying thing of primary purpose of that control. This is very important. Maybe one control can be like, for instance, your CCTV camera can be your deterrent also. Okay, and it can be your detective also. It can be multiple, one control can be utilized with multiple forms. Okay, now CIA, confidentiality, integrity. So with all those above control, the types what we understood, the functions what we understood, the main agenda is CIA only. With all those things, we are trying to impact our basic principle of security, that is CIA. So what it is all about? So confidentiality is data at rest, data in transit, access controls. These are few examples of how you do confidentiality. You want to, remember guys, there are three kind of data movement. One is data at rest, data in transit, data in process. Okay, what it simply means is that whenever you are data at rest means whenever you are storing the data on the system, it means it is at rest. Whenever you are transmitting your data to another system, that is in data in transit. And data in process means whenever you access a system and then there's a processing going on the data, like when you do the transaction of your amount to some other bank account, it process, right? It says, okay, processing in place. And then it says, oh, well processed, and the amount is transferred. That is data in process, where the data is also utilized. But access control management, all those things come under your confidentiality. So we'll discuss again about all these things in depth. Integrity is nothing but hashing, configuration management, change control, CRC functions. Your availability is clusters, load balancing, RAID, backups, co-location. These are three kind of, see, don't think that these are limited. No, there are multiple things what we see in confidentiality, multiple things we see in integrity and availability. However, whatever is mentioned here forms the high level thing. Though this thing will be there. Maybe there will be sub trees or sub, you can say, domains more in these things. But these are the very important and primary things what usually people try to offer. The control should work together to provide a healthy, safe, and productive environment. So all these things should work together. That's what we discuss. If there's a you want to, if there's a bank, maybe a Swiss bank, there's a bank account number, your secret number or your password. Then whenever the bank is trying to protect, they need to involve these three things together. Okay, now it comes to your defense in depth strategy. So whatever we read again from the beginning till here, till slide 10, if you see what it talks about your access management, your type of security controls, your functions, what we are going to have. It is all a part of your defense in depth mechanism. So defense in depth mechanism, what it says is at every layer, at every point, the security should be considered. So if you see in this, what we see, mission critical assets. So these are the things you want to protect. Okay, to protect that, there will be multiple layer security you want to implement. So one is data security, which will having a lot of things like your access management, your data classification, and DD monitoring, all that stuff. On top of that, you will be having the application which can access the data. So you need to protect the application also. On top of the application is always, what is an application? It's a software. It is running on top of maybe a server, right, or an endpoint. What we say, you need to protect that endpoint too. So that is the third layer. So that is the computer system, or the, you can say, your servers, what you need to protect, that is the endpoint security. On top of it comes your network security. So now there are multiple servers, they're all networked. You want to send data to some, maybe to host end, or maybe Singapore, all the network well. So you need to protect your network also. So why? And then your perimeter in the last, that is how you safeguard your entire perimeter of your site. So if you see, just to protect this asset, okay, first the attacker need to first cross the perimeter. Okay, if it's not a physical intrusion, they will may try to attack the network security. If they're able to bypass your network security, then again there will be an endpoint security which they need to bypass. And if they're able to bypass endpoint, then again there's security of application security, and then your data security. So it becomes very difficult for an attacker to do these any kind of these activities, to attack or do malicious things. Why? Because they are layering approach. You need to be a very, you can see, they need to be an intra person, and then you need to know how to bypass at each level. And we don't know if there's an encryption, how much time it will take to break an encryption, right? Because if it is encrypted well and the keys are the encryption, the PK structure, the PK keys are well stored somewhere, it's not that easy to break it. And all these things, what you see over here, are they're going to have policy management, they're going to have some kind of documentation, right, which will be defining all these things. And then there will be operations, that is your detection if there's any attack. Okay, how the policies are playing the role, and what kind of security attacks the company is facing, what is incidents company is facing. Okay, is there any forensics works which have been done? All those things come under the operations part. That is monitoring and response. So if you see, prevention is over here on your left hand side, and on the right hand side we are having monitoring and response, and in between we are going to have defense in depth strategy. Okay, so this is very important, guys, to understand, to know what is defense in depth. Okay, security through obscurity. Now, this is a very important topic, and remember, guys, there shouldn't security should never be through obscurity. Okay, I'll tell you in a different way. What it means is, maybe there is a particular product, maybe there is a microprocessor. Okay, it is having some vulnerability. Now, the organization which is manufacturing it will say, "Oh, this vulnerability is there, but we are going to hide it. We'll not tell anyone that the vulnerability exists." Okay. Plus, this microprocessor will only work in our environment. It's not going to go out. No one is going to access it. Okay. There are two things over here. One is trying to hide, thinking that okay, we'll hide this particular vulnerability, we'll not discuss this thing with anyone, or all those things. And the second thing is, we are going to use it internally. There's no access through outside. So what else can go wrong? That is assuming that there cannot be anything, becomes your obscurity. That should never be there. Not just assume, but validate and then try to rectify it. So, for instance, it says, another example is, make the application complex and assume that attacker would never be able to break it. No, that's not the right way. That's obscurity. Keeping a copy of a password on the keyboard, again, in-house cryptography algorithms. Right? So these are few examples which are very good to understand. Never assume security. Just don't think that, okay, oh, it's fine, I'll just save it somewhere, no one's going to access it, or maybe I'll make it so complex no one can break it. No, you need to validate, you need to check and put the right controls in place. So security through obscurity, big no. There can be a question in your CSP exam saying, giving you a scenario like this, that okay, there's a company manufacturing some kind of product or system, they are having a vulnerability, they will hide it from everyone, no one will be aware there's a vulnerability. Is it good, is it bad, what it is? Those kind of questions you can get. Your security framework. A framework is a basic structure underlying a system. A security framework, when done properly, will allow an organization to more intelligently manage their organization information and security risks. A security program is a framework. Organizations are free to plug in different type of technologies, methods, and procedures to accomplish the necessary protection level of for the environment. Now, what does security framework simply means? It simply means, so when I say I want to have a cyber security controls implemented in my organization, okay, how I'm actually going to do it? That's a question. I need to have some kind of base, some kind of, you can say, framework, which some kind of standard which I need to follow, right? That is going to give us a proper, you can say, step by step guidance on how to build the security for an organization. Security framework is very important. Okay. Any organization which says we don't have a framework but we have cybersecurity is totally insane. It's not a case. That shouldn't be done like that. There's always a rule to do things, right? Maybe it's working well at that point, but in the coming years it will just collapse. Okay. So that is your security framework, standard, framework, and program. What are those? Just give me once again. So we are going to have these kind of things. So for enterprise architecture, so when we say that, okay, we want to have a particular well-maintained cyber security architecture. In that case, we need to follow some kind of enterprise architecture guidelines, which comes from your Zachman framework, TOGAF, DODAF, MODAF, SAPSA. Now, this is not only linked with cybersecurity. Okay, it can be with IT, your operation management, with anything, because these are just going to provide you some kind of guidance on what should be done, what should be taken into account, how the organization should be taken account, and how you should know the holistic view when you are implementing a better cybersecurity posture, or maybe IT operations part, or maybe the you can say the application management part, all those things. Then your security programs like ISO, because they certify us with a lot of things. Okay. Now, security controls usually come from these COVID-5, COSO, and your NIST. And then comes your process management, that is ITIL, Six Sigma, and CMI. So companies, if you see process management, will talk about the full organization, like process when they're writing the processes in place. Your security controls will be like what controls should be select for a particular asset, will help you with that. Program is like they will certify you with, so in ISO 27001, like things like that, they will provide you requirements which should be fulfilled by or the organization to get certified. And then there's a high level architecture. We'll see that, okay, we are going to put our cyber security in the organization based on the industry accepted architecture, which can be any of these. And these are very good. These are very massive. It's not very straightforward. I have worked with SAPSA. I have worked with Zachman. It will actually start from the senior management, and it will dig into the deep. If you want, it can go up to a level of when you write a source code which is actually calling a function of addition or division, maybe like that. It can go up to that level. It's up to the organization to choose the fidelity of a particular program, and this controls what we are going to have. Okay, what is ISO? This is very important. So the standard describes the purpose of information security management system used to manage information security risks and controls within an organization. Okay, see, ISO 27000, they give a series of certification. If you see on the right hand side, that is an overview, your ISMS, your ISO implementation, measurement. So they are nothing but these are, like, you can say, requirements which should be met before an organization. And this is an organization wide certification. Remember, guys, it's not individual level. It is going to certify the entire organization. And okay, if I give them IS 27001, it means that all the processes of information security system are well documented and well managed. That is ISO 27000 series. Zachman security, Zachman architecture framework, I would say. Now, you can put security at these levels too. So the Zachman framework is a fundamental structure for enterprise architecture, which provides a formal and structured way of viewing or defining an identity. So there can be a question, okay, among these four things, or maybe the Joe, he want to implement cyber, he want to implement a enterprise level architecture and then utilize it to meet all the cybersecurity controls. And which one will it be? Will it be Zachman or SAPSA or DODAF or TOGAF? Remember, like, this is the fundamental one, the enterprise architecture part. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So what it says is, on if you see on top, it says data, function, network, people, time, motivation. Okay, that what kind of data they want to protect, how the function is going to work, where it's going to be getting network, who are the person who can access the data, when it will be accessed, how it is getting managed, what is the motivation of people to access and do the work. Okay, and then for all these things, you need to give the objective, your enterprise, like the role owner, the model, the technology model, what you are going to use, the detailed representation of the particular data data or the asset, what we say, and your functioning of enterprise. It's a very, very important good thing what we have. SABSA, that is Sherwood Applied Business Security Architect. Remember, guys, these things what we are discussing is very important for the exam, plus for your own knowledge, because these things are, as I said, it's not only theoretical, it is actually followed in many big organizations and they do it very well. Okay, it's a very important concept, and it will come in the exam with maybe like a straightforward question or maybe as an enterprise. For instance, let's see what it says. SAPSA ensures that different views of security are taken into consideration through layered star model, as different stakeholders will need to differently be informed about what it means to them. Okay, and then there should be a testability across the stack. What it simply says is, if for any kind of architecture, maybe for the finance person or the management of finance, they will have a separate level of, you can say, appetite of the risk and the requirement. For the engineering side, they will be different. For the marketing side, they will be different. Okay? So SAPSA help to now all, if I take these three things and then I try to tell them that, okay, what can be the security risk at for these different kind of people or the domains or the departments can come from your SAPSA. So you can get an question very straightforward as you got for your Jackman, that okay, if someone wants to implement a security which should be, seen differently by different stakeholders, or maybe finance want to understand their own security risk and the marketing want to understand their own security risk, okay, then which is the better standard to or architecture standard to follow? This kind of question you can get in exam, a direct question. I wouldn't say direct question, but you can get a scenario based question, what we have seen. Now comes your COBIT, control objective for information and related tech. It talks mainly about, so above 2.1 was the high level framework for everything, any kind of division. COBIT is specifically for information and technology. So the control or the COBIT is a framework for governance and management developed by ISACA. So ISACA is one of the information security audit and control system body which have defined a lot of which actually talks about the governance and management and written documentation of the things. Right. So the CSAM, these are the certifications what are provided by the ISACA body. Okay. So remember, you need to remember these terms. In COBIT, you are going to have 5 principles which you should be aware of. See, again, in CISP, it's a very big course. I'll tell you how the question also come and what we need to do. So they're not going to do in depth of everything. They're just going to provide you a brief details and a full knowledge base what you should be equipped with the security, you can say, domain. But if you want to go more deep, you can go and study, and you should know. It's very good to know as well. So in exam, they may not give you a very in-depth that, okay, under this 5 principles, there are more things not required. You just need to know these 5 things and what are they. So 5 principles are meeting stakeholder needs, covering the enterprise end to end, that is a holistic view, applying a single integrated framework. Maybe you'll say, I'm going to use Zachman's fully integrated framework, which can take care of multiple my IT requirements as well as my security requirements. Or separating governance from management. That is also very important. They tell you how to separate. Don't say that management and governance are the same thing. At any point in our IT governance or management processes, we should be able to ask the question, why are we doing it? And be led to the IT goal that is tied with the enterprise, which in turn is tied to a stakeholder need. So what it simply COVID says is that whatever we want to do any activity, for instance, there can be a chance, okay, we need the IT team, they want to order for 50 MacBooks for 50 employees. This is a requirement, right? From where you got it, why actually is required to do? Can there be anything else? What is the business or the enterprise goal we are going to accomplish by ordering 50 MacBooks, right? So COVID actually talks about how you are going to have governance and management, which will be directly tied up with your goal, with the organization's goal. COSO, that is internal control integrated framework. COVID was derived from, okay, and developed by COSO and sponsored by Treadway in this. So COSO IC framework is a model for corporate governance, and COBIT is a model for IT governance. If you see, that was only IT governance we talk about. This is about the corporate, how the entire corporate should work is a integrated, you can say, framework. Okay. COSO IC deals more at the strategic level, while COBIT focuses more on the operational level. It's very important. So at COSO, we are going to define the high level strategies which organization should be having for them to meet the objectives of the organization. And in COBIT, we are going to focus more how the operational capabilities are met and getting improved. COBIT is a way to meet many of the COSO objectives. but only from IT perspective. So go bit, as I said, is bit IT is only IT is involved over there. COSO IC is deals with non-IT items also, like the financial, the principles, the responsibility, and internal communication so structure. A lot of things can be HR, it can be your marketing's board of director responsibility. All those things are under COSO. It's a very big framework. It's a very good also. It is having a huge number of modules which you need to know an in-depth study. Then comes your ITIL. That is your Information Technology and Infrastructure Library. So ITIL is a de facto standard of the best practices for IT service management. So I no, again, if you see how we are going, COSO is a framework for the corporate governance. COBIT is only for IT governance. Okay. ITIL is from IT service management. So service management, usually if you see the service-based organization, which is going to have incident management, your event management, problem management, change management, knowledge management, release, availability, service level, all these things come under your ITIL. It's a very good framework and it's a very big framework. Okay. So if you see in between the core is obviously ITIL, then we are going to have service strategy. Along the service strategy, there will be design, transition, and operation. Okay. These are four things what we are going to have. And then the fifth level will be your continuous improvement, service reporting, and service measurement. So all those things, all these five things, I mean, there are few certifications for ITIL that is fundamental where they will teach you about all these things at a high level, and then you can do separate specific things. So maybe someone is afraid of operation, they want to improve the organization operation. They can go with the service operation certification. So that is ITL. Let's don't talk about the ITL. So ITL was created because of the increased dependency on the information technology to meet business needs. So if you see all these standard framework at the end, what is the objective? Not security, but to meet business objectives. Remember, in exam they may ask, okay, these standards are there, and what they are trying to meet, is it the corporate security, is it the corporate IT policies, or is it the business requirements? So be alert. Remember, these kind of tricky things can try to confuse you in the exam, but it's not that difficult if your basics are clear. And then we are going to have CMI level. So CMI is capability maturity model. This is again developed by the Carnegie Mellon University, which defines the organization's processes. So this is more of a process space what we're going to talk about. Okay. So I was in with an organization, I think 8 years back, where I have actually implemented level 5 in one of the organization from the process side. So basically what it says is there are 5 levels of particular maturity, what you are going to, what we say for an organization. In exam, you should know what are those 5 level of maturity and what are the difference between them. And trust me, this is not only for process, it is any process of organization can be included into this, which talk about your quality process, what we have, that quality assurance, right? ISO 9000. Your security, ISO 27001, you can implement over here. PCI DSS 62443, HIPAA, okay, SOC 1, SOC 2. All these things can be categorized and you can try to map it. What it says is that level 1 says level 1 is the initial level, which talks about your processes and which are unpredictable and poorly controlled or managed or written. It is an ad hoc side where our company may be a startup, it is not having anything. People are doing the work right, but they don't have any guidance from the organization or any set process to follow. Then we are going to have level 2 known as managed level, which says processes categorized for projects and it is often reactive in nature. Hmm. Maybe there are 10 projects going in a particular organization. Okay. Out of 10, only 3 are having a set process which are getting followed, not at a very, you can say, a holistic manner, but maybe every project is following their own process. Okay. But there are some kind of process. That is your managed level. Then comes your third level, that is defined. So now at this level, the processes are defined as the organization's requirement. They are tailored, they are written. Maybe the company is going to choose what kind of integrated framework we should be following. It will select that. It will start making processes accordingly and according to the definition strategy as well. So that is your defense. So over here at level 3, we say all the processes are documented well. Okay. In level 2, we say all the processes are not documented well. There are some process documentation which projects are following, some are not. And then your level 1 is nothing. It's like poorly managed thing. There's nothing written. Okay, do whatever you want to do. It's like just following the order of one person. It's more level 1, I would say, is more person oriented than process oriented organization. Now level 4 and 5 becomes a bit more high level, which is again a very tough thing. Usually it becomes difficult to organization to get up to level 5. Why? Because in level 4, what the company will do is they are going to define the KPIs. Okay, that is the process indicators. Now they are going to measure it qualitatively and then try to control it. For instance, you must have heard security testing, or maybe say software testing, I would say. So in that, maybe whenever the developer write the code and they send it for testing for a feature, the tester will find a bug. Now the company need to go for level 4, and they need to quantitatively measure it. No, you need to measure it. There need to be a process that how they want to do it. So for instance, you can say they need to make a matrix, that is a formula, or you can say some kind of thing, because you want to measure. For measure, you need to have numbers. To get a number right, you need to have some kind of matrix or formula. Maybe there can be a formula which says number of code written divided by number of defects identified during the testing phase. So maybe you can say 5 features have been added, and there were, you can say, 2 bugs which have identified. So 5 by 2, there will be something around 2 point something. That is the current measure of the development people. Now, then they're going to slowly go to level 5. They're going to process. They're going to mature. They're going to improve their work, and they will say, okay, now that they are in such a well state that whenever they will code 5 functions, only 1 bug is identified. So now, if you see, the capability has improved of the particular team or the work. Right. So that is what is quantitatively management, and level 5 is about improving that. Okay, how they have improved, they should be processing, they should rewrite the process, or you can say modify the process, all those things. This 5 is not a one day activity. It may take 5 years for an also for an organization to go to level 5. Usually from level 1 to 3 can be achieved in 1 to 2 years. Level 3 to level 4 is around another 1 year, sometimes 2 years, that is 4 years. And level 5 is continuous improvement. There's no stop to it. So that is CMI. Okay, security as a business. Now, security is like brakes in the car. It gives you confidence if you go faster. Security should always work towards business enablement and align the organization's mission, goals, strategy, and objectives. So it's very important that this sentence is very important. Just remember it in any of your security. That why a security is important, or you can say why should we have security, or you can say what is the actual thing security is trying to do. Is it going to protect the asset? Is it going to protect the humans? Is it going to protect the system? No, it's only going to meet the business mission, goals, and strategy. Okay. A well-defined business case should always exist for security-related initiatives. So it simply says that, okay, for any kind of security-related initiative, for instance, you want to go for ISO certification, then need to be have a well-defined business case that, okay, how is it going to improve the business? Security management is a responsibility of upper management. It should always be supported by senior executives. It simply says that who's the person responsible and accountable. It's always senior management. Who's the decision maker? Senior management. They should the force, maybe they are a team of 5 developers and there's a manager who's trying to push cybersecurity. Okay, you must code a secured software, and a particular manager is trying to push to the particular team. Okay, this is a scenario. So who's accountable for that? Should it come from the manager, from the developers, from the testers, or from the senior management? It's always from the senior executive. It's always be derived from the senior executives. Security governance. So security governance is a set of responsibilities, practices, and exercise over executive management with the goal to provide strategic direction, ensuring the objectives are achieved, ascertaining that risks are managed appropriately, and verifying that enterprise resources are used responsibly. Security governance always flow from top to bottom and should cut across all business verticals. Third-party governance is the system of oversight that may be mandated by law, regulation, industry standard, contractual licensing requirements. So it simply says that
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
anything the governance should, or the security governance we talk about, should always come from the senior management. It should talk more about the strategy direction, and okay, how an organization can say that, okay, we are secured now, and the customer, the clients, the internal employees can trust on that, right? So that should always come from the board of directors, from the executive management, and then it should be pushed. So the board of director, or the, you can say, the senior management are going to define. The managers are actually going to push it to the down to the employees at the operational level to implemented. Third-party security governance. Now, third-party security governance is the system of oversight that may be mandated by law, regulation, contextual application, or license requirement. This generally involves an outside investigator or auditor designated by a governing body to assess the target employees, organization. Another aspect of third party is the application of security oversight of third parties. These parties need to stay in compliance with primary organization security stands. Otherwise, okay, so those simply things in a simpler way that there are third party security governance requirements sometimes. For instance, for if any organization want to go for ISO certification, then what? Who's going to certify them? They need to have a third party which is aggregated by ISO body, which can come, assess, and provide certification to the organization saying that okay, we have gone through all the processes, all the security requirements, they meet it well. That's the third party security governance, which where we maybe for PCI is also the same thing. You need to have people from PCI Council to come and audit and then provide a certificate on that behalf. Okay, so that's a third party security governance part. Documentation review, the process now comes few more part into. So we have gone through the governance, we have seen the third party governance, we have seen the security through obscurity, the business security model that okay, we are going to meet the business objective well, and now we are going to do the activities. So one first activity is documentation review. The process of reading the exchange material and verifying them against the standard is known as documentation review. So guys, like simply means whenever as we are going to follow the ISO, for instance, and there is a certain requirement, and for that they need to be have a documentation in place which the company, because we are going for level 3 maybe, the level 3 which talks about defined documentation and the processes. So the auditor will come and review that, okay, is it actually following all the requirements from ISO or not? If yes, okay, documentation part has been done. It is documented well. See, it's not about following; it's about documenting at this level. We have written we have written a documentation that okay, there should be access review every quarterly. That's a process that they've met. Now they'll come to a next level. That is the actually the implementation of that. So that will lead in the next phase. First part is having the document right. Then is security management and planning. Okay, so there are three kind of planning, remember guys, in security management. One is strategic plan, tactical plan, operational plan. Strategic plan is a long-term plan that is fairly stable and defines the organization security purpose and aligns to its goals, mission, and objective. Tactical plan is it is a mid-term plan developed to provide more details on the. It's a mid-term plan. Like you want to go for maybe a quarterly thing, okay, maybe a half yearly, maybe 1 year plan, and then come the operational plan, which is a short term, maybe daily base, maybe weekly base. Okay. So if you see on top, strategic plan is maybe 5 years, tactical plan is short, maybe 1 to 2 year, and then your operational goals are short period. So what we are going to do is through the operational goal, they are going to try to meet the tactical plan, which is again backed up by the strategic plan. Simply. Now comes your security policy. Security policy is a document produced by senior management that states how the company should protect its asset, function, and people. Okay, and features can be generic, non-technical, reviewed periodically, aligned with business. Types and enforcement. So types by scope is organization type, specific system type, system specific, or issue specific. By enforcement, we means that regulatory body has asked them to make those policies or act as an advisory, or it is just an informative. That is the security policies. In exam, you can get who is going to define the policies, security policy. Is it the manager? Is it the business owner? Is it developer? Like that. So remember, it's always senior management. If you see the word senior management for processes, policies, mark that. And this is not only for exam. Actually, in an organization, if you're working, you go to a senior level, to a senior post, it should come from the senior management to the manager and then to the other colleagues who are actually going to make it operational. Security policies can be access management policy. Now, these are few security policies which every organization should have. It can be access management, computer security policy, environmental design policy, data protection policy, physical security policy, remote access policy, user management policy, user account policy. This is just some link from the SAN. You can see at what kind they are the written templates which you can use for your organization and also read it. It's very nice. Now comes the difference between okay, till now we are seeing standard and framework and guidelines, and we must have heard this term multiple times. Okay, this is the guideline issued, this is the procedure which we should follow, this is standard we should be aware of. So what is the basic difference between these three things? Please remember the definition, it can come in the exam, it's very important to know as well. So standards defines compulsory requirement for the homogeneous use of hardware, software, technology, security controls. Standards are technical documents that define steps or methods to accomplish the goals defined by security policies. Baselines define minimum level of security which is required to keep the system safe. Guideline is a recommendation on how standard and baseline are implemented. Okay, guidelines are flexible so that they can customize as per the system requirements. Procedures are detailed step-by-step document that describes how to implement or meet the standard. Okay, so that is like, or how to implement the security control. These are very straightforward, simple definitions. What should be aware of. Threat modeling is like a security process. What is the definition of threat modeling? This we are going to read. So, threat modeling is a security process which where potential threats are identified, categorized, and analyzed. It can be performed as a proactive measure during design and development, and it is more reactive measure once the product have been deployed. Identifying threats. Focused on assets, this method uses asset valuation results and attempts to identify threats to the valuable assets. Focused now, the thing is when we are going to define the threats, what it says that you need to identify the threat and categorize them. The threats can be categorized in three ways: either threats on the assets. Okay, that okay, this is maybe it's a file which we want to protect as an asset. What are the threats to the file that we can use? It can be used on the attackers. That okay, maybe we want to protect something, that's fine, but there is an attacker, maybe there's an inside attacker, there's a black hat hacker, what things they can do wrong with us. So that is the attacker base. And then the software. If an organization is developing any software, it can consider potential threats against a specific feature and put mechanism. So maybe they have developed something and now they can analyze the threats and the specific potential threats which can go wrong with the software. Usually I have seen asset base is more you can say in way of doing threat modeling, but yes, others are also utilized based on the kind of industry we're working in. Threat modeling is going to have DFD, that is helping us to identify the relationship between. So DFD is nothing but data flow diagram. That is DFD. What it does, it helps to understand what are the data, what are the components in a particular system, how the data is going to flow, and then identify the attack vectors. That okay, if the data is flowing from point one to point two, what is the attack over? What can be the attack over there? From B to C, what kind of attack can be over there? How we are segregating the boundaries, right? How we are checking the input points. Those come from your DFDs. This design what you see in the right hand side. And reduction analysis is decomposing the application system and environmental to understand the logic of the product and its interaction with external elements, breaking down a system into its component part, make it. So I'll just give you a very short brief. If maybe there is a banking system, okay, and you want to assess it, you want to do a threat modeling for it, and how you're going to do it. A banking system can use multiple subsystems. It can be a cloud. It can also use virtual machines, maybe multiple web servers, applications, users, say multiple kind of data which is going to interact within each of these. They can be microservices, they can be APIs, etc. So the best way to do threat modeling is break the entire system, understand the component, what are those and how they're interacting with each other, what kind of data is going to flow between them. That is reduction in analysis. Now there are few methods what are recommended. Threat model is very good and easy methods we can do. So one is Stride. This is developed by Microsoft. This is a very old and good way to do things. So Stride stands for spoofing, and T is tampering, reputation, information disclosure, denial of service, and elevation. So what it says, maybe you are going to do a asset based threat modeling. You say there is an asset which is my web server. For threat modeling, you'll make one Excel, you'll say web server, you will write all these things on top of, you can say on the x-axis maybe, and on the y-axis you just write the asset name. Now you say, okay, spoofing. Spoofing is there. Okay, we have a web server and then we have spoofing. So what are the threats or vulnerabilities which can be there on a web server, okay, which can allow this thread to actually exploit. And then you need to give a particular control for it. That in the same way, spoofing is like just trying to be someone you are not, Tampering is changing of the information. Reputation is okay. If someone has done the activity, they cannot say that okay, I have not done it. There need to be some kind of measure to actually know who has actually done the information to the activity. Information disclosure, denial of service, and evaluation of privilege. In the same way, there's a DREAD. So DREAD rating system is designed to provide a prioritized solution that is based on the answers to the five main questions. No, stride is one way to do it. Other way is dread. What is dread? It is more of a risk based approach. So D is damage potential. How bad would an attack be? We need to ask these questions for a particular attack, okay, for every asset or every component in the threat model. Reproducibility, how easy is it to reproduce the attack? Exploitability, how much work is it to launch the attack? Affected users, how many people will be impacted? Discoverability, how easy is it to discover the threat? So if the person, this organization is doing following a threat thing, they need to answer them in maybe in a Likert scale from 1 to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe 1 is lowest, 5 is greatest, and there will be a formula to understand, okay, what is the final rating of a particular asset. Okay, maybe it is having a damage potential very high, but the, you can say, effective users are very less. The reproducibility is also very less. So rating will go down, right? So for example, if you remember these terms, what the DREAD stand for and what it is trying to meet the objective of to the question what we have. Now coming to risk management. So risk management, RM is a process of identifying, assessing risk, reducing it to acceptable level, and ensuring it remains at that level. There's no such thing as 100% secure environment. So remember, guys, there cannot be 100% security until you move the entire system out of the of the planet or maybe the organization. So we try to implement controls. We try to mitigate and reduce the risk. Nothing. We cannot remove it fully. So there need to be information security risk management policy, which is going to define few things like objective, the level of risk the organization can take, formal processes of risk identification, responsibility of the team and individuals, the mapping of risk to internal controls, key indicators to monitor the effectiveness of the control. And risk management process works like this: frame a risk, assess a risk, respond to risk, monitor risk. These are, you can say, phases of risk management, and the ISMS risk management policy what it should actually have at a high level. So you may get an exam that okay, in a risk management policy, what things should be covered. So remember these one, two, three, four, five. These are the high level, you can say, index or the contents which should be a part of your risk management policy. Now, risk assessment and analysis. Risk assessment is a method of identifying the vulnerabilities and the threats, assessing the possibility impact to determine where to implement security controls. Risk analysis is a detailed examination of a components of risk used to ensure that security is cost effective, relevant, timely, and responsive to threats. Goals of risk analysis: identify assets and their value to the organization, determine the likelihood that the threat exploits a vulnerability, determine the business impact of these potential threats, provide cost benefit analysis between the impact of the threat and the cost of countermeasures. So if you see, risk assessment is nothing but what we discussed earlier. We do identify the asset, the value, the likelihood of that particular threat of getting exploited, determine the business impact. And okay, if that thing is actually there's a cyber attack, what is actual business impact? Is there any impact or no? How less is or how big is the impact? Is that impact greater than the money we are going to implement, we are going to use to implement security control, or is it less? So you need to define those things and identify value of information and assets. An asset can be both quantitative and qualitative. The actual value of an asset is defined from the organization as the whole. So there can be points like cost to maintain and protect the asset, value of the asset, value of the asset to advisories, cost to replace the asset if lost, operational productivities if the asset is not working, liability for the asset if compromised. So if you see, before if we want to determine what is the asset value, we should take these parameters into consideration. Delayed loss is secondary in nature and takes place well after vulnerability is exploited. It may include damage to the company's reputation, loss, and the market shares.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is Code Red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Quantitative risk analysis. So a quantitative risk analysis is used to assign monetary and numeric values to all elements of the risk analysis. So over here, what we are going to say is that we are going to provide some kind of numbers which are linked with the financial stuff and the monetary gain and the loss. That is your quantitative thing. Quantitative risk analysis. A qualitative risk analysis does not quantify data on the numeric values. Instead, it is more opinion and scenario based. Okay, it uses the rating system to release the risk critical levels, maybe high, medium, low, something like that. Automated risk analysis, collecting all necessary data that needs to be plugged into risk analysis equations and properly interpreting the results can be overwhelming if done manually. Several automated risk analysis tools are in market to make it easier. So now we are having a lot of risk assessment analysis tools where you just need to provide the data and they'll do the calculation for you. It's easier to have the dashboard, to have one place where you want to maintain everything, or most of the administrative job has been taken care of, right? So that comes from the tools. Quantitative. Now, this is very important that you can get these questions in exam, that are numerical questions. It's very easy. Okay, I'll tell you how. Remember these terms first. AV, asset value, EF, exposure factor. What is a percentage of loss of a realized threat that could be on a certain asset? It's very easy that, okay, what is, okay, single loss expectancy, cost of a single failure or a single loss of an asset. Then annual rate of occurrences, ARO, the value that represents the estimated frequency of specific threat taking place within a year. Okay, and then annualized loss expectancy. Okay, how much loss a company can face through a particular threat in a whole year. Now let's link these dots together. So we know the asset value. Okay, I will just do one thing. I'll come on this part directly. Example. Risk of hurricane to a company's data center is a scenario. Now what? AV is asset value. Asset value is the the data which are there in a data center. Okay, that is the asset value from here. AV. Exposure factor. Percentage of loss realized, okay, a threat could have on a certain asset. So now if that particular hurricane comes, how much loss is expected to happen? That is your exposure factor, and how much things are exposed. Okay, then comes your ARO. Okay, okay, there is a hurricane which comes, then but what is the, you can say, likelihood, or how many times in a year the hurricane can come? That is your analyzed rate of occurrence. That, okay, in 1 year maybe it is coming once a year, maybe it's not, it's coming once in 2 years. So over here it says once in 10 years. So ARO is 0.1. Okay. So risk of hurricane to happen, ARO at annually, it is 0.1 because it only comes once in 10 years as per the data. And the exposure factor is only 20%. Okay. And your asset value is maybe 1 million, what we are 1 million, what we can say. Okay. Now what is the SLE? What is a single, if the hurricane comes, okay, if the hurricane comes, then in a single time, at one time, what is the what is the, you can say, loss the organization is going to suffer? So that will be AV multiplied by EV. That is your $200,000 only. If you see, asset value is 1 million, but if hurricane comes, the company is going to lose 200,000. That is 800,000 are still, I mean, intact. Okay, now this is single failure if a hurricane comes. Now, hurricane is not going to come every day. And for that, you have identified the ARO. It comes at once in 10 years, right? So now, annually, how much the company is going to lose or going to spend in order to protect it from the hurricane? It's only $20,000. Okay, so that is annual loss. So the thing is, the company is actually, if hurricane comes once in, there will be a loss of only $20,000 for a given asset of 1 million. That is your ALE. Okay, a very simple calculation. Just remember the terms and the definitions. These formula are very important. SLE, AV multiplied by EF, ALE, SLE multiplied by ARO. It's very simple. So ALE is what? Possible yearly cost of all instances of a specific threat realized for a specific asset. So in case something goes wrong in that per year, how much you're going to spend to actually protect it? That is the ARO. If it happens, then how much loss we are going to face. That is the quantitative part. Is in exam you can get the same numerical you can get in exam, maybe some different scenario, but the logic will be same. that was quantitative. Now we'll come to quantitative. The qualitative method walked through the different scenarios of possible risk possibilities and ranking. It works more on the judgment, the intuition, experience. So techniques which are used for qualitative are Delphi and your brainstorming, your storyboard writing, surveys, questionnaire, checklist, interviews. So they're very straightforward. Delphi's feedback is collected anonymously by the moderator. It is then collated, measured, and then it is selected what can, and it is refined also in that case. And then comes your risk matrix. This is an example that, okay, you see, probability and impact. It is all in the, you can say, Likert scale, that major, medium, moderate, high, red, green, yellow, red. These are, we are just trying to define it. So what are the difference between the, you can say, pros and cons between quantitative and quality? This you can also get an exam. So quantitative, objective processes and matrices, because we are going to have matrices and the monetary things and the formulas expressed in monetary terms, credible cost benefit assessment. So this is what measures are used for an organization to do a cost benefit assessment. Is it qualitative or quantitative? It is always quantitative, right? And the cons can be, it can be having a complex calculation, a lot of information is required to come up to those measures and should be very accurate. I wouldn't say 100%, but yes, up to a certain level. And it doesn't have any well maintained standard. I mean, this is all based on the organization's security team, where they're going to define the formulas and the ratings. Then comes the qualitative. That is, the pros are calculations are simple, general indication of areas of risk, and the cons are assessment and results are subjective. No cost benefit analysis doesn't help in security budgeting. For budgeting, quantitative is always used. For cost benefit assessment, always quantitative is used. Okay. Security control selection. What is this? A security control must make a good business sense, meaning it is cost effective. It requires another type of analysis of cost benefit. So the value of control, that is how much you are going to put for a control, is ALE from the before. So now when you are trying to put a control, always, obviously, you need to, the company need to have some budget and the amount of, so how, from where it is defined, it is defined from the value of control, that is ALE. What we have seen, that is annual loss expectancy, minus or subtracting ALE after the control. And then when we put the control, then how much ALE will be there, because we have put a control of hurricane, obviously it is reduced. And then annual cost of control, how much cost the company is going to give for the particular control. So that is your, so choosing an effective security control, cost and features. So cost is product cost, your implementation cost, environment, modification, maintenance requirements, effect on the productivity, man hours for monitoring. So these are the costs which you are going to analyze while you are implementing any security control. And the features can be modular, uniform protection, default release privilege, interactive, minimum human intervention, audit functionality. These are features which it will be mapping to when you are putting a security control in place. So this is selection for security control. They can, you are going to have 5 security controls. You want to put the best. How you're going to choose the best, and best can only be selected based on the organization level and the cost benefit analysis with these things. Okay. So then comes your residual risk. So one thing, the reason a company implements a security measure is to reduce the overall risk. There is no system which is 100% secure. So there's always a risk which is remain after putting the right security control, and that is known as security residual risk. So residual risk is total risk minus some countermeasures, and also total risk multiplied by control gaps. Just remember these definitions, very important. It's very straightforward. Continuous improvement, the risk analysis and risk assessment is a point in time metric. So it is a point in time metric. So whenever you are doing a threat assessment or a risk assessment, at that point, what is the risk value you will get? Threats and vulnerabilities constantly change, and the risk assessment need to be done periodically. Security is always changing. Thus, implementing any implemented security solution requires updates and changes over time. That's what continuous improvement is all about. You need to always keep on assessing periodically, understanding the scope, the threat, and the impact of that, and then changing your strategy, your tactical or your operational level processes. Handling the risk. So, how you can handle the risk? Plan, collect information, define, and now there are way to manage the risk. So if you have these 3 things in place, most, there are 4 ways how the risks are handled. One is risk mitigation, risk transfer, risk acceptance, and risk avoidance. This is very important. They may ask you a question that, okay, a company, what do you mean by, risk transfer, or how can a company can go for risk transfer? What are the strategies for that? So this is very important. Mitigation means you have selected the control, you have implemented the control, you are going to do a regular monitoring. So we are going to mitigate the risk. Okay. Risk transfer means, okay, I will transfer the risk to some different third party. Maybe you take an insurance, that becomes your risk transfer. Risk acceptance means, okay, the risk is there. We have done a cost benefit analysis assessment, and the risk mitigating the risk is more costlier than leaving it blank. So we'll accept it. We'll do the thing. Okay, we'll accept the risk. The management will say, okay, let's accept the risk. We'll bear the impact of that, and then your risk avoidance. That is, okay, if that's a big risk, I'll remove the particular system from my organization. There won't be any system, there won't be any risk. So these are four strategies you should always remember for risk management stuff. Now comes another topic about risk management framework. We have seen multiple frameworks, right? The course, okay, can search on this well. And it is going to have 6 steps on how to have effective risk management framework or the process. First one is categorize the information system, select the security controls for the system, implement those selected cybersecurity controls, assess the security controls, how well it is they are operating, and what is the effectiveness of that. Authorize information system, monitor security controls. Okay. Now there are few framework names like Octave, Fed, and Tara. What are those? You just need to know from that definition point of view for exam. Octave, and also if you want to actually implement it in the real world, you can do it. Octave is operational critical threat assessment and vulnerability evaluation. FAIR is factor analysis of risk assessment. Information risk. Tara is threat agent risk assessment. These are the frameworks which actually people use, and NIST framework is the framework which has been followed, which is having these 6 process steps. Well, they are 6 steps, but they can come into 60-page document, right? It depends how well you want to define all these things and how big is the organization controls or component requirements are. Supply chain risk management is very important. The supply chain is a sequence of suppliers involved in delivering the stuff. So what is upstream and downstream? Upstream means if suppliers are, if your organization is getting the materials, goods, okay, from some suppliers, it becomes upstream for you. Upstream means if we are taking something from another supplier or another organization. And downstream is if we are giving to our customer or clients or some other people. For instance, like your company may be upstream from others in the same supply chain, and these would be your company's downstream suppliers. So if you want to give to someone, it goes downstream. So maybe 3 organization A, B, C. A supplies data to B, and B supplies data to C. Okay. So now B is having an upstream supplier A, and it is having a downstream supplier C. It's like that. It's very straightforward. SLA is a contractual service level agreement, is a contractual agreement that guarantees a certain level of services from service provider. If service is not delivered at the agreed upon level, then there are consequences. So there need to be an SLA for any kind of service for what we have defined, and the contracts are laid. We saw that personal security in our first few slides, okay? And administrative control. So what is the security, personal security? Humans are often the weakest link in security. Human errors account for 95% of security breaches, either accidentally through mistakes or lack of training, or intentionally through fraud and malicious intent. Personal cause more serious and hard to detect security issues than a hacker, which are outside the organization. Although the future in actions of individuals cannot be predicted, it is possible to minimize the risk by implementing preventive security measures. So what can be security, personal security? So what we say that maybe if there's an individual, there's an internal employee, that is a bigger threat than the hacker, because the internal employee is having all the information and the access, right, for the system or to the organization. So personal security, my security controls can be your separation of duties, which says that no one person should be doing 2 different duties. For example, an employee cannot complete a critical financial transaction by herself, and they may need to have supervisor approval to do complete a transaction. Separation of duty make difficult to commit any fraud without resorting to collusion. So collusion is a term which you should be aware of. Collusion means that when 2 people are having the same intent in mind to do a fraud, they need to collide, they need to cooperate, they need to work together, right, and then do a fraud. That is known as collusion. Dual control, 2 or more individuals are authorized and required to perform a duty on task. They must be available. So now the thing is, separation of duty means that if you want to complete any particular activity, there need to be 2 level of checks. Maybe the person is doing it and another person is approving it. Dual control is 2 or more people should be available to perform a certain activity at the same time. For instance, when you see in the movies when they want to launch a nuclear missile, in that missile they need to 2 people who need to simultaneously rotate the key, that is dual control. So in the real world, it's not only missile what we talk about, it only in security system. When we talk about encryption, decryption, when we talk about HSM, there need to be a dual control to actually get the key if it is required for any work. Great knowledge. No one person knows or has all the details to perform a task. For example, two managers might be required to open a bank vault with each only knowing their part. So in split knowledge, what happens? Maybe there is a pin, maybe there's a pass phase, 10-digit long. Okay, so five will be given to one person, five will be given to another person. So whenever they need to open the lock, they need to come and use their knowledge as a one pin and then enter into the system. Okay, so that is split knowledge. Personal security measures and more be like job rotation. It is an administrative detective control used to uncover fraudulent activities. So what it says is always rotate the job. One person shouldn't be sitting on one job for many years. Why? Because if you do job rotation and another person comes in place of the initial person, they may be able to detect some fraud which that person was doing. That is job rotation. And then your mandatory vacation, the employee in sensitive areas, they must be taking vacations. While they're on vacation, other individuals can take their position and they can start checking or evaluating or assessing their task, what they have done, or if they have done any fraudulent activity. So, job description. So, now when you are hiring someone from the personal security point of view, these things, there should be some hiring policies and these things should be there to evaluate a particular individual. So, there should be job description, that what is the exact role the organization is having for the particular person. There should be a candidate screening, that is a background check and verification of things, and security clearance if they're working at a high level military site. Employment agreement, a new hire should always sign an agreement with lot of laws that okay, how they are going to do the work, the user, what is the acceptance policy, the usage policies, the NDAs, right, that should be signed by the user. Employee termination, essential for secure environment when disgruntled employee must be removed from the. So there should be termination, you can say, process in place when a particular employee is removed from the organization, and maybe the person is disgruntled, they can do some wrong activities. So there should be proper processes of revoking the access right immediately. There should be an escort from the office till the main gate by some security guy, and everything should be well managed and monitored when that person is leaving the premises. Security awareness and training. This is very important, that okay, the successful implementation of security solution requires change in user behavior. So as we said, there can be a unintentional activity by a human user which has actually caused the security risk, and it can only be reduced if there are certain level of, you can say, awareness and trainings present. Due diligence and due care. This is an important again concept. So due care is doing what a reasonable person would do in a given situation. It is called prudent man rule. If there's one person, and if there are two people working in an organization, one employee has done anything fraud, and the other person has seen it or is aware of it. So as a prudent man rule, that person should report the fraudulent act done by by the other person. That is a prudent man rule. Okay. Due diligence, making sure that you have done enough research before taking the required action and then tracking the same after implementation for continuous improvement. So maybe in due diligence means that okay, we need to implement a security control, and we before actually doing that particular, you can say, or maybe I'll give you another example. If we want to certify the organization with ISO certificate, okay, the auditors will come, they will do a due diligence check, they will check everything before they give the final certification, right? So that is your due diligence. So from the exam point of view, know what is a prudent man. Just have this definition in your mind. Whatever a reasonable person will do in some situation is a prudent man. Now comes your BCP, that is business continuity and planning. Despite of all the controls, there can be some business. They need to have. There can be some impact to the business, which are usually which are usually natural disasters, or maybe linked with the country politics or with the state politics. So business continuity plan involve assessing the risk of organizational process and creating policies and plans and procedures to minimize the impact. Okay, those the risks. So PCP focuses on maintaining business operations with reduced capabilities. If the continuity is broken, then business process have stopped. The organization is in disaster mode. That is DRP. Okay. Let me tell you. So BCP is nothing but a business continuity planning. If in case there is an earthquake or there's a hurricane, okay, then what are the, you can say, steps or minimum business processes which will be activated so that the critical business is still running even in case of some situations. For instance, Maybe there is a earthquake and the bank has collapsed, right? And all your account information is there. Then what? There is another one more backup site what they're having maybe in 2,000 miles apart, okay, which is unaffected, and at least the major critical business applications are running from that particular zone. Now, after a certain time, if the critical business has also stopped and there is, the business has stopped, right? Then it becomes a disaster. So the top priority of BCP and DRP is always people. Remember, this is see, we have bold this thing. What is the most important asset which should be focused by BCP and DR? Money, financial stuff, documents, critical server information, data, files, or people. It's always people. Just blindly answer people. Because and not only answer, this is the most important BCP asset of the asset what we try to focus. That is people. BCP versus DRP. What is the difference between these two things? BCP refers to the means by which loss of business may be avoided, and it ought to be and ought to define the business requirement for continuity of operation. Defines business requirement. It defines the business requirements for DRP also. Okay, so in BCP is a big document. It is having all many things into place. So that is how the business should be continued. Who will stakeholders, which will be who will be working and will be activated, so that the business critical business is working. Okay, from which location, how it is happening, all those things will be there in that particular document. DRP will also be there in the BCP planning document, not a separate thing. It's a part of BCP, which says that okay, if actually the business has also stopped working, the critical functions have stopped working, then what should be the measure for that? They need to announce it to the stakeholders. They need to inform the stakeholders. They need to start the different facility altogether, which may needs take some time. All those things. BC processes are defined by I square in four main steps. That is project scope and planning, business impact assessment, continuity planning, approval and implementation. So these are four parts processes which need to be there in a BC. They're very straightforward, right? We know that we need to have the scope and planning for the BCP critical business. We need to have the business impact of a critical business and the continuity of planning, how they're going to continue the business, approval and implementation. Okay, so BCP project and planning. So now these are the things what a BCP document should have. It should have the business organization analysis, the analysis of the so now it says analysis of the business organization to identify all departments and individuals who are the stake in BCP process. Okay, so you need to analyze what are the business, you can say domains which should be monitored, and who are the stakeholders who will manage, who will be working for those particular departments. Right. The BCP team session should always be there, where every representative from each business organization department, okay, should have be a part of it. So this question can come in BCP team selection. Who are the people, or who are the which from which team people are selected? Is it from IT or HR, from cybersecurity or from finance? It should be from all the domains, not only for specific domain. What it says that if an BCP is a very big thing, maybe the entire organization is getting collapsed, right? So all the departments, they need to come and work together in order to maintain the critical business to run well. So that's why all the different business leaders should be the part of BCP. Okay. Then we are going to have legal and regulatory requirements. So there can be some kind of legal requirement. For instance, like maybe you are working with a particular government bank, they will be having some kind of specific requirement for BCP. That okay, if we give you a business, how well the business is having the BCP and DRP in case of any disaster. What is BCP? Business Impact Assessment. BIA identifies the resources that are critical to organization's ongoing viability and the threats posed by those resources. It also assesses the likelihood, okay, that each threat will actually occur and what is the impact of it. So that is BIA. It is very closely linked with risk assessment, but we'll see the difference. Okay, BIA is same thing. We are going to analyze the critical. So over here, it is about the critical business of the organization which we need to analyze. In risk assessment was to run a particular business, there will be multiple systems, network system, ID systems. That's what we are going to identify. Over here, we are going to identify the business directly. That's where we always have a BIE and then we have a risk assessment. That this is how it goes in a flow. So there will be same thing, that is quantitative and qualitative. So quantitative is same, working on the number of loss the particular organization will have in case of any disaster. Qualitative is often about the prioritization of the work, what they need to do first and what they need to do last.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack, B. Phishing, C. Soliciting, D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
BIA generally involves the following steps. So now see what it does. So in risk assessment, we were having that AV and your SLE and all those things. In BIA, what we are going to have, we are going to AV. Asset will always be there. As we talk for asset is something we want to protect. So it will have the asset value. It will have maximum tolerable downtime. So the maximum length of time a business function can be inoperable without causing irreparable harm to the business entity. What is the maximum tolerable time if the business is out, the company can retain its level. Then there will be RTO, the amount of time in which the function can be recovered after disruption. The goal of BCP process is to ensure that your RTO is lesser than MTD, because if maybe there is a 1 day MTD, a company, if the critical business operation will not come up within 1 day, okay, the company will be lost, in sense it will be closed. That is the MTD, what is all about. This is the maximum tolerable downtime they can have. And RTO is like how much data, or how RTO is recovery time objective, the amount of time. So how much time is required to come up, okay, with the critical business again. That is your RTO. That should always be less than MTD. If it's greater than MTD, then obviously the organization will collapse, right? So there's no need of RTO then. Okay. So that is your RTO MTD. Your risk identification. So what can be the risk to the particular in case when we are doing BIA, it can be your natural risk and the man-made risk, and natural risk can be hurricane and volcanoes, and man-made can be fires, theft, and terrorism. And likelihood is like how much AR, or the same thing what we did on the risk assessment. Okay, how much time a particular volcano will come in a year time. That is the likelihood. Impact is analyze the data and gather during the risk identification and likelihood assessment and attempt to determine what impact each one of the identified risk would have. So quantitative, again, the same thing will again come. Quantitative and qualitative, ALE, SLE, and your EF, exposure factor. And risk prioritization is based on the BIA, the business criticality, the stakeholders, they need to identify which resource will come first, which particular department should come first with the BCP thing. Then there will be continuity planning, developing and implementing a continuity strategy to maintain the impact realized risk might have on a protected asset. There can be multiple subtasks involved in continuity planning. Strategy development, this phase bridges the gap between BIA and the continuity planning phases of BCP. The BCP team must now take the prioritization list of concern raised by quantitative and qualitative prioritization exercises. Provision and processes. BCP team designs the specific procedures and mechanism that will mitigate the risk deemed unacceptable during the strategy development stage. Three categories of asset must be protected through BCP provision and processes. People, building and facilities, and infrastructure. So in BCP, these are the three things what we actually focus: people, business and facilities, and infrastructure. So they will be in planning. So now this is talking about the planning document. What should BCP have? It should have all these things. They should have a strategic development plan, provisioning and processes. In case of the BCP, there should be plan approval from the top management. Okay, this plan looks good. In case of BCP, do this. Plan implementation, and there should be a certain kind of implementation requirements to be met. Training and education, everyone in the organization should receive at least a plan overview briefing that, okay, what everyone will do in case of the BCP when the BCP is activated. Then there will be documentation. It ensures that BCP personnel have written continuity document to reference the event of any emergency. It provides a historical record of BCP processes that will be useful to future personnel seeking to both and understand the reasoning behind the various procedures. It forces the team members to commit their thoughts on paper and process and see how it comes well with. That's documentation is very important for BCP. So BCP document always have a statement of importance. It reflects the criticality of BCP to the organization's continuity viability. This document commonly takes the form of a letter to the organization employees stating the reason that organization devoted to significant resources to the BCP development process and requesting the cooperation of all personnel in the BCP implementation phase. It should come from the top management. That is the statement of importance of BCP. And then a statement of priorities. It flows directly from the identify priorities phase of business impact assessment. It simply involves listing the functions considered to be critical and to be continued business operation in the order, basically. So maybe when the business is down, maybe the IT will always be up. as a priority because web servers are working well and the customer should do good. So IT will be there, and then your financial stuff should be there. Second team is finance, and the head is maybe HR or admin. Like that, we need to define the priorities.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
So there will be statement of organizational responsibilities. It comes from the senior level management, and it can be that what is responsibility of every individual in case of your BCP. And then comes a vital record program. This is very important. So what are vital records? The BCP documentation should outline a vital record program for the organization. This document states where critical business record will be stored and procedures for making and storing backup copies of those records. One of the biggest challenges in implementing vital record program is often identifying the vital record. So the thing is, in BCP, they need to have before when we're drafting this BCP policy, there should be certain set of vital record program that okay, in case of BCP, where are the backup files stored, where are the infrastructure the architecture is stored, how it is protected. It shouldn't be a case in case of BCP there is no other location where we have the backup. There should be a backup somewhere where it should be activated as part of BCP plan. That is a vital record program. So emergency response guidance is all about it outline the organizational and individual responsibilities for immediate response to an emergency. Okay, this document provides for, so now the BCP should always have a emergency response guidelines also, which is that in case of any emergency, maybe fire or something, then what should be the emergency and response procedures and how the individual should be acting, right? Then there is a maintenance part, that is the BCP documentation, and the plan itself must be living document. Every organization encounters nearly constant change, and therefore the BCP should always be evolving and reviewed on yearly basis and modified as per the changing environment. Well, that was for the BCP. So you should be aware of the BCP continuous programming and all those things. Now comes another concept of laws or module one. So now we also learn laws. And what are those? So there are three kind of laws. What you see over here, okay? And there is a criminal law, that laws that the police and other law enforcement agencies concern themselves. Criminal law contains prohibition against such as murder, assault, or robbery. Penalties can of the criminals can lie from the mandatory house arrest to monetary penalties and all those things. That is the civil law, criminal law. Civil law is that laws form the bulk of our body of laws. They provide an orderly society and so this is for the society and governing matters that are not crimes but require an impartial settler between the two entities. Examples include contract disputes, your real estate transaction disputes. Usually, law enforcement authorities do not become involved in matters of civil law. Now comes your administrative law. Laws and legal principles created by administrative agencies to address number of areas, including international trade, manufacturing, environment, and immigration. That is the administrative laws. So you'll see how we are going to map it with the security concept. But it's important to know the categories of law. So laws, so there is a computer crime. Early computer crimes prosecutions were attempted under traditional criminal law, and many were dismissed because judges thought that applying traditional law to this modern type of crime was too far of a stretch. Now, come on, there's theft of an you can say data from a computer system. You can't put that person for a criminal law. There's no murder. It's too much for that, right? So then, based on that, there were few laws which came into picture. The acts that was for Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, Computer Security Act, Federal Information Security Management Act. So there are three categories of computer crime. First category is counter assisted crime, where the computer was used as a tool to do a particular cyber attack. It's very straightforward. Then computer targeted crime, where a computer was actually a victim of the attack, like DDoS attacks, cracking the password, installing a malware on the particular system. And then your computer is incidental, where a computer is not necessarily the attacker or the victim, but help to be involved when crime was carried out, like attacker gathering information about particular person from the laptop. So there are three things only from computer-based attacks. You can get a scenario-based question on this, and it's very important to know as well. Then comes your APT, advanced persistent threats, and now these are very important, and these are very much the big attacks what we see in a lot of organizations like Sony attack and all those things. All have or the Stuxnet attack. They all start from this APT. APT is a very focused and motivated to aggressively, successfully penetrate the network with a variously different attack methods and also hiding in somewhere in between. The advanced aspect of this term pertains to expansive knowledge, capabilities, and skill base of APT. The persistent component has to do with the fact that group of attackers is not in a hurry to launch attack. They will just wait for the right time and then they will attack. Also referred as low and slow attack. APT are very dangerous. This is not a one-day attack. It may take 5 years for the attacker to actually conduct the right attack because they will be strategizing the thing, understanding the technologies. The virus may be sitting somewhere on the system quietly. It's like sleeper cells, right? And when they attack, it's a big thing. Intellectual Property Act. Intellectual property refers to creations of the mind, such as inventions, literature and architect works, artistic work, designs, symbols, names, and images which are used in e-commerce. Major types of what we must have heard these things, right? What are the kind of intellectual properties? Copyrights, trademarks, patents, and trade secrets. What are those? Copyright law guarantees the creators of the original works of authorship protection against the unauthorized duplication of their work. So anything which I have written as a part of the literary work or musical work or dramatic work, any movies, anything which I have written, it should be copyright. No one should be able to copy it. Computer software, it's done under scope of literary work. However, it's important to know that copyright laws protect only expression of inherent in computer software, that is actual source code. Okay, it does not attack the idea behind. So the thing is, copyright means I have written a source code which is having I have an application which is having a user ID password to enter. I have written that particular source code for an application. Now, copyright is not in designing the page. Maybe I have used the Java, I used some different module, I wrote that. Maybe someone just copied it. They have used Python and made the particular web page. It's fine. It's not a copyright unless until the contents are same or the unless until they have actually copied my source of code to get those things. Then there's a DMCA. This is very important. That is the Millennium Copyright Act serves as the copyright law in US. It prohibits attempts to circumvent copyright protection mechanism placed on the protected by the copyright holder. Provides copy prevention of CDs and DVDs. So this is mainly for the your movies. What is it? The piracy is there on the CDs and DVDs. So that is there. DMCA also limits the liability of internet service providers when their circuits are used by criminals violating the copyright rule. So transmission must be initiated by a person and then the provider. So there are few requirements for this law. The first is transmission must be initiated by a person other than the provider. Transmission, routing, and provision of connection or copying are carried out by an automatic process. The service provider must not determine the recipient of the material. Any intermediate copies must be ordinarily be accessible to anyone rather than the anticipated recipients. The material must be transmitted with no modification to its content. So this is DMCA rule. Talk about copyright law only. Then comes your trademarks. So we saw that copyright, not trademarks. Protection of trademarks, which are the words, slogans, and logos which are used by an organization. That is a trademark. There's a trademark of every organization, like we see TM. So that is a trademark intellectual property. No one can reuse it. Okay, and trademarks are generated for initial 10 years and can be renewed for unlimited successive 10-year periods. Then come your patents. Patents is like protect intellectual property rights of inventors. If I'm inventing something new, okay, that we need to go for the patents. So it have three main requirements to have something patent. The invention must be new, the invention must be useful, the invention must not be obvious. In technology field, patents have long been used to protect hardware devices and manufacturing processes. Recent patents have been issued covering software programs as well. Then comes trade secret. Any companies have intellectual property that are critical to their business and significant damage would result if it is disclosed. Example, secret formula. For instance, like there's a formula or solution of Coca-Cola and KFC, right? They say that, okay, it's secret. They can't give the recipe to us. That is a trade secret. What is a trade secret for a particular person or an organization, for a particular business? Yeah. There will be software licensing. So now after that becomes the software licensing. The common types of license agreements are in use today are contractual license agreement, shrink wrap license. So in software licensing, there are two kind of agreements. Contractual is a written contract between software vendor and the customer, outlining the responsibilities of each. These agreements are commonly found on high priced or specialized software packages. That is your, Microsoft package is what you get. What are shrink wrap license agreements? Written on the outside of the software package, they commonly include a clause indicating that you acknowledge agreement to the terms of the contract simply by breaking the shrink wrap on the seal. So once you have broken the seal, that means you are in agreement. Click through license agreement. This you must have seen when you go and download some software, there will be a button that, okay, accept accept that you have read all the terms and conditions, right? That is clicked. Then a cloud service agreement. Most cloud services do not require any form of written agreement. Okay? And simply flash legal terms on the screen of flow. In some case, they may simply provide a link to the legal terms and a checkbox to confirm that you have read and agree with the terms. Privacy, it talks about your PII, that is personally identifiable information. Data can be used to uniquely identify, contact, or locate a single person, or can be used with the other sources, right, to uniquely identify a single individual. PII needs to be highly protected because it is commonly used in anti and theft, financial crimes, and various criminal activities. Typical components are like for the privacy. Okay, this is the PII, personal identifiable information. That is, so what kind of information they are? They are full name, national identification number, IP address, vehicle registration plate number, driver's license number, face fingerprint and handwriting, credit card numbers. Now, there are privacy laws you should be aware of. That is the Fourth Amendment law. That is one law which prohibits government agents from searching private property without a warrant and probable cause. The courts have expanded their interpretation on the Fourth Amendment to include the protection against the wiretapping. Okay. Then, so there was some wiretapping earlier, right? Then there came a Fourth Amendment law where they cannot do a wiretapping. So in exam, they can ask which of these laws talk against the wiretapping. Okay. And then there was Privacy Act of 1924. Several limits the ability of federal government agencies to disclose private information to other agencies without prior consent of the individual. Okay. And then came your HIPAA law, that is the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability. Strict security regulations for hospitals, insurance, and organizations that process or store medical information of the users. So in India, it's not that much crazy, but in US, like if there is a medical record, it should be only for the authorized individual. It shouldn't be shared with anyone else. It's one of the highly, you can say, important law and important right of the individual. There will be a European Union privacy law that creates balance between interest of data holder and the interest of data subject. The directive outlines the rights of individual about whom data is held and processed. Right to access. So now, if there is any data which is getting processed, this law which talk about how it should be dealt with. So right to access the data, right to know the data source, right to correct the inaccurate data, right to withhold consent of to process data in some situations, right of legal actions should these rights be violated. Now comes very interesting thing, that is GDPR. Must have heard about it a lot of time. General Data Protection Regulation was enforced by EU in May 2018. It is regulation that protects personal data and privacy of EU citizens. So it defines data subject, the individual to whom the data pertains to, data controller, any organization that collects the data of EU residents, data processor, any organization that processes the data of a data controller. The regulation applies if any one of these entities are based in EU. It's only for European. However, if we are having an organization, we are having a business in India who's working for a European customer or client, they need to follow the GDPR. Key provision, what a key provision for this? Consent. Data controller and data processor cannot use personal data without explicit consent of data subjects. Right to be informed. Data controllers must and data processors must inform data subjects, that are the people whose individual data they are having, that how they're going to use the data. Right to restrict processing. Data subjects can agree to have their data stored on the collector and but disallow it to be processed. Right to be forgotten. Data subjects can request that their personal data should be deleted permanently. Data breaches, data controllers must report a breach within 72 hours of becoming aware of it. So these are basic rules of GDPR. I mean, it's a full book which we should be aware of, but these are the basic things which you should be aware of. What does the GDPR? What requirements does it put into place? Then there will be employee rights. Within the corporation, several employee privacy issues must be thought and through addressed. The monitoring must be work related, meaning that a manager may have the right to listen to his employees' conversation with the customers, but does not have the right to listen it in a personal way. Monitoring also must happen in a consistent way, so that employees are subjected to monitoring, but just not 1 or 2%. Everyone should be there. Have employees read document and describing what type of monitoring they could be subjected to and what is considered acceptable behavior and what are the consequences if the requirements are not met. The employees should be asked to sign a document referred to as reasonable expectation of privacy, REP. That is employee rights. Then come international laws. When the countercrime crosses the international boundaries, the complexity of such issues shoot up considerable, and the chances of crime is brought to the court to decreases. Now, Organization for Economic and Cooperation, this is OECD, that is an organization. A global organization must also follow OECD guidelines on the protection of privacy and transport of flow of personal information. Now, if there is a transport of flow from Europe to US, then what laws are going to follow? These are the things which should be followed. That is collection limitation, data quality, purpose specification, use limitation, security safeguards, openness, individual participation, and accountability. There should be laws for export and import. Government recognizes that the same computer and software technologies that drive the internet and e-commerce can be extremely powerful tools in the hands of military force. For this reason, the complex set of regulations were developed governing the export of sensitive hardware and software products to the other nation. Maybe they are using a very high level AI computer, which is used for the military, which is having those kind of tactics. So when it is moved to another country, it should be done as per the laws. That encryption technologies, this is the controls on exporting encryption software were even more severe, rendering it virtually impossible to export any encryption technology outside the country. The thing is, in many countries there are laws which says that okay, you can't bring any system which is encrypted to that country. For instance, I think for Russia it is there where encryption systems cannot be taken into the country, okay, by from other country. They need to be given to the, it should be it should be unlocked and unencrypted so that the government should review that what systems are getting exported and imported. Compliance. So compliance is a very important term. So you see, we are in this risk module. The module one, we are talking about three. In the other way, we're talking about three things: GRC, governance, risk, and compliance. So we have gone through governance and risk. Now we come to compliance. So compliance means conforming to a rule such as a specification, policy, standard, or a law. So when we say that okay, we are compliant to the law, there need to be some kind of a checking or assessment to say that. That is what compliance is. That is someone need to confirm it. Regulatory compliance describe the goals that organizations aspire to achieve in their efforts to ensure that they are aware of and take steps to comply with relevant laws, policies, and regulation. Due to the increased number of regulation and need of operational transparency, organizations are increasingly adopting the use of consolidated and a harmonized set of compliance controls. So now there are few set of controls, there are few set of compliances like which we'll talk about now, which is PCI DSS, which is very important as a payment card industry data security standard, which was formed by the four major players: Visa, Mastercard, Discover, and your JCB. So what they say is that if anyone want to work, any company, any bank, anything want to work on the credit card, debit card, which have been issued by these any industries, they need to follow PCI DSS requirement. Then comes your ethics code. So for IS square, there are level of ethics which you should be aware of. So CISP is what? It is a certification which is provided by IS square body. Like CISA is provided by ISACA. So it requires some code of ethics. What are those? If a CISP intentionally or knowingly violates the code of ethics, he or she may be subject to peer review panel, which will decide whether certification will be revoked or not. So in case if you are CISP certified, okay, you need to adhere few ethics. And if you will not adhere to those ethics, your certificate can be revoked. For instance, the Code of Ethics Preamble says the safety and welfare of society and the common good, duty to our principles and to each other requires that we adhere and be seen to adhere to the highest ethical standard of behavior. The thing is, therefore, strict adherence to this code is condition of certificate. So, what are the code of ethics which we should follow if we want to maintain? Now, this is about don't get confused. This is about maintaining the CI nation. Okay. So code of ethic canons are protect society for common good, necessary public trust and confidence and infrastructure, act honorably, honestly, justly, responsible and legally, provide diligent and competent service to the principals, advance and protect the profession. Most often, laws are based on ethics and put in place to ensure that others act in an ethical way. However, laws do not apply to everything. That is when ethics should kick in. Some things may not be illegal, but that does not necessarily mean that they are ethical. Okay. So, guys, remember these terms of ethics. So, the module two, that is asset security, and this is talking. So, what we have discussed in the earlier lesson was that asset is something very important which we need to protect. Now, what is that? So, in part one, we discussed in module one, we discussed about the GRC stuff. governance risk and compliance. And okay, at a high level, we have understood everything: the type of controls, the laws, the some of the concept of basic security. Now let's get a bit more deeper. So, what is asset security? In this module, we are going to understand information lifecycle, information classification, data roles, retention policies, privacy, data disposal, security controls, data leaks, and prevention. So, 10% from this module will come in your exam. Okay, so you must be aware of these terms and terminologies and strategies what we have over here. Asset. So, what is an asset? An asset is anything worth to an organization. That's a simple, clear-cut definition. You see in the right-hand box, an asset can be information, hardware, software, network. It can be people also, right? Yeah. So this includes people, partners, equipment, facilities, reputation, and information. Information is typically the most valuable asset to an organization and lies at the heart of every information system. The information the asset security domains focuses on collecting, handling, and protecting the information throughout its life cycle. The primary step of this domain is classification of information based on its organization. So now what it simply says is what we are trying to do over here now, we are going to clearly define something. Okay, that is we are going to classify the particular asset. Classification, what it means, we'll see in the future slides. Information life cycle is the entire end-to-end life cycle from the point it is like acquisition has happened till the time it is disposed deleted. That is information life cycle. So acquisition means information is acquired in two ways: copied from elsewhere or created from scratch. After it is acquired, we attach system and business metadata. Use is information will be read and modified by a variety of users. From security perspective, the stage is most challenging. Archival, the information is to stop being used regularly at some point. When this happens, but before we get rid of it, and it is retained for some variety of reasons, mainly the regulations and regulatory requirements. And then disposal, eventually every organization will dispose the data, like old mailboxes, former employee records, and all those things. So there are four steps in a life cycle of the particular data, that is starting from acquisition till the disposal. Then comes your information classification. The information classification is a process in which organizations assess some data that are hold and level of protection should be given to it. So now we need to classify a certain asset. Okay. Based on that only, the level of control can be defined and implemented. For instance, if it's a laptop, okay, then they will have certain set of security requirements. Maybe it's a server which is holding a very critical business application, maybe a banking application. It will have a certain level of classification and then the controls which are mapped to it. These are the assets classification. Okay. Sensitivity versus criticality. Now, we must have heard that, okay, this is critical to the system. We must have the term, oh, it's sensitive to the system. But what does it mean? Sensitivity is lost to an organization if that information was revealed to unauthorized individuals, directly affects the trust and reputation of the organization. Criticality, indicator of how the loss of information would impact the organization, directly affects the availability of vital business functions. And then both the factors are absolutely critical for a business and must be carefully assessed, keeping in mind the compliance and regulation which the business needs to abide. So this definition you need to understand. The definition you need to remember what is the difference between these two things. So information classification. Now there are two set of classification which are used for any kind of asset. There is one commercial one, right? Commercial or classification that is used by usually by the private organizations, and one is the military level classification. So in the commercial one, the organization what we use is like confidential, private, sensitive, public, and in military there will be top secret, secret, confidential, sensitive, but unclassified and unclassified. Okay. So in normal organization, when we say in the commercial side, we say confidential. In the military side, we say top secret. Just like that. Now, classification criteria. Once the scheme is decided that whether the organization is going to choose the military side or the commercial side, then the following parameters must be addressed. Usefulness of the data. I mean, what parameters are we are going to choose over here, which will define whether the asset will be critical or it would be, confidential. I mean, what we had in the slide, is it private or it's confidential, sensitive? What is the parameter? It is defined by these information. Right? Okay, usefulness of data, value of data, age of data, level of damage that could be caused if data were disclosed, level of damage that could be caused if the data was modified or corrupted, legal and regulatory requirements, lost opportunity cost that would be incurred if the data was not available or were corrupted. The classification rules must apply to data no matter what format it is in. Digital, paper, video, fax, anything can be in form of anything, it should be classified. Now, security controls are used to protect the assets based on the classification levels. Now, maybe we say now the thing is in cybersecurity, whatever controls we place, we should know the asset first and what is the level of classification, and then we should implement the controls. Okay, so it can be marking and labeling and handling procedures, strict and granular access, encryption of data while stored in.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And while in transmission, auditing and monitoring, separation of duties, periodic reviews, backup and recovery procedures, control procedures, physical security protection, proper disposal actions such as shredding or disgorging. Classification procedures define. Now, what are the classification procedures? So define classification levels. Now, this is in your classification documentation. You should have all these things. Define classification levels, specify criteria for classification, identify data owners who will be responsible for classifying the data, identify the data custodian for maintaining data in a security level, indicate the security controls, document any exceptions, methods to transfer custody of the information to a different data owner, procedure to periodically review the classification and ownership, procedures for disclassifying the data, integrate into security awareness program. Then come your data roles. So what we have seen is that, okay, there will be a data, there will be an asset, there will be a data, there will be a set of classification rules, and then comes your data roles. Many people within the organization manage, handle, and use data. Although each role is important to the overall security, some specific roles must be clearly defined. So there need to be some kind of roles which we need to define when we talk about the classification. So there will be data owners. So this is a role which must be defined, and data owners can be person who has ultimate organizational responsibility for data, typically a CEO, president, or department head. They identify the classification of data and ensure that the labeled properly. Labeled means critical or maybe sensitive or private. That is the labeling of classification. They also ensure that it is adequately security controlled based on classification. So in exam, you can get the questions like when we see this data owners is their system owners, administrators, custodian users. So if you see these kind of roles, they can give an exam saying that, okay, which is the role responsible applying or ensuring adequate security controls on the classification? It will be data owners always. They need to ensure. Then the system owners, person who knows the system that processes sensitive info data, typically the same person as data owner, but can be different as well, responsible for ensuring that data processing on the system remains secure, identifies highest level of data that system processes and using applying necessary security controls. Administrative role, responsible for granting appropriate access to the person. So now the question can come in the data role classification, which role is responsible for applying or granting access to a particular data? Is it system owner, is it data owner, or what? It will be administrators. So administrators assign permission based on least principle of least privilege and need to know. Data custodians, data owners often delegate day-to-day tasks to the custodians. Helps protect the integrity and security of data to ensure it is properly stored and protected. An example, custodian should ensure that data is backed up in accordance with backup policy. Now, the custodian are the people who are actually working on the data and responsible for keeping it secure. So maybe the CEO is the data owner, but come on, they can't work and they can't sit on the data to track day-to-day activity what is happening, right? So they delegate it to the custodian. Then comes the user. Any person who accesses data to accomplish work tasks should be given periodic security awareness training, often the weakest link. So the person who's actually going to use the data for the day-to-day activity are the users. The question can come, who is the weakest link or the weakest data role which is present for data classification? Is it data owner, system owner, or users? It will be always users. So see, this is how you are going to get information, knowledge, as well as it will help you to get the sense or of the CISP exam, that these are the major things what they're trying to refer, and it can come directly in the exam. Retention policies. Now, retention policy is a key part of life cycle record. It describes how long a business needs to keep a piece of information, determines where the data is stored and how to dispose the record when the time is over. Organizations segregate the specific data sets that are mandated retention requirements and handle those recording. Example: a company may want to keep data for its R&D division for much longer time than it keeps data for its customer service division. So it's all about and managing the helps managing the cost. Should consider industry wide compliance. Country laws are also important factor. So now, if you see why it is important, there are tons of data what an organization is processing. Just imagine your bank, your Citibank. Imagine how much data they have. And data is not only account number, it's everything, every transaction, every user, every account holder who was there in the past or who's there in the present, or maybe for whom they are trying to apply, right? What are the, you can say, various number of bank accounts, how the data are getting transferred, what, you can say, what applications, the management of the application which are helping for the transaction of the data. There are multiple data which comes under this, what we say a big data. Now there need to be a retention policies because you can't have the data forever. Something happened 20 years back, it's difficult to have it on the live system. So companies, they need to define the retention policies, and these are the ways they should define. The considerations what you should make is every data retention policy answers three fundamental questions. What data do we keep? Okay. How long do we keep this data? And how we retain it? So these are three main questions what we need to ask when we talk about retention policies for any kind of data. Discovery of electronic stored information, ESI, is a process of producing for a court or external attorney or ESI pertaining to legal proceeding. So now what is it? If you want to, showcase some of the information or data from the system, that is the ESI. It is identification of data required under the order, preservation of this data to ensure it is not destroyed while complying with the order, collection of the data from various stores in which it may be, processing to ensure the correct format is used for both data and metadata, review of data to ensure it is relevant, analysis of data for proper context, production of the final data set to those requesting it, presentation of data to external audiences to prove or disapprove a claim. Protecting the privacy, organizations need to identify PII as well as PHI and handle them in a secure manner. So what are PII? We have seen it in the earlier thing. Information used for a purpose of identifying, locating, or contacting any specific individual. Example: names, email address, biometric data, personal phone number, fingerprints, or a social security number. Also include medical and employment and financial educational records. What are PHI? Information related to a health status or a health care that can be linked to any individual. It also include medical payment history or those record of the patients. Privacy, pseudonymization. This is very important. So pseudonymization is a process of using pseudonyms to represent other data. It can be done to prevent data from directly identifying from the entity such as person. Example. Now what we are doing when we do over here is very simple. We have a name, we'll just give a pseudonym so that when it is displayed, the person who, so maybe there are 10 operators, okay, who are working on day to day for a medical record, right? The data need also to be protected from those 10 operational users who are authorized to work because they are employees of the particular health institute. So to hide the data from them, they will use a pseudonym. For instance, for Peter, they will use this name. So now the operator who's working on this particular data or the name, he don't know this is mapped with the Peter. Okay, it is there somewhere in the database with the right person to know it. Maybe a DBA sometimes. So when they're doing day-to-day work, they will not be aware for whom they're working for. So that is pseudonymization. Then there is anonymization, mechanism used to convert identifiable data, okay, into manner where no one can be transformed back to the original form. So over here they used asterisks. This is what usually they use. So the thing is, in the database, when you work on a database, they will be having the some kind of masking rules, okay, which the operator who's working cannot see it, but when it is getting processed, it will use some of the internal functions to unmask and get the new information. Now come to data handling. Okay, all classified information and asset must be marked and labeled. Labeling a process in which a mark or label is placed on different data sets to identify their classification level. A top secret label informs the information is of utmost sensitivity. Use labels even for unclassified equipments. This reduces chances of omission of mishandling. So they're saying that when you label means when you give the name or the classification tag to an asset, whether it's top secret or maybe confidential or private, right? You also need to label the unclassified or the public data also. Okay. Marking physical labels for data stored on media or processed on systems. Digital marking, which include digital marks as labels for classified embedded into the pages as watermark. You must have seen when you get some kind of information on a hard copy, there is always a paper mark behind it, and that's for the classification. Data disposal is the last and often most ignored phase of information cycle. Data policy should define the acceptable methods of getting destroyed based on the data classification. So in data disposal, there's a concept of data remnants. So data remnants, the data that remains on a media as a residual magnetic flux. Just imagine where we are going now. In the hard disk, the data is stored in the form of zeros and ones, which are nothing but form of electromagnetic stuffs, right? Now, when you are deleting the data, when you delete the hard disk, it's very easy to discover it again. There are tools where you can, even if you delete some data 10 times from a disk, it can be recovered. So that is and there can be some kind of remains or residual of magnetic flux which can be used to create the data. That is data dominance. Using system tools to delegate data generally leaves much data on media. This information can be retrieved by, okay, so we have, that is a data remnants. You can come in the exam that, okay, what is like a particular person after leaving the company, the system was deleted. However, there was still some residual magnetic flux. What is that? Is it disposal, remnants, something else? So you need to name in that ways. Now, what are the methods of data disposal? It's very important. First way is erasing, simply performing a delete operation against a file or the entire media. In most cases, the deletion or removal process removes only directory or catalog linked to the data. The actual data remains on the drive. Then comes clearing. Clearing, overwriting is a process of preparing media for reuse and assuring that the cleared data cannot be recovered using traditional recovery tools. When media is cleared, unclassified data is written over all addressable locations. So what happens in clearing? In clearing, they will delete it and then they will rewrite it with the public data or the data which does not make any sense. And then there is disgaussing. A disgaussing creates a stronger magnetic field that erases data on the same disk in a process called degaussing. Technicians commonly use disgaussing methods to remove data from magnetic tapes with the goal of returning the tape to its original state. Then the encryption data stored on the medium is encrypted using a strong key to render data unrecoverable. The system simply needs to securely delete the encryption keys. Well, this is something very interesting, right? If I lock my system, if I lock my house with a key and then I throw the key, then I can't open my house, right? But recovering the data in this scenario becomes completely infeasible because of the long encryption algorithms. It's not easy. You need to have some supercomputers working 20 years to open it. Then there's purging. This is the most intense form of cleaning that prepares media for reuse. Okay. Yeah. So sanitization is combining combination of process that removes data from system or from media. It ensures that data cannot be recovered by any means. When a computer is disposed of, sanitation includes ensuring that all non-volatile memory have been removed or destroyed. So sanitation means like if you want to remove anything, is a process when you remove data from the system that it cannot be recovered. Okay. So that is sanitization. Okay. So then we are going to have your destruction. Final stage in its life cycle, that is most secure way of sanitization via media. That is destroy it. Destroying media, it is the most important to ensure that media cannot be reused or repaired and that data cannot be extracted after it's destroyed. So destruction. So which is the best, the optimal way to, you can say, remove the data from a drive or a media? The best way, the top level way is destruction, destroy the data. Okay, so you can get in these terms in the exam, and then they may ask you which, they can also ask you which is the most strongest way of data disposal, right? Method of data, is it this sanitization, destruction, or encryption? It's always destruction. Then comes your data security controls. Which controls we choose to use to mitigate risk to our information depend not only on the value we assign to that information, but also on the dynamic state of that information. Data exists in one of three states, that is data in motion, rest, or in use. We have seen, I just explained these three things, that data can be in motion when it is getting transferred, transmitted from one part to another part. Data can be in use when we are processing it, and data can be at rest when we are storing it. Security controls data at rest. What is it? Data that resides in external or auxiliary storage devices such as hard disk, HDDs, right, solid state drives, optical disk, or even on magnetic tapes. Data in this state is vulnerable not only to threat actors attempting to reach out to the system and network, but also to anyone who can gain physical access to the drive. The solution to protecting data in such scenarios is encryption. So the best thing, the best control, what you can use when the data is at rest is encryption. Every major operating system now provides means to encrypt individual files or the entire volume that is almost completely transparent to the user. Examples can be BitLocker on the Windows. So, which is the best control for data at rest? It is encryption. Now, for in data in motion, the data that is moving from one part to another part, for that this is perhaps the riskiest time for data. Yeah, but because when the data is transmitted from point A to point B, this forms the most riskiest part. Anyone in between can attack the channel and change the data or steal the data. The best way is the VPN using TLS and IPC. These are network methodologies how to protect the particular data when it is in transmit. We'll discuss these things in our section. I think domain 3 and domain 4, I think we're going to discuss in more specific what it is all about and what TLS and IPsec talks about. Data in use. So data in use, data residing in primary storage such as volatile memory. Okay, when the operation or progress is going on, that is data in use. So common issues can be buffer overflow attacks, memory leaks, side channel attacks. The best protection is to use secure software development practices. So I'll give you an example of data in use. This is a practical example. I was I was auditing one of the organization for their payment application for PCI DSS. The deal was whenever a user will make any transaction, the data is encrypted in the database. The account number is the data what we talk about right now. So the account number is encrypted in the database, and whenever it is pulled out, there is a function, right? There is an automated function which there's a code which will decrypt it on the fly, do the operation, and then again send it back in its encryption state. In this entire process, the clear text of the account number was not displayed anywhere because it's all encrypted and whatever is happening is on the fly, right? So at the rest is encrypted, when it's transmitted is encrypted. However, what I found during assessment was when it was in use, when it was processing in the RAM while processing, because it is going to decrypt the data for the processing requirement, you can see the data in the RAM for that time. And it's allowed also. An account number can be seen in a RAM when the processing goes on, maybe for a minute or so. But once the processing is done, it should purge the data from the RAM. However, after doing the entire process, I was able to find the account number in the RAM, in the process ID what we had, what PID what we had for that. So that is process data in use. Don't worry for the attacks. These things we'll discuss in our attack sections. Then there is security baselining. What does baselining means? Baseline provides a starting point and ensure a minimum security standard. Imaging. This is configure a single system with desired settings, captured it is an image and then deployed to the other system. You must be aware of imaging, right? So if I want to have 10, I am having 500 window PCs for my employees or the laptop for my employees. I can't go and do 500 configuration for every 500 PCs, right? I'll just make one image. I'll just push it on all those 500 devices. It will be pushed automatically. That is imaging or baselining. Scoping, reviewing the baseline security and selecting only those controls that apply to the IT system that you are not protecting. Tailoring, modifying the list of security controls within a baseline so that they align with the mission of the organization. Okay. Then there's technology also of data loss prevention as DLP. DLP compromises the actions that organizations take to prevent unauthorized external parties from gaining access to the sensitive data. The real challenge to DLP is taking the holistic view of our organization. This perspective must incorporate our people, process, and then our information. So DLP technology features sensitive data awareness, policy engine, interoperability, accuracy. So DLP is just we want to protect our data loss prevention, like someone sending an email outside the organization. It should be prevented if it is not legitimate. Someone is trying to send the data outside the organization through pen drive, copying the data on the pen drive. DLP can protect that also. Someone is trying to send data through some kind of chat or the emails. It should always be protected through the DLP solution. So that's why there will, as the technology and the digitalization will increase, the security risk will always increase. There will always be a loophole which can't be always closed. There will always be ways because everything is technology, right? Where there is technology, there will be some kind of gray areas which are unchecked or untested. That's what happens. Okay? Because this is not natural. The systems what we made is a human made system. It will always have an error, right? So that is with the DLP. And now DLP types. What are the type of DLPs which are present in the market? What is network DLP? This applies DLP to the data in motion. Okay, when we are transmitting data, normally implemented as dedicated appliances at perimeter. It will not protect on the devices that are not on the organization network. High cost forces organizations to deploy only network choke points. Then there's endpoint DLP, that on the system or the endpoint what we have, the data is at rest. Okay, the agent is installed on the end systems. Complexity, agent management, unaware of data in motion protection violations. And then there's hybrid DLP, which will deploy both EDLP endpoint as well as network DLP. Costliest and most complex approach offers the best coverage and protection. These are DLP types.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
So now we are going to understand what this software development security module at least tell us, and how well it's going to be covered in CISP exam, as well as increasing the knowledge of your own, you can say, uh, basically, yeah, helping you to increase your knowledge in this domain. Okay, so domain highlight. The primary learning objective for this domain is secure software designing, software development cycle, programming languages, distributed computing, web application security, database security, knowledge-based systems, and malicious software. So as I have explained earlier also, that most of the topics what we are going to read for CISP, it is like, even if you're not from the IT background, this will only cover, the CISP actually covers the basic as well as the minimum requirement to understand what the system is, and then try to think what security controls or measures we, again, a very big rocket science for you guys to understand these topics over here. Okay, to start with, software development life cycle. You all must be aware that, okay, how the software is developed and designed, and how it is, managed and maintained, and how it is tested. All those things you must be aware of, right? So this is the same thing. You must have studied somewhere in your school time or your college time, that kind of different kind of development life cycles. What are they, and what are the major steps what we people actually do while developing a software? So now over here we are going to focus that what is the security requirement while a software is designed and developed. Over here is the quality code. So code quality defines that is good, high quality of code, or maybe a low quality of. The code quality is important as it impacts the overall software quality, and the quality impacts how safe, secure, and reliable the code is. So remember, people, if we are going to talk about software, obviously it will be having few components, and one of the major component is your coding, your software code. Okay. So the quality of code is very important while we are designing a particular software, and the good code is, it does what it should do. So whatever the requirement is, it's going to meet that, right? Follows a consistent style. It is easy to understand, how well has been well documented, and it is can be tested well. So these are few qualities of the code. Now comes your secure software design. It is critical to include security controls at every stage of software development. This is not only improve the overall quality and stability, but also reduces the cost in longer run. Now comes your software design part, which talks about the security as well. So remember, in a layman term, if we talk about software development and designing, these are the phases or the stage what we have, what you see in the arrow over here. So we call it software development life cycle stage. And all these stages, these are actually not only theoretical, but in practical world also this is followed. So it starts with the requirement analysis, your designing of the particular requirements, development or construction phase where you are actually coding it. You are testing it. Once it has been coded, then it is deployed in the production environment, and then it will go for a software support. And once everything has been done and you want to dispose some of the documents, and you can do the disposal of it as well. So this is a very straightforward, very easy understanding software stages. If anyone is not aware of what these things are basically, so I'll just give you a very quick high level. If you want to apply security in software designing, you need to understand what the software design talks about, right? So let's see what it says. So see, in any organization or in any place where you work, and where they say, okay, we need to develop a new software, maybe Facebook. Take an example. Okay, there's a new requirement, and we need to develop uh, a particular software known as Facebook. So from where to start all these things? We need to start these things from the requirement and the analysis phase. That is the first phase of software development in the life cycle. So that talks about, maybe you're working in an organization and sales team, they will come to the development team and say, okay, we want to develop a Facebook, a software which can have multiple users, where they can post their stuff, they can hold their photographs, they can share the live moment and all those things. They can have a calling feature and whatever you think the Facebook does. Just think about that coming from a sales team to the development team. So that is a requirement which is coming. And what will happen is, the development team is actually is having a lot of many people. Like, there will be a project program manager, there will be a architect, there will be senior level coders, there will be designers, and then there will be low level coders, I mean, or maybe the fresh, or maybe the people with experience who will actually execute all those. In that full team, the requirement phase and analysis phase is usually done by the business group and the program managers, where they will understand the requirement for a particular software from the sales, or maybe other, I would say, stakeholders. So stakeholder is a good term to speak right now. A stakeholder can be anyone. It can be a sales team, it can be an internal user, it can be CEO, it can be a CIO, it can be anyone who's actually sticking the particular the work what did in the organization. So what will happen is, that is the requirement phase. So what happens in design phase, once you get the requirements right, the architect will be, or the program manager will sitting together, and they will be designing that how to build that particular software. Okay, so they will say, okay, to build a software, they need to have a code, they need to choose, okay, they use a Java programming for that language. For database, they will use MS SQL, and for maybe they will do some API calls, and for what other features it will be having, it will be having multiple databases which can store the name, the account, the name and the password once you enter the login, right? And then you go to other way where you can see only your portfolio, and then you can upload the photograph. There will be a chat messenger to be operating, so there will be all those things are designed. Designing is also going to have all the interdependencies well maintained, managed. For example, okay, this data will enter from here, it will go to this particular database. From there, it will go to another system. It will be processed, it will go to a third system. Everything is this, like a, you can say, you are going to define a architecture for the entire system. Once that is done, then all those features which have been designed will be actually coded. That come to construction or coding phase. So we must have heard there are a lot of team are sitting at the back end and doing coding and development. This is the phase. So they will do all the development as per the requirement, and then they will be testing. So once it is done, there will be various kind of different testing, like unit testing, or there can be a full-fledged testing of the entire system, right? There, all those things will be there. We'll discuss more about it. And then once it is tested, okay, whatever the requirements were, it is designed well, it is coded well, and it is now tested that, okay, it is working well as per the requirement, is working well, there is no bug in the software. And then it will be deployed to the production, where actually the users can go and actually go and start using the particular software. And then comes the support phase, where actually there will be an active monitoring, so that if there's any bug, if there's any issue, maybe the application is corrupt, the software is down, or it is corrupted or whatever. So there will be support phase. And once the disposal phase is an optional phase, maybe a particular, there are few for a particular website you must, or maybe some software you must be aware, which are archived and then disposed, which are not used maybe from past 20 years. That also depends on what kind of software you're designing, but it should be there in the process documentation. So if you see all these phases, it will cover the entire HDLC process, and each and every HDLC process should be having security. So this is a very important question from security point of view, that at what phase of HDLC security activities should be involved or included. So remember, it is at the earliest phase, that is the requirement phase, never from the design or construction phase. Security should be considered from the initial phase. So when they are doing the requirement analysis, they will understand what is the risk and what are the security loopholes which can come into picture, what are the security controls, and what is the tools they're going to use, what is the monetary budget for the security you can say cybersecurity domain, what is going to be involved over here, all those things. In design phase, they should, where I say that they need to have architecture diagram. So in design phase, where they have the security architecture, the architecture basically should be reviewed by the security team, and it should be well documented. And over there will be more controls which will be specified. There will be threat modeling will be done, risk assessment will be done at a complete phase, all here. And also it will bring up all the controls which should be developed when they are coding the particular software. Then comes a coding phase. There should be a security authorization plan and security build. So secure build. So once they are coding, then how they are building it. Building means once they code the entire software, they want to compile the code, you can say, and build it so that it is, and then it will push it for testing. So it should be securely built so that no one from internal or maybe from external side can extract the code and sell it to someone else. Then comes your testing phase, and this over here we going to talk about the security testing because it's a CISP exam. So there should be test cases where okay, all the security fixes, and over here the SS security system security means whatever controls we have asked them to put from the requirement and design phase should be tested over here. And then comes your deployment. Once it is tested and it is deployed, you go for VAPT, that is vulnerability assessment penetration testing for secure deployment. And also there will be DR, disaster recovery drills, and there will be security authorization checks for the entire application. So this deployment will not be on the production, it will be on the testing environment. And once it is done, it will go to the production. Everything is bounded.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So deployment, I would say, deployment at the testing level. So once the code is tested for the security bugs, then it will be pushed in. So the testers, we ask for a one more sandbox environment where they're going to deploy the entire code. It's not a production. Once it is, because VAPT pen test and vulnerability assessment is done on the entire code, the entire. So once you tell me, once just imagine if you have got a Facebook and as a software and you want to do a pen test. Pen test means an actual ethical hacking, what we see in other term, to know the security issues over there. So if that is not deployed, that means it is not the coding or the testing has not been completed well. So without that, you cannot do a complete pen testing, a white box or maybe a black box. You need to complete the entire coding and testing. Testing is not the security testing over here. This testing means the unit testing, or maybe there are a few more kind of testing. Just for missing the names, right? So regression testing is there and all those things. And also once it is done, then you will push it over there. Then so this is the deployment, and then you come to support, where we'll do security assessment, security monitoring, and change management. There will be security assessment and archival for disposal, sanitation of media, disposal, system closure. So this you must be aware in domain 2, you have studied about the disposal and all those things. So it should be followed well. Okay, so now you know that these are the few phases, and these are the activities what are required. Security should be involved at the very beginning of the software development phase. This is important from exam point of view. Now comes your secure code practices. So when we say that, okay, when we are designing, we need to give some kind of security controls to the developers at a coding level first. So at coding level, what are those? So this is described very well by OWASP. So in OWASP, this is a particular you can say a site where you can get all the open world application security protocols and test what we say over there. So what it says, so OWASP basically provides a guideline. Okay, it's a guideline that okay, what are the minimum, or you can say what kind of security checks should be done on the particular software. So as I said, this is this OS. I'm not sure if you guys are aware or not, because some of you are doing CES, must be aware of OS. This is a non-profit foundation basically, and it is known as Open Web Application Security Project, which tells you all kind of threats, practical threats and vulnerabilities what can be there in a source in a software. And it starts with your input validation, output encoding, authentication and password management, session management, access control, cryptographic practices, error handling and logging, data protection, communication security, database security, file management, and memory management. Don't worry, we will study about all those We'll study about all those things in coming slides. Okay, so don't get confused with all these terms, but remember these things we are going to be trying to cover. Now comes the term functionality versus the security. What is it? There is a common belief that security is inversely proportional to the functionality. Developers usually want to get function up and working. Security takes back seat under the pressure of approaching deadline and tight budget. Developers need to find a happy medium between necessary functions and security requirements. So what it says is that, see, simply, if there are many functionality in a software, and if functionality increases, the security decreases at some point, because maybe there is a pressure from the business to release the particular software code without doing the well testing or implementation of all the controls. The best and the golden rule for this kind of situation is simplicity always improves security. If even if you are having a function, you have multiple functionality, try to make it simple in a layman term. Not in a layman, I would say it should be very simple to understand how the data is flowing, how the computing is taking place, how it is being accessed. Okay, so all these things what you see from this list, you can implement it in a particular code and make it simple. Okay, then this comes your SDLC cycle. This is what we have discussed. What is going to have the design, development, testing, and operation phase. Now SDLC and security. So this is, I think we can go a bit more deep that what activities are required at each SDLC phase. Okay, first one is requirement gathering. In requirement gathering, from security point of view, we will do security risk assessment, privacy assessment, and risk acceptance testing. Again, in design phase, there will be attack surface analysis and threat modeling. Usually, phase one and phase two in the practical world, the requirement and design, they go hand in hand, and they will be quite much overlap. So maybe all the requirements are not well gathered at same time, but once the designing is completed, you can again review your security risk assessment, and privacy risk analysis can again be done. At the same time, you can do attack surface analysis. So attack surface is nothing but you need to know, if there's a big system, then you need to know all the input and output points where attack can actually happen, and try to see what controls are implemented over there. This also helps you to complete your threat modeling part. Threat modeling we'll also discuss about it. Then your development will come, and in development there will be now this is few kind of tools which are used for your software, secure coding. There will be static analysis also in development phase, so which is nothing but there will be tools or manual code analysis, where there will be security people who will actually run tools like black duck and coverty, and that tool is run on the source code. So why we call it static? Because the source code, it is not running right now. Maybe you have someone has coded 1,000 line of code, and they will just run some kind of tool and see if there is any security bug at a code level itself. So if you see, we are trying to put security from the requirement in the code level, and then in testing, when it will go to the testing phase, there is dynamic where actually the code is running. So the code testing has been done, then you will put into the particular environment for testing. So that particular, just think of some kind of beta version of Facebook running on a test environment, and then in dynamic analysis VAPT is done. Yeah, the case is having a meaning, don't worry, we'll come to that also. So it's like basically the how the automated tools are used while developing the secure system. They have got a full detail on that, don't worry for that. Okay, then your so till now we have read what is a software, and now we understanding the what is your so dynamic analysis is basically the pen testing, what we say, that is a black box or white box. We'll see it more. Fuzzing is, we are trying to fuzz the input of some interfaces and see if it is actually going to do it, if we can perform some DDoS attack or not. DDoS is like denial of service, DOS attack or not. Then there will be manual testing, which is again a part of dynamic analysis, and then there will be unit integration acceptance testing. So this testing is from security point of view. We'll see how it is, whether these things have been completed or not, and how it is going to affect the security. Then comes your operation maintenance, where final security review will be done before it is actually while it is operating. So this is from SDLC and security point of view. It also have so this one, unit integration acceptance, regression testing. These are few testings what is going to happen. Now comes your software development methodologies. So now till now we just saw what are the phases of software. That's very much, it's not a very very technical, right? We just need to understand the requirement, the designing, the coding, testing, operating, and maintaining, and then disposal. So now when these phases, all these phases what you see over here, they need to follow some kind of development methodologies. So remember, all these methodologies what you see over here will be having the base of this particular 5 or 6 items there. So what are the software development methodologies? Selecting the right software development methodology for your product organization depends largely on the team size, goals, timeline, cost, and other factors. Common methodologies are waterfall, prototyping, spiral, rapid application development, and agile. So what are those? So whatever. So now we when we are developing something and we have got these phases in place, we need to have some kind of model which we should follow. Right? And the model will be having the exact these things in a different way. We use it in a different way. Let's see. So first one is the waterfall model. What is the waterfall model? The waterfall model is a breakdown of project activities into linear sequential phases where each phase depends on the deliverable of the previous one and corresponds to the specialization of the task. It is less iterative and flexible approach as progress flows in largely one direction, that is downward, through the phases. So what are the phases over here? It will be same conception is like getting the right, you can say, we need to have a concept while we are going to design a software. There will be initiation, that is your so in once we have done the concept, we'll go to the initiation of the program. Okay, we'll call the people, we'll get a program manager, we'll get the business users, all those people in place, and they will discuss how to initiate the particular software, whether they should do it or not, how well it is helping the business to progress, how it will help in getting the financial numbers going high, what will be the impact of the organization. All those things are discussed at a high level from business point of view. Once that is done, then we will come to the analysis phase. Analysis phase is nothing but a requirement and analysis phase, what we saw over here. So in waterfall model, all these phases what we have discussed are the same. Only thing is, in this particular model, we are going downwards. That means starting from the requirement and going like in this arrow to downward to maintenance. And the phase what is following is always dependent on the output of the previous phase. So if you want to design, you want to start the designing phase, the requirements and the analysis phase should be well completed, signed off, and agreed on. The main problem in waterfall phase is if you come to implementation phase and then you want to change some designing part, or maybe you want to add another requirement, it becomes a very big issue. It becomes a challenge. But that is one of the downfall of waterfall model. So straightforward, like what the waterfall model is, less like a waterfall is going down. The requirements each phase need to get will be starting once is get the required output from the previous phases, and it will go down. It cannot go up, it cannot go in a reverse direction. If there is any change in the previous phases, it will be an issue. It can break down the system, or there can be mismanagement of all those things. Then comes your another way of modeling is prototyping. What is prototyping? A prototype is a sample of software code or model that can be developed to explore a specific approach to a problem before investing expensive time and resources. Okay. See, prototyping is nothing, but you must have heard that, okay, we have made us, when we do projects, we make some prototypes. Any big project in the world which comes, right? Yeah, kind of specimen. So you want to make a prototype, and that prototype, you will see, okay, we have, maybe I want to develop a Facebook. And then what I will say, okay, I will not put all the features of on Facebook. I'll just make a small prototype and see how it looks, how it works, and whether it is meeting the particular, and whether it's worth doing or not, whether we should and we also see what is the business rating and business impact of that. Okay, if it is there, then obviously we'll make the entire project out of it. If not, then we will leave it, we can discard it. Now the thing is, the time is not wasted, right? So there are a few kind of prototyping which starts from rapid prototyping, which is development team quickly create a prototype sample to test the validity of the current understanding of the project requirement. So the thing is, maybe there is a requirement of Facebook where you should have features like adding a new user, you're creating the account, user management, you're adding friends, sending requests, making uploading the photograph or document, whatever, doing some actions like and dislike, all those things. So in prototype, what they will do, they will not develop everything, they'll just make sections of that. Okay, they will make, okay, this is the add button, this is a remove button, this is add the photo for they will just instead. So in Facebook you can upload n number of photographs, right? So they will just give a small size, only one photo person can upload and see how it looks and feels. So that is rapid. Very rapidly they are going to make all those requirements which are required, okay, in a small prototype, and see how it works. Then comes yours evolutionary. So from exam point of view, just remember these definitions. Okay, this concepts are required. Evolutionary prototype built with the goal of incremental improvement. Instead of being discarded after being developed, it is continually improved upon until it reaches to the final production stage. So in prototype rapid one, maybe they are going to develop a prototype and then they will use that particular logic or concept and they will develop an entire new project in a bigger space. In evolutionary, they will just do they will quickly make some kind of small prototype and they will just keep on adding on it. Okay, adding one more feature, adding one more feature, let's see what happens, again adding those. Then comes your operational prototype, which is extension of the evolutionary prototype method. It improves the quality of prototype as more data is gathered, but the operational type is designed to be implemented within production environment as it is being tuned. So in optional, what will happen is, now slowly you must be aware that okay, there's a limitation of people to upload their photograph. Then what happened? Okay, the company will say, oh, let's increase the size, let's give them maybe 100 GB space instead of 10 GB space. So that is operational prototype. While the system is operating, at that time they are doing some changes. So these are prototyping. Then comes your spiral model. This is again very important and interesting model, what we have seen. And this parallel model uses an iterative approach to software development and places emphasis on risk analysis, allows new requirements to be, okay, I'll tell you in a simple way, I'll tell you. So spiral model is just like, you can say, a higher version of your HDLC waterfall model. So in waterfall model, what was there? There were 6 steps which are coming downwards, and you cannot go up. In the spiral model, what they will do is they will make spiral. They will make a small particular, you can say, requirement, and they will do that and they will make a prototype like prototype 1 over here, and they will follow all the waterfall models over here, requirement and then testing and verifying all those stuff, and then it will go to another spiral model. Again, they will follow all these steps of waterfall model. In this way, they are keeping on adding the new requirements, or maybe the testing is also done well. And then what will happen is, at the end of all the spirals, on the final spiral, again they will reach the functional prototype. So now it is operational, and they are going to see if anything requires to be updated. If not, then they are going to follow again the full-fledged waterfall model and update it accordingly. What is the downside of prototype model? See, it depends. In downfall, okay, so there is no down. It depends what kind of organization and requirement you are going to have. Usually, I have seen downfall only with your waterfall model. From prototype point of view, it can be a downfall, like maybe they have developed a prototype and it is not in use at all. The You can say the project understanding was not done well, and maybe that's what is going to impact the cost of, because some team will be involved, right? There will be resources involved in getting the prototype right. So that is one of the downfall. And to That's why, if you come, mainly it's the financial and the resource utilization, and also the you can say employees satisfaction, because after working for day in and day night on a prototype for 1 month for Facebook, on the next day it is discarded by the management. This is also a risk, by the way, the employee dissatisfaction. Remember that. So this is what spiral model is all about. What it will help you is, it will help to allow new requirements to be addressed well, allows for early testing, feedback based upon test is indicated in the next iteration. So what will happen is, maybe they have done something in prototype 1 and they have done some testing, and they need to and there's some security testing and all those things done. Now they have seen there's a security bug, they want to update that. So then the next spiral they will update it. It also helps in that. So what are the phases of the spiral model? Determine objective, risk analysis, development and test, plan the next iteration. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4 phases in every spiral. If you see, so every spiral is having the same thing. And if you see, it's all the same what we have discussed in our main HDLC cycle. So in the exam, you can say which is the model an organization should use, which should be having multiple iteration and following the multiple iteration and following phases like risk assessment and development, or maybe all the HDLC cycle, or which is the model which is actually an advanced version of waterfall model, something like that. You can get an example. Then comes your RAD is rapid application development, which what this relies on the use of rapid prototyping than on extensive upfront planning. Okay, the planning on of how to improve the software is interleaved with the processes of developing the software, which allows for software to be developed quickly. RAD was developed because by the time software was completely developed following other methodologies, the requirement changed and the developers had to start all over again. So see, in major downfall for any kind of software development is a requirement creep. So there can be requirement coming in between after you have actually coded all the functions, and that becomes a headache for all the developers. So they're trying to improve that part at a very high level. So RAD is one more thing where they are going to actually, they will not do planning. They will say, oh, we're doing Facebook. Okay, what are the requirement? Give, we'll do. We'll not do some kind of planning and meetings, and we'll not have all those kind of calendar schedules which are very much monitored and reviewed, all those. So remember, what is the purpose of RAD? RAD was developed because by the time software is completed, okay, the requirements changed and the developers had to start over again. So which is a model which an organization should use, so that if there is another if there's a new requirement, or if there's a requirement creep after development is done, should be well managed. So it will be RAD. Then come your agile methodology. Now this agile is very well, you all must be aware. Agile is a very much used term and methodology which people are using nowadays, mostly the software development organization. Now this is a term is used to describe software development approaches that employ continual planning, learning, improvement, team collaboration, evolutionary development, and early delivery. It encourages flexible responses to change. If you see what is the best method to encourage flexible responses to change, that is agile methodology. You must have heard agile, right? And there must be people who are agile certified and all. So it is going to have 4 core values, the agile methodology. What are those? Team interaction over processes and tools. So what they are going to say, see, we are not going to follow all the processes or tools which are in place, but we will do team meeting. We'll sit, we'll talk to each other, we understand what is the requirement, how we can build, we'll just brainstorm things. Working software over comprehensive documentation. So agile is going to pay less attention on documentation, which is again a big headache for all the developers or the technical people. So they will say, we'll just get the requirement jotted at a very high level, and then we'll just start developing it. We're not going to comprehensively write each and everything in a documentation. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. So over here, it's not about contracts. Maybe there's a custom or sale team who has brought from the requirement from the customer, which has demanded for Facebook application. Now there's a they will do all those things like as we do in a normal world. There will be a contract. Obviously, there will be contract in agile also, but in the contract they will also write customer collaboration. So once some feature is developed, they will ask the customer. They will go in a customer interaction, and they will show the customer what they have developed, how it is working, and they're working as a team. Customer and developers are working as a team, not as customer and so-called the vendors. So once it is collaborated, we should see it's a very good way, right? The customer are happy, they're saying, okay, yeah, it is working well, or maybe it is not, we want to do it like in this way. So they work in a team. Customer, remember guys, there are 2 kind of customers, internal as well as external. So don't think customer can only be an external customer. It can be a finance department asking some kind of software to be developed by development team. It can be some other department, it can be an internal stakeholder. There can be a new product release where one project manager is asking to design something new for the cloud connectivity. Okay, so customer can be anyone. Responding to change over following a plan. Now the thing is, in agile, like in software development, you can say industry, there are, earlier it was, I have seen that 10 years back, there was huge set of requirements for planning, and okay, this time we will do, and this is all those things which are required. Agile, it has changed the trend. It says that don't focus much on planning, focus on the issues what practically people face. One of that is responding to change. Maybe in earlier time, if you put a change, request a change, Scrum stand-ups are used in the agile methodologies. Right. So this is agile methodology. So there are 12 principles of agile, which talks about the highest priority is satisfying the customer, welcoming the change requirements, deliver working software frequently from couple of weeks to a couple of months with the preference to the shorter time scale. Business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project, build projects around the motivated individuals. Agile process promotes sustainable development. Working software is in primary measure of progress. The most efficient and effective method of conveying information to within a development team is face-to-face conversation, continuous attention to technical excellence, simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done. The best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organized teams. At regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, then tune and adjust its behavior accordingly. So see, remember guys, from exam point of view, just remember these 12 principles. In exam, they can ask you to tick mark few of the principles out of 4 given options. Okay, so there are few common approaches. Okay, for the agile for the agile method. So one way, the few things are Scrum, So Scrum, what is Scrum? Scrum concentrates specifically on how to manage tasks within a team-based development environment, empowering the development team and advocates working in small teams. So I think there is a question on, although I will this going much deep, but what Scrum daily Scrum stand-up means is not going to come into exam at all for CISP, just for your understanding. But just to explain what it does is, so there will be a team of 5 people who have given a specific work to develop a small function, maybe in a big Facebook. One team is only working on adding a feature which can upload a photograph, maybe a video or audio, whatever. So for that, they have broken the things into smaller part segments, and now there will be a Scrum master. That is a person who's actually checking the how I mean the discussions which are going around of all the requirements, how well it is going, how well the team is actually working. If there are any issues, maybe there are some dependencies which they want to do, it is not getting up. So that is a part of Scrum. So they will have a Scrum master who will be managing the task in the team-based development environment and checking and advocating and helping the teams into small into getting the work done. Then there's extreme programming. Is Scrum Master is also a developer of PMC? It depends. Usually we have I have seen different Scrum. I have seen a different altogether certified Scrum Master who is working along with the PM and other developers. Extreme programming advocates frequent releases of the product in short development cycles, introduces a checkpoint where any customer requirements can easily be implemented. Kanban board. A Kanban is nothing but a Japanese word. It is a card containing all the information required, needed to be done on the product at each stage along with its path of completion. It is quite adopted in software testing method, especially in agile testing. So this company is nothing but this just a box. You can say you must have seen that sticky notes, right? You can just put sticky notes and you can just make the notes. Okay, this for this particular adding a feature of Facebook of uploading a particular photograph, these things are required to be done. These are the people who are involved. That is Kanban. So you see, nothing is driven over here. There will be a different kind of process, but it will be more of a getting the practical work done. What is an ideal model? And an ideal model realizes the methodical infrastructure framework to guide organizations in planning and implementing effective process. So see, from exam point of view, you just need to know all these terms or all these definitions as much as it is provided over here. Okay, don't go beyond it. So phases, there are a few phases of ideal basically, and it is basically helping to improve the programs for CMI and other initiative. I will discuss about CMI also in after in coming slides. So the phases are in ideal I is initiating, lay the groundwork for successful improvement of the effort. D is diagnosing, determine where you are relative and where you want to be. Establishing, plan the specifics on how you will reach the goal. Acting, do the work according to the plan. Learning, learn from the experience, improve and adapt new things in the future. Then there are way of Gantt chart and PERT. What are those? Gantt chart are horizontal bar chart commonly used in project management, which is a visual view of task and schedule time. So there will be a day and the task and the timeline, which you see must have seen right in most of your work, where we are using a Gantt chart to track the progress of the particular project. What is PERT chart? That is program evaluation and review technique. That is project management tool to schedule, organize, and coordinate tasks within the particular project used to analyze tasks involved in completing a given project time need to complete. So this is more in depth. So this is like dividing all those bigger things into small tasks and see what are the activities which are required, what is the dependency and how much time it will take. So that is the PERT chart. Usually I have seen Gantt chart only. PERT chart usually is in the mind and sometimes in some kind of process documentation. Now come the DevOps thing. DevOps is a set of practices that combine software development and IT operations. So now you must be aware there's software development, there's a quality assurance, and there is an IT operation because everything works hand in hand. So in DevOps, what they're going to do is they're going to combine all these three things. So it aims to shorten the HDLC and provide continuous delivery with high quality software quality. DevOps is complementary with agile software development, and several DevOps aspects came from agile methodology only. DevOps has huge positive impact on security because in addition to QA, the IT teammates will be involved at every step of the process. Multifunctional integration allows the team to identify potential defects, vulnerabilities, and friction points early enough to resolve them. So basically, when you are developing and you're working hand in hand with IT team to getting deployed and all those things. So whenever security will come, it will not only the security of software will be into considered, but also along way they'll also see the security of the overall system where it is getting hosted. So it goes, it helps to put more security in a very well way. So in saying all those things, it will help to now these activities are not done separately, it is combined, and it goes hand in hand, as I said. Then comes your capability CMI, capability maturity model integration. What is that? CMI is a process and behavioral model that helps organizations streamline process improvement and encourage productive, efficient behavior at decreased risk in software, product, and service development. Now, CMI level is totally, actually, it's mostly the process part where they are going, where they say to process and document everything which is required from an organization point of view, not only a particular Facebook. So, Facebook, that's one part. No, what they're saying is the entire organization should follow same process, a streamlined process, a tested process, whether you design a Facebook, or maybe you design an Instagram, or maybe you design Twitter. So there are few maturity levels. So first level is initial level, that is development process ad hoc and even chaotic. Management procedures and plans are not in use. So see, these phases I'll described over here. Okay, this is the better way to describe basically. So there are 5 levels of CMI. Level 1 is initial, that is very ad hoc. There is no process at all, nothing. Usually in startup you will see all those things. Then comes your second level, that is the managed. So processes are planned, documented, and perform monitored at a project level only, and it is very reactive. So that means we have got a process, and we'll only for Facebook, will not follow it for all the projects like Insta or maybe like Twitter. So processes are there, and maybe all the processes are not there. There will be some processes which will be missing. Okay, there will be some incomplete processes. There will be some untested processes. That is a level 2. Level 3 is processes are well categorized, understood, and it is processes, standard procedures are well defined by the organization at organization level. If you see, now we have moved to from the project level to organization levels, which means that any development which will happen in an organization need to follow all those processes. Then comes your quantitatively managed phase, which is processes are controlled using statistic and other quantitative techniques. So over here, they are going to define metrics. They will use numbers. So for instance, you can say requirement creep is one thing, or maybe software defects. So how many software defects were found at the time of testing than after it was released?
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
They are going to actually convert all those theoretical thing into number form, and then they are going to if you know about Six Sigma, this is mainly used, mainly use Six Sigma in this fourth level, where we the person or the particular quality guy, they need to know about, okay, they will have n number, they will have multiple number of instances. They need to know how to calculate n value and r value and get some graph and find outliers and all those things, all full statistics. And then they're going to implement some kind of methodologies to improve the process. And then come the fifth level, that is the process performance. So this is a continual improvement. So after 4, now if you find some defect, you want to improve that in the process, you will use the level 5. So this is level 5 of this, the CMI levels. Usually it's sometimes it's very difficult to organization to get to level 5. I have been working for an organization, and 8 years back I got it certified for level 4. Then comes your change management. What is change management? A change management is a collective term for all approaches to prepare, support, and help individual team organization in making an organizational change. Drivers of change may include the ongoing evolutionary of technology, internal reviews. So if you see, this talks about change management. The change management is nothing but any changes which happens at the organizational level or organizational level, which will actually change the process or maybe add few more things. It all comes over there. And basic drivers, what can actually promote in changes are new technologies. Maybe we are working on the on-prem servers. We're having a data center, and now we want to move to the cloud. That is a big change, right? So that is the evolution of technology. There can be internal reviews where maybe some cyber security guy, he has reviewed it and said, oh, this process is not right of configuring the system, or the hardening guidelines are old, right? Please create a new hardening guideline with new security features. So those are internal features. Customer demand changes, acquisition and mergers, all those things will help in driving the change management. So change control process of controlling the specific changes that take place during the life cycle of a system and documenting necessary change control activities. So see, in change management, change control is very important, which is it is a process of controlling whatever change is taking place, okay, how it is taking place and how it is getting documented and all those things. So major, or you can say, parameters of that are these what you see in the what I just highlighted. So that is make a formal request for change. So if there is required to be a change, maybe there will be a formal request for change, then it will be analyzed. The change request will be recorded. It will be submitted for approval. Once it is done, it is approved. It will be actually the change will be implemented, and the reports and the result will be reported. This is all at an organizational level. When it comes to configuration management, the process of maintaining computer system, server, and software in a desired consistent state, that is its way to make sure that system performs as expected as a change that were made over time. So configuration management systems let you consistently define system settings as well as build and maintain those system according to the baseline settings. Okay, so see, configuration setting is nothing but now the technical settings what we do on the systems at a high level. For instance, if you open your organization laptop, you will see everything is configured over there. Okay, your time, your antivirus, your DLP, right, your user management, all those things are configured. So that is what configuration management is all about. So configuration management tools include classify and manage system by groups and subgroups, centrally modify base configurations, roll out new settings to all applicable systems, automate change identification, patches and updates, identify outdated, poor performing and non-compliant configuration, prioritize action, access and apply prescriptive remediation. So if you remember in our one of the classes, what we said was there is a golden image, right? The golden image is nothing. If you want to roll out 50 laptops in an organization, you're not going to configure it manually. Okay, you need to make an image and then push the image on all those 50 laptops. That is the configuration. There can be changes to it, there can be rollout to it. All those things need to be defined well. So change management, then configuration management, and now comes your code repository. So software development is a collective effort, and large software projects require teams of developers who may simultaneously work on the different parts of the code. Code repositories provide important functions like, so what are code repositories? So whenever a particular organization or person develop a code, so where they're going to keep, they can keep it like when you do coding, you can keep on your local systems, right? You'll just open one of your what do you say, IDE, that is the integrated development environment, right? And then you will start like Visual Studio and all those things, and you'll start coding, and you usually save it on your local desktop or local system, right? But that is not a good way. For an organization, you need to have a central code repository that once you develop the code, you push it to central repository, and then it can be utilized by the other developers as well when required. So code repositories provide important functions like central storage of source code, version control, bug tracking, web hosting, release management. An example of your the code repositories are GitHub, Bitbucket, and SourceForge. It is critical to deploy appropriate security measures for the code repositories because they contain one or more most of the important assets of the organization. So the thing is, if you just Google this term, what are those? If you're not aware, so GitHub is a particular site where you can make an account and you can upload your code over there, your source code of the Facebook, what we say. Okay. Now someone sitting in US or maybe in Australia, they just need to they don't need to rely on a particular developer because it's everything is pushed on a central location. They will just go and pull it and they will start using it. So because it may contain some of the source code which are actually the most confidential intellectual property of an organization. So these when you are making an account and getting all those things, it should be done in a very secured way. Then comes your SLAs, that is service level agreement. Using service level agreements is an increasingly popular way to ensure that organizations providing services to internal and or external customers maintain an appropriate level of service agreed on both service provider and vendor. Following issues are commonly addressed in SLA system. So see, an SLA is nothing but service agreement between two parties. And what things it should commonly address, that is system uptime, maximum consecutive downtime, peak load, average load, responsibility of diagnostics, failover time. These are high level and technical thing. What are these basically? Maybe you have developed a particular application, again I'll take Facebook, and you want to host it And hosting you cannot do. You need to have a hosting body. Hosting body is nothing but it will be a third party who will be providing the web server and all those things so that it can be accessed from the internet. So when you make, because you just develop a particular code and you will ask that particular third party that please boss, my Facebook should always be up, it shouldn't be down at any time. If it is down, it should only be for 2 minutes. If maybe there is some system failure or something. The peak load for my system will be this particular much. Maybe there can be thousands of it at this time. So please have that kind of availability and the capability of your system to manage that load. Responsibility of diagnostics. So if in case there is some issue, if the software in my Facebook goes down or is corrupted, so we should have some kind of rights to diagnose what the system and the issues and the failover time if redundancy is in place. So maybe if maybe there are two sites working, there are two servers. In one server you have put the Facebook and another one is working as a redundant server. So if one server is down, the Facebook will start working on the secondary server. So how much time you will take to again up the first server? So service level agreements also commonly include financial and other contractual remedies that kick in if the agreement is not maintained. Then comes your software escrow. The software escrow is a service that helps protect all parties involved in software license by having a neutral third-party escrow agent hold source code, data, and documentation until mutually agreed upon the events. So escrow agent keeps a copy of source code and possibly other material, which in release to customer if there is something not met. So what simply what it says, I have developed an organization. I've developed a source code. Okay, and and there is a customer A. He will buy a source code. Maybe he has, okay, I have designed a Facebook for that particular customer, and that customer, because I have developed it, but it will be utilized and gained by that customer. They say, okay, you have developed it, now I will use it at a fully. So now you are not, now you are done, you have only done the coding. That was the only work what you are required to do. Now what will happen then? Maybe I'm having a source code, and okay, and maybe I'm hosting it also, whatever, and customer using it. After a certain time I just disappear. I just say, okay, I don't want to give you. I may run off, or maybe there is some issue with my corruption. Maybe some unforeseen thing happen and the company closes who has developed the code. Then where the customer will go, because customer is dependent on the particular software developer company only, and it is full dependency. So then there will be software escrow which will come into picture. That is, there will be a third party, an escrow agent, which will hold the copy of the source code which the customer, or software copy of the source code, say Facebook. So they are going to have one more Facebook running, not running, kept at their location. So if the software developer goes off.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
Right, and they will stop giving service to the customer will ask the escrow agent to provide them the copy of the source code, and customer will reevaluate and do whatever stuff and make it that particular thing up. So that is software escrow. Now comes your is common to all. Do we need to negotiate? It depends. See, I have actually in practical world, I don't know if I have seen any escrow thing kicking in between. Usually it's by the mutual understanding, because see, if you are working with high level organizations or like service provider companies like IBM and all those things, it's difficult that they are going to switch off and they will provide the services. Yeah, if for maybe for a initial startup organization who is not getting that much big brand, they may need to sign escrow with the for the customers. You can negotiate. Obviously, you can negotiate if you know the agent, who is the escrow agent, and what is the cost. You need to negotiate on top of that. There will be payment term. There will be a lot of many things. There will be a payment and financial things also. Both parties need to put some of the amount, or maybe the person who's requesting it need to pay for that. All those, it depends. Secure coding practices. So now we have know the coding. Now we'll come to secure coding. What is that secure coding practices? What we should have. So validate the inputs, heed compiler warnings, architect and design for security policies, keep it simple, default deny, adhere to principle of least privilege, sanitize data sent to the other system, practice defense in depth, use effective quality assurance and techniques, adopt a secure code standard. Then there will be architect and design for security policies. Keep it simple. So as we know that keep the development simple, don't make it very complex. Default deny simply means if you are having a particular software, there should be a default deny policy inbuilt. That means no one is allowed to access a particular software. The admin will then provide whitelist the people or the processes which can access a particular software. Adhere the principle of least privilege. Least privilege means only give access to the person who are required to do a particular role. Sanitized data sent to the other system. So before sending data to another system should be sanitized, checked. There shouldn't be any kind of PII or PHI going if it is not required. Only data which are required should be sent to other systems. Practice defense in depth. So defense in depth is all about getting your overall security at a very from the very high level to the low level. Use effective quality assurance techniques. Adopt a secure coding standard. So in secure coding, if you go on Google and just say that provide you C++ secure coding guidelines, it will give you. You can see that they are full in this way. For all most of the languages, the secure coding guidelines is actually released in market. Then comes your programming languages. A programming language is a vocabulary and is set of grammatical rules for instructing a computer. And at a high level, when we say architect and design of security policy, it simply says that when you are going to design a particular software, okay, there can be requirements of maybe access management, maybe log management, session management, how it will be done, what policies, which, for example, password management. So in that you must have seen that it should be complex. It should have all those characters and names and numbers. When you give a password, it should be of 8 or 10 digits, right? So those are you are that is the policies what you are trying to govern when you are making a software. In the same way, there should be access management policies. Like, okay, there are 5 kind of roles which are there for a software. Maybe in Facebook there are 5 kind of roles. One is for the maybe 2 or 3 kind of roles. One is the admin, one is some you can say super user, then they are normal users, right? So for all those particular users what we or roles, all those particular roles what we have, we should have specific security policy that okay, admin can view all those things, normal users can only view their page, they cannot view others page, right? So that is architecting and designing new policies. How well the particular software is interacting with other systems, how it is working on. If we when we'll do domain 4, you will know more about it. Maybe it is working on TCP IP using HTTPS protocol. So what are the encryption techniques which will be used over there, how the data of the application will be secured, or maybe again as I say encrypted, whether it will use asymmetric or symmetric. So all those things will be defined at this particular. It should be whatever you say, okay, I need to use symmetric encryption in my coding. So what it will do, you need to code that particular, you need to call the function which is actually encrypting your particular data. That is architect and design security policies. Then comes your programming languages. A programming language is a vocabulary and a set of grammatical. Okay, what is this? Is a language which we must have heard, right? The Java, C++, machine level language, low level language, all those things. This is what we are going to use to code something. So the description of programming language is usually split into 2 components. There are 2 main components what we are going to have. That is syntax and semantics. What is syntax? Syntax is the way how you give the particular comma or you can write a particular code so that it works well. And semantic is whenever you write a particular code, it should be meaningful. It shouldn't be like, okay, you have given something, it is not making any sense. Okay, there are 2 major concepts of programming, and there are high level and low level programming. So these are the high level and low level graph. We'll see more about the programming in the next slide. So if you see machine language, this was the first level or the first generation language what we say. It is the format that computer processor can understand and work directly. Machine code is represented in binary format 0 and 1, and the most primitive way of doing the programming language. So in this, we are going to use 0 and 1 directly instead of code giving the a very well formed code. We'll say 0 0 0 1 1 1. In that way, it will work. So I think in the punch card they used to do that machine language. Then comes your assembly language, that is second generation. Again, this is a low level. Why we call it low level? Because it is working at the processor level directly. There is no much good human interaction right now. In assembly language, what it will do is it will use symbolic representation of machine instructions. So instead of giving 0 1 0 1 0 0 0, they will give symbols like add, push, and all those things. Right? Uses program called assemblers, which which automatically convert these assembly codes into necessary machine compatible binary language. So whatever you see, add, push, all those mnemonics what you see, it will be converted by assembler into again 0 and 1, because computer code, instruction, or processes, whatever we do, even this thing, single click I am doing over here, this click is converted into signal 0 and 1. And computer can only understand 0 and 1 language. There is no other language you can understand. Even if you code a Java or C++ software, even if you prepare that code, computer to understand, to execute it, it need to convert it into these particular values, 0 and 1 only. Then comes your high level language. That is the so high level language, that is a third generation language. They are used as abstract statements, easier to work as the syntax is similar to human languages. They are processor independent, use compiler and interpreter. So like Java and all those things, if you see, if you have coded or in your childhood, or maybe if you are not from a coding background, you must have seen that they are code. When they write, they say okay, input C and output that. They write the code, whatever they write nowadays using C, C++, Java. It is very much easy to understand. You just need to know the rules. Why we say languages? If someone want to learn French or speak French, they need to know what are the basics of those languages. That is a language. What we do over here, we know the language like C++ and Java. It is a language for computer to talk to us, and we talk to them and instruct them. Third generation language is more abstract, and it is having more good syntax, which we can understand easily. If you remember, you must have seen that in few of your history classes, or you can say series, when they are pyramids, they are symbols. So they are symbols, and people need to evaluate, and the historian, they need to understand the symbols, what it does it mean, and then they will come up to an extract saying that okay, this means this. This is how it is following here. The symbols, what you say is the 2GL, and when a particular symbol is ciphered, yeah, a pictographic representation is when it is ciphered, then they will understand the instruction what is required to do. And the same languages are there. So now you will be instead of picture, they will be human understanding languages. Then there are very high level language, which is the further enhance the natural language approach, focus on highly abstract algorithms to allow straightforward programming implementation. So now there are more high level programming implementation. For instance, I'll tell you, if you see, if you are going to do HTML web designing page, you want to design something into HTML, you'll just drag and drop the box. If you open the Insta, and you'll see that okay, username and ID, user ID, password. There are two ways. Either you code it in HTML, or you simply in the ID you will just drag and drop that box. It will auto code. You just need to put some more details over there. So that is high level. And then comes your natural language. That is fifth generation. That is based on problem solving using constraints given to the program rather than using algorithms written by the programmers. This is like more of an AI. Now we must have heard and seen the terms like assemblers, compilers, and interpreters. So what are assemblers? We need to know all those things. This is very important. The assembler translates the program written in assembly language into machine code. The source program is an input of assembler that contains assembly language instructions. The output generated by assembler is the code object or machine code understood by the computer only. So assembler is something which is going to convert the assembly language to machine language. Assembly language is the graphic that you can say the graphical, or I would say mnemonic language, which is then converted into the 0 and 1 language. Then comes your compiler. Compiler is the complete source code written in the high level language in one go and translated into the equivalent program, which is understood by the machine language called compiler. So Java and all those things are see, usually the embedded system, if you see, that is the you can say assembler language what they use. Okay, in compiler is whenever like programs like your C, C++, Java, they use compilers. What it does is you write 10 lines of code. Maybe you want to add a particular, you just need to add A plus B. So for that, once you write the entire code, and when you put it into the compiler, it will compile all this code in one go, and it will give you either an error or the output what is required. That is compiler. Interpreter is, it is going to, when you write 10 line code, it is going to read every particular line and give you the output. So if there's an issue in line 5th, it will say error in line 5. So now it is interpreting each and every line and then giving you a particular output. So it is hope it makes sense, right? It's not in interpreter will only interpret using the single line and give, and then it will move on. Once you have, if that particular line is correct, it will go on, as it will give you an error. So examples can be Perl and Python and MATLAB. Compiler versus interpreter, what it does, a compiled program is compiled only once. The interpreted code is compiled each time the program is run. It translates high level instruction directly into machine language. It translates high level into an intermediate form that is known as because it is still compiling, it is still interpreting line by line. And once everything is done, then it will give you the higher form. Compiled programs run faster. Interpret program runs slower than the compiled ones. Its compiled program searches all errors of a program and lists them quickly. It only checks statement by statement for errors. It generates the error messages only after scanning the whole program. It continues translating the program until first error is met, and in which case it stops. So if you see an interpreter in compiler, if you write a 10-line code and you compile it, it will compile the entire program. It will give you an output. What is maybe if it will give you a proper error. In interpreter, it will give you an error line. So maybe at line 2, it got an error saying that, oh, this is not a error, means maybe it is not the right syntax. Maybe it is not using the not logic, syntax and semantics. That is the only thing it's going to check. If that is the case, then in that case, you need to rectify line 2 code and then again start the interpreter. Then it will move to line 3 and then again to 4, like that. Then we have got JVM. Okay, so this is like a Java virtual machine, what we are aware of. It will give you a Java source file, which will compile and make Java class file. And there will be a Java virtual machine, which will also have an interpreter for an operating language system. This is just for your knowledge. This won't come in the exam. Don't worry for that. Now comes your garbage collection, that is GC. In computer science, garbage collection, GC, is a form of automatic memory management. The garbage collector attempts to reclaim garbage or memory occupied by objects that are no longer used by the program. So garbage collector means that whenever we are going to store something, it is going to store in the memory of the particular computer system. So if that memory is not into use for much time, it will be the memory will be managed well, and it will be treated as a garbage, and it will remove that particular thing. So advantage, it reduces dangling pointer bugs, reduces or eliminates issues due to memory leak, efficient implementation of data structure. So guys, this GC is not at a human level. We are not going to design any program which will do this garbage. This is done at the operating system level, computer architecture level, registers what we have in the memories at that level. Now comes your object-oriented programming language. So there are few kind of programming methods, and one is OOPS. Must be aware of it. So object-oriented programming is basically a computer programming model that organizes software design around data and or objects rather than functional logics. An object can be defined as a data field that has a unique attribute and behavior. So if you see in OOPS, the object, okay, so there are two things. One is object and one is subject. Object is anything which subject want to access. You want to access your computer system. You are a particular subject which is trying to access the object. Object is defined as a data field, that is an attribute or behavior. So it can be what it says over here. When we make like when you are coding a Facebook, you want to make user ID login in the first place. So that means you need to have an object which can be accessed by the users by giving the user ID and password. So that becomes your object. So now you need to design the entire source code and software on top of that object. You just need to understand there are a few advantages that these are similar, like in object-oriented designing, it is similar object classes, common interfaces, common use, code reuse, differs in implementation, algorithm decisions. Then comes there are 1, 2, 3, 4 main features of object-oriented programming. Okay, this you need to understand from exam point of view. It simply says that an OOP is having these 4 kind of you can say properties. One is inheritance. What is that? When one object acquires all properties and behaviors of a parent object, it is known as inheritance. It provides code usability. So maybe you have written a particular day. Now this is talking more about a technical code level. Maybe you have written a particular code to in a Facebook, you're writing a code because everything is coded in Facebook, right? Obviously everybody is coded. So you have got a user ID and password box, and you are going to make a code which is actually asking a user to input a particular user ID and password in that particular box. Now a person will enter user ID and password, okay, and then they will log into a Facebook. Now, while maybe this is not a practical of Facebook, but I'm just giving you an example. Maybe there is one feature which the user need to do, and for that, when maybe they need to delete a particular photograph. Now, when they need to do this kind of operation, they need to again click a button which will say delete. But to delete it, there will be another box or another page which will open, which will say enter the password again, and then they will enter the password, and then the functional this operation of deletion will happen. So what they will do, they will not code this internal operation, they will just call a particular method what they have used earlier, and they will leverage it. So that is inheritance. It's just an example of inheritance. Then comes your polymorphism. Okay, what is this? If one task is performed in different ways, it is known as polymorphism. So there can be multiple ways in writing a code. If you want to do a particular, you want to make a triangle or rectangle, what you can do, you can start from lower side or higher side, or maybe the longer side, or maybe up or low side. In coding term, if you want to add a particular, you want to develop a particular functionality of using adding a user id, a user and password, there can be more than one way to do it. Okay, so that's why there is no strict rule in doing coding. There are multiple ways. Then your abstraction, that is hiding internal detail and showing functionality, is known as abstraction. For example, phone call, we don't know the internal processing. So see, abstraction is again a very good thing of OOPS. That is, what whenever user is trying to access the Facebook and they will provide the user ID and password, what will happen? They will just enter the Facebook. They will not see what is happening inside, what functions are getting called, who's doing what, where is the database stored. All those things will not see. So that makes things very fast and also keep it secure. Then comes your encapsulation, that is binding the code and data together in a single unit, are known as encapsulation. A Java class is an example of. So if you are aware of any development, so for anything in Java, for instance, they make classes, and classes are nothing but uh, they are set of multiple methods. For example, you can think class as a big bucket which is having small methods in it. So maybe we'll call a class as arithmetic calculation, and in that class there are various small coding which has been written for addition, subtraction, multiplication, addition. So this is known as Java. So they packet it in one class, and that class can be called in multiple location in various places. Then comes your cohesion and coupling. This is a very important concept. Okay, so what is cohesion? Indication of relationship within the module. It is a concept of intra-module. Cohesion has many types, but usually high cohesion is good for the particular software. Always remember, cohesion is the how strongly it is working with the internal models, and the more strong it is, the more high cohesion there is, the more good software is. And then comes the term as coupling, which is about the inter module thing. Okay, so for what in the other way, what I will say is, there maybe you have written a code, okay, and that is having 3 or 4 functions. So how 2 functions are, so those 2 functions what you are doing for Facebook, maybe one is adding a new user and the other one is deleting an existing user. The relationship between these 2 things should be very strong for a software to work. If it is not strong, then maybe certain kind of operations what you are doing is not fulfilling everything. And coupling is internal thing. So maybe in internal thing, what it does, what it says is that there shouldn't be much interdependencies within the internal modules. So what it says is that maybe, as I said, we have written a particular code, arithmetic calculation in Java, which is having a class, and in that there are various methods like addition, subtraction, and multiplication. So all those 4 things or operations what we are having, they shouldn't be, internally they shouldn't be very much dependent on each other. They should be independent. The more low coupling it will be, more better use the software is. What it simply means, they are module A, B, and C. These are, you can say, 3 different systems. Another what I would say, each system is having subsystem 1, 2, 3, and all those things. Now we'll see what is going to happen. This is what it says is, in cohesion, the intra module should be, there should be highly cohesion for intra module. So in this way, they are high cohesion, which simply means that for the intra module, they are like, okay, this is dependent on this one and this is dependent on this one. For the coupling is low in between the intermodule. So I'll just try to give you some more example between these 2 terms. So this is all about dependencies. From the exam point, always remember the best technique is high cohesion and low coupling. The more low coupling is there, the software is more good. The high cohesion, the more high cohesion is there, the software is more good.
Security architecture and engineering. Now, what is secure by design? So, security is best if it is designed and built into the foundation of anything we build and not added as an afterthought. So once security is integrated as an important part of the design, it has to be engineered, implemented, tested, evaluated, and potentially certified and accredited. So the security of a product must be evaluated against the availability, integrity, and confidentiality it claims to prove. Now, what are registers in CPU architecture? The CPU has various types of registers containing information about the instruction set and data to be executed. There are general registers which are used to hold variables and temporary results as the ALU works through its execution steps. Then there are special registers which hold information such as the program counter, stack pointer, and the program status word PSW. The program counter registers contains the memory address of the next instruction to be fetched, and the program status word PSW holds different condition bits. One of the bits indicates whether the CPU should be working in user mode or privileged mode. Now, what are the different modes? The first one is user mode. This is a lower privileged mode, and most applications and user-owned processes run in this mode, and this cannot directly communicate with the kernel. Then there is the kernel mode, which is the highest privilege level, and all trusted processes operate in this mode, and all processes in this mode can communicate directly with the kernel, and this is extremely robust and secure by design. Now, what are the execution types in CPU architecture? First one is multi-programming. So this is the concurrent residency of more than one program in the main memory, and it is referred to as multi-programming. Once the currently executing program finishes its execution, the next program is dispatched for its consumption. Then multi-processing. When one system is connected to more than one processor which collectively work for the completion of the task, it is called multi-processing. So there are symmetric multiprocessing where the operating system here resides on one processor and the other processor run user's program. Then asymmetric multiprocessing, the OS runs on any available processors. All the processors simultaneously run the user programs. Then there is multi-threading. So multi-threading is a programming paradigm where a process is divided into several sub-processes called threads. Each thread is independent and has its own path of execution with enabled inter-thread communication. So thread is a lightweight process and each thread has its own program counter, stack and register. Then there is multitasking. So this is the capability of OS to accept more than one task per user, and this is termed as multitasking. So multiple jobs are executed by the CPU simultaneously by switching between them. What is a memory? So the memory refers to different types of data storage technologies that a computer use like RAM, ROM and flash memories. So the memories can be mainly divided into primary memories and secondary memories. And then there in primary memories there are memory caches, RAMs. In secondary memories there are main memories, and then what we call as our magnetic tapes, magnetic disks, flash memories, etc. And these memories are also called classified as volatile and non-volatile. Volatile memories are memories which cannot hold on to information longer. So when it is switched off, the information is gone. And then in non-volatile memories, the memory is or the information is retained for longer periods. Now, what is interrupt? An interrupt is a signal to the processor emitted by the hardware or software indicating an event that needs immediate attention. There are two types. The first one is hardware interrupt. This is an electronic alerting signal sent to the processor from an external device, which is either a part of the computer itself, such as a disk controller, or an external peripheral. For example, pressing a key on the keyboard or moving the mouse triggers hardware interrupts that cause the processor to read the keystroke or mouse position. Then there is software interrupt. This is caused either by an exceptional condition in the processor itself or by a special instruction in the instruction set which causes an interrupt when it is executed. For example, computers often use software interrupt instructions to communicate with the disk controller to request that data be read or written to the disk. Now, let's talk about the ring model. The OS has several protection mechanisms to ensure processes do not negatively affect the critical components of the system. One of the security mechanisms is a ring-based architecture. So they are containers and provide an execution environment for processes to carry out their functions, and barriers in that the different processes are walled off from each other based upon trust the operating system has in them. The OS components that operate in ring 0 have the most access to memory locations, peripheral devices, system drivers, and sensitive configuration parameters. Because this ring provides much more dangerous access to critical resources, it is the most protected. And applications usually operate in ring 3, which limits the type of memory, peripheral device, and driver access activity and is controlled through the operating system services and system calls. The less trusted processes that are working in ring 3 send their communication request to an API provided by the operating system. Now, what are security modes? The US government designated 4 approved security modes for systems that process classified information. They are dedicated mode, system high mode, compartmented mode, and multi-level mode. So there are 3 specific elements that must exist before security modes are deployed. They are hierarchical MAC environment, total physical control over which subjects can access the computer console, and total control over which subjects can enter the same room as the computer console. Now we'll see what are the clearance and access approval I need to know in the dedicated mode, system high mode, compartment mode, and multi-level mode. In dedicated mode, the clearance are that the subject must have clearance to access all the information processed by the system, and access includes that the subject must have access approval for all the information, and in need to know is that the subject must have valid need to know. In system high mode, the subject must have clearance to access of all the information, must have access approval for all the information processed by the system, and it must have valid need to know for the some information processed by the system. In compartmented mode, the subject must have clearance to all information. It must have access approval for any information they will have access to on the system, and it have valid need to for all information they will have access to on the system. And in multi-level mode, some subject may not have clearance to access all the information processed by the system, and access is provided if the subject's clearance level dominates object classification. And they must have access approval for any information they will have access to on the system, must have valid need to know for information they will have access to on the system. Now, what is virtualization? So, virtualization is a technology that enables running multiple operating systems side by side on the same processing hardware. The benefits include efficiency, higher availability, and lower cost. So, there are different types. The first one is hypervisor, which is a software which is installed to virtualize a given computer. Then there are host machine, a computer on which a hypervisor is installed, and a guest machine, which are every virtual machines. So type 1 hypervisors run directly on the host machine's hardware. Example, Microsoft Hyper-V hypervisor, VMware, ESX, or ESXi. Then there are type 2 hypervisors which run within an existing operating system environment. Example, VMware Workstation, VirtualBox, etc. Now, what is a trusted computing base or TCB? The trusted computing base is a collection of all the hardware, software, and firmware components within a system that enforces the system's security policy. The components that make up the trusted computing base provide extra layers of protection around these mechanisms to help ensure they are not compromised, so the system will always run in a safe and predictable manner. The trusted path is a communication channel between the user or program and the TCB, and the TCB provides protection resources to ensure this channel cannot be compromised in any way. The trusted shell means that the processes in that shell, command interpreter, cannot burst out of it, and other processes cannot burst into it as well. A reference monitor. The reference monitor is an abstract machine that mediates all access subjects have to objects, both to ensure that the subjects have the necessary access rights and to protect the objects from unauthorized access and destructive modification. So, for a system to achieve a higher level of trust, it must require subjects to be fully authorized prior to accessing an object. A subject must not be allowed to use requested resource until the subject has proven it has been granted access privileges to use the requested object. So access control is made up of rules which specify what subjects can communicate with which objects and what operations can be performed on them. Now let's talk about security models. A security model maps the abstract goals of the policy to information system terms by specifying explicit data structures and techniques necessary to enforce the security policy. The security model is usually represented in mathematics and analytical ideas, which are mapped into system specifications then developed by programmers through programming code. Security policy outlines goals without regard to how they will be accomplished. A model is a framework that gives the policy form and solves security access problems for particular situations. Now let's talk about the state machine model. So state is the snapshot of the system at one moment in time. Current permissions and current instances of subject accessing object must be captured. The state machine model is a mathematical model that groups all possible system occurrences called states. So every possible state of a system is evaluated, showing all possible interactions between the subject and object. And if every state is proven to be secure, the system is proven to be secure. Once the system is in a secure state, state machine will ensure that every time the system is accessed or changed, it will transition only from one secure state to another secure state. Example, if any component in the OS or firewall fail, it must fail to a secure state only. Now let's talk about the lattice model. So lattice based access control, LBAC, is a complex access control model based on the interaction between any combination of objects such as resources, computers and applications, and subjects such as individuals, groups or organizations. In this type of level-based mandatory access control model, a lattice is used to define the levels of security that an object may have and that a subject may have access to. And the subject is only allowed to access an object if the security level of the subject is greater than or equal to that of the object. Now, what is access control matrix? The access control matrix or access matrix is an abstract formal security model that characterizes the rights of each subject with respect to every object in the system. An access matrix can be envisioned as a rectangular array of cells with one row per subject and one column per object. The entry in a cell, that is the entry of a particular subject-object pair, indicates the access mode that the subject is permitted to exercise on the object. Each column is equivalent to an access control list for the object and each row is equivalent to a capability list for the subject. Non-interference model. So this model ensures that the objects and subjects at different security levels don't interfere with those at other levels. A computer is modeled as a machine with inputs and outputs. Inputs and outputs are classified as either low sensitivity, not highly classified, or high sensitive, not to be viewed by unclear individuals. A computer has the non-interference property if and only if any sequence of low inputs will produce the same low outputs, regardless of what the high-level inputs are. That is, if a low user is working in the machine, it will respond in exactly the same manner, whether or not a high user is working with sensitive data. The low user will not be able to acquire any information about the activities of the high user. The real intent of non-interference model is to address covered channels. A covered channel is a way of an entity to receive information in an unauthorized manner. Now, what is information flow model? The information flow model is based on a state machine model and consists of object, state transitions, and lattice states. So, information flow models are constructed to block unauthorized, insecure, or restricted information flow either between subjects and objects at the same classification level or between subjects and objects at different classification levels. It permits authorized information flows within the same classification level or between different classification levels while preventing all unauthorized information flows between or among the classification level. Example, Bell, LaPadula, and BIBA. Bell-LaPadula model. So this model enforces the confidentiality aspects of access control. A system that employs this model is called a multi-level security system because users with different clearances use the system and the system processes data at different classification levels. So the rules and properties are the simple security rule is where a subject cannot read data at higher security level. Then the star property rule, subject cannot write data to an object at a lower security level. Then the strong star property rule, a subject can perform read and write functions only to objects at same security level. The drawbacks here are that it does not address integrity or availability and it does not address covered channels. Then there is the BIBA model. This model addresses the integrity of data within a system. It is not concerned with the security levels and confidentiality. The BIBA model uses integrity levels to prevent data at any integrity level from flowing to a higher integrity level. So the rules and properties are the star integrity axiom. This is where a subject cannot write data to an object at a higher integrity level. And symbol integrity axiom. This is where a subject cannot read data from a lower integrity level. And invocation property, where a subject cannot request service at a higher integrity. The drawbacks are that it does not address integrity or availability and it does not address covered channels. Then there is the Clark-Wilson model. So this is a commercially used model which preserves integrity. It focuses on well-formed transactions and separation of duties. It addresses all the goals of the integrity model, like prevents unauthorized users from making modifications, prevents unauthorized users from making improper modifications, and maintains internal and external consistency. This model uses the following elements: users that are active agents, transformation procedures, which are programmed abstract of operations such as read, write, and modify, constrained data items that can be manipulated only by TPs, unconstrained data items that can be manipulated by users via primitive read and write operations, and integrity verification procedures which check the consistency of the CDIs with external reality. Now let's talk about the Brewer and Nash model, also known as the Chinese wall. The Brewer and Nash model, also called the Chinese wall model, states that subject can write to an object if and only if the subject cannot read another object that is in a different data set. So it was created to provide access control that can change dynamically depending upon a user's previous action. The main goal of the model is to protect against conflicts of interest by users' access attempts. Now, what is the Graham-Denning model? So this model defines basic rights in terms of commands that a subject can execute over an object. It has 8 protection rights that detail how these functionalities should take place securely. So how to securely create an object, how to securely create a subject, how to securely delete an object, how to securely delete a subject, how to securely provide the read access right, how to securely provide the grant access right, how to securely provide the delete access right, how to securely provide the transfer access right. So the model is based on access control matrix model. Now let's talk about the Sutherland model. The Sutherland model is an integrity model. It focuses on preventing interference in support of integrity. So it is formally based on the state machine model and the information flow model. However, it does not directly indicate specific mechanisms for protection of integrity. Instead, the model is based on the idea of defining a set of system states, initial states and state transition. Through the use of only these predetermined secure states, integrity is maintained and interference is prohibited. A common example of the Sutherland model is its use to prevent a covered channel from being used to influence the outcome of a process or activity. Then take grant model. So this employs a direct graph to detect how rights can be passed from one subject to another subject or an object. So this defines the following rules like take rule, which allows the subject to take rights over an object, grant rule, which allows the subject to grant rights to object, create rule, which allows the subject to create new rights, and remove rule, which allows the subject to remove rights it has. Now let's talk about the composition theories. So systems are usually built by combining smaller systems, and security of components must be considered when these components are combined into larger ones. So this is based on the notion of how inputs and output between multiple systems relate to one another, which follows how information flows between systems rather than within an individual system. So types of composition theories are cascading, which where input for one system come from the output of another system. Then there is feedback, where one system provides input to another system, which reciprocates by reversing those roles. So that system A provides input for system B and then system B provides input to system A. Then there is hookup, where one system sends input to another system but also sends input to external entities. Now what is a covert channel? So this is a type of attack that creates the capability to transfer information objects between processes that are not supposed to be allowed to communicate by the computer security policy or by the usual communication channel. So covered channel storage is there. This communicates by modifying a storage location such as a hard drive and occurs when out-of-band data is stored in messages for the purpose of memory reuse. Example is steganography. Then there is covered timing channel. This performs operations that affect the real response time observed by the receiver. The methods are knowing when data is transferred between parties and monitoring the timing of operations. Security evaluation. Security evaluation examines the security relevant parts of a system, that is the TCB, access control mechanism, reference monitor, kernel, and the protection mechanism. The relationship and interaction between these components are also evaluated in order to determine the level of protection required and provided by the system. The purpose of security evaluation is to measure the security of production systems, provide a common mechanism to evaluate vendor products, publish the findings and of the product, and give level of security assurance to the product, and assure or allow customers to select products based on the evaluation results. The techniques used are TSSEC, ITSEC, and common criteria. Now, what is TSSEC? The Trusted Computer System Evaluation Criteria, TSSEC, developed by the US DoD to impose security standards for the systems it used. The TSSEC established guidelines to be used when evaluating a standalone computer from the security perspective. These guidelines address basic security functionality and allow evaluators to measure and rate a system's functionality and assurance. It combines the functionality and assurance rating of the confidentiality protection offered by a system into the following categories, like the labels like A1, B3, B2, B1, C2, C1, and D. And it requires a verified design, security domains, structured protection, label security, discretionary protection, controlled access, and minimal security. Now, what is ITSEC? The Information Technology Security Evaluation Criteria represents an initial attempt to create security evaluation criteria in Europe. It was developed as an alternative to the TCSEC guidelines, and the ITSEC guidelines evaluate the functionality and assurance of a system using separate ratings for each category. The differences between both these guidelines are TCSEC concentrates exclusively on confidentiality, while ITSEC addresses some concerns about the loss of integrity and availability also. The ITSEC does not rely on the notion of a TCB, and it doesn't require a system's security components to be isolated within a TCB. Unlike TCSEC, which required any change systems to be re-evaluated anew, be it operating system upgrades, patches or fixes, application upgrades or changes and so forth, the ITSEC includes coverage for maintaining targets of evaluation after such changes without requiring a new formal evaluation. Now, what is the common criteria? The common criteria for information technology security evaluation is the official name for the international standard, that is ISO bar IEC 15408. It is an international set of specifications and guidelines developed for evaluation of information security products. The thorough evaluation of computer security products is assured by rigorous evaluation of the process of implementation, specification, and testing of computer security products. Evaluated products are assigned evaluation assurance levels or EAL, and these addresses functionality and assurance. The ISO bar IEC 15408 is used as the basis for evaluation of security properties. The 15408 1 is introduction and general evaluation model, 2 is the security functional components, and 3 security assurance components. Now, what is the process involved in the common criteria? So, the common criteria uses the following specific terms. The first one is protection profile. So, for a particular category of systems or products such as firewalls or IDS, protection profile is an independent set of security requirements and objectives. Then target of evaluation. This is the target product or system whose evaluation has to be done. Security target, the document that describes the target of evaluation, which includes security requirements and operational environment. And evaluation assurance level, which is the degree or score of evaluation of the tested system or product. Now, what are the different levels in the common criteria? The common criteria has 7 assurance levels. The range is from EAL1, where functionality testing takes place, to EAL7, where thorough testing is performed and the system design is verified. So the different levels that come in between are the EAL2, where the structurality is tested or is structurally tested, then EAL3, where methodically tested and checked, EAL4, methodically tested, designed and reviewed, EAL4, semi-formally designed and tested, EAL6, semi-formally verified, designed and tested. Now, what is shared security in cloud computing? So, the shared responsibility model for security in the cloud defines what should be the user's responsibility and what should be the cloud provider's responsibility. So, in the given table, the things given in the red font are the customer's responsibility or the user's responsibility, and those given in gray are the cloud security provider's responsibility. So, if you see in the case of on-premises system, for reference, everything is the users or the customer's responsibility, like user access, data, applications, operating system, network traffic, hypervisor, infrastructure, physical, all comes under the customer's responsibility. But in cloud, for IaaS, that is infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service, different things are comes under customer's responsibility and provider's responsibility. Infrastructure as a service, user access, data, applications and operating system, network traffic comes under customer responsibility, where hypervisor, infrastructure, physical comes under cloud provider's responsibility. In platform as a service, user access, data and applications comes under customer responsibilities, while operating system, network traffic, hypervisor, infrastructure and physical comes under cloud provider's responsibility. In software as a service, user access and data comes under customer responsibility, whereas applications, operating system, network traffic, hypervisor, infrastructure, and physical comes under cloud provider's responsibility. Now, let's talk about Industrial Control Systems, ICS. So the first one is Programmable Logic Controller, PLC. These are small industrial computers originally designed for factory automation and industrial process control. These can be programmed as per the process that needs to be controlled, and they are used as the primary controllers in smaller systems configuration, and they are extensively used in almost all industrial processes. Then there are distributed control systems, or DCS. These monitor and control distributed equipments in process plants and industrial processes. Unlike the PLC, which is standalone, DCS consists of dividing plant or process control into several areas, each managed by its own controllers, with the whole system connected to form a single entity. Supervisory control and data acquisition, SCADA. So this monitor and control a plant or equipment industries such as telecommunications, water and waste control, energy, oil and gas refining, etc. And they consist of remote terminal units spread geographically for the collection of data and are connected to this master station for centralized data acquisition via any communication system. The SCADA has remote terminal units, which are endpoints that connect directly to the sensors or actuators, data acquisition surveys that are backends that receive all data from endpoints, and human machine interface, HMI, that users in charge of controlling the systems interact with. Now, what is the Kirchhoff's principle? So, August Kirchhoff published a paper in 1883 stating that only secrets involved with the cryptography system should be the key. He claimed that the algorithm should be publicly known. He asserted that if security were based on too many secrets, there would be more vulnerabilities to possibly exploit. Making an algorithm publicly available means that many more people can view the source code, test it, and uncover any type of flaws or weaknesses. But everyone does not agree with it. Governments around the world create their own algorithms that are not released to the public. Their stance is that if a smaller number of people know how the algorithm works, then a smaller number of people will know how to possibly break it. So it is basically the same as the open source versus compiled software debate. Now, what is the strength of a crypto system? The strength of a crypto system depends on its algorithm, the secrecy of the key, the length of the key, and the initialization vector. The term that is used here is work factor, which is used to define the cryptographic strength, which is an estimate of the effort and resources it would take an attacker to penetrate a crypto system. Now, what is a one-time pad? So, a one-time pad is a perfect encryption scheme because it is considered unbreakable if implemented properly. It was invented by Gilbert Vernon in 1970, so sometimes it is referred to as the Vernon cipher as well. So, a plaintext message that needs to be encrypted has been converted into bits, and our one-time pad is made up of random bits. This encryption process uses binary mathematical functions called exclusive or, usually abbreviated as XOR. The scheme is deemed unbreakable only if the following conditions are met. The pad must be used only one time. The pad must be as long as the message. The pad must be securely distributed and protected at all destinations. And the pad must be made up of truly random values. Now, what are key derivative functions? For complex key to be generated, a master key is commonly created and then symmetric keys are generated from it. For example, if an application is responsible for creating a session key for each subject that requests one, it should not be giving out the same instances of the one. So key derivation functions are used to generate keys that are made up of random values. Different values can be used independently or together as random key mix. It is important to remember that algorithms stay static and randomness provided by cryptography is mainly by means of the keying material. Now, what are confusion and diffusion? So, a strong cipher contains the right level of two main attributes, confusion and diffusion. So, confusion is commonly carried out through substitution. So, this uses complex substitution functions so that attackers cannot figure out how to substitute the right value. This makes the relationship between the key and the resulting ciphertext as complex as possible, so the key cannot be uncovered from the ciphertext. Each ciphertext value should depend upon several parts of the key. Then there is diffusion, which is carried out by using transposition. So diffusion takes place as individual bits of blocks are scrambled throughout the block. It means that a single plain text bit has influence over several of the ciphertext text. So changing a plain text value should change many ciphertext values, not just one. So this is also called avalanche effect. What are block ciphers? So when a block cipher is used for encryption and decryption processes, the message is divided into blocks of bits. These blocks are then put through mathematical functions one block at a time. So to encrypt a message using a block cipher that uses 64 bits. So the message of 640 bits is chopped up into 10 individual blocks of 64 bits, and each block is put through a succession of mathematical formulas, and what you end up with is a 10 blocks of encrypted text. They generally use symmetric keys and are widely used in commercial encryption algorithms. Examples are DES, 3DES, and AES. Stream ciphers. So a stream cipher does not divide a message into blocks. Instead, a stream cipher treats the message as a stream of bits and performs mathematical functions on each bit individually. A plain text will be transformed into a different ciphertext bit each time it is encrypted. Stream ciphers use keystream generators which produce a stream of bits that is XORed with the plain text bits to produce ciphertext. This process is very similar to the one-time pad. Stream ciphers require a lot of randomness and encrypt individual bits at a time. This requires more processing power than the block ciphers require, which is why stream ciphers are better suited to implemented at the hardware level.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
Because block ciphers do not require as much processing power, they can be easily implemented at the software level. Stream ciphers are considered less secure than block ciphers and are used less frequently. One difficulty in proper stream cipher implementation is generating a truly random and unbiased key stream. Now, what is an initialization vector? Initialization vector or starting variable is a fixed size input to a cryptographic primitive that is typically required to be random or pseudo random. This number is sometimes referred to as a nonce or number occurring once, as an encryption program uses it only once per section. If IVs are not used, then two identical plaintext values that are encrypted with the same key will create the same ciphertext. The characteristics are they are easy to implement in hardware. The long periods of no repeating patterns within key stream, a key stream not linearly related to the key, and statistically unbiased key stream. Now, what is a hybrid encryption? A hybrid system is one that uses symmetric and asymmetric encryption methods together. Public key cryptographers.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Or cryptography uses two keys for protecting encryption keys and key distribution, and a secret key is generated by a symmetric algorithm and used for bulk encryption. Each algorithm has its own pros and cons, so using them together can be the best of both worlds. This method is also sometimes called the digital envelope. Now, what is session keys? So a session key is a single-use symmetric key that is used to encrypt messages between two users during a communication session. It provides more protection than static symmetric keys because it is valid for only one session between two computers. If an attacker captures the session, he will have a small window of time to use it to try to decrypt the messages being passed back and forth. Almost all data encryption takes place using session keys. Now, what is symmetric cryptography? So, several types of symmetric algorithms are in use today, and they have different methods of providing encryption and decryption functionality. The one thing that they all have in common is that they are symmetric algorithms, meaning the sender and receiver are using two instances of the same key. So, some the algorithms are data encryption standard, triple DES, Blowfish, international data encryption algorithm, RC4, RC5, and RC6, advanced encryption standard, etc. Now, what are DES modes? Electronic code book ECB. This is the simplest and the weakest form of DES. So, the plain text is broken into independent 64-bit blocks which are encrypted. Each block is encoded independently of the other blocks, and operations can be run in parallel, helping to increase speed. Errors are contained and non-cascaded, and these are mostly used only for shorter messages like pins and passwords. This will produce identical ciphertext for identical plaintext and keys, and susceptible to non-plain text attacks as there is not enough randomness while encrypting independent blocks. Then there is cipher block chaining. So it is stronger than ECB and uses an IV to add randomness to encryption. The previous ciphertext becomes IV for the next block using a chaining function. Uses 64-bit plaintext blocks which are XORed with 64-bit IV. Same plaintext block results in differ ciphertext block. Each previous cipher block should be chained to be input with the current plaintext block. The encryption of a block depends on current and all blocks before it, and repeated plaintext is encrypted differently. Errors gets cascaded and it is used for bulk encryption. Then there is cipher feedback. So this is used when it is required to encrypt stream of data. The plaintext is divided into 1, 8, 64 or 128 bit segments, and a ciphertext segment depends on the current and all preceding plaintext segments. A corrupted ciphertext segment during transmission will affect the current and next several plaintext segments. So size of the ciphertext must be same as that of the block of plaintext, and the users are streaming data encryption and authentication. Then there is output feedback. So this mode uses or is used when the error propagation is not accepted. So encrypted key stream of previous block is fed to the next block to create the next portion of the key stream. So the block cipher is used as a stream cipher, and key stream needs to be of the same size as the block of plain text. The IV should be generated randomly each time and sent with the ciphertext. The uses are streamed encryption over noisy channels, digital video and audio signals. Then there is counter. So this uses 64-bit random data blocks counter as the first IV and uses an IV counter that increments for each plaintext block that needs to be encrypted. So like stream cipher, the encrypted counter values generate a key stream which is then XORed with the message stream. This can be any function which produces a sequence which is guaranteed not to repeat for a long time. There is no chaining involved, and uses are high-speed network encryptions, encrypting ATM cells, IPsec, and wireless 802.11i. The strengths of this counter are random access to encrypted data blocks. Blocks can be processed in parallel, and simple and fast encryption or decryption. Then there is triple DES, also known as 3DES. It uses 48 rounds of transposition and substitution. It uses three 56-bit keys instead of one, and compared to DES, it is approximately 56 times stronger. It is used in secure electronic transmission of data. The 3DES modes are DES 333 that uses three different keys for encryption, and the data is encrypted, encrypted, and encrypted. Then there is DES EDE3. It uses three different keys for encryption. The data is encrypted, decrypted, and encrypted. Then there is DES 222. This uses only two keys, and first and third encryption processes use the same key. Then there is DES EDE2, uses only two keys, and the first and third encryption process use the same key. This is a table of the summary of all the symmetric algorithms. Now, what is asymmetric cryptography? So, asymmetric cryptography, also known as public key cryptography, is a process that uses a pair of related keys, one public key and one private key, to encrypt and decrypt a message and protect it from unauthorized access or use. Examples are the Rivers-Shamir-Edelman, elliptic curve cryptostem, Diffie-Hellman, L-Gamal, digital signature algorithm. Diffie-Hellman algorithm. So, the Diffie-Hellman algorithm enables two systems to generate a symmetric key securely without requiring a previous relationship or prior arrangement. This allows two users to exchange a secret key, requires no prior secrets, does not provide for encryption or digital signature functions. The algorithm is based on the difficulty of calculating discrete logarithms in a finite field and is currently used in many protocols, namely SSL, TLS, SSH, IPsec, and public key infrastructure. This is vulnerability to man-in-the-middle attack. Now, what is the RSA algorithm? The RSA, named after its investors Ron Rivest, Adi Shamir, and Leonard Adelman, is a public key algorithm that is the most popular when it comes to asymmetric algorithm. RSA is worldwide de facto standard and can be used for digital signatures, key exchange, and encryption. The security of this algorithm comes from the difficulty of factoring large numbers into their original prime numbers. It can be used for encryption and digital signatures. It can be used as a key exchange protocol, meaning it is used to encrypt the symmetric key to get it securely to its destination. Elliptic curve crypto system. The elliptic curve crypto system is when instead of generating keys as the product of very large prime numbers, ECC generates keys through the properties of the elliptic curve equation. An ECC key of 160-bit provides the same protection as a 1024-bit RSA key. ECC is more efficient than RSA, provides encryption, digital signature, and key exchange, and is used in devices with limited processing, storage, and bandwidth capacity. Example are wireless and mobile phones. Then there is the LGML algorithm, which is a public key algorithm that can be used for digital signatures, encryption, and key exchange. It is based on calculating discrete logarithms in a finite field. A discrete logarithm is the power to which we raise a given integer in order to get another given integer. In other words, if b and g are integers, then k is the logarithm in the equation. Pk equals L. Gamal provides the same type of functionality as some of other asymmetric algorithms. Its main drawback is performance. When compared to other algorithms, this algorithm is usually the slowest. L-Gamal is an extension of the Diffie-Hellman algorithm. Now, what are one-way functions? A one-way function is a mathematical function that is easier to compute in one direction than in the opposite direction. RSA algorithm and all other asymmetric functions are based upon this concept. The easy direction of computation in the one-way function that is used in RSA algorithm is the process of multiplying two large prime numbers. Multiplying two numbers to get the resulting product is much easier than factoring the product and recovering the two initial large prime numbers used to calculate the obtained product, which is the difficult direction. So the work factor is the amount of time and resources it would take for someone to break an encryption method. In asymmetric algorithms, the work factor relates to the difference in time and effort that carrying out a one-way function in the easy direction takes compared to carrying out a one-way function that in the hard direction. In most cases, the larger the key size, the longer it would take carrying out the one-way function in the hard direction. Zero knowledge proof. Zero knowledge proof is a method by which one party can prove to another party that they know a value x without conveying any information apart from the fact that they know the value x. Zero knowledge proof is used in cryptography. For example, if user encrypts something with his private key, you can verify his private key was used by decrypting the data with her public key. By encrypting something with the private key, user is proving to you that she has her private key, but she does not give or show you her private. Now, what is message integrity? Message integrity means that the message has not been tampered with or altered. Parity bits and cyclic redundancy check functions have been used in protocols to detect modifications in streams of bits, but they can usually detect only unintentional modifications. Parity bits cannot identify whether a message was captured by an intruder, altered, and then sent on to the internet destination. For this type of protection, hash algorithms are required to successfully detect unintentional or intentional unauthorized modifications to data. Now, what is hashing or one-way hash? A one-way hash is a function that takes a variable length string and produces a fixed length value called a hash value. So, the hashing algorithm is not a secret, it is publicly known. The secret of the one-way hashing function is its one-wayness. The function is run in only one direction and not the other direction. The receiver does not attempt to reverse the process at the other end, but instead runs the same hashing function one way and compares the two results. The problem here is the lack of any authentication. So if, for example, Alice writes a message, calculates a message digest, appends the digest to the message and sends it to Bob, Eve can intercept this message after Alice's message. recalculate another message digest, append it to the message and send it on to Bob. When Bob receives it, he verifies the message digest but never knows the message was altered by Eve. Now, what are MAC functions? A message authentication code MAC function is an authentication scheme derived by applying a secret key to a message in some form. This does not mean that the symmetric key is used to encrypt the message. The key is just used for the purpose of authentication. There are three basic types of MAC functions. They are hash MAC or HMAC, CBC MAC, and CMAC. Now, what is hash MAC? If Alice were to use a HMAC function instead of just a plain hashing algorithm, a symmetric key would be concatenated with her message. The result of this process would be put through a hashing algorithm and the result would be a MAC value. This MAC value would be then appended to her message and sent to Bob. So if he were to intercept the message and modify it, he would not have the necessary symmetric key to create the MAC value that Bob will attempt to generate. Then what is CBC MAC? In cipher block chaining message authentication code, the message is encrypted with a symmetric block cipher in CBC mode and the output of the final block of cipher text is used as the MAC. The sender does not send the encrypted version of the message, but instead sends the plaintext version and the MAC attached to the message. The receiver receives the plaintext message and encrypts it with the same symmetric block cipher in CBC mode and calculates an independent MAC value. The receiver compares the new MAC value with the MAC value sent with the message. This method does not use a hashing algorithm as does HMAC. Now, what is a public key infrastructure? PKI. A public key infrastructure consists of programs, data formats, procedures, communication protocols, security policies, and public key cryptographic mechanisms working in a comprehensive manner to enable a wide range of dispersed people to communicate in a secure and predictable fashion. So, PKI provides authentication, confidentiality, non-repudiation, and integrity of the messages exchanged. PKI is an ISO authentication framework that uses public key cryptography and the X.509. It is a hybrid system of symmetric and asymmetric key algorithms. Now, what are digital certificates? So, one of the most important pieces of a PKI is digital certificate. A certificate is the mechanism used to associate a public key with a collection of key components in a manner that is sufficient to uniquely identify the claimed owner. The standard for how the CA creates a certificate is X.509, which detects the different fields used in certificate and the valid values that can populate those fields. The certificate includes the serial number, version number, identity information, algorithm information, lifetime dates, and the signature of the issuing authority. Now, what is the certificate authority? The CA is the trusted third party that allows people who have never met to authenticate to each other and to communicate in a secure method. The digital certificate is created and signed by a trusted third party, which is a certificate authority. When the CA signs a certificate, it binds the individual's identity to the public key, and the CA takes liability for the authenticity of the individual. When a person requests a certificate, the registration authority verifies that individual's identity and passes the certificate request off to the CA. CA are organizations dedicated to this type of service. Examples are Interest and VeriSign. All browsers have several well-known CAs configured by default. Most are configured to trust dozens or hundreds of CAs. Now, what are digital signatures? A digital signature is a hash value that has been encrypted or signed with the sender's private. The hashing function ensures the integrity of the message, and the signing of the hash value provides authentication and non-repudiation. The act of signing just means the value was encrypted with the private. NIST proposed a federal standard called the Digital Signature Standard. It requires to use DSA, RSA, or the elliptic curve digital signature algorithm, and SHA. Now, what is key management? Key management is the most challenging part of cryptography and also the most crucial. It is one thing to develop a very complicated and complex algorithm and key method, but if the keys are not securely stored and transmitted, it does not really matter how strong the algorithm. The key management principles are: key should be stored and transmitted by secure means, key should be extremely random, and the algorithm should use the full spectrum of the key space. The key's lifetime should correspond with the sensitivity of the data it is protecting. The more the key is used, the shorter its lifetime should be. Keys should be backed up or escrowed in any case of emergencies, and keys should be properly destroyed when their lifetime comes to an end. Now, what is a key escrow? Key escrow is a process or entity that can recover lost or corrupted cryptographic keys. When two or more entities are required to reconstruct a key for key recovery process, this is known as multi-party key recovery. Multi-party key recovery implements dual control, meaning that two or more people must be involved with a critical task. Now, what is a TPM or Trusted Platform Module? The Trusted Platform Module is a microchip installed on the motherboard of modern computers and is dedicated to carrying out security functions like storage and processing of symmetric and asymmetric keys, hashes, and digital certificates. The use of a dedicated and encoded hardware-based platform drastically improves the root of trust of the computing system. The most common usage scenario of the TPM is to bind a hard disk drive, where the content of a given hard disk drive is affixed with a particular computing system. The content of the hard disk is encrypted and the decryption key is stored away in the TPM chip. And another application of the TPM is sealing system state to a particular hardware and software configuration. Sealing a computing system through TPM is used to deter any attempts to tamper with the system's configuration. Digital rights management. This refers to a set of methods that is applied to control access to copyrighted data. DRM mostly makes use of cryptographic technologies. DRM technologies are also used to protect documents. Adobe, Amazon, and Apple all have their own approaches to limiting the number of copies of an ebook that you can download. And another approach to DRM is the use of digital watermarks, which are stenographically embedded into the file and can document details such as the owner of the file, the license, and the date of purchase. An approach to DRM that does not require internet connectivity is the use of product keys. When you install your application, the key you entered is checked against the proprietary algorithm, and if it matches, the installation is activated. Site and facility design. Without control over the physical environment, no collection of administrative, technical, or logical access controls can provide adequate security. Physical controls are your first line of defense. The first thing is a secure facility plan. A secure facility plan outlines the security needs of your organization and emphasizes methods or mechanisms to employ to provide security. Critical path analysis is a systematic effort to identify the relationship between mission critical application, processes, and operation and all the necessary supporting elements. When critical path analysis is performed properly, a complete picture of the interdependent these and interactions necessary to sustain the organization is produced. Security staff should participate in site and facility design considerations. Site selection. Site selection should be based on the security needs of the organization. Cost, location, and size are important, but addressing the requirements of security should always take precedence. At a minimum, ensure that the building is designed to withstand fairly extreme weather conditions and that it can deter or fend off covered based break-in attempts. Then visibility is important. What is the surrounding terrain? Would it be easy to approach a facility by vehicle or foot, etc. should also be considered. Then there is facility design. A proper level of security must be planned and designed before construction begins. Important issues to consider include combustibility, fire rating, construction materials, placement, control of items such as walls, doors, ceilings, etc. There is also a concept called crime prevention through environmental design. The guiding idea is to structure the physical environment and surroundings to influence individual decisions that potential offenders make before committing any criminal acts. CPTD, Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design, is a discipline that outlines how the proper design of a physical environment can reduce crime by directly affecting human behavior. Three aspects of CPTD are natural territorial reinforcement. This creates physical designs that emphasizes companies' physical sphere of influence. So, legitimate users feel a sense of ownership of that space can be done through walls, fences, landscaping, etc. Then there is natural surveillance. The goal is to make criminals feel uncomfortable by providing many ways of observers or many observers who could potentially see them and make all the people feel safe and comfortable by providing an open and well-defined environment. Then there is natural access control, the guidance of people entering and leaving a space by the placement of doors, fences, lighting, and even landscaping. Access control should also be in place for all facility entrances and exits. Then there is wiring closet security. So wiring closet is where the networking cables for a whole building or just a floor are connected to other essential equipment such as patch panels, switches, routers, LAN extenders, and backbone channels. A more technical name for wiring closet is premises wire distribution room. In a multi-story configuration, the wiring closets are often located directly above or below each other on their respective floor. The ground rule for wiring closet security are never use the wiring closet as a general storage area, have adequate locks, keep the area tidy, do not store inflammable or flammable items in the area, set up video surveillance for monitoring activity, using door open sensors to log entries, not giving keys to anyone except the authorized administrator, regular physical inspections, and ensuring the environment control and monitoring as well as detect damaging conditions such as flooding or fire. Media storage. Media storage facilities should be designed to securely store blank media, reusable media, and installation media. Whether hard drives, flash memory devices, tapes, etc., media should be controlled against theft and corruption. So, media should be stored in locked cabinets or safe, have librarians or custodians who manage them, use check-in and check-out process to track who is coming. Then for reusable media, when the media is returned, run secure drive sanitization or zeroization process to remove all data remnants. Then safes are commonly used to store media. Passive locking can be used for where safes can detect if someone attempts to tamper with it, in which extra internal bolts will fall into place to ensure it cannot be compromised. Thermal locking safes can identify temperature changes and implement additional locks. Then there is evidence storage. So as cybercrime events continue to increase, it is important to retain logs, auditors, and other records of digital events. It also may be necessary to retain image copies of drives or snapshots of virtual machines for future analysis. So secure evidence storage needs to employ the following: a dedicated storage system distinct from the production network, keeping the storage system offline, blocking internet connectivity to and from the storage system, tracking all the activities in the system, calculating hashes for all the data sets stored in the system, limiting access to the security administration and legal counsel, and encrypting all data sets stored on the system. Now, what is physical access abuse? Physical access controls can be abused. Masquerading can be used to using someone else's security ID to enter a facility. Backing can be used is where following someone through a secured gate or door without being identified or authorized person. The prevention techniques can be turnstile, which is a form of gate that prevents more than one person at a time from gaining entry and often restricts movement in one direction. Man traps can be used, which are double set of doors that is often protected by a guard or some other physical layout that prevents piggybacking and can trap individuals at the discretion of security personnel. CCTV monitoring and recording of the movement of personnel can also be used. And what is emanation security? So electrical devices emanate signals or radiation that can be intercepted by unauthorized individuals. With the right equipment, an adversary can interpret them to extract confidential data. Safeguards should be used to protect against emanation attacks, and they are known as tempest. So Faraday cage can be used, which box, mobile room, or entire building designed with an external metal skin, often a wire mesh. This acts as an EMA absorbing capacitor that prevents electromagnetic signals from exiting or entering the area. Then white noise, which is broadcasting false traffic at all times to mask and hide the presence of real emanation. Then there is control zones, which is the implementation of either a Faraday cage or a white noise generator or generation, or both to protect a specific area in an environment. The rest of the environment is not affected. So what is HVAC? HVAC stands for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. So the temperature and humidity should be maintained within reasonable limits. Positive pressure and drainage should be employed. Recommended humidity levels should be between 40 to 55%. Low humidity causes static electricity, and high humidity may cause corrosion. So recommended temperature range for a data center is 68 to 77 Fahrenheit. Now let's talk about power protection. Protecting power can be done in the following ways, like using UPSs, generators, standby power lines, or power line conditioners or regulators. So the type of interference or noise that can happen in an infrastructure system is electromagnetic interference. So EMA can be created by the difference between three wires, hot, neutral, and ground, and the magnetic field they create. Also, there can be radio frequency interference, where RFI can be caused by anything that creates radio waves. Fluorescent lighting is one of the main causes of RFI within buildings today. Now, what are the power issues? Interference interrupts the flow of an electric current, and fluctuations can actually deliver a different level of voltage than what was expected. So each fluctuation can be damaging to devices and people. So what is power excess? So spikes can happen where there is momentary high voltage, and surges can happen where there are prolonged high voltage. Then power loss can happen where faults where momentary power outage can happen, and blackouts where prolonged complete loss of electric power can happen. Then there is power degradation, sag or dip, which is a momentary low voltage condition from one cycle to a few seconds. Brownouts, which are prolonged power supply that is below normal voltage, and inrush current, which is initial surge of current required to start a load. Then fire. What are the prevention, detection, and suppression methods? Fire prevention, detection, and suppression is a must for protecting personnel from harm, and this should be always important goal of any security protection system. In addition, protecting other assets and materials, especially the active, should also be a priority. The three corners of the triangle represents fire, heat, and oxygen. The center of the triangle represents the chemical reaction among these three elements. So different suppression mediums address different aspects of the fire. Water suppresses the temperature, soda ash and other dry powder suppress the fuel supply, CO2 suppresses the oxygen supply. Halon substitutes and other non-flammable gases interfere with the chemistry of the combustion and or suppresses the oxygen supply. The four primary stages of fire are stage 1, the incipient stage. At this stage, there is only air ionization but no smoke. Then there is stage 2, the smoke stage. In stage 2, smoke is visible at the point of ignition. Then the stage 3 of the flame stage. This is when a flame can be seen with the naked eye. And the stage 4 is the fire. This is considerably further down the time scale to the point where there is an intense heat buildup and everything in the area burns. Now let's talk about fire extinguishers. There are several types of fire extinguishers. Understanding what type to use on various forms of fire is essential to effective fire suppression. So the classes are A, B, C, D, and the types are common combustibles, liquids, electrical, and metal. So in common combustibles, the suppression methods are water or soda acid. In liquids, CO2, halon, soda acid can be used. For electrical, we can use CO2 or halon, and in metal, we use dry powder. Then there are water sprinklers. So typically simpler and less expensive, but can cause water damage. So wet pipe systems, also known as closed head system, is always full of water. Water discharges immediately when suppression is triggered. Then there are dry pipe system, which contains compressed air. Once suppression is triggered, the air escapes, opening a water valve that in turn causes the pipes to fill and discharge water into the environment. Then there are deluge systems, which is another form of dry pipe system that uses larger pipes and therefore delivers a significantly larger volume of water. Deluge systems are inappropriate for environments that contain electronics and computers. Then there are reaction systems, which is a combination of dry pipe or wet pipe systems. The system exists as a dry pipe until the initial stages of a fire are detected, and then the pipes are filled with water. The water is released only after the sprinkler head activation triggers are melted by sufficient heat. Then there are gas discharge systems, usually more effective than water discharge system. However, gas discharge systems should not be used in environments with which people are located. Halon is an effective fire suppression compound, but it degrades into toxic gases at high temperatures and hence was banned. Owing to issues with halon, it is often replaced by more ecologically friendly and less toxic mediums like FM200, CE410 or CA308, NAFS3, Fe13, argon or argonite, and energen. Let's see what is system architecture. So, a system architecture refers to the fundamental organization of a system. It is the model that defines the structure and behavior of the system. So, system architecture describes the major components of the system and how they interact with each other, with the users, and with other systems. So, system architecture comes at the highest level in system development. System development refers to the entire life cycle of a system, including the planning, analysis, design, building, testing, deployment, retirement phases, etc. The system architecture description in ISO 42010 defined the following. The first one is architecture. Architecture is the fundamental organization of a system, its components, their relationships to each other and to the environment, and also the principles guiding its design and evolution. Then there is architecture description or AE, which is a collection of document types to convey an architecture in a format. Then it describes what a stakeholder is, which is an individual, team, or organization or classes thereof with interest in or concerns relative to a system. Then it describes what a view is. View is a representation of a whole system based on a set of concern. And finally, a viewpoint, which is a specification of the conventions for constructing and using a view. Now, what is computer architecture? Computer architecture is a set of rules and methods that describes the functionality, organization, and implementation of computer system. It encompasses all the parts of the computer system that are necessary for it to function, like the CPU, memory chips, logic circuits, storage devices, input and output devices, security components, etc. The relationship between these components can be complex, and it is necessary they all function together to get a secure computer system. Now, let's see what is CPU architecture. A CPU is the electronic circuitry within a computer, carries out the instructions of a computer program by performing the basic arithmetic, logical, control, and input output operations specified through instructions. So, the central processing unit is the brain of the computer, and in the most general description possible, it fetches instructions from the memory and executes them.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So the CPU contains registers that point to memory locations that contain the next instructions to be executed. The arithmetic logic unit or ALU in the CPU performs the mathematical functions and logical operations on data. The ALU can be thought of as the brain of the CPU, and the CPU is the brain of the computer. Then the control unit manages and synchronizes the system while different applications, code, and operating system instructions are being executed. So the ALU and the control unit forms the CPU. Let's see what are process states. At any point in time, there will be many number of processes happening in a system, and they can be in the following states. So the processes can be either in the ready state where the process is waiting to send instructions to the CPU. It can be in the running state where the CPU is executing the instructions that the process or the program has given it. It can also be in the blocked or waiting state where the process is waiting for some data to be input. It can be in the supervisory state where the process must perform some actions that requires the privileges that are not in its current set of privileges. Then it can be finally in the stopped state where the process has completely given all the instructions to the CPU and the CPU has completed all the instructions and the process is finished or terminated. Now we have seen that the processes can be in the different states and multiple processes can run at the same time. So process isolation is something that needs to be discussed here. Process isolation is the fundamental function of most operating systems where it isolates or protects the system integrity by preventing one process from interacting or interfering with another, so that the processes do not interfere with each other or the system's code or data, and prevents untrusted code from accessing protected resources. So process isolation is necessary to ensure that processes do not communicate in an insecure manner or negatively affect each other's productivity. The different practices in process isolation are encapsulation of objects. So encapsulation of objects is when a process is encapsulated, no other process understands or interacts with its internal programming code. For example, when process A needs to communicate with process B, process A only needs to know how to communicate with the interface of process B. Process A does not need to know how process B is working. Then there is time multiplexing. We have already said that many processes run at the same time and multiple processes use the same resources. So as said, the CPU must be shared among many processes. Although it seems as though applications are running simultaneously, the operating system is actually splitting up the time shares between each process, and this is called time multiplexing. Then there is naming distinctions where identifiable unique names are given for distinct processes so they can be identified. Processes are usually assigned process identification or PID values, which the operating system and other processes use to call upon them. And finally, there is virtual memory mapping, where virtual address mapping allows the different processes to have their own memory space. So the operating system ensures no process improperly interact with another process's memory. This provides integrity and confidentiality for the individual processes and their data, and overall a stable processing environment for the operating system. Let's see what are the different kinds of memory. The first one is random access memory. Random access memory is the hardware storage in a computing device where the operating system, application programs, and the data in current use are kept so that they can be quickly reached by the device's processor. So the random access memory is actually a temporary storage facility where it only stores the applications or the programs or data that is currently in use. So it is used for read or write activities of the OS and applications, and it directly affects the speed of the computer as the processor is directly reading from the RAM. RAM is made up of transistors and capacitors. Then there is read-only memory, where it is a type of non-volatile memory used in computers and other electronic devices. So the data stored in ROM cannot be electronically modified after the manufacture of the memory device. So the data can be written to it, but it cannot be modified. If the data is once written, it can only be read. It cannot be modified. So software that is stored in the ROM is often called firmware, and it is used in the startup of devices. Then there is cache memory. Cache memory is a type of fast, relatively small memory that is stored on computer hardware, commonly shortened to cache. It is classified as random access memory, which computer microprocessors can access more quickly than the regular RAM. So it is actually kind of a RAM only, but it is most commonly stored in the same chip as the processor, so that the processor can much faster access to the cache memory than the RAM. It improves the overall speed of the computer. Then there is virtual memory. So virtual memory is a feature in operating systems where it enables a computer to be able to compensate for shortages in the physical memory by transferring data from the random access memory to the disk storage. So Windows thing where we can actually use our secondary storage to extend the capabilities of our RAM. So that is a virtual memory. So we also call it as swap space, which is the reserved hard drive space used to extend the RAM capabilities. So when a program requests access to data in swap space, it is brought from the hard drive back into memory in specific units called pages. Now, what is a memory manager? A memory manager is a software utility that operates in conjunction with the operating system. It helps manage memory more efficiently than and provides additional features such as flushing out unused segments of memory and giving memory allocation to the required processes and all. All modern operating systems provide memory management. So following are the responsibilities of memory manager. So the first one is relocation, where it maintains the ability to swap memory contents from memory to secondary storage as needed. Then there is protection, where it provides a control to memory segments and restricts what processes can write to memory. Then there is sharing, where the manager allows the sharing of information based on the user's level of access. Then there is logical organization, where it provides for the sharing and support of dynamic link libraries. And finally, physical organization, which provides for the physical organization of memory. Now, memory protection. So memory protection is a way to control memory access rights on a computer, and it is a part of the most modern instruction set architectures and operating systems. The main purpose of memory protection is to prevent a process from accessing memory that has not been allocated yet. The different practices followed to achieve this memory protection are segmentation, which refers to the dividing of a computer's memory into segments. A reference to memory location includes a value that identifies a segment and an offset within that segment. Then there is paging, where memory address space or segment is divided into equal sized blocks called pages. It is possible for an unprivileged application to access a page that has not been explicitly allocated to it, because every memory address either points to a page allocated to that application or generates an interrupt called a page fault. Then there is address space layout randomization, or ASLR, where it randomly arranges the address space positions of key data areas of a process, including the base of the executable and the positions of the stack, heap, and library. This makes it difficult for an attacker to predict target addresses. Then there is executable space protection, which marks memory regions as non-executable, such that an attempt to execute machine code in these regions will cause an exception. So this helps to prevent certain buffer overflow exploits from succeeding. These attacks rely on some part of memory, usually stack, being both writable and executable. If it is not, the attack fails. Now, what is system security architecture? So system security architecture is an approach to system architecture from the point of view of security. So security starts at the policy level, and it is called security policy. So with high level directives that provide the foundational goals for a system overall, and the components that make it up from a security perspective, is called a security policy. A security policy is a strategic tool that dictates how sensitive information and resources are to be managed and protected. So the security policy describes discretionary access control based operating system. It provides role based access control functionality. It has the capability of protecting data classified at public and confidential levels. It does not allow unauthorized access to sensitive data or critical system function. It enforces least privilege and separation of duties. So in the 1972, the US government released the report that outlined foundational security requirements of computer systems. This resulted in the Trusted Computer System Evaluation Criteria, which shaped the security architecture of almost all the systems in use today. So some of the core tenets of these requirements were the trusted computing base, security perimeter, reference monitor, and security kernel. Now, what is a security perimeter? So a security perimeter is basically a boundary that divides the trusted from the untrusted. For the system to stay in a secure and trusted state, communication standards must be developed to ensure that when a component within the TCP or the trusted computing base needs to communicate with a component outside the TCP, it cannot expose the system to unexpected security compromise. This type of communication is handled through interfaces. So CPU architects provides various rings for this, and the most trusted components go inside ring 0, and the less trusted components would go into the other rings. So strict and controlled communication has to be put into place to make sure the less trusted component does not compromise the more trusted component. And this control is usually happening through APIs. Now, what is a security kernel? So a security kernel refers to the central part of a computer security measures or the hardware, firmware, and software that implements the basic security procedures for controlling access to system resources. So the security kernel mediates all the access and functions between its subjects and objects. It is the core of the trusted computing base and is the most commonly used approach to building trusted computing systems. So the security kernel has three main requirements. The first one is that it must provide isolation for the processors carrying out the reference monitor concept, and the processors must be tamper-proof. It must be invoked for every access attempt and must be impossible to circumvent. Thus, the security kernel must be implemented in a complete and foolproof way. Then it must be small enough to be tested and verified in a complete and comprehensive manner. Now, what is trust and assurance? So, trust is like a belief that a computer entity or system will do what it should do to protect resources and be safe from attack. So, a system is set as trustworthy if there is sufficient credible evidence saying that the system will meet a set of given requirements. So this is more intended to define the functionality of the system. Whereas assurance is the degree of confidence that a system meets its security requirements based on specific evidence provided by the application of assurance techniques. It is much deeper than trust and states the system will work in a correct and predictable manner in each and every computing situation. This is more intended to define quality. So trust defines functionality and assurance defines quality. Now let's see what is certification and accreditation. So certification and accreditation is the process used to evaluate and approve a system for use. So first of all, what is certification? So certification is the technical review that assesses the security mechanism and evaluates their.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
Effectiveness. It may use processes to safeguard evaluation, risk analysis, verification, testing, and auditing techniques. So the goal is to ensure that the system is right for the customer's purpose. And the certification is often an internal verification and is trusted only within the organization. Then what is accreditation? Accreditation is the formal declaration by the designated approving authority DAA that an IT system is approved to operate in a particular security mode using the given set of safeguards at an acceptable level of risk. Once accreditation is performed, management can formally accept the adequacy of the overall security performance of an evaluated system. Now let's see what is open system versus closed system. First of all, open system. So open systems are built upon standards, protocols, and interfaces that have published specifications. So the specifications are public or known to a large portion of the public, and it provides interoperability between products created by different vendors. And it also provides interfaces that enable each system to easily communicate with others and add-ons to hook to the system easily, which means that we can add our own separate devices that function with the system or which has much easier compatibility with the system. And in open systems, most of the systems in use today are open systems. Then there are closed systems. So closed systems use an architecture that does not follow industry standards. And due to this, interoperability and standard interferences are not employed to enable easy communication between the different types of system. And this also means that we cannot add compatible hardware or add-ons to the system. So these closed systems are proprietary, meaning the system can only communicate with the systems of similar architecture. And it can potentially provide more security to the system because it may operate in a more secluded environment than open environment. Now, what is a client-based system and a server-based system? So the first one is client-based. So client-based refers to built-in applications that can execute entirely on one user device. Example, text editors, painting tools, or all those tools that can run on one device are called client-based. So these are installed on a specific computer and the users can interact with it with no internet connectivity. The application may still reach out for updates or some form of social connectivity or something, but none of its core features require remote processing. And client-based systems tend to have weak or minimal authentication mechanism, and the data is usually stored in plain text. Then there is server-based system. Server-based systems requires that two or more separate applications have to interact with each other across a network connection. So example would be web-based systems. Now what is a distributed system? Any system in which the multiple computing nodes which are interconnected by a network and where exchange information is happening for the accomplishment of collective tasks. Such systems are called distributed systems. A client server system is a specific kind of distributed system in which devices in one group act as clients for devices in the adjacent group. So distributed systems pose special challenges in terms of security simply because of the number of devices that are involved. Because there are a large number of devices that comes in the client side and in the server side. So and susceptible to attacks like man in the middle attack. Now what is cloud computing? So cloud computing is the use of shared remote computing devices for the purpose of providing improved efficiencies, performance, reliability, scalability, and security. These devices are usually based on virtual machines and can be outsourced to a third-party provider or provided in-house. So cloud computing is basically the sharing of resources over a network. And there are three models for cloud computing activities. They are software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service. So the first one is software as a service, where the users of software as a service is allowed to use specific application that execute on the service provider's environment. So for example, any photo editor or video editor that works on your browser is actually working from on the cloud. It is not using the resources that is present on your device. So it is a software as a service. Then there is platform as a service. In this model, the user gets access to a computing platform that is typically built on a server operating system. So here the users are getting platforms or development environments where it can be used to web applications, etc. Then there is infrastructure as a service where it provides unfettered access to the cloud devices which you will need to subscribe under an IaaS model. It is like in your phone you have cloud storage. So it is actually giving you storage as a service. So storage is a kind of infrastructure. If in the real life we needed storage, we would have to buy physical hardware. But here we are getting that infrastructure via the cloud. So that is known as infrastructure as a service. Now, what is database systems? So, the two main database security issues are aggregation and inference. So, the first one is aggregation, and aggregation happens when a user does not have the clearance or permission to access specific information, but only have the permission to access components of this information or only parts of this information. So, users then have to figure out the rest and obtain the restricted information. So, as they does not have the clearance to know. And then there is inference, where inference is the intended result of aggregation. So the inference problem happens when a subject deduces the full story from the pieces he learned through aggregation. So the user was able to get some of the pieces of the information through aggregation, and now he is deducing the full story. That is known as inference. Inference is the ability to derive information not explicitly available. To prevent aggregation and inference, the subject and any application or process acting on the subject's behalf need to be prevented from gaining access to the whole collection, including the independent components. Now, what are the attack prevention techniques on database system? So, the first one is content-dependent access control, which is based on the sensitivity of the data. So, the more sensitive the data, the smaller the subset of individuals who can gain access to the data. Then there is context-dependent access control, which means that the software understands what actions should be allowed based upon the state and sequence of the request. The database software would need to keep track of what the user is requesting. Then there is cell suppression, which is a technique used to hide specific cells that contain information that could be used in inference attacks. Then there is partitioning a database, which involves dividing the database into different parts, which makes it much harder for an unauthorized individual to find connecting pieces of data that can be brought together and other information that can be reduced or uncovered. Then there is noise and perturbation, which is a technique of inserting bogus information in the hopes of misdirecting an attacker or confusing the matter enough that the actual attack will not be fruitful. Now, what are web-based systems? So, considering their exposed nature, websites are primary targets during an attack. It is essential for web developers that they provide maximum deterrence to attackers. So, web-based systems are all these systems that are available online. So websites can be thought of an example of web-based system. So websites are the primary targets during an attack because they are exposed to the public. So some important principles have to be followed while developing these. The first one is simplicity. So a clearer and simpler website architecture is the easier to analyze, and since it is easier to analyze, its security aspects can be very well implemented. Then there is input validation, where user-generated input fed into the website needs to be critically scrutinized. Then there is encryption, where it helps to secure the input or output operations of a web application. Fail securely, which is in the event of an error, website should behave in a predictable and non-compromising manner. Then finally, there is WAF or web application firewalls, which are systems that inspect the traffic going to or coming from a web application in order to filter out potentially malicious content. Now, mobile systems. Since mobile devices are basically small computers, most of the same security vulnerabilities, threats, and risks apply to them also. So they can be compromised by malware, sensitive data which can be stolen from them, denial of service attacks can take place, etc. So mobile devices may provide a jumping point to malware from the mobile device to computer system that may be directly connected to the corporate network. So if the mobile device is connected to a network in which your computer is also connected, the malware can jump from the mobile network. So enterprise mobile device security principles need to be implemented, and these include only devices that can be centrally managed should be allowed access to corporate resources. Remote policies should be pushed to each device, and user profiles should be encrypted with no local options for modification. Data encryption, idle timeout locks, screensaver lockouts, authentication, and remote wipe should be enabled. Bluetooth capabilities should be locked down. Only allowed applications should be installed. Camera policies should be enforced, and restrictions for social media sites should be implemented. Then endpoint security should be expanded to mobile endpoints and controllers, which are specialized devices that consist of a CPU, memory, and peripheral control interfaces. So microcontrollers have a very basic operating system, and the computing device most probably are embedded to a mechanical or electrical device or system. Examples are digital thermometers, washing machines, traffic lights, etc. The main challenge in securing these systems is that ensuring the security of the software that drives them. Many vendors build their embedded systems around commercially available microprocessors but use their own proprietary code that is difficult, if not possible, for a customer to audit. Now let's talk about Internet of Things or IoT. The Internet of Things is the global network of connected embedded systems which has a large number of devices ranging from smart bulbs to even vehicles. In IoT, each node is connected to the internet and is uniquely addressable. Most visible aspect of this explosion is in the area of smart homes, in which lights, furnaces, and even refrigerators collaborate to create the best environment for the residents. So, since all these things are connected to a network, there are a lot of security issues also which can come with them. The security issues are authentication. Most IoT devices have very poor authentication. Then there is encryption. So cryptography is typically expensive in terms of processing power and memory, both of which are very limited in IoT devices. So the fallout of this is that data at rest and data in motion can be vulnerable in many parts of the IoT. And finally, updates. Many IoT vendors does not provide functionality to automatically update their software and firmware when patches are available. Let us see what are industrial control systems or ICS. Industrial control systems consist of information technology that is specifically designed to control the physical devices in an industrial process. So these ICS exist on every factory floor to control conveyor belts, industrial robots, etc. They also exist in the power and water infrastructures to control the flow of these utilities. But unlike other information technology systems, these systems can directly cause physical harm to humans, and because of this, external attacks on these systems should be prevented. And for these reasons, securing ICS requires a slightly different approach than traditional IT systems. So these include programmable logic controllers, distributed control systems, supervisory control, and data acquisition. So the single greatest vulnerability in industrial control systems is their increasing connectivity to traditional IT networks. And the recommendations for their security include applying a risk management process to ICS, segmenting the network to place IDS or IPS at the subnet boundaries, disabling the unaided ports and services on all ICS devices, implementing least privilege through the ICS, use encryption wherever feasible, ensuring that there is process for patch management, and finally monitoring the audit trails regularly. Now let's see what are the common threats. So the first one is maintenance hooks. Maintenance hooks are a type of backdoor. So these are basically instructions which gives the developers easy access to code. But during the development phases, these can be very helpful. However, if they are not removed before the software goes into production or deployment, they can cause major security issues. So the preventive measures that can be taken are using an IDS or intrusion detection system to watch for any attackers using these backdoors. Then using a file system encryption to protect sensitive information, and also implementing auditing to detect any type of backdoor use. Then there are incremental attacks, which are attacks which happens in small increments. So the first one is data diddling, which occurs when an attacker gains access to a system and makes small random or incremental changes to data during storage, processing, or other transactions, rather than obviously altering the file contents or damaging or deleting the entire files. Then there is salami attack, which is a systematic whittling at assets in accounts or other records with financial value, where every small amount is deducted from balances regularly and routinely. Then there is time of check or time of use attacks, TOC or TOU. This takes advantage of the dependency on the timing of events that takes place in a multitasking operating system. For example, if process 1 validates the authorization of a user to open a non-critical text file and process 2 carries out the open command, if the attacker can change out this non-critical text file with a password file while process 1 is carrying out its task, he or she has just obtained access to this critical file. Then there is race condition. When two different processes need to carry out their tasks on one resource, the processes usually need to follow the correct sequence. So if a system splits up the authentication and authorization steps, an attacker could be authorized before he or she is even authenticated. So the countermeasures for these include the first one, to protect against race condition attacks. It is best not to split up critical tasks that can have their sequence altered. This means the system should use atomic operations for access control function. To avoid the TOC or TOU attacks, the OS can apply software locks to the items it will use when it is carrying out its checking task. So if the user requests access to a file, while the system is validating the user's authorization, it should put a software lock on the file being requested. Then there is buffer overflow. So this occurs when programmers fail to validate the input data sufficiently, particularly when they do not impose a limit on the amount of data their software will accept as input. When the normal maximum size of the buffer is exceeded, the extra data collector is called overflow. Thus, this type of attack that results when the someone attempts to supply malicious instruction or code as part of the program input is called buffer overflow attack. So the countermeasure is that designers must specify bounds for input data or state acceptable input values and limits on how much data will be accepted, passed, and handled when input is solicited. Developers must also follow such limitations when building code that solicits, accepts, and handles input. Now let's see what is cryptography. So cryptography is a method of storing and transmitting data in a form that only those it is intended for can read and process. Cryptography is an effective way of protecting sensitive information as it is stored on media or transmitted through untrusted networks. So the goal of cryptography is to make obtaining the information too work intensive or time consuming to be worthwhile to the attacker. So what are the cryptographic services? The first one is confidentiality. So this renders the information unintelligible except by the authorized entity. Then there is integrity, where data has not been altered in any unauthorized manner since it was created, transmitted, or stored. Then there is authentication. This verifies the identity of the user or the system that created the information. Then non-repudiation, which ensures that the sender cannot deny sending the message. Now let's see some cryptographic definitions. The first one is plain text. It is a form of data that can be understood either by a person or a document or by a computer executable code. Then there is ciphertext, which is encrypted form of data. Neither human nor machine can process this until it is properly decrypted. Then there is a crypto system, which is a system or product that provides encryption and decryption, and this can be created through hardware components or program code in an application. Then there is an algorithm, which is a set of rules, also known as the cipher, which dictates how enciphering and deciphering takes place. Then there is a key, which is a secret value, usually a long string of bits, which works with the algorithm to encrypt and decrypt the text. And finally, there is key space, which are a range of values that can be used to construct a key. So the flow would be like it first to plain text, it will be encrypted, then it goes to ciphertext, and it should be decrypted to read the plain text back again. Now, what is steganography? Steganography is a method of hiding data in other media types so that the very existence of the data is concealed. Only the sender and the receiver will be able to see the message because it is secretly hidden. Encrypted messages can draw attention because it tells the bad guy this is something sensitive. So, because it is encrypted, it gives out the idea that it is sensitive. But a hidden message would not attract this type of attention. Even though the same secret message can be embedded into this image. So, steganography is a type of security through obscurity. The components involved in steganography are a carrier signal, data stream, or file that has hidden information inside it. Stegomedium, which is the medium in which the information is hidden. Then the payload, which is the information that is to be concealed and transmitted. Null or concealment cipher. A null cipher, also known as a concealment cipher, is an ancient form of encryption where the plain text is mixed with a large amount of non-cipher material.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Today, it is regarded as the simple form of steganography, which can be used to hide ciphertext. In a null cipher, the plain text is included within the ciphertext, and one needs to discard certain characters in order to decrypt the message. Most characters in such a cryptogram are nulls, only some are significant, and some others can be used as pointers to the significant one. So the image given on the right side is an example. Now, running key cipher. So in classical cryptography, the running key cipher is a type of polyalphabetic substitution cipher in which a text, which is typically taken from a book which is agreed upon previously, and is used to provide a very long key stream. Usually, the book to be used would be agreed ahead of time, while the passage to be used would be chosen randomly for each message, and this would be secretly indicated somewhere in the message. So, an example would be if the plain text is fully at once and the line of text selected is from some book, page 63, line 1, it would be taken like this, and the ciphertext would be taken from respective tables. Now, substitution cipher. So, this is a method of encrypting by which units of plain text are replaced with ciphertext. So, according to a fixed system, this will be done. The units may be single letters, pairs of letters, triplets of letters, mixtures of the above, and so forth. The receiver deciphers the text by performing the inverse substitution. Then there are monoalphabetic ciphers which uses fixed substitution over the entire message, and there are polyalphabetic ciphers that uses a number of substitutions at different positions in the message. Now, what is a transposition cipher? In a transposition cipher, the values are scrambled or put into different order. The key determines the positions the values are moved to. When implemented with complex mathematical functions, transposition can become quite sophisticated and difficult to break. So, symmetric algorithms employed today use both long sequences of complicated substitutions and transpositions on messages. Let's see what is symmetric cryptography. In symmetric cryptography, the sender and receiver use two instances of the same key for encryption and decryption. So the key has dual functionality in that it can carry out both encryption and the decryption process. Symmetric keys are also called secret keys because this type of encryption relies on each user to keep the key a secret and properly protected. If an intruder were to get this key, they could decrypt any. The equation used to calculate the number of symmetric keys needed is n into n minus 1 by 2. The strengths of symmetric cryptography are that they are much faster because they are less computationally intensive than asymmetric functions, and it is harder to break if using a large key size. But the weaknesses are that it requires a secure mechanism to deliver keys properly, and each pair of users needs a unique key. So as the number of individuals increases, so does the number of keys. Also, the number of keys possibly making key management overwhelming. Then it also provides confidentiality but authenticity or non-repudiation. Now, what is asymmetric cryptography? In these systems, each entity has different keys or asymmetric keys. The two different asymmetric keys are mathematically related So if a message is encrypted by one key, the other key is required in order to decrypt the message. The pair of keys is made up of one public key and one private key. The public key can be known to everyone, and the private key must be known and used only by the owner. So here, if confidentiality is needed, the sender would encrypt the file with the receiver's public key. This is called a secure message format because it can only be decrypted by the person who has the corresponding private key. If authentication is needed, sender would encrypt the data with his or her private key. This provides assurance to the receiver that the only person who would have encrypted the data is the individual who has the private key. This is called open message format. Now, the strengths of asymmetric cryptography is that better key distribution than symmetric systems. It has better scalability than symmetric systems, and it can provide authentication and non-repudiation. The weaknesses are that it works much slower than symmetric systems, and this is mathematically very intensive. Now, let's see what are data encryption standards, or DES. DEA is the algorithm that fulfills DES, which is just a standard. So DES is the standard and DEA is the algorithm. But in the industry, we usually just refer to it as DES, or Data Encryption Standards. DES stands for Data Encryption Architecture. It is based on symmetric key crypto system. It is a block encryption algorithm with fixed size 64-bit blocks. It uses 56-bit keys plus 8 bits of parity. It uses 16 rounds of transposition and substitution, and it is no longer considered strong enough. Now, what are DES modes? Block ciphers have several modes of operation. Each mode specifies how a block cipher will operate. One mode may work better in one type of environment for specific functionality, whereas another mode may work better in another environment with totally different requirements. So the modes are electronic codebook (ECB), cipher blockchaining (CBC), cipher feedback (CFB), output feedback (OFB), and counter (CTR). Now let's see what are advanced encryption standards, or AES. After the DES was used as an encryption standard for over 20 years, it was cracked in a relatively short time. So NIST came with a new standard called the Advanced Encryption Standard, or AES. So here the block sizes that AES supports are 128, 192, and 256 bits. The number of rounds depends upon the size of the block and the key length. Both the key and the block sizes are 128 bits. There are 10 rounds. If both the key and the block sizes are 192 bits, there are 12 rounds. If both the key and the block size are 256 bits, there are 14 rounds. So this architecture works well when implemented in software and hardware in a wide range of products and environments. It has low memory requirements and has been constructed to easily defend against timing attacks. Now let's see what are the other symmetric algorithms. The first one is IDEA, International Data Encryption Algorithm. Stands for the algorithm which uses 64-bit blocks, 128-bit key, and 8 rounds of computation. These are used in email encryption software and pretty good privacy, or PGP. Then there is Blowfish, which uses 64-bit block size, 32 448 bits in steps of 8 bits key size, and 16 rounds of computation. Then there is Twofish, which is a modification of Blowfish using 128-bit blocks and uses variable key length up to 256 bits. RC4, which is a type of string cipher. It has a variable key size and is used in the SSL and WE. RC5, which uses block sizes of 32, 64, or 128 bits with key length up to 2040 bits, and this is created as a candidate algorithm for AES. RC6, which uses key size of 128 and 192 and 256 bits and has a block size of 128 bits, and this is based on RC5 and was also a candidate for AES. Now let's see what are hashing algorithms. So first of all, what is hashing? So hashing is actually matching data to a long string of numbers. So the goal of using a one-way hash function is to provide a fingerprint for the data or message. So strong cryptographic hash algorithm features are: hashing algorithm should be collision free. It does not create the same hash value for two or more messages. The hash should be completed or over the entire message. The hash should be a one-way function, so messages are not disclosed by their values. And given a message and its hash value, computing another message with the same hash value should be impossible. The function should be resistant to birthday attacks. Now, what are the hashing algorithms? MD4, which is a one-way hash function that produces a 128-bit message digest value. It was used for high-speed computation in software implementations and was optimized for microprocessors, but it is no longer considered secure. Then there is MD5, which is the newer version of MD4. It still produces a 128-bit hash, but the algorithm is more complex, which makes it harder to break. Recent research has shown MD5 to be subject to collision attacks. Then there is SHA. SHA1 produces a 160-bit hash value or a message digest. This is then inputted into an asymmetric algorithm which computes the signature of a message. SHA1 was found to be vulnerable to collisions. Newer versions of this algorithm, collectively known as the SHA2 and SHA3 families, have been developed and released. They are SHA256, SHA384, and SHA512. Now, what is a birthday attack? So, a strong hashing algorithm does not produce the same hash for two different messages. If the algorithm does produce the same value for two different messages, this is called a collision. An attacker can attempt to force a collision, which is referred to as a birthday attack. This attack is based on the mathematical birthday paradox that exists in standard statistics. So, for example, how many people must be in the same room for the chance to be greater than even that another person has the same birthday as you? The answer is 253. And how many people must be in the same room for the chance to be greater than even that at least two people share the same birthday? The answer is 23. So there is a high probability of finding two people who share a birthday than of finding another person who shares your birthday. Or stated another way, it is easier to find two matching values in a sea of values than to find a match for just one specific value. Now let's see what are the attacks on cryptography. Ciphertext of the attacks. So here the attacker has the ciphertext of several messages. So each of these messages have been encrypted using the same encryption algorithm. The attacker's goal here is to discover the key used in the encryption process. This is the most common type of attack because it is very easy to get ciphertext by sniffing someone's traffic. And the hardest attack to be successful because the attacker has little to no information about the encryption process. Then there are non-plain text attacks. Here the attacker has the plain text and the corresponding ciphertext for one or more messages. The goal here is to discover the key that is used to encrypt the messages so other messages can be deciphered and read. Messages usually start with same type of beginnings and close with the same type of ending. The attackers has some of the plain text and capture an encrypted message. The rest is accomplished by reverse engineering, frequency analysis, and brute force attempts. Then there are chosen plaintext attacks. Here the attacker has the plaintext and the ciphertext, but can also choose the plaintext that gets encrypted to see the corresponding ciphertext. So how is this carried out is that the attacker can email a message to you that you thinks not only will believe but will also panic about, encrypt and send to someone else. Meanwhile, attacker is sniffing your traffic and now has a copy of the plaintext of the message because he wrote it and a copy of the ciphertext. Then there is chosen ciphertext text attacks. Here the attackers can choose the ciphertext to be decrypted and has access to the resulting decrypted plaintext. This is a harder attack to carry out compared to the previously mentioned attacks, and the attacker may need to have control of the system that contains the crypto system. Then there is differential cryptanalysis. This is an attack that looks at crypted ciphertext pairs generated by encryption of plaintext pairs with specific differences and analyzes the effect and result of those differences. It turned out to be an effective and successful attack against DES and other block algorithms. Since the attacker chooses the different plaintext messages for this attack, it is considered a type of chosen plaintext attack. Then there is linear cryptanalysis. The attacker here evaluates the input and output values for each S box. He evaluates the probability of input values ending up in a specific combination. He also identifies the specific output combinations. This allows him to assign probability values to different keys until one shows a continual pattern of having the highest probability. Then there are side channel attacks. In cryptography, we can review facts and infer the value of an encryption. So here an attacker could measure power consumption, radiation emissions, and the time it takes for certain types of data processing. With this information, he can work backward by reverse engineering the process to uncover an encryption key or sensitive data. The idea is that instead of attacking a device head on, just watch how it performs to figure out how it works. And finally, there is meet in the middle attacks. This term refers to mathematical analysis used to try and break a math problem from both ends. It is a technique that works on the forward mapping of function and the inverse of the second function at the same time. So the attacker works by encrypting from one end and decrypting from the other end, thus meeting in the middle. Let's see what is physical security. The purpose of physical security is to protect against physical threats. So the following physical threats are among the most common. They can be either natural or man-made. The first one is natural, and the threats include fire and smoke, flood, earthquake, storms, etc. Then there are man-made threats like vandalism, explosion or destruction, utility loss, personal loss, etc. What is server room security? Server rooms or data centers are restricted and protected rooms where your mission critical servers and network devices are housed. So centralized server rooms need not be human compatible. Server rooms should be designed to support optimal operation of the infrastructure and to block unauthorized human access or intervention. Server rooms should also be located at the core of the building. Server rooms should be located away from water, gas, and sewage lines. And the walls of your server room should also have 1 4 minimum fire rating. Now let's see what is work area security. The design and configuration of internal security, including work areas and visitor areas, should be considered carefully. So areas that contain assets of higher value or importance should have more restricted access. For example, anyone who enters the facility should be able to access the restrooms without going into sensitive areas, but only network administrators and security staff should have access to the server room. Valuable and confidential assets should be located in the heart or the center of protection provided by a facility. Walls or partitions can be used to separate similar but distinct work areas. Such divisions deter casual shoulder surfing or eavesdropping. Floor to ceiling walls should be used to separate areas with different levels of sensitivity and confidentiality. Now, what is physical access control? So, a variety of technical controls are used as access control mechanisms to manage physical access. The first one is smart cards. So, these are credit card size IDs with an embedded magnetic strip or integrated circuit chip. They contain information about the authorized bearer that can be used for identification or authentication purposes. Some smart cards can even process information or store reasonable amounts of data in a memory chip. Then there are memory cards, which are machine-readable ID cards with a magnetic strip. Like a credit card, debit card, or ATM card, memory cards can retain a small amount of data but are unable to process data. Memory cards often function as a two-factor authentication control. Then there are proximity readers, which is a passive device, field-powered device, or a transponder. The proximity device is worn or held by the authorized bearer. When it passes a proximity reader, the reader can determine who the bearer is and whether they have authorized access. Now let's discuss communication and network security. First of all, what is a network architecture? So a network architecture is the design of a computer network, or it is a framework for specifying how a network's physical components and a functional organization and configuration should be. It also defines how the operational principles and procedures are, and as well as the communication protocols that should be used. A sound architecture can be reused time and again. And since we intend our architectures to be reusable, it is imperative that we apply secure design principles when we implement them. Now, let's see an architecture called the Open Systems Interconnection Model. So, the Open Systems Interconnection or OSI model is a conceptual model created by the International Organization for Standardization ISO, which enables diverse communication systems to communicate using standard protocol. So simply, the OSI provides a standard for different computer systems to be able to communicate with each other. And the OSI model is a concept where all the working of the internal components are divided in abstract layers, and this abstraction layers subdivide the communication systems further into smaller manageable parts. So the OSI model's goal is to help others develop products that will work within an open network architecture. And this reference model was described by the ISO standard 7490. So these are actually protocols that work in every layer. And a protocol is a standard or set of rules that determines how systems will communicate across the networks. So the first layer is the application layer. So this is the layer that works closest to the user and provides file transmission, message exchanges, terminal sessions, etc. And this layer does not include the actual applications, but rather the protocols that support the applications. So this layer processes and properly formats the data and passes it down to the next layer within the OSI model. Some examples for the protocols working at this layer are the simple mail transfer protocol, hypertext transfer protocol, domain name system, internet relay chat protocol, and the line printer daemon protocol. Now the next layer is the presentation layer. So this layer is responsible for defining how information is presented to the user in the interface they are using. So this provides a common mean for representing the data. This layer is concerned with the meaning of the data, but with the syntax and is not concerned with the meaning of the data, but with the syntax and format of the data. So the common functions used here are protocol conversion, data translation, compression, encryption, character set conversion, etc. Usually, no protocols work at this layer. Example are ASCII, BMP, GIF, JPG, WAV, AVI, and MPEG formats. Now, session layer. So this layer is responsible for establishing a connection between the two applications, maintaining it during the data transfer, and controlling the release of this connection. So there are three different modes or three different types of connections. The first one is a simplex connection, where the communication only takes place in one direction, though in practice this is very seldom, which happens very rarely. Then there are half duplex connection, where communication takes place in both directions, but only one application can send information at a time. Here, so communication is taking place in both the direction, but information will be going in one direction at a time. Then there are full duplex where communication takes place in both directions and both applications can send information at the same time. And some protocols that work at this layer are the password authentication protocol, point-to-point tunneling protocol, network basic input-output system, and remote procedure called. Now, transport layer. So, this layer is responsible for providing host-to-host communication services. And this layer establishes a logical connection between the sending host and the destination host on a network. And this ensures that the data units are delivered free of errors. This also ensures that the data units are delivered in sequence and also that there is no loss or duplication of data units. And this provides connectionless or connection oriented services, and transport layer provides services to the session layer. For example, transmission control protocol and user datagram protocol. Now the network layer. So this layer inserts information into the packet's header so that it can be properly addressed and routed to the actual destination. And this defines the most optimal path the packet should take from the source to the destination and provides logical addressing so that any endpoint can be identified. This layer handles the congestion in the network and defines how to fragment a packet into smaller packets to accommodate different media. This manages message routing, error detection, and control of node data traffic and provides services to the transport layer. The examples are IP, OSPF, ICMP, and RIP. Now the data link layer. So this layer establishes the communications link between individual devices over a physical link or a channel. So the data link layer defines hardware that are physical or MAC addresses as well as the communication process that occurs within a media type. It also formats the message into data frames and adds a customized header containing the hardware destination and source address. So there are two sub layers in this data link layer. Which one? The first one is the logical link control layer, LLC, which controls the frame synchronization, error checking, and the flow. And there are media access control layers, which controls the way a system on the network gains access to the data and gets permission to transmit it. The examples are address resolution protocol, serial line internet protocol, and point-to-point protocol. Now, physical layer. So, the physical layer defines the means of transmitting raw bits over a physical data link connecting network nodes, and it converts the bits into voltages or light impulses for transmission. It defines rules by which bits are passed from one system to another on a physical communication medium. And it defines the types of signaling such as analog or digital, electrical or optical, characteristics of signal, asynchronous or synchronous, simplex, full or half duplex, etc. It defines the topology of the network as well, whether it is star, bus and ring, etc. So the examples are EIA 232 and synchronous optical network, ISDN, DSL, SONET, etc. Now, what is a TCP or IP model? So we have already seen an OSI model. So this model, the transmission control protocol or internet protocol model, is a suite of protocols that governs the way data travels from one device to another. Besides TCP and IP, there are other protocols also here. So the internet protocol suite, commonly known as TCP or IP, is the set of communication protocols used in internet and similar computer networks. And the current foundational protocols in the suite are TCP and IP. This model is also called the DARPA or the DoD model, consists of only 4 layers as opposed to the OSI's model's 7 layers. So if we see, so these are the different protocols that happen in the different layers in the TCP or IP protocol. On the left side, we can see the OSI protocol model where there are 7 layers, and in the TCP or IP protocol, some of those layers are clubbed into one. For example, the application presentation and session in OSI model is just the application layer here, and the data link and the physical layer in the OSI is just the link layer. And in these layers, all these protocols mentioned happens in the different layers here. Now, let's see how the transfer data is structured. So, the message is formed and passed to the application layer from a program and sent down through the protocol stack. So, each protocol at these layers adds its own information to the message and passes it down to the next layer. So, this activity is referred to as data encapsulation. So, when a data needs to be transferred from the application layer to the different layers, so what happens is on each layer, different protocols are present, and these protocols adds its own information to the data, and the data can be split up into different packages, and it adds all these information to this data, and this is called data encapsulation. So encapsulation data is decapsulized in the way that is mentioned in the right side of the slide. So first of all, there will be different data frames, and then it will be packets, and then segments, and finally we can get the data. So what are these protocols that take place or sit in between these layers? So let's talk about one, the transmission control protocol, or TCP. So the TCP is referred to as a connection oriented protocol because before any user data is actually sent, handshaking takes place between the two systems that want to communicate. So it's like when you're meeting a new person, we just shake hands with them. So before a proper transfer of data is happening, there is a TCP handshake that happens between the systems that are going to communicate or transfer data. So once the handshaking completes successfully, a virtual connection is set up between the two systems. So what happens at the TCP handshake? Here the TCP must set up a virtual connection between the two hosts before any data is sent. This means the two hosts must agree on certain parameters, data flow, windowing, error detection, and option. So this is what happens at the handshake, where the systems agrees on how the data should be sent, what are the parameters, what are the error detection processes, and other options. So the TCP application has HTTP or HTTPS, FTP, SSH, and SMTP. Now, the next protocol that we talk about is User Datagram Protocol, or UDP. So UDP is also a transport layer protocol considered connectionless because it does not go through any handshake. So like the TCP, there is no handshake happening here. So what happens is UDP sends out messages without first contacting the destination computer and does not know if the packets were received properly or not. Whereas in a TCP connection or TCP setting, the computers will very well know if the data is reaching there because they are already agreeing on how the data will be reached and all those things. So the UDP application has DNS, DHCP, SNMP, and NTP. So we'll compare the differences between a TCP and UDP. So the properties that we are going to compare are reliability, connection, packet sequencing, congestion control, usage, and speed. So talking about reliability, in TCP, it uses AC keys to ensure all packets have reached. But in UDP, lost packets cannot be recovered and it does not have any AC keys. In connection, TCP is connection oriented, but UDP is not connection oriented. In packet sequencing, TCP uses sequence numbers to ensure that the packets are ordered, but in UDP there is no sequencing done and it does not ensure any proper ordering. And in congestion control, it uses Windows system to control congestion, but in UDP there is no congestion control. And in usage, it can use when reliable delivery is must. But in UDP, we cannot use when reliable delivery is a must, but it can be used when high amount of data is sent and speed is more important than reliability. And comparing about speed, the TCP has comparatively slow speed, while the UDP has a relatively much faster and is very lightweight also. Now let's talk about ports. At the software level within an operating system, port is a logical construct that identifies a specific process or a type of a network service. So a port is identified for each transport protocol and address combination by a 16-bit unsigned number known as the port number. So port numbers can be classified as the first one, well-known ports, which are 0 to 1023, and these are used by all the well-known services like Telnet port 23, SMTP port 25, HTTP port 80, SNMP ports 161 and 162, FTP ports 21 and 20, etc.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
Then there are registered ports ranging from 1024 to 49151. So these ports can be registered with the Internet Corporation for assigned names and numbers, ICANN, for a particular use. Then there are dynamic ports ranging from 49152 to 65535, which are available to be used by any application on as needed base. Now, what is Internet Protocol? So the Internet Protocol.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Specifies that each node on a network must have a unique IP address. So there are two versions of these IPs known as IPv4 and IPv6, where IPv4 uses 32 bits for its addresses, whereas IPv6 uses 128 bits. Thus, IPv6 provides more possible addresses with which we can work with. And then each data packet is assigned an IP address of the sender and the recipient as well. And each device receives the packet and makes routing decisions based on the packet's destination IP address. And IP addressing provides an unreliable datagram service. And IP addresses also includes network and the host as well. Now let's talk in detail about IPv4. So IPv4 network addresses are in 32 bits length and are expressed as dot decimal. For example, 198.168.0.100. We usually, if we have a modem and we need to configure the modem, we'll be typing an IP address similar to this. So there are two types here. First one is classful addressing, in which the address space is divided into 5 classes: A, B, C, D, and E. And each of these classes has a valid range of IP address. So class D and E are reserved for multicast and experimental purposes. Then there are classless addressing. This is an improved IP addressing system and it makes the allocation of IP addresses more efficient. It replaces the older classful addressing system based on classes. It is also known as classless interdomain routing or CIDR. Now, what are private networks and loopback? So, private networks, organizations are encouraged to assign private network IP addresses to nodes in its internal network. So, they are not routable over the internet. The address blocks reserved for private networks are 10.0.0.02, 10.255.255.255, and the remaining ones. And a loopback address is a special address used to signify a node's on address. So, loopback addresses 127.0.0.1 point back to the issuing computer. Now we'll talk in detail about IPv6. So IPv6 uses 128 bit space compared to the 32 bit space that IPv4 uses. And this increases the address space much more than what IPv4 allows. And this allows scoped addresses, end-to-end secure transmission and authentication. And this has more flexibility and routing capabilities and allows for QoS. An anyCAD address can be used to send a packet to any one node in a group of nodes. And the new address space provides the potential for a maximum of 3.403 in 10 raised to 38 addresses. And IPv6 addresses are represented as 8 groups of 4 hexadecimal digits separated by colons. Example is given below. Now, what is the IPv6's address structure? So, an IPv6 address is made up of 128 bits divided into 8 16-bit blocks, and each block is then converted into 4-digit hexadecimal numbers separated by colons. For example, given below is a 128-bit IPv6 address represented in the binary format and divided into 8 16-bit blocks. So, this is the 128-bit IPv6 address, and when we are converting it into hexadecimal equivalent of the IPv6 address, it comes out to be this one. So IPv6 provides some rules to shorten the address. The rule 1 is discard leading zeros. So in block 5, if we see there is 0063. So here the leading 2 zeros can be omitted and it can be just written as 63. Rule 2, if 2 or more blocks contain consecutive zeros, omit them all and replace with double colon sign as shown. So if there are consecutive zeros, then they can be omitted and they can be replaced with a double colon sign. So if you see here, you can see that after the 0060, there are consecutive zeros coming, so they are replaced with double colons. And in rule 3, if there are still blocks of zeros in the address, they can be shrunk down to a single zero. So if there are groups of further zeros remain, they can be shrunk down to a single zero. So this second block will be shrunk down to a single zero. Now, what are the different IPv6 address types? So following are the major categories of IPv6 address. The first one is global unicast address. So here a unique IPv6 address is assigned to a host interface, and these addresses have a global scope and essentially the same purposes as IPv4 public addresses. So global unicast addresses are routable over the internet. Then there are link local IPv6 addresses. So here an IPv6 address allows a communication between neighboring hosts that reside on the same link. So link local addresses have a local scope and cannot be used outside the link. And they always have the prefix FE80::. /10. And then there are loopback IPv6 addresses. So here, an IPv6 address used on a loopback interface is called a loopback IPv6 address, and the IPv6 loopback address is 0:0:0:0:0:0:1, which can be noted as :1/128. And then there are unspecified addresses, which are IPv6 unspecified address, which are denoted with a couple of zeros, and which can be noted as :128. Now we'll discuss about the coexistence of IPv6 and IPv4. So the transition from IPv4 to IPv6 will not be something that is done overnight. So it will take some time, and a number of mechanisms have been developed to make the transition easy. So dual stack, where each device on the network is configured with both an IPv4 and an IPv6 address, is called dual stack. And the idea is that once all the devices have implemented IPv6, the IPv4 part of the network will be depreciated. Then there is 64 tunneling. So here it assigns a block of IPv6 address spaces to any host or network that has a global IPv4 address and encapsulates the IPv6 packets inside IPv4 packets for transmission over an IPv4 network using 6 in 4. So, and also routes traffic between 64 and native IPv6 networks. Then there is translation. So here a host with IPv4 address sends a request to an IPv6 enabled server on the internet that does not understand IPv4 address. So when the IPv4 host sends a request packet to the IPv6 server, the NATPT device or router strips down the IPv4 packet, removes the IPv4 header and adds IPv6 header and passes it to the internet. Now, what are multi-layer protocols? So, not all protocols fit nearly within the layers of the OSI model. So, this is particularly evident among devices and networks that were never intended to interoperate with the internet. The lack of these robust security features to protect the availability, integrity, and confidence of data is visualized here. So, the distributed network protocol or the DNP3 is where communication protocols designed for SCADA systems, particularly those within the power systems, and these are not general purpose protocols like IP, nor does it incorporate routing functionality. Instead of using the OSI model, it uses a simple 3-layer model called the enhanced performance architecture that roughly corresponds to layers 2, 4 and 7 of the OSI model. Then there are controller area network bus or CAN bus, and this allows microcontrollers and other embedded devices to communicate with each other on a shared bus and used in different automobiles. So these devices can control functions including steering, braking and throttling. So a CAN bus was never meant to communicate with anything outside the vehicle except for a mechanic's maintenance computer. So there never appeared to be a need for security features. Now what are converged protocols? So converged protocols are those that started off independent and distinct from one another but over time converged to become one. So the first one is fiber channel over Ethernet, FCOE. So here, and this is an encapsulation method that allows fiber channel frames to ride over Ethernet networks. And nowadays, FCOE is used in some storage area networks. Then there are multi-protocol labeling switches, MPLs. MPLs are used to create VPNs over a variety of layer 2 protocols and is referred to as a layer 2.5 protocol. And this is considered as a converged protocol because it can encapsulate any higher layer protocol and tunnel to over a variety of links. Then Internet Small Computer System Interface. So this ISCSI is a technology that allows peripherals to be connected to computers. So the problem with this was that it has limited range. And the solution was to let this ride on TCP segments so a peripheral device could be literally anywhere in the world and still appear as local to a computer. Then there is Voice over Internet Protocol. So this is a tunneling mechanism used to transport voice and or data over a TCP IP network. So VIIP has the potential to replace or supplement the PSTN as is often less expensive and offers a wide variety of options and features. Let's talk about transmission media. So a transmission medium is a physical aspect in a network connection through which the data is moved. So broadly speaking, we use 3 different types of transmission media. The first one are electric wires that encode information as changes in the voltage level of an electric current. Typically, we use cables which are 2 or more wires encased within a sheet. Then there are optical fibers that transmit data that is encoded in the wavelength, phase or polarization of the light. The light is generated by either an LED or a laser diode. And as with electrical wires, we usually bundle multiple fibers in the cables for longer distances. Finally, free space is the medium that we use for wireless communication. Any electromagnetic signal can travel through it even outside our atmosphere. And we tend to use mostly radio signals in free space. But every now and then you may find a system that uses lights such as infrared laser beam. So an example would be a TV remote that uses infrared beams to control the channel. We are actually transferring data through free space. Now, what are the transmission types? So a signal is an electromagnetic or electrical current that is used for carrying data from one system to another or through a network to another. So the signal is a function that conveys information about a phenomenon. So there are two types of signals. The first one is analog signal. These are continuous signal for which the time varying feature of the signal is a representation of some other time varying quantity. Example, analogous to another time varying signal. Then there are digital signals that are used to represent data as a sequence of separate values at any point in time. It can only take up one of a fixed number of values, and this type of signal represents a real number within a constant range of values. So analog signals can be to be kind of continuous, and digital signals can be thought of as discrete in a way. Now, what are the transmission types? So asynchronous and synchronous network technologies are the different types we use, and they provide synchronization rules to govern how systems communicate to each other. So asynchronous system, there is no timing component, and it surrounds each byte with processing bits, and the parity bit is used for error control, and each byte here requires 3 bits of instruction like start, stop and parity. And in a synchronous type, here timing component for data transmission is very important, and it is used for data synchronization or transmission synchronization. Then there are robust error checking through cyclic redundancy checking, and these are used for high speed, high volume transmissions, and there is minimal overhead compared to asynchronous communication. Now let's compare the differences between a broadband and a baseband. So first one is a baseband. So these are typically used for digitally signaling over a single wire, and the digital signal used in a baseband transmission occupies the entire bandwidth of the network media to transmit a single data signal, and it is bidirectional. However, the sending and receiving function cannot occur at the same wire at the same time. And Ethernet networks use baseband transmission, for example, are 10 base T or 10 base FL. And using baseband, it is possible to transmit multiple signals on a single cable by using multiplexing. And broadband uses time division multiplexing, which divides a single channel into time slots. And then there is broadband. And broadband uses analog signals in the form of optical or electromagnetic waves over multiple transmission frequencies. And for signals to be both sent and received, the transmission media is split into two channels. Alternatively, two tables can be used also, one to send and one to receive transmissions. And multiple channels are created in the broadband system by using a multiplexing technique known as frequency division multiplexing, FDM. And FDM allows broadband media to accommodate traffic going in different directions on a single media at the same time. Now we'll see the different types of cabling that is used. So the first one is twisted pair. Here it consists of two insulated wires that are arranged in a regular spiral pattern. So here the wires can be shielded or unshielded, and it can span up to 100 meters, and then we need amplifying devices that are used to amplify the signals. So Cat5, Cat6 and Cat7 are the commonly used wires in these days. Then there are coaxial cables. So this consists of a hollow outer cylindrical conductor, and these are expensive and resistant to electromagnetic interference (EMI). So there are thin net cables that span distances of 185 meters and throughput of about 10 Mbps. And then there are thick net, also known as 10 base 5, where the span is 500 meters and the throughput is of 10 Mbps. Now finally, fiber optic cables. These carry data over glass as light waves. So this uses our principle of total internal reflection to carry light from one end to another. So the glass core is surrounded by a protective casing which is enclosed in inside an outer jacket. The higher transmission speed allows signals to travel over long distances. So since we are transferring data plus light, it can travel at the speed of light, which is very high. And it is much more secure than the UTP or coaxial cable. So there are two modes. The first one is single mode, where a small glass core is used to transfer data over a long distance. This is less susceptible to attenuation. And then there are multiple modes, where a large glass core can transfer more data, but only up to a shorter distance, where because attenuation can happen here. Now, what are the problems we will face during cabling or when we use different types of cable? So the first one is noise. So this is caused by surrounding devices or faults in the cable. Examples are motors, computers, fluorescent light, microwave ovens, etc. So the noise can come as electromagnetic interference, or when it's a optical fiber, it can be light sources also. Then there is attenuation. So attenuation is the loss of signal strength as the signal travels along a long wire. So attenuation increases with higher frequencies, and it can also be caused by cable breaks and malfunctions as well. Then there is crosstalk. So this occurs when electrical signals spill over the wires, and UTP is more vulnerable than the STP in crosstalk. Now we have seen the physical aspects of network like cabling and all. So we'll see how this cabling or how the physical wires or connections are used to set up a network known as network topology. So topology refers to the way a network is physically connected. And a difference actually exists between physical network topology and logical topology. A network can be configured as a physical star, but work logically as a ring, as in a token ring technology. So the first one is ring topology. Here, a series of devices are connected by unidirectional transmission links. And these links form a closed loop and do not connect to a central system. And each node is dependent upon the preceding nodes, and if one system fails, all other systems should negatively be affected because of this interdependence. Then there is bus topology. Here, a single cable runs the entire length of the network, and nodes are attached through drop points on the cable. So there is linear bus topology where a single cable is there and nodes are attached, and there are tree topology which has branches from the single cable as well. So the main cable itself becomes potential single point of failure, because since everything is connected to the main cable, and if somewhere a failure happens, everything can be affected. Then there is star topology. Here all nodes are connected to a central device such as a switch, and each node has a dedicated link to the central device as well. So the central device is a potential single point of failure, and if one workstation fails, it does not affect other systems because there are dedicated connections between each device to the central device, and it is the most common topology in use today with Ethernet systems. Then there are mesh topologies. So here all systems and resources are connected to each other. So usually a network of interconnected routers and switches are used that provide multiple paths. And then there are full mesh connections where every node is directly connected to every other node. And then there is partial mesh where every node is not directly connected. Example, the internet. Now what is collision domain and broadcast domain? So collision domain. So this is part of a network where packet collisions can occur. So collisions occur when two devices send a packet at the same time on the shared network segment, and this can reduce the network efficiency. So on a hub port, so on a hub, each port is in the same collision domain. By contrast, each port on a bridge or a switch is in a separate collision domain. Then broadcast domain. So this is a domain in which broadcast is forwarded. And broadcast domain contains all devices that can reach other data that we reach each other at the data link layer by using broadcast. And all ports on a hub or a switch are in the same broadcast domain, whereas all ports on a router are in different broadcast domains. Now we'll talk about media access technologies. Media access technologies set up the rules of how computers will communicate on a network and how errors are handled. These technologies reside at the data link layer of the OSI model. When the data or message reaches the data link layer, the protocol at this layer adds the necessary headers and trailers that will allow the message to traverse a specific type of network: Ethernet, token ring, FDDI, etc. So what is token passing? So a token is a 24-bit control frame used to control which computers communicate at what intervals. The token is passed from one computer to another, and only the computer that has the token can put frames onto the wire. The token contains the data to be transmitted and the source and destination information as well. And when a system has data it needs to transmit, it has to wait to receive the token. This type of media sharing method is used by token ring and FDDI technologies. Then there is carriers and sense multiple access with collision detection, CSMA or CD. So here computers listen for the absence of a carrier tone on the cable, which indicates that no other system is transmitting data. So if two computers sense this absence and transmit data at the same time, but a collision can take place. So if a computer observes collision, it will abort its transmission and alert all other stations. and all stations will execute a random collision timer to force a delay before they attempt to transmit data. This random collision timer is called the back-off algorithm, and Ethernets usually use CSMA or CD for media access. Then there is carrier sense multiple access with collision avoidance. So here each computer signals its intent to transmit data, and this tells other nodes to transmit data right now. So once the system identifies that the media is clear and it can put its data on the wire, it sends out a broadcast to all other systems telling them it is going to transmit the information. So here each system will wait a period before attempting to transmit data to ensure collisions do not take place. The wireless LAN technology 802.11 uses CSMA or CA for its media access functionality. Now we'll see what is Ethernet. So Ethernet is a L2 technology that enables several devices to communicate on the same network. And Ethernet uses a bus or star topology, and it is officially defined through the IEEE 802.3 standard. So here it is a contention-based technology where all resources use the same shared communication medium, and it uses the carrier sense multiple access with collision detection access method. It supports full duplex communication, and it can use coaxial, twisted pair, or fiber optic cabling. Now, what is a token ring connection? So, a token ring is a local network media access technology that enables the communication and sharing of network resources. So, it was originally developed by IBM and then defined by IEEE 802.5 standard. And initially, it had the ability to transmit data at 4 Mbps, which was improved to transmit at 16 Mbps. And it uses token passing technology with a star configured topology. And physically, the topology can be star, but the signals and transmissions are passed in a logical ring. And each computer is connected to a central hub called a multi-station access unit. Now, what is a fiber distributed data interface? FDDI. So, this is a high-speed token passing media access technology with data transmit speeds of up to 100 Mbps. And this is usually used as a backbone network using fiber optic cabling. And FDDI also provides fault tolerance by offering a second counter-rotating fiber ring. And each node on the FDDI network has a relays that are connected to both the rings. So if a break in the ring occurs, the two rings can be joined. And before the fast Ethernet and gigabit Ethernet hit the market, FDDI was mainly used as campus and service provider backbones. And because the FDDI can be employed for distances up to 100 kilometers, it was often used in MANs as well. And a version of FDDI, copper distributed data interface, can work over UTP cabling also. Let's talk about network devices. Several types of devices are used in our local networks and wide area networks to provide intercommunication among computers and networks. And the different network devices vary according to their functionality, capabilities, intelligence, and the network placement. So some of the commonly used devices are bridges, switches, routers, and firewalls. So let's see what are bridges. So a bridge is a local area network device and works at the data link layer, therefore works with MAC addresses. And when a frame arrives at a bridge, the bridge determines the MAC address and forwards the frame to the correct port. So what is a forwarding table? So a bridge starts to learn how the network's environment is as soon as it is powered on and as the network changes. And it does this by examining frames and making entries in its forwarding tables. So the functions of bridges are it segments a large network into smaller, more controllable pieces, and it uses filtering based on MAC addresses, and it joins different types of networks while retaining the same broadcast domain, and it isolates collision domains within the same broadcast domain, and it can translate between protocol types. Now, what are switches? A switch is a multi-port bridging device with each port providing dedicated bandwidth to the device attached to it, and the switch employs full duplex communication. So one wire pair is used for sending and another pair is used for receiving, and the switches stops the sharing of network medium and the problems like collision and network contention. Today's L3 and L4 switches have more enhanced functionality than L2, like routing functionality, packet inspection, traffic prioritization, and QoS functionality. And these are also called multi-layered switches. Now, what are VLANs? Switches provide a security service called virtual LANs. So virtual LANs enables administrators to separate and group computers logically based on resource requirements, security, or business needs instead of the standard physical location. Now, what is VLAN hopping? So this is a type of attack where the attacker can send traffic from one VLAN into another. So switch spoofing is one type of attack where the attacker can have a system act as though it is a switch. The system understands the tagging values being used in the network and the trunking protocols and can insert itself between other VLAN devices and gain access to the traffic going back and forth between them. Then there is double tagging, where an attacker can also insert VLAN tags to manipulate the control of traffic at the data link layer. Now, what are routers? Routers are L3 or the network layer devices that are used to connect similar or different networks. For example, they can connect two Ethernet LANs or an Ethernet LAN to a token ring LAN. It has two or more interfaces and a routing table, and so it knows how to get packets to their destinations. And because routers have more network level knowledge, they can perform functions such as calculating the shortest and most economical path between the sending and receiving hosts. So the primary functions of routers are they create new headers for each packet and they build routing tables. They can filter traffic based on ACLs and they does not forward broadcast packets. Now let's talk about firewalls. So firewalls are used to restrict access to one network from another network or from the internet itself. A firewall device supports and enforces the company's network security policy. And a firewall may be a server running a firewall software product or a specialized hardware appliance. So, what is a DMZ? Demilitarized zone is a network segment located between the protected and unprotected networks. And these DMZ usually contains web, mail, and DNS servers, which must be hardened systems because they would be the first in the line of attacks. And what are the different types of firewalls? So, there are packet filtering firewalls, stateful firewalls, proxy, and next generation firewalls. So we'll see what are the different types of firewalls in detail now. The first one is packet filtering firewall. So these are the first generation of firewalls that makes access decisions based upon network level protocol header values. And the device is configured with ACLs, which detect the type of traffic that is allowed into and out of specific networks. And the filtering here is done based on the source and destination IP address and the source and destination port numbers, protocol types, inbound and outbound traffic direction, etc. So packet filtering is a stateless inspection because the device does not understand the context that the packets are working with, and they are not effective at protecting against attacks that exploit application specific vulnerabilities. Then there are stateful firewalls. So a stateful firewall is one that monitors the full state of active network connections. This means that the stateful firewalls are constantly analyzing the complete context of traffic and data packets, seeking entry to a network rather than discrete traffic and data packets in isolation. So this maintains a state table that tracks each communication session, and it provides a high degree of security. It improves performance and it provides data for tracking connectionless protocols such as UDP and ICMP. So what is stateful? So stateful inspection firewalls unfortunately have been the victims of many types of DOS attacks, and several types of attacks are aimed at flooding the state table with bogus information causing the device to crash or freeze. So the stateful means that it is actually aware of the state of whatever is happening in the network, or it is able to constantly analyze the complete context of the traffic and data. Now, what is a proxy firewall? So a proxy firewall stands between a trusted and untrusted network and makes the connection on behalf of the hosts. And so proxy firewalls breaks the communication channel, and there is no direct connection between the two communicating devices. So there are circuit level proxies and application level proxies. So in a circuit level proxy firewall, it creates a connection between the two communicating systems, and it works at the session layer of the OSI model and monitors traffic from a network based view. So this type of proxy cannot look into the contents of a packet, thus it does not carry out deep packet inspection. SOX is an example of a circuit level proxy. And about application level proxy, it inspects the packet up through the application layer. It understands the packet as a whole and can make access decisions based on the content of the packet. Now, next generation firewalls. So these provide capabilities beyond a traditional stateful firewall. And while a traditional firewall typically provides stateful inspection of incoming and outgoing network traffic, a next generation firewall includes the additional features like application awareness and control, integrated intrusion prevention, and cloud delivered threat intelligence. So there are standard firewall capabilities like stateful inspection and integrated intruder prevention, application awareness and control to seek and block risky apps. There is threat intelligence sources. There are upgrade paths to include future information feeds and also techniques to address evolving security threats. Now, what are the firewall deployment methods? So, firewalls can be placed in several areas on a network and they can protect an internal network from an external network and act as a choke point for all traffic. A firewall can also be used to segment and partition network sections and enforce access controls between them. Then, firewalls can also be used to provide a DMZ architecture. So, now we'll see what's the bastion host. So, this is a special purpose computer on a network specifically designed and configured to withstand attacks. The computer generally hosts a single application, for example, a proxy server, and all other services are removed or limited to reduce the threat to the computer. And different systems can be considered bastion hosts like mail, web, DNS, since many of these are placed on the outer edges of the networks. Now, what is a dual home firewall? So, a dual-homed firewall host architecture is built around the dual-homed host computer, which is a computer which has at least two network interfaces. So such a host could act as a router between networks, and these interfaces are attached to these networks. And the network architecture for a dual-home host firewall is simple, and the dual-home host sits between and is connected to the internet and the internal network. Now, what is a screened host? So this is a firewall that communicates directly with the a perimeter or router and the internal network. So the traffic received from the internet is first filtered by an edge router, and the traffic that makes it past this phase is sent to the screened host firewall, which applies more rules. The screened host firewall is the only device that receives traffic directly from the router. Now, what is a screened subnet? A screened subnet architecture adds another layer of security to the screened host architecture, and here instead of the firewall redirecting the traffic to the internal network, an interior firewall also filters the traffic. So the use of these two physical firewalls creates a DMZ. Now let's see what a proxy server is. So proxy servers act as an intermediary between the clients that want access to certain services and the servers that provide those services. So it can validate the request is safe and then send an independent request to the server on behalf of the user. So it may cache the response it receives from the server as well. So there are two types of proxies.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
The first one is forward proxy, which is the one that allows the client to specify the server it wants to communicate with. And then there is reverse proxy, which appears to the clients as the original server. So the client sends a request to what it thinks is the original server, but in reality, this reverse proxy makes a request to the actual server and provides the client with the response. Now, what is a unified threat management or UTM? So the UTM appliance provides all the functionalities in a single network appliance like firewalls, anti-malware, anti-spam, intrusion detection system or intrusion prevention system, content filtering, data leak prevention, and VPN capabilities. So the goals of UTM are simplicity, streamlined installation and maintenance, centralized control, and the ability to understand the network's security from a holistic point of view. Now, what is a content distribution network or CDN? So, a content distribution network CDN consists of multiple servers distributed across a large region, each of which provides content that is optimized for users closest to it. So, the different features of this content distribution network are performance. So, the shorter distance to users will not only reduce latency but also minimize the packet loss, resulting in a much better performance. Then there is availability. So here the requests are always routed to the nearest available location. So if one server is not available, requests are automatically sent to the next available server. Then there is security. So most CDNs should protect content providers and users by mitigating against a wide array of attacks, including DDoS attacks. And then there is intelligence. CDN can also offer valuable analytical information to discover trends about end user connectivity, device types, and browsing experiences across the globe. This data can give critical actionable insights and intelligence into their user base. Now let's talk about endpoint security. So an endpoint is any computing device that communicates through a network and whose principal function is known to mediate communications for other devices. So examples are desktops, laptops, servers, smartphones, tablets, POS terminals, IoT devices, etc. So endpoint security is the concept that each individual device must maintain a lock to security, whether or not its network or telecommunication channels also provide or offer security. So every system should have an appropriate combination of local host firewall, anti-malware scanners, authentication, authorization, auditing, spam filters, and intrusion detection systems or intrusion prevention systems. Now, what is a honeypot? So, a honeypot is a network device intended to be exploited by attackers with the administrator's goal being to gain information on the attack tactics, techniques, and procedures. So, these honeypots would be having files which might seem to the attackers are very sensitive information, but would be actually diplomatic information placed by the administrator so that the attackers will be slowed down, and while they are trying to attack this, administration will be able to gain more insight about the attackers. So it usually sits in the DMC and attempts to lure attackers to it instead of to actual production computers. And to make it alluring to attackers, administrators may enable services and ports that are popular to exploit. Now, a honeynet is when two or more honeypot systems are used together, and honeypots needs to properly segmented from any other live systems on the network. Now, what is network access control, NAC? With exponential growth of mobile devices, it is critical to have the tools that provide the visibility, access control, and compliance capabilities. An NAC system can deny network access to non-compliant devices, place them in a quarantined area, or give them only restricted access to computing resources, thus keeping insecure nodes from infecting the network. So the benefits of an NAC are the first one, profiling, which recognizes and profiles users and their devices before malicious code can cause damage. Then there is guest access, where it can manage guests through a customizable self-service portal that includes guest registration, guest authentication, guest sponsoring, and a guest management portal. Then there is security posture check, which evaluates security policy compliance by user type, device type, and operating systems. And then there is also incident response, where it mitigates network threats by enforcing security policies that block, isolate, and repair non-compliant machines without administrator attention. Now, what is NAC 802.1x? So the IEEE 802.1x is an IEEE standard for port-based network access control, which is PNAC. It provides an authentication mechanism to devices wishing to attach to a LAN or WLAN. The IEEE 802.1x defines the encapsulation of Extensible Authentication Protocol EAP over IEEE 802, which is known as the EAP over LAN or EPOL. The EPOL was also modified for use with IEEE 802.1ae and IEEE 802.1ar to support service identification and optional point-to-point encryption over the internal LAN segment. 802.1x authentication involves three parties, which are the supplicant, the authenticator, and the authentication server. Now, let's see what is a software-defined networking is. So, SDN is an architecture designed to make a network more flexible and easier to manage. And SDN centralizes management by abstracting the control plane from the data forwarding function in the discrete networking devices. So there are two parts, which are the controller that enables centralized management, control, automation, and policy enforcement. And then there are APIs or protocols that relay information between the controller and the individual network devices. So the benefits of an SDN are simplifying operations, agile, programmable networks, and intent-based networking. Now, what are network protocols? So a network protocol is a set of rules followed by the network, and network protocols are formal standards and policies made up of rules, procedures, and formats that define communication between two or more devices over a network. Now, let's see what is the address resolution protocol, or ARP. So the ARP is a communication protocol used for discovering the link layer address, such as a MAC address associated with a given internet layer address, typically an IPv4 address. The ARP broadcasts a frame requesting the MAC address that corresponds with the destination IP address. and each computer on the broadcast domain receives this frame and odd, but the computer that has the requested IP address ignores it. So the computer that has the destination IP address responds with its MAC address. Then what is ARP cache poisoning? So an attacker broadcasts false ARP messages over a LAN in order to link an attacker's MAC address with the IP address of a legitimate computer. Once the link has been established, frames meant for the original destination are sent to the hacker's computer first. Now, what is Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, or DHCP? DHCP is a network management protocol used on Internet Protocol networks, whereby a DHCP server dynamically assigns an IP address and other network configuration parameters to each device on the network. DHCP is a UDP-based protocol that allows servers to assign IP addresses to network clients in real time. Now we'll see what is DHCP snooping. So DHCP snooping ensures that DHCP servers can assign IP addresses to only selected systems identified by their MAC addresses. Also, advanced network switches have the capability to direct clients towards legitimate DHCP servers to get IP addresses and restrict rogue systems from becoming DHCP servers on the network. Now, what is Internet Controlled Message Protocol, ICMP? The ICMP is used by network devices, including routers, to send error messages and operational information indicating success or failure when communicating with other IP addresses. So, it differs from transfer protocols such as TCP and UDP in that it is not typically used to exchange data between systems. The most common application of ICMP are ping and traceroute. So the ICMP-based attacks are ICMP flood, which is a common DOS attack in which an attacker attempts to overwhelm a targeted device by ICMP echo requests. Then there is ICMP tunneling, which establishes a covered connection between client and server using ICMP echo requests and reply packets. So Loki is an application developed to perform such attacks. Now, what is a simple network management protocol? SNMP. The SNMP is an application layer protocol which uses UDP to monitor the network, detect network faults, and even used to configure devices. There are three components of SNMP. The first one is SNMP Manager, which is a centralized system used to monitor network. Then there is the SNMP Agent, which is a software management module installed on a managed device like PC, routers, switches, servers, etc. Then there is Management Information Base, which consists of information of resources that are to be managed, and this information is organized hierarchically. So security was one of the biggest weaknesses of SNMP until version 3, and the security approaches in SNMP v3 targets confidentiality, which is the encryption of packets to prevent snooping. Integrity is used to ensure that a packet has not been tampered while in transit, including an optional packet replay protection mechanism. And authentication, which is used to verify the messages from a valid source. What is a domain name service, or a DNS? So the DNS is a method of resolving host names to IP addresses. So names can be used instead of IP addresses within the network environments. So many companies have their own DNS servers to resolve internal host names, and these companies also use the DNS servers at their internet service providers to resolve host names on the internet. So the DNS namespaces are split up administratively into two zones. The DNS server that holds the file for one of these zones is said to be the authoritative name server for that zone, and the DNS server that records the map hostnames to IP addresses are refers to the resource records. Now let's see what are the DNS threats. So DNS spoofing or DNS cache poisoning is a form of threat in which it's a form of computer security hacking in which it corrupts the DNS data, and the corrupt data is introduced into the DNS.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
Resolver's cache, causing the name server to return an incorrect result record. Example, an IP address. This results in traffic being diverted to the attacker's computer. Then the mitigation is that it needs to use stronger authentication mechanisms, and DNS SEC implements PKI and digital signatures, which allows DNS servers to validate the origin of a message to ensure that it is not spoofed and potentially malicious. The registration issues are domain grabbing, which refers to the practice of registering internet domains with the intention of selling the ownership rights rather than keeping them for their own personal use. Then there is cyber squatting, which concentrates specifically on trademarks and proper name. The aim of registering legally protected terms as part of the domain name is to sell them to an actual rights owner for a higher transfer fee. What is email service? The electronic mail is a method of exchanging messages between people using electronic devices. The SMTP works as a message transfer agent and moves the messages from the user's computer to the mail server when the user clicks the send button. The SMTP also functions as a message transfer protocol between email servers. The post office protocol is an internet mail service protocol that supports incoming and outgoing messages, and the internet message access protocol is also an internet protocol that enables users to access mail on a mail server. Now, what is a simple authentication security layer? So, this is a protocol independent framework for performing authentication. This means that any protocol that knows how to interact with SASL can use its various authentication mechanisms. POP3 and IMAP has the capability to integrate with SASL. Now, what are the threats to email? The first one is email spoofing, where it is a creation of email messages with a forged sender address. The core email protocols do not have any mechanism for authentication, making it common for spam and phishing emails to use such spoofing to mislead or even prank the recipient. Then there is email spam. While ordinarily spam is simply considered a nuisance, the true danger lies in the malware that can be delivered by spam. So the mitigation measures are SMTP authentication, which is developed to provide an access control mechanism. This comprises an authentication feature that allows clients to authenticate to the mail server before an email is sent. Then there is Sender Policy Framework, which is an email validation system designed to prevent email spam by detecting email spoofing by verifying the sender's IP address. The SPF allows administrators to specify which hosts are allowed to send email from a given domain by creating a specific SPF record in DNS. Then there are domain keys identified by mail, which allows email servers to digitally sign messages to provide a measure of confidence for the receiving server that the message is from the domain it claims to be from. Now, what is email security? So, we'll discuss the methods that add security to an existing email infrastructure. The first one is secure multi-purpose internet mail extensions. So, this implements email authentication through X.509 digital certificates and privacy through PKC's encryption. Two types of messages can be created using S or MIME. There are signed messages and envelope messages. A signed message offers integrity and center authentication, and an envelope message offers integrity, center authentication, and confidentiality. All major email vendors support this S or MIME. Then there is MIME Object Security Services, MOSS. So this is utilized for authenticity, confidentiality, integrity, and non-repudiation for email messages. It uses RSA, DES, and MD5 algorithms to support authentication and encryption services. There is also privacy enhanced mail, which is an email encryption mechanism that is used to allow authentication, integrity, and confidentiality. It uses RSA, DES, and X.509. Then there is pretty good privacy, which is an asymmetric public private key system that uses IDA algorithm to encrypt, decrypt, and digitally sign files and email messages. It is not standard but is widely supported on the internet. Now, what is network address translation or NAT? So, organizations that use private IP addresses have the advantage of using a private addressing in a network while using the internet at the same time using NAT. So, the private ranges from addresses shown here. So, the different types of NAT are static NAT, which is a one-to-one mapping of a private IP address to a public IP address. Static NAT is useful when a network device inside a private network needs to be accessible from the internet. Then there is dynamic NAT, which is a mapping of a private IP address to a public IP address from a group of public IP addresses called a NAT pool. So dynamic NAT establishes a one-to-one mapping between a private IP to a public IP. Then there is port address translation, which is a type of dynamic NAT which can map multiple private IP addresses to a single public IP address by using a technology known as port address translation. Now, what are the routing protocols? So, a routing protocol specifies how routers communicate with each other to distribute information that enables them to select routes between any two nodes on a computer network. So there are two types of routing protocols. The first one is static routing protocol, which requires the administrator to manually configure the router's routing table. So if a link goes down, routers cannot tune themselves to use better route. Then there is dynamic routing protocol, which can discover routes and build a routing table. So routers use these tables to make decisions on the best route for the packets they receive. It can adjust routing table and based on the changes that take place to different routes. Now, what are the techniques used in routing protocols? The first one is distance vector routing protocol. This makes their routing decisions based on the distance and a vector, that is the number of hops and direction. It takes these variables and uses them to determine the best route for a packet. So RIP is an example of a distance vector routing protocol. Then there is link state routing protocol. This builds a more accurate routing table because they build a topology database of the network. So these protocols look at more variables than just the number of hops between two destinations. They use packet size, link speed, delay, network load, and reliability as the variables in their algorithms to determine the best routes for the packets to take. OSPF is an example of a link state routing protocol. Now, what are the different types of routing protocols? There are two types. They are interior routing protocols and exterior routing protocols. In interior routing protocols, they are divided into two further. The first one is routing information protocol (RIP), which is considered a distance vector protocol, which means it calculates the shortest distance between the source and destination, and it is considered a legacy protocol because of its slow performance and lack of functionality. Then there is open shortest path first protocol, which uses link stage algorithms to send out routing table information. The use of these algorithms allows for smaller, more frequent routing table updates to take place. Authentication can take place with clear text passwords or hash passwords, or you can choose to configure no authentication on the routers. Then there is exterior routing protocols, which are connecting different AS. The first one is border gateway protocol, which enables routers on different ASs to share routing information to ensure effective and efficient routing between the different AS networks. Border gateway protocol is commonly used by internet service providers to route data from one location to the next on the internet. The BGP uses a combination of link state and distance vector routing algorithms. Now, what are intranets and extranets? So an intranet is a private network that allows employees and staff in an enterprise to securely share knowledge and information easily within the company or organization. So information, tools, directories, and services available on the company's intranet are typically unavailable on the general public network. Then there is extranet, which is a private network that leverages internet technology and public telecommunication system to share part of a business information to or to information operations over a secure system with suppliers, vendors, partners, customers, or other businesses. An extranet is often considered part of a company's intranet that is extended to authorized users outside of the organization. Now, what is a wide area network? A WAN is a network that extends over a large geographical area for the primary purpose of communication. They are often established with leased telecommunication net circuits. So there are different networks based on topologies and technologies. Topologies, there are point-to-point and hub and spoke and mesh. And then there is, based on technologies, there are dedicated lines, frame relay, ADM, SDLC, and MPLS. Now, what is channel service unit or data service unit? So they are required when digital equipment are used to connect a LAN to a WAN. A CSU or DSU is necessary because the signals and frames can vary between the LAN equipment and the WAN equipment used by service providers. The DSU device converts digital signals from routers, switches, and multiplexers into signals that can be transmitted over the service provider's digital lines. The CSU connects the network directly to the service provider's line. Now, what are leased lines or point-to-point links? So, it is a single link that is pre-established for communications between two destinations. It is dedicated, meaning only the destination points can communicate with each other. They provide reliable and fast transmission, but are expensive than other WAN technologies. So, there are two types. The first one is T&D carrier, which are dedicated lines that can carry voice and data information over trunk lines. These lines use time division multiplexing. This was first used to digitize the voice over dedicated point-to-point high capacity connection line. Then there are optical carriers, which are high speed fiber optic connections measured in optical carrier transmission rates. And the transmission rates are defined by rate of the bit stream of the digital signal and are designated by an integer value of the multiple of the basic unit of rate. Now, what is switching? So, circuit switching virtual connection that acts like a dedicated link between two systems. ISDN and telephone calls are examples of circuit switching. So they are connection-oriented virtual links and they have fixed delays and are mostly used for voice traffic. Then there is packet switching, where packets from one connection can pass through several different individual devices instead of all of them following one another through the same device. Example, internet and frame relay. Here the traffic is bursty in nature and it can have variable delays and carries data-oriented traffic. Now, what is frame relay? So, frame relay is a WAN technology that operates at the data link layer. It is a WAN solution that uses packet switching technology to let multiple companies and networks share the same WAN medium, devices, and bandwidth. This is an obsolete technology and is not much in use today. So there are virtual circuits, and the types are permanent virtual circuit and switched virtual circuit. In permanent virtual circuit, it works like a private line for a customer with an agreed upon bandwidth available. When a customer decides to pay for the CIR, a PVC is programmed for that customer to ensure it will always receive a certain amount of bandwidth. Then in a switched virtual circuit, a circuit must be built dynamically and on demand. Once the connection is no longer needed, the circuit is torn down and the switches forget it ever existed. Now, what is an ATM? ATM stands for asynchronous transfer mode, and it is another switching technology that uses cell switching method. So ATM is a high-speed network technology used for LAN, MAN, WAN, and service provider connection. So ATM is a connection-oriented switching technology and creates and uses a fixed channel. Here, data is segmented into fixed size cells of 53 bytes instead of variable size packets, and this provides for more efficient and faster use of the communication paths. And ATM sets up virtual circuits which act like dedicated paths between the source and the destination. And the ATM technology is used by carriers and service providers and is the core technology of the internet. The ATM was the first protocol to provide true QoS. Now, what is a point-to-point protocol? PPP. So, PPP is a data link protocol that carries out framing and encapsulation for point-to-point connections. PPP carries out several functions, including the encapsulation of multiple protocol packets. So, they include link control protocol that establishes, configures, and maintains the connection, network control protocols that are used for network layer protocol configuration, password authentication protocol, challenge handshake and authentication protocol, extensible authentication protocol, etc. that provides authentication. Now, what is multi-protocol label switching? MPLS is a routing technique in telecommunication networks that directs data from one node to the next based on short path labels rather than long network addresses, thus avoiding complex lookups in a routing table and speeding traffic flows. The labels identify virtual links between distant nodes rather than endpoints. MPLS can encapsulate packets of various network protocols, hence the multi-protocol reference on its name. The MPLS supports a range of access technologies including T1 or E1, ADM, frame relay, and DSL. Now, what is SD-WAN? 1. The traditional wide area network architecture was limited to enterprise, branch, and data centers. With cloud-based application in the form of software as a service, infrastructure as a service, the wide area network architecture experiences an explosion of traffic accessing applications distributed across the globe. So, the wide area network expenses can rise with inefficient use of dedicated and backup circuits. The SD-WAN can deliver routing, threat protection, efficient offloading of expensive circuits, and simplification of the wide area network management. The benefits of it are better performance, improved security, and simplified management. Now let's talk about voice communication. So the different types of voice communication are public switch telephone network. So the regular phone system is based on a circuit switch voice centric network, and the PSTN uses circuit switching instead of packet switching. The signal system 7 protocols is what takes care of the connection and signaling. Then there is voice over internet protocol or VoIP. These are a group of technologies for the delivery of voice communication and multimedia sessions over internet protocol network. It employs the session initiation protocol which sets up and breaks down the call session. It is a packet-oriented switching technology and hence latency delays are possible. It can support video and data transmissions to allow video conferencing and remote collaboration. And the components are an IP telephony device, call processing manager, a voicemail system, and a voice gateway. Now, what are VoIP attacks and threats? The first one is phishing, which is a fraudulent practice of making phone calls or leaving voice messages purporting to be from reputable companies in order to induce individuals to reveal personal information. Then there is spam over internet telephony, VoIP spam or SPIT, which is an unsolicited automatically dialed telephone call over VoIP. Then there are phreaking attacks. A phreaker is someone who breaks into the telephone network illegally, typically to make free long distance phone calls or to tap phone lines. So the tools used are black boxes, which are used to manipulate line voltages to steal long distance services, and they are often just custom built circuit boards with a battery and wire clips. Then there are red boxes that are used to stimulate tons of coins being deposited into a payphone. These are usually just small tape recorders. And there are blue boxes that are used to simulate 2600 Hz tones to interact directly with telephone network trunk systems. This could be whistle, a tape recorder, or a digital tone generator. and white boxes, which are built on multi-frequency generators, and it can be custom built devices or one of the pieces of equipment that most telephone repair personnel use. Now, what is VoIP security? So, VoIP security keep patches updated on each network device involved with VoIP transmission. So, they call the call manager server, the voicemail server, and the gateway server, and identify unidentified or raw telephony devices and implement authentication. So only authorized telephony devices are working on the network, and install and maintain stateful firewalls, VPN for sensitive voice data, and intrusion detection system. It disables unnecessary ports and services on routers, switches, PC, and IP telephones. And it employs monitoring that looks for attacks, tunneling, and abusive call patterns through IDS or IPS. Now, what is remote access? Remote access covers several technologies that enable remote and home users to connect to networks that will grant them access to resources needed for them to perform their tasks. For many corporations, remote access is a necessity because it enables users to access centralized network resources. It reduces network cost by using the internet as the access medium instead of expensive dedicated lines. The common remote access technologies are dial-up connections, ISDN, cable modems, DSL, and VPNs.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
What is a dial-up connection? The dial-up uses the facilities of the public Swiss telephone network to establish a connection to an internet service provider by dialing a telephone number on a conventional telephone line. A modem is used which modulates an outgoing digital signal into an analog signal and demodulates the incoming analog signal to digital signal. Dial-up connections take place over PPP, which has authentication capabilities. Warp dialing is scanning a list of telephone numbers, usually dialing every number in a local area code to search for modems, computers, and fax machines. And the security measures are disabling or removing modems if not in use, consolidating all modems into one location and managing them centrally, and implementing the use of two-factor authentications, VPNs, and personal firewalls for remote access connections. Integrated Services Digital Network (ISDN). The ISDN enables data, voice, and other types of traffic to travel over a medium in a digital manner previously used only for analog voice transmission. If a computer using a modem was configured to utilize ISDN, it would not need to convert the data from digital to analog, but would keep it in a digital form. It provides a digital point-to-point circuit switched medium and establishes a circuit between the two communicating devices. There are two kinds: the basic rate interface, which has two B channels for data transfer, and one D channel that provides call setup, connection management, error control, and caller ID. It has a bandwidth of around 144 kilobytes per second. Then there is a primary rate interface (PRI), which has 23 B channels and 1 D channel. Now, what is a digital subscriber line? The DSL is a modem technology that uses existing telephone lines to transport high bandwidth data such as multimedia and video to service subscribers. The DSL provides dedicated point-to-point network access. DSL connection is typically between a service provider central office and the customer side or on local loops created either within buildings or campuses. The term XDSL covers a number of similar yet competing forms of DSL, including ADSL. The ADSL stands for asymmetric DSL, which allows more bandwidth for downstream than upstream data flow. This asymmetric technology combined with always-on access makes asymmetric DSL ideal for users who typically download much more data than they send. Now, what is a virtual private network? So this is an encrypted connection over the internet from a device to a network. The encrypted connection helps ensure that sensitive data is safely transmitted, and it prevents unauthorized people from eavesdropping on the traffic and allows the users to conduct work remotely. So the different types are site to site that connects the corporate office to branch offices over the internet. Site to site VPNs are used when distance makes it impractical to have direct network connections between these offices, and dedicated equipment is used to establish and maintain a connection. Then there is remote access, which securely connects a device outside the corporate office. These devices are known as endpoints and may be laptops, tablets, or smartphones. And advances in VPN technology have allowed security checks to be conducted on endpoints to make sure they meet a certain posture before connecting. Now, what is point-to-point tunneling protocol? The PPTP is an obsolete method for implementing VPNs. The original goal was to provide a way to tunnel connections through an IP network. It uses a TCP control channel and a generic routing encapsulation tunnel to encapsulate PPP packets. The PPTP specification does not describe encryption or authentication features and relies on the PPP protocol being tunneled to implement all security functionalities. Now, what is Layer 2 tunneling protocol? L2TP. The L2TP tunnels PPP traffic over various network types, and thus it is not just restricted to IP networks. The L2TP does not actually provide much protection for the PPP traffic it is moving around, but it integrates with protocols that do provide security features. L2TP inherits PPP authentication and integrates with IPSEC to provide confidentiality, integrity, and potentially another layer of authentication. Now, Internet Protocol Security. Internet Protocol Security is a suite of protocols that was developed to specifically protect Internet Protocol traffic. The IPv4 does not have any integrated security. So, IPsec was developed to bolt onto IP and secure the data protocol transmit. So, the Security Association is a unidirectional agreement between the VPN participants regarding the methods and parameters to use in securing a communication channel. Through the Security Association and IP security, tunnel can provide the following security functions like privacy, content integrity, center authentication, and non-repudiation. Now, what are the IP security protocols? The main protocols that make the IPsec suite and their basic functionality are authentication header, which provides data integrity and authentication, encapsulation security payload, which provides confidentiality, Internet Security Association and Key Management Protocol, which provides a framework for security association creation and key exchange, and finally Internet Key Exchange, which provides authenticated keying material for use with the Internet Security Association and Key Management Protocol. Now let's see Internet Protocol security modes. The Internet Protocol security protocols like AHE and ESP can be implemented in a host-to-host transport mode as well as in a network tunneling mode. So in a transport mode, only the payload of the IP packet is usually encrypted or authenticated, and the routing is intact since the IP header is neither modified or encrypted. And in tunnel mode, the entire IP packet is encrypted and authenticated, and it is then encapsulated into a new IP packet with a new IP header. And tunnel mode is used to create virtual private networks for network to network communication. Now, what is TLS or Transport Layer Security? TLS is a widely adopted security protocol designed to facilitate privacy and data security for communications over the internet. And it is primarily used to encrypt the communications between web applications and servers, and it can also be used to encrypt other communications such as emails, messaging, and via IP or voice over internet protocols. And the TLS evolved from a previous encryption protocol called the Secure Socket Layer (SSL), which was developed by Netscape. And HTTPS is an implementation of TLS encryption on top of the HTTP protocol. And the functions of TLS are encryption, which hides the data being transferred from third parties; authentication, which ensures that parties are are what they claim to be; and then integrity, which verifies that the data has not been forged or tampered with. Now, what is a TLS handshake? So, for a website or application to use TLS, it must have a TLS certified certificate installed on its origin server. And when a TLS connection is initiated, it uses a sequence known as the TLS handshake, where a user or when a user navigates to a website that uses TLS, the TLS handshake begins between the user's device and the web server. And what happens using this handshake is they agree upon the protocols they will be using, what kind of data will be shared, how it will be shared, and all those things. And during the TLS handshake, the client and the web server specify which version of TLS they will use, decide on the ciphers used they will use, authenticate the identity of the server using the server's TLS certificate, and generate session keys for encrypting messages between them after the handshake is complete. Now, what is network encryption? So, the first one is link encryption, which where encrypts and decrypts all traffic at every point, not just the endpoints. So here, all data is in encrypted state while travels on its communication path. However, when it reaches a router or another intermediate device, it gets decrypted for routing purposes, and they are usually applied by service providers and is incorporated into network protocols. Then there is end-to-end encryption, which is a system for secure transfer of information where data is encrypted and decrypted only at the endpoints. So this prevents potential eavesdroppers like telecoms, ISPs, and even the companies running the specific communication service. The headers, addresses, routing information, and trailer information are not encrypted, enabling attackers to learn more about a captured packet and where it is headed. Now, what are the advantages of link encryption? So here all data is encrypted, including the headers, addresses, and routing information. And users do not need to do anything to initiate it. It works at a lower level in the OSI model, and it is usually faster as it can be implemented in hardware. Then for end-to-end encryption, it provides more flexibility to the user in choosing what gets encrypted and how. And each hop device on the network does not need to have a key to decrypt each packet. And this provides better overall security and less vulnerable points. Now, encryption at different layers. So, end-to-end encryption happens within the applications. TLS encryption takes place at the session layer. PPTP encryption takes place at the data layer, and link encryption takes place at the data link and physical layers. Now let's talk about authentication protocol. Password authentication protocol, or PAP. So PAP is used by remote users to authenticate over PPP connections, and it provides identification and authentication of the user. The password and username credentials are sent over the network to the authentication server, and the authentication server has a database of user credentials. So PAP is one of the least secure authentication methods because the credentials are sent in clear text. Now, Challenge Handshake Authentication Protocol, CHAP. It uses a challenge or response mechanism to authenticate the user instead of passwords. So the client sends the authentication server a logon request, the server sends the client a challenge or nonce. So challenge is encrypted with the use of a predefined encryption key, and the encrypted challenge values returned to the server. The authentication server also uses the predefined encryption key to decrypt the challenge value. If the two results are the same, then the authentication is successful. So CHEP continues this challenge or response activity throughout the connection, and hence are not vulnerable to man-in-the-middle attacks. Now, Extensible Authentication Protocol, or EAP. So EAP is a framework to enable many types of authentication techniques to be used when establishing network connections. It extends the authentication possibilities from the norm PAP and CSAP to other methods such as one-time passwords, token cards, biometrics, Kerberos, digital certificates, etc. EAP is in wide use today. Example, in IEEE 802.11, the WPA and WPA2 standards have adopted IEEE 802.1x with various EAP types as the canonical authentication mechanism. Now, what is wireless communication? So, wireless communication involves transmitting information via radio waves through the air and space. So, these signals are normally described in terms of frequency and amplitude. The frequency of a signal dictates the amount of data that can be carried and how far the data can be carried. The higher the frequency, the more data the signals can carry, but this comes only to a shorter distance. And in wireless, each device must instead share the allotted radio frequency spectrum with all other wireless devices, and this spectrum of frequencies is finite in nature. Wireless LAN technology uses CSMA or CSA, which is collision avoidance. Then there is spread spectrum. So these are methods by which an electromagnetic signal generated with a particular bandwidth is deliberately spread in the frequency domain, resulting in a signal with a wider bandwidth. So the purpose is to establish secure connections, increase resistance to natural interference, noises, jamming, etc., and preventing detection. So first one, frequency hopping spread spectrum. So this splits the total amount of bandwidth into smaller subchannels. FHS's algorithm determines the individual frequencies and their order, known as hop sequence. A hopping approach makes it difficult for eavesdroppers to listen. And this is used in first wireless standard, the 802.11, and can provide only 1 to 2 Mbps of throughput. Then there is direct sequence spread spectrum, DSSS. So this applies subbits to a message to generate a different format of data before it is transmitted. The receiving end uses these subbits to reassemble the signal into the original data format. And the subbits are called chips, and the sequence of how subbits are applied is called chipping code. The signal appears as random noise to anyone who does not know the chipping sequence. DSSS sends data across all frequencies at once, and it has a higher data throughput than FHSS, used in 802.11b, and provides a data throughput of up to 11 Mbps. Then there is orthogonal frequency division multiplexing, OFDM. So here it's a digital multi-carrier modulation scheme that modulates signals orthogonally or perpendicularly. OFDM is officially a multiplexing technology and not a spread spectrum technology, but it is used in a similar manner only.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
Then it is used for several wideband digital communication types such as digital television, DSL, 4G mobiles, etc. Now, what are the wireless deployment modes? So the first one, ad hoc or peer mode, which means that only two wireless networking devices, including two wireless network interface cards, can communicate without a centralized control authority. So the infrastructure modes are standalone mode, where a wireless AP connecting wireless clients to each other, but not to any wired resources. AP serves as a wireless hub. Then there is wired extension mode. Here, a wireless AP acts as a connection point to link the wireless clients to the wired network. Then there is enterprise extended mode, where multiple wireless APs are used to connect a large physical area to the same wired network. And bridge mode, which wireless connection is used to link two wired networks. This often uses dedicated wireless bridges and is used when wired bridges are inconvenient, such as when linking networks between floors or buildings. Now, service set identifier SSID. SSID is a sequence of characters that uniquely names a wireless local area network. An SSID is sometimes referred to as a network name. This name allows stations to connect to the desired network when multiple independent networks operate in the same physical area. The types are basic SSID, which is the name of a wireless network when used in an ad hoc or peer-to-peer mode communication, when a base station or WP is not used, and the value of BSSID is usually same as the MAC address of the AP. Then there is extended SSID, ESSID, which is the name of a wireless network when a wireless base station or WAP is used, which is the infrastructure mode. So how can we secure the SSID? So we can change the default SSID, we can use hidden SSIDs and use reliable authentication mechanisms. Now the WLAN standard IEEE 802.11. So IEEE 802.11, it is the part of IEEE 802, the set of local area networks protocol, and specifies the set of media access controls and physical layer protocols for implementing wireless local area network. The components of IEEE 802.11 are stations. So these stations comprises of all devices and equipments that are connected to the wireless network. So a station can be of two types. Can be wireless access point, which are generally routers that form the base stations, and then clients, which can be workstations, computers, laptops, or all other devices. Then there is basic service set BSS, which are group of stations communicating at the physical layer level. And then there are extended service sets, which are set of all connected BSS, and the distributed system, which connects access points in the ESS. Now, wired equivalent privacy, WEP. So WEP is a security algorithm for original IEEE 802.11 standard, and its intention was to provide data confidentiality comparable to that of a traditional wired network. So the authentications are open system authentication, where the client does not provide credentials to AP during authentication. Any client can convert with AP, connect with AP. In effect, no authentication occurs. Subsequently, WEP keys can be used for encrypting data frames. At this point, the client must have the correct keys. Then there is shared key authentication, SKA. The WP key is used for authentication in a four-step challenge response handshake, and the WP key is also used for encrypting the data frames using RC4. The major problems with WP is that use of static encryption keys, ineffective use of initialization vectors, and the lack of packet integrity sequence. The WP is now considered insecure and is kind of obsolete. Now, Wi-Fi Protect Access, WPA. So WPA was developed by the Wi-Fi Alliance to provide more sophisticated data encryption and better user authentication than WP. The improvements of WPA over WP are temporal key integrity protocol, which is adopted for WPA. So the WEP used a static encryption key that does not change, but the temporal key integrity protocol employs a per packet key, which is dynamically generated for each packet and thus prevents the types of attacks that compromise WEP. Then there is message integrity check, which is included in the WPA, which is designed to prevent an attacker from altering and resending data packets. And WPA also integrates 802.1x both authentication and EAP authentication methods. It still uses RC4 algorithm for the encryption purpose. Wi-Fi protected access to WPA2. WPA2 is also known as 802.11i and is presently the de facto standard for WLAN security. It provides encryption protection with the use of the AES algorithm in counter mode with CBC MAC. And WPA2 defaults to CCMP but can switch down to TKIP and RC4 to provide backward compatibility with WPA. WPA2 supports EAP and allows for mutual authentication between wireless clients and servers. And the users can be authenticated by using passwords, tokens, OTPs, certificates, smart cards, or Kerberos. Bluetooth. So Bluetooth is a wireless technology standard used for exchanging data between wireless devices over short distances using radio waves. It works at the frequency of 2.4 GHz and the range is between 10 to 30 meters. So the attacks that can happen in Bluetooth are bluejacking, which allows an attacker to transmit SMS-like messages to your device. Blue bugging, which grants hackers some remote control over the features and functions of a Bluetooth device. And then there is blue snuffing, which allows hackers to connect with your Bluetooth devices without your knowledge and extract information. The countermeasures are to update the default pin that we use, then not leaving our devices in discover mode, and turning off Bluetooth whenever not in use. Now, what are the wireless standards? So, the wireless networking equipment available supports various levels of industry communication standards. So, the standards range from 802.11a to 802.11b, 11G, 11N, and 11AC. And the frequency range are 5 GHz, 2.4 GHz, 2.4 GHz, and 5 GHz, and then 5 GHz. The throughput also ranges from 54 megabytes to 1.3 Gbps, and the range also can change to different standards. Now, what are the WLAN attacks? So, first one is packet sniffing. So, since wireless traffic is sent over the air, it is very easy to capture. Encrypted data can be captured as well, but it is obviously much harder for an attacker to decipher the encrypted data packets. So, this is packet sniffing. Then there is man-in-the-middle attack, where it is possible for hackers to trick communicating devices into sending their transmissions to the attacker system. Then there is rogue access point. When an unauthorized access point appears on a network, it is referred to as a rogue access point. This can facilitate in other attacks like ARP poisoning, packet captures, and denial of service attacks. Then evil twinning. So evil twin is a fraudulent Wi-Fi access point that appears to be legitimate but is set up to eavesdrop or on wireless communications. Then war driving, which is basically people driving around looking for vulnerable APs to attack, and people may even use drones to try and hack APs on higher floors of a building. Then MAC spoofing, which is spoofing a MAC address and bypassing the filtering control. Then WP or WP attacks, which are older encryption standards, and these are extremely vulnerable, so it is pretty easy to gain access to code in this case. So, what are the best practices in WLAN? So change the default SSID, and each AP comes with a pre-configured default SSID value. So this should be changed. Then implementing WPA2 and 802.1x to provide centralized user authentication using separate VLANs for each class of users, just as we would do on a wired LAN. Then deploying a wireless intrusion detection system, physically putting the AP at the center of the building, logically putting the AP in a DMZ with a firewall between the DMZ and the internal network, allowing the firewall to investigate the traffic before it gets to the wired network, configuring the AP to allow only non-MAC addresses into the network, and carrying out penetration tests on the WLAN. Now, what are the network attacks? So the first one is denial of service, which is a cyber attack in which the perpetrator seeks to make a machine or network resource unavailable to its intended users by temporarily or indefinitely disrupting service. So the different types of flooding. So this approach is simply to overwhelm the target computer with packets until it is unable to process legitimate user requests. For example, ping flood, SYN flood, etc. Then there is malformed packets, which are when trigger some abnormalities by sending malformed packets, example ping of death. Then there is distributed denial of service, which is identical to denial of service attack, except the volume is much greater. The attacker chooses the flooding technique they want to employ and then instructs an army of hijacked or zombie computers to attack at a specific time. Then there is ransomware, where the attacker encrypts all the user files in the target. The victim receives a message stating that if they want their files back, they have to pay a certain amount. So when the victim pays, they receive the encryption key together with instructions on how to decrypt their drives. Then there are sniffing or eavesdropping, which corresponds to theft or interception of data by capturing the network traffic using a sniffer. And when data is transmitted across networks, if the data packets are not encrypted, the data within the network packet can be read using a sniffer. Then masquerading, which is the act of pretending to be someone or something you are not to gain unauthorized access to a system. This usually implies that authentication credentials have been stolen or falsified in order to satisfy the authentication mechanisms. Then DNS poisoning or spoofing, when an attacker alters the domain name to IP address mapping in a DNS system to redirect traffic to a ROC system or to simply perform a denial of service attack against the system. Then DNS spoofing occurs when an attacker sends false replies to a requesting system, beating the real reply from the valid DNS server. And replay attacks, which are an offshoot of impersonation attacks and are made possible through capturing network traffic via eavesdropping. So replay attacks attempt to re-establish a communication section by replaying captured traffic against the system. You can prevent them by using one-time authentication mechanisms and sequenced session identification. And now drive-by download. So this occurs when a user visits a website that is hosting malicious code and automatically gets infected. This kind of attack exploits the vulnerabilities in the user's web browser. So the user visits the site and is redirected to wherever the attacker has his malicious code. This code will probe the user's browser for vulnerabilities and craft an exploit and payload for that user. Once infected, The malware goes into work, turning the computer into a zombie, harvesting user information and uploading it to the malicious site, or encrypting the contents of the hard drive in the case of a ransomware attack. So drive-by downloads are one of the most common and dangerous attack vectors because they require no user interaction besides visiting a website. So to protect users from this type of attack, ensure that all plugins are patched and they are disabled by default. Let's discuss Module 5, Identity and Access Management. Now, what is the IAM policy? IAM stands for Identity and Access Management Policy. The purpose of this policy is to define required access control measures to all organizations, systems, and applications to protect the privacy, security, and confidentiality of information technology resources. The policy defines the way users and programs are granted access, the roles and responsibilities, the governance process, and the ramification if there are any violations. Now, what is the IAAA? The IAAA stands for Identification, Authentication, Authorization, and Accountability and forms the pillars of access control. So, the first one is identification. This is the method by which a subject, user, program, or process claims to have a specific identity, that is a username, account, or email address. Then there is authentication, which is the process by which a system verifies the identity of the subject, usually by requiring a piece of information that only the claimed identity should have. Example, passwords, pins, etc. Then authorization, which is a function of specifying access rights or privileges of the subject to resources. And then finally there is accountability, the way to ensure subject is uniquely identified and the subject's actions are required. Now, what are directories? So, enterprises have some type of directory that contains information pertaining to the company's network, resources, and users. So, directories follow a hierarchical database format based on the X.500 standard and protocols like Lightweight Directory Access Protocol that allows subjects and applications to interact with the directory. In a Windows environment, user logins to a domain control which has a hierarchical directory in its database. The database is running a directory service, Active Directory, which organizes the network resources and carries out user access control functionality. Registration and proofing of identity. The process of verifying and authenticating identity of individuals is called registration and proofing of identity. It uses knowledge-based user attributes, document verification, wallet-based factors, ID verification, and national identity systems to confirm that a person logging in is who they say they are. So the registration is complex with more secure authentication methods. Example, with biometric methods, registration may include capturing user fingerprint. Within an organization, new employees prove their identity with appropriate documentation during the hiring process. For online sites such as bank, a user first creates an account. The bank will ask the user to provide information that is known to the user and the bank, such as account numbers and personal information about the user, such as social security number. Then authoritative systems or record. The ASO acts as a source of truth or the location where the identity information originates and is maintained. Now let's see what a token device is. The token device is usually a handheld device that has an LCD display and possibly a keyboard. The token device and authentication service must be synchronized and in some manner to be able to authenticate a user. Synchronous synchronizes with the authentication service by using time synchronization or counter synchronization. Asynchronous is when it employs a challenge or response scheme to authenticate the user. The authentication server sends the user a challenge, a random value, also called a nonce, and the user enters this random value into the token device, which encrypts it and returns an OTP. Now, what are memory cards? So, memory card is only a card that has the capability to store information, usually in magnetic stripes. It cannot process any information. So, the user needs to enter a PIN and then swipe the memory card against the reader. The memory card contains the user's password. This combination of the PIN and the password is verified by the authentication server. This is a two-factor authentication process as the correct user needs to have the card and needs to remember the correct PIN. The memory cards are mostly used for entering a company's building or facility and are also commonly used in ATMs. Now, let's see what are the techniques used in biometrics. Biometrics can be fingerprints, which are visible patterns on the fingers and thumbs, face scans, which are geometric patterns of faces for detection and recognition, retina scans, which focus on the pattern of blood vessels in the back of the eye. This is the most accurate form of biometric and the least acceptable biometric method as it can reveal medical conditions such as high blood pressure and pregnancy. Iris scans, this focus on the colored area around the pupil. So this is the second most accurate form of biometric authentication, more acceptable than retina scans because they don't reveal personal medical information. Iris remains almost same throughout the lifetime. Then there can be palm scans called palm topography. So this scans the palm of the hand for identification. Then hand geometry, which recognizes the physical dimensions of the hand. This includes the width and length of the palm and fingers, voice pattern recognition, which relies on the characteristics of a person's speaking voice, known as a voice print, signature dynamics. This recognizes how a subject writes a string of characters, and keystroke patterns, known as keystroke dynamics, measures how a subject uses a keyboard by analyzing flight time and dwell time. Now, what are the error ratings in biometrics? The most important aspect of a biometric device is its accuracy. So, the errors in biometric devices can be classified as type 1 error. This occurs when a valid subject is not authenticated, which is a false negative. The false rejection rate is a ratio of type 1 errors to valid authentications. When a biometric device is too sensitive, type 1 errors are more common. Then there are type 2 errors, which occurs when a valid subject is authenticated, an invalid subject is authenticated. So this is false acceptance or false positive, and the false acceptance rate is the ratio of type 2 errors to valid authentications. When biometric devices are not sensitive enough, type 2 errors are more common. So there are something known as crossover error rates, which describes the point where FRR and FRA are equal. It describes the overall accuracy of a biometric system. Now, what is single sign-on? Single sign-on (SSO) is an authentication process in which a user is provided access to multiple resources by using a single set of login credentials. SSO components are identity provider, a source of truth which stores and manages user credentials and other identifying information. Then service provider, which provides service but rely on identity providers to assert the identity of a user. Now, how is SSO works? So the user requests access to desired application or website, and that application or website is from the service provider. So the service provider redirects the SSO request to identify or identity provider for authentication, and the identity provider sends back the SSO response to the service provider. On receipt of the SSO response, the user is granted access to login and access the resource or application. Users can now access all other resources from the service provider which are configured for SSO. Now, what are the techniques used in SSO? Directory service. This is a technology that allows resources to be named in a standardized manner and access control to be maintained centrally. Example, LDAP, NetID directory, and Microsoft Active Directory. Then thin clients. These are terminals that rely upon a central server for access control, processing, and storage. Kerberos. This is an authentication protocol that works on tickets to allow the nodes communicating over a non-secure network to prove their identity to one another in a secure manner. OAuth. This is an open standard authentication protocol that describes how unrelated servers and services can safely allow authenticated access to their assets without sharing single login credentials. OpenID allows you to use an existing account to sign into multiple websites without needing to create new passwords. Now, what is Kerberos? Kerberos is an authentication protocol that works in a client-server model and is based on symmetric cryptography. Kerberos is an example of an SSO system for a distributed environment. It is currently the default authentication method for Windows. The components are Key Distribution Center (KDC), which holds all users and services secret keys. It provides an authentication service as well as key distribution functionality. The clients and services trust the integrity of the KDC. The KDC must have an account for and share a secret key with each principal. Then there is ticket, which is generated by the ticket granting service or the KDC and given to a principal when it needs to authenticate to another principal. Then the realm, the KDC provides security service for a set of principal. This set is called a realm in Kerberos. The KDC is the trusted authentication server for all users, applications, and services within a realm. Now, how does the Kerberos work? So the user enters username and password, and the Kerberos software on the user's computer sends the username to the authentication service on the KDC, which in turn sends user a ticket granting that is encrypted with the TGS's secret key. If user has entered her correct password, then this TGT is decrypted and user gains access to her local workstation desktop. User needs to send a job to the printer. Her system sends TG to the TGS, which runs on KDC. The TGS generates and sends a second ticket to the user, which is used to authenticate to the printer. Then there is default to 0, where access control should always start with 0 access. And then administrators can allow various accesses based on the organization's security policy. Then least privilege or need to know. So here the subject is given rights and access to specific information depending on the subject's duties and requirements only. Then there is authorization creep. This occurs when an employee works for an organization and moves from one department to another and is assigned new access rights and permissions, but with all permissions being reviewed. And now, what are permissions, rights, and privileges? First one, permission. So it is a property of an object such as a file. So it says which agents are permitted to use the object and what they are permitted to do, whether they are only able to read it or if they can modify it, etc. Then there is rights. So this primarily refers to the ability to take an action on objects. For example, a user might have the right to modify system time on a computer. So only some users will be able to have these rights. Then there are privileges. So this is a property of an agent, such as a user.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
For example, there are privileges which allows an agent to access an object that it does not have permission to access, and privileges which allow an agent to perform maintenance functions such as restart the computer. Identity and access lifecycle. So identity and access have a life cycle that begins with provisioning of an account, goes through a series of periodic reviews, and finally deprovisioning. This is true not only for people but also for systems. So what are the stages in this? The first one is provisioning. This happens when a new user or a system is added to an organization. Then user access review. User access level should be reviewed periodically to check for any inconsistency. So here it includes extended vacation or sabbatical, hospitalization, long-term disability with an unexpected future return, investigation for possible wrongdoing, unexpected disappearance, etc. Then system access review. Here system account access reviews should also occur periodically or when certain conditions are met. And finally deprovisioning. So this is the process of revoking access. It is important to transfer ownership of its resources to someone else. Now what is digital identity? Digital identity can be a collection of attributes which includes the department's role in the company, shift time, clearance, etc. Entitlements, which includes resource availability, authoritative rights, etc. And traits, which includes biometric information like height, sex, etc. So the directory of IDM system has all of this identity information centralized, which is why it is so important. A federated identity is a portable identity and its associated entitlements that can be used across business boundaries. What is accountability? So auditing capabilities ensure users that are accountable for their actions, and this verifies that the security policies are enforced and can be used as investigation tools. So this stores the audit securely, use right tools to keep the size of the logs under control. Logs must be protected from any unauthorized changes, and train the right people to review the data, and captures activities of all high privileged accounts. So audit trails can be reviewed manually or through automated tools like security information and event management. So event management gathers logs from various devices, servers, firewalls, routers, etc., and correlate the log data and provide an analysis capabilities. What is unauthorized disclosure? So information can be disclosed unintentionally when one falls prey to attacks such as social engineering, object reuse, covered channels, malicious code, and electrical airwave sniffing. So here object reuse. What is object reuse? Object reuse issues pertain to reassigning to a subject media that previously contained one or more objects. So sensitive data should be classified by the data owner before allowing someone to use previously used media. It should be erased or deghost. So if media holds sensitive information and cannot be purged, steps should be used to properly destroy it. Then what is emanation security? All electrical or electronic devices emit electrical signals. These signals can hold important information, and if an attacker buys the right equipment and positions himself in the right place, he could capture this information from the airwaves and access data transmission. So what is tempest? It is a term for external electromagnetic radiation from data processing equipment and the security measures used to prevent them. Faraday cage, this is usually an outer covering or a metal mesh to prevent the radiation from escaping. White noise is a uniform spectrum of random electrical signals. And control zone refers to security perimeter to protect against unauthorized access to data. Here we have to discuss what intrusion detection systems or IDS are. So intrusion detection is the process of detecting an unauthorized use of or attack upon a computer or network infrastructure. So there are three types. First one is signature based IDS, where pattern matching like an antivirus software is used, and here we cannot identify new attacks. Only signature based attacks can be used, and signature database has to be updated. Then there are anomaly based. Here behavioral based system that learns the normal activities of an environment. Here this can detect new attacks also. This is also called behavior or heuristic based attacks. So statistical anomaly based creates a profile of normal and compares activities to this profile. Protocol anomaly based identifies protocols used outside of their common bonds, and traffic anomaly based identifies unusual activity in the network. And finally, there is rule based. Here, a use of if or then rule-based programming within expert system. And use of an expert system allows for artificial intelligence characters also. This also cannot detect new attacks. Then what is an intrusion prevention system? So an intrusion prevention system is a threat prevention technology that examines network traffic flows to detect and prevent vulnerability exploits. So exploits usually come in the form of malicious inputs to a target application or service. So IPs are usually placed in line of the network traffic and are capable to take an immediate action to block an exploit. Now, what is honeypot? So honeypot is a computer security mechanism set to detect or deflect or in some manner counteract attempts at unauthorized use of information system. It consists of data that appears to be legitimate and seems to contain information or a resource of value to attackers, but actually is isolated and monitored and enables blocking or analyzing the attackers. And what is honeynet? So two or more honeypots on a network form a honeynet. Honeynet. Typically, a honeynet is used for monitoring a larger or more diverse network in which one honeypot may not be sufficient. Now let's see what are the threats to access control. The first one is brute force attack. Here, this consists of an attacker submitting many passwords or passphrases with the hope of eventually guessing correctly. The attacker systematically checks all possible passwords and passphrases until the correct one is found. So the countermeasure for this is to provide stringent access control methods that would make brute force attacks less successful. Employ an IDS to watch for suspicious activity, set lockout thresholds, and perform brute force attacks to find weaknesses and hanging models. Then there is dictionary attack. Here, it is a form of brute force attack only, where the technique for defeating a cipher or authentication system mechanism by trying to determine its decrypting key or paraphrase by trying thousands of millions of possibilities, such as words in a dictionary or previously used password, etc. And these are often from lists obtained from past security breaches. The countermeasure here is to encrypt the passwords, employ one-time password tokens, use special characters or strict rules for passwords, rotate the passwords frequently, employ an intrusion detection system to detect suspicious behavior, use dictionary cracking tools to find weak passwords chosen by users, and protecting the password files. Now, what is phishing? So, phishing is a social engineering attack with the goal of obtaining personal information, credential, credit card numbers, or financial data. Peer phishing is when a phishing attack is crafted to trick a specific target like CXX and not a large generic group of people. So the countermeasure here is to review the address bar to see if the domain name is correct. For any financial transaction, a TLS connection should be set up, and one should not click an HTML link within an email. Type the URL out manually instead, and do not accept email in HTML format. What is farming? So farming redirects a victim to a seemingly legitimate yet fake website. The attacker carries out something called DNS poisoning, in which a DNS server resolves a host name into an incorrect IP address. The benefit of farming attack to the attacker is that it can affect many victims without the need to send out emails, and the victims usually fall for this more easily since they are requesting to go to a website themselves. The countermeasure here is that the DNS servers should deploy DNS SEC, be wary of any abnormal redirections, and making sure that the website is using TLS connections, HTTPS, and verifying the certificate and CA. Security assessment and testing. So first of all, we'll see what is security assessment program. So security assessment and testing programs perform regular checks to ensure that adequate security controls are in place and that they effectively perform their assigned function. So these are just processes that takes place to make sure that every security control is in place. So the components of a security assessment program are security tests, security audits, and security assessments. Now, what is a security test? So a security test verifies that a control is functioning properly. So these tests include automated scans, tool-assisted penetration tests, and manual attempts to undermine security. Security testing should take place on a regular schedule. So the factors that affect security testing are criticality of the systems and applications protected by the tested controls, sensitivity of information contained on tested systems and applications, likelihood of a technical failure of the mechanism implementing the control, likelihood of a misconfiguration of the control that would jeopardize security, risks that the system will come under attack, difficulty and time required to perform a control test, and impact of the test on normal business operations. Now, what is a security assessment? So, a security assessment is a series of planned tests that are somehow related to each other. So, they provide comprehensive reviews of the security of the system, application, or other tested environment, and it can review or it gives a review of the threat environment, current and future risk, and the value of the targeted environment. So the outcome of a security assessment is the report, an assessment report addressed to the management that contains the results of the assessment in non-technical language and concludes with specific recommendations for improving the security of the tested environment. Finally, what is a security audit? So security audits are like security assessments but must be performed by independent auditors. So these are performed with the purpose of demonstrating the effectiveness of controls to a third party, and they provide an impartial, unbiased view of the state of security controls. And the audience may include a board of directors, government regulators, and other third parties. There can be different kinds of audit. The first one is internal audit. This is performed by an internal audit staff and are intended for internal audiences only. So there is a high possibility of conflict of interest here, and there is no or very low cost involved. Then there are external audits. So these are performed by outside auditing firms, and they are intended for external audiences. Here there is high degree of external validity as auditors have no conflict of interest, and this is usually higher cost or high cost is involved in these kinds of audits. Now let's see the security audit process. Usually the steps followed in a security audit process are: the first one is determining the goals, then we are involving the right business unit leaders, then determining the scope because not everything can be tested, then choosing the audit team which may consist of internal or external personnel, planning the audit to ensure that all goals are met on time and on budget, then conducting the audit as per plan and documenting any deviations, documenting the results, and communicating the results to the right leaders. Now let's see what is Statement on Auditing Standards number 70. SA 70, Statement on Auditing Standards number 70, was developed by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, AICPA. So these include guidance to external auditors on generally accepted auditing standards to audit a non-public company entity and issue a report. The SA 70 report retired in 2011 and replaced by the Service Organization Control Report or SOC reports. The assurance needs of the users of outsourced services are more clearly addressed in SOC or the Service Organization Control reports. Now, what is the Service Organization Control? SOC stands for Service Organization Control, and these are for service organization reports which are designed to help service organizations that provide services to other entities build trust and confidence in the service performed and controls related to the service through a report by an independent CPA. Service organizations like data centers, credit processing organizations provide outsourcing services that affect the operation of the enterprise and hence require an extensive audit. Each type of SOC report is designed to help service organizations meet specific user needs. The types of service organization control reports are SOC 1 report, SOC 2 report, and SOC 3 report. Now let's see what is SOC 1 report. This is report on controls at a service organizations relevant to user entities, internal control, or financial report is prepared according to the Statement on Standards for Attestation Engagements number 16 and is an enhancement to the previous standard for reporting on controls, the SASMD. There are two types. The first, type 1, evaluates and reports on the design of controls put into operation on a certain date, and type 2 includes the design and testing of controls to report on their operational effectiveness over a period, usually 6 months. So use of these reports is restricted to the management of the service organization, user entities, and user auditors. Now what is SOC2 report? So this report on controls relevant to security, availability, processing integrity, confidentiality, or privacy. There are two types. The type 1 report on management's description of the service organization system and the suitability of the design of controls. And type 2 report on management's description of a service organization system and the suitability of design and operating effectiveness of controls. The SOC2 is based on trust principles, security, availability, processing integrity, confidentiality, and privacy. Now, what is the SOC3? So, these reports are designed to meet the needs of users who need assurance about the controls at a service organization relevant to security, availability, processing integrity, confidentiality, or privacy. They do not have the need for all the knowledge necessary to make effective use of the SOC2 report because they are generally used reports and SO3 reports can be freely distributed. Now, what is vulnerability assessment? Vulnerability assessment is a systematic review of security weaknesses in an information system. It evaluates if system is susceptible to any non-vulnerabilities, assigns severity levels to those vulnerabilities, and recommends remediation or mitigation if and whenever needed. The goals of a vulnerability assessment are evaluating true security posture of an environment, identifying and prioritizing vulnerabilities, testing how systems react to certain circumstances and attacks, and identifying the testing ramifications. Vulnerability assessment should not be a one-time project and should run as a continuous program. Following aspects can be tested in a vulnerability assessment. The first one is personnel. So here we can review employees and employee tasks and thus identify vulnerabilities in the standard practices and procedures. So risks that cannot be reduced through physical and logical controls can be assessed through this step. Then administrative control can be put in place also. Then there is physical vulnerability assessment. Here we review the facility and perimeter protection mechanisms. For instance, we check do the doors close automatically, if there are fire suppression system available, etc. Physical controls can be put in place during this or with the help of this assessment. Then there are system and network assessment. Here we identify non-vulnerabilities in the systems, network, and any other technical control in the place. And this is the usually most common form of vulnerability testing, and this is used for putting in place technical controls. Now, what is network scans? Network scans can be different types, like network discovery scan, network vulnerability scans, etc. The first one is network discovery scan. This is searching for systems with open ports which do not probe for vulnerabilities. And the techniques used are TCP, SYN, TCP connect, XMA scan, etc. The tools include Nmap. Then there is network vulnerability scan. Here we probe the network for presence of non-vulnerabilities. So the tools contain databases of non-vulnerabilities and Nessus, OpenVAs, etc. This can run as unauthenticated or authenticated scans. Now, what are web vulnerability scans? This is the process of testing, analyzing, and reporting on the security level and or posture of a web application. It uses special purpose scanners that analyze web applications for non-vulnerability. The use cases are discovering vulnerabilities not visible to network vulnerability scanners but web vulnerability scanners, and then scanning any new application before moving to production, scanning any modified application before it goes into production, and scanning all applications on a scheduled recurring basis. The tools used can be Aconetics, Qualys Guard, Burp Suite, web application scanners, etc. Now, what is penetration testing? So, penetration testing is the process of simulating attacks on a network and its systems at the request of the owner or senior management. The set of procedures and tools designed to test and possibly bypass the security controls of a system are used in penetration testing. And the goal here is to measure the organization's level of resistance to an attack. And the management approvals are very critical during these. And the scope should also be very well defined before testing. And Metasploit is a commonly used tool in penetration testing. Now, what are the different types of penetration tests? The first one is blind test. So here the tester only has publicly available data to work with. Network security team has no prior knowledge, of this test to defend against an attack. Then there are double blind tests. Here blind test to both the tester as well as the security team. We evaluate the security levels and responses of the security team. A realistic demonstration of likely success or failure of an attack can be achieved here. Then there are targeted tests, which involves external and internal parties carrying out a focused test on a system or function. Now, what is the pen and one test approach? The first one is black box or zero knowledge. Here, the tester has no prior knowledge of the system, and this best simulates an external attacker. But the drawback here is that it may not detect all vulnerabilities. Then there is a white box or full knowledge attack. Here, the tester has complete knowledge of the system, and the tester can target specific controls and features. This provides a more complete results, but this may not represent it or give an idea of an external hacker. Then there is gray box or partial knowledge. Here the tester has some information about the systems, and this is used to guide tactic towards areas that need to be thoroughly tested, and this provides best of the both worlds kind of testing. Now let's talk about software testing. So software testing is a method to check whether the actual software product matches the expected requirements and to ensure that the software product is defect free. It involves execution of software or system components using manual or automated tools to evaluate one or more properties of interest. Benefits include cost effectiveness because testing any IT project on time helps to save money for the long term. Then security. So people are looking for trusted products and it helps in removing risks and problems earlier if we test earlier. Then there is quality. Testing ensures that the quality of product delivered is kept intact to the customers. Then there is customer satisfaction. The main aim of any product is to give satisfaction to customers, and regularly testing product can improve the features the customer gets and thus improve their satisfaction. Now, what are the different types of software testing? The first one is functional testing, which includes unit testing, integration testing, user acceptance testing, and interoperability. Then there are non-functional testing, which includes the performance, reliability, load, etc. And then there is maintenance, which includes regression and maintenance testing. Now let's see what is code review. Code review is the foundation of software assessment programs. So during a code review, also known as a peer review, developers other than the ones who wrote the code reviews it for defects. Code reviews may result in approval of an application's move into a production environment, or they may send the code back to the original developer with recommendations for rework of issues detected during the review. Code review, fag inspection. Fag inspection is a formal code review process of trying to find defects in documents such as the source code or formal specification during various phases of the software development process. This level of formality is normally found only in highly restrictive environments where code flows may have catastrophic impact. Now let's see the different software testing methods. The first one is static testing. Here, this kind of testing evaluates the software without running it. So this usually makes use of automated tools designed to detect common software flows, and developers have access to static analysis tools to use them throughout the design, build, and testing processes. And static analysis does not reveal logical errors and design flaws. Then there is dynamic testing. This evaluates the software in a runtime environment. The only option flowing application developed by someone else is dynamic testing, and testers may not have access to the source code. And dynamic testing can involve the use of synthetic testing also. This is effective for compatibility testing, detecting memory leakages, identifying dependencies, etc. Now, what is fuzz testing? Fuzz testing is a dynamic testing technique, and this applies invalid input, either random or specifically crafted to trigger non-software vulnerabilities, and then monitors the performance of the applications for software crashes, buffer overflows, etc. ZERF is one of the commonly used tools. Then there is mutation fuzzing, which takes the previous input values from actual operational software and manipulates it to create fuzzed input. Then there is generational fuzzing or intelligent fuzzing. So this develops data models and creates new fuzzed input based on an understanding of the types of data used by the program. Now let's see interface testing. Interface testing is performed to evaluate whether systems or components pass data and control correctly to one another. It is to verify if all the interactions between these modules are working properly and errors are handled properly. So the interface types can be application programming interfaces or APIs, which offer a standardized way for code modules to interact with each other. Then user interfaces, which include the graphic user interface and command line interfaces. Then physical interfaces, which exist in some applications that manipulates machinery, logic controllers, or other objects in the physical world. Now, regression testing. Regression testing confirms that a recent program or code change has not adversely affected the existing features. Regression testing is nothing but a full or partial selection of already executed test cases which are re-executed to ensure existing functionalities work fine. The techniques used are retest all, regression test selection, and test case prioritization. Use case testing. So use case testing is a software testing technique that helps to identify test cases that cover entire systems on a transaction by transaction basis from start to end. Use case testing helps to identify gaps in software application that might not be found by testing individual software components. And use cases are related to one another in a variety of ways called associations and are represented using the Unified Modeling Language or UML. Misuse case or abuse testing. Misuse case testing tries to evaluate software from the perspective of an attacker. It is closely related to penetration testing but should be performed at different stages of the software development process. Under the UML, threat actors are represented as stick figures with shaded heads and their actions are depicted as shaded ovals. The benefits of this kind of testing is that the model is easy to understand and use, and the measures are immediately visible because risks and countermeasures are visualized, and the risk can be recognized customer specifically and per user case basis. Then there is test coverage analysis. So test coverage is defined as a technique which determines whether our test cases are covering the application code and how much code is exercised when we run those test cases. It is impossible to completely test any piece of software. There are simply too many ways that software might malfunction or undergo attack. Test coverage analysis to estimate the degree of testing conducted against the new software. Test coverage is equal to use cases tested by total use cases. The benefits is that it can identify gaps in requirements, test cases, and defects at an early level and code level. It can prevent defect leakage while testing components. Now let's see log management. Log management comprises an approach to dealing with large volumes of computer-generated log messages, audit trails, event logs, etc. And log management generally covers log collection, centralized log aggregation, long-term log storage and retention, log analysis, log search, and reporting. Now, what is log review and analysis? So, log analysis is the process of reviewing and understanding computer-generated records called logs. It helps to gain insight into the inner workings of the system. Logs are generated by network devices, OS, applications, etc. A log consists of a series of messages in time sequence that describes the activities going on within a system. The use cases of logs are to comply with the internal security policies and outside regulations and audits, to analyze data breaches and other security incidents, and troubleshoot systems, computers, or networks. Techniques used include manual, which is the periodic review by system owners for any regressions, and automated reviews, which uses tools like SIEM for aggregation and correlation. Log tampering prevention. So logs acts as a source of truth and should be tamper-proof to make sure that there is sufficient confidence in corresponding reports. So prevention can be like remote logging, which is putting a log file into another device while protecting it from being tampered in a compromised system. Simplex communication. This is one-way communication between the reporting device and the central log repository. Replication, which is generating multiple copies of log data and keeping them in different locations. Then write-once media, which is using write-once media, which can prevent any modification to log files. And cryptographic hash, which is a powerful technique for ensuring unauthorized modifications are easily noticed. Now we see synthetic versus real user monitoring. So synthetic monitoring is a way of actively monitoring your website as well as checking that it's working and performing at its optimal level. Synthetic monitoring doesn't track actual users on a website, instead uses scripted transactions. The pros are that they are proactive and predictable, but the cons say are that this may not capture all user actions. Then there is real user monitoring, which takes an opposing approach to synthetic monitoring, in that it passively monitors how real users interact with the website instead of actively tracking a site's performance. The pros are that these are based on real user actions, but the cons are that they are reactive, irregular, and it can have varying results. Now, what are key performance indicators or KPI? Key performance indicators refer to a set of quantifiable measurements used to gauge a company's overall long-term performance. ISO 27004 provides guidelines to evaluate the information security performance and the effectiveness of an ISMS in order to fulfill the requirements of ISO 27001. It establishes monitoring and measurement of information security performance, monitoring and measurement of the effectiveness of an ISMS, including its processes and controls, analysis and evaluation of the results of monitoring and measurement. Now let's see what are the important terms in key performance indicators. The first one is factor, which is an attribute of the ISMS that can be described as a value that can change over time. Example, number of alerts generated by an intrusion into system, etc. Then there are measurements, which are values of factors at particular point in time. Example, 356 IDS alerts in the last 24 hours. Then baseline, which is an arbitrary value for a factor that provides a point of reference or denotes that some condition is met by achieving some threshold value. Example, IR teams will investigate 100 events or less in any given month. Metric, which is a derived value that is generated by comparing multiple measurements against each other or against a baseline. Example, ratio of verified incidents to IDS alerts during a 30-day period. Indicator, which is an interpretation of one or more metrics that describes an element of the effectiveness of the ISMS. In other words, indicators are meaningful to management. Example, threshold ratio of no more than 30% false or undetected events has been met for a reporting period. Now let's see what is resource provisioning. So the major element of the security operations is provisioning and managing resource throughout their life cycle. This includes multiple types of assets such as hardware, software, physical, virtual, and cloud-based assets. The types of resources are hardware, media, software, virtual assets, and cloud resources. Now, what are hardware inventories? Organizations use databases and inventory applications to perform inventories and track hardware assets through the entire equipment lifecycle. Barcode systems are available that can print barcodes to place on equipment. The barcode database includes relevant details on the hardware, such as the model, serial number, and location. Radio frequency identification (RFID) can also be used to track hardware from distance. RFID method is expensive but significantly reduces the time needed to perform an inventory. Before disposing of equipment, it should be properly sanitized to remove all data to ensure that unauthorized personnel do not gain access to sensitive information. Media management. Media includes tapes, optical media such as CDs and DVDs, portable USB or Firewire devices, external SATA drives, internal hard drives, solid state drives, and USB flashes. So, when media includes sensitive information, it should be stored in a secure location with strict access controls to prevent losses due to unauthorized access. Additionally, any location used to store media should have temperature and humidity controls to prevent losses due to corruption as well. The metrics used to manage media lifecycle are mean time to failure, MTTF. This sometimes represented in the number of times media can be reused or number of years you can use it before it fails. Then there is mean time between failure, MTBF, the amount of time expected to elapse between failures of an item that personnel will repair, such as the computer server. Then there is mean time to repair, MTTPR. This is how long it will take to get a failed product running again. Software licensing. Organizations pay for software and license keys are routinely used to activate the software. The activation process often requires contacting a licensing server over the internet to prevent piracy. Software licensing also refers to ensuring that systems do not have unauthorized software installed. Many tools are available that can inspect systems remotely to detect the system's details. This helps to identify unauthorized software running on systems and helps an organization ensure it is in compliance with software licensing rules. The best practices here are application whitelisting, using gold masters, enforcing the principle of least privilege, and automated scanning. Managing virtual assets. Organizations are consistently implementing more and more virtualization technologies due to the huge cost savings available. They are virtual machines and software defined networks, and although virtualization can simplify many IT concepts, it is important to remember many of the same basic security requirements like patching and backups still apply. Managing cloud based assets. Cloud based assets include resources that an organization accesses using cloud computing. Organizations typically lease cloud based resources from outside, but they can also host them within the organization. One of the primary challenges is that these resources are outside the direct control of an organization, making it more difficult to manage the risk. There are varying levels of responsibility for assets depending on the service model, like infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. The cloud deployment model also affects the breakdown of responsibility of the cloud-based assets, private clouds, public clouds, hybrid clouds, and community clouds. Similar to on-premise resources, the cloud resources also needs to be managed and tracked throughout their life cycle to maintain required security posture. Now let's see what are the steps in incident management. Incident response is a practice of detecting a problem, determining its cause, minimizing the damage it causes, resolving the problem, and documenting each step of the response for future references. So the flowchart would go like first it will be detection, then there be a response.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Then mitigation, reporting, recovery, remediation, lessons learned, and in the future it will come back to detection and the whole process will be repeated. Now, in the first step is detection. So, the commonly used methods to detect potential incidents are intrusion detection and prevention systems, alerts administrators when an item of interest occurs. Anti-malware software often display a pop-up window to indicate when it detects malware. Automated tools regularly scan audit logs looking for predefined events, and end users sometimes detect activity and contact IT administrators. IT professionals are usually classified as first responders or for incidents, and they are the first ones who on the scene and have knowledge on how to differentiate typical IT problems from security incidents. Now the second step is response. After detecting and verifying an incident, the next step is to respond. Organizations have a designated incident response team, sometimes called a computer security incident response team, CSIRT. The organization activates the team during a security incident. Triage process will ensure that only valid alerts are promoted to investigation or incident status. False positive or incorrect alerts are identified and removed. Information is collected to investigate its severity and set priorities on how to deal with the incident. Incidents are categorized according to their severity level of potential risk, the source, whether it is internal or external, its rate of growth, and the ability to contain the damage. More data is gathered to try and figure out the root cause of the incident. Now, the next step is mitigation. Mitigation steps attempt to contain an incident. One of the primary goals of an effective incident response is to limit the effect or scope of an incident. So we try to minimize any further loss or damage from this incident so that you can begin to recover and remediate. We'll prioritize the mitigation of the most critical assets, followed by the mitigation of less important assets. We'll do isolation and containment, which can limit the exposure of your organization and prevent further damage. And the response team needs to take its last forensic samples prior to commencing mitigation activities. Reporting. This refers to reporting an incident within as well as individuals outside the organization. The level or scope of reporting will depending upon the impact of incident. Organizations often have a legal requirement report to report some incidents outside of the organization as well. If a data breach exposes PII, the organization must report it. Reports generally include summary of the incident, indicators, related incidents, actions taken, chain of custody for all evidence, impact assessment, identity and comments of incident handlers, and the next steps to be taken. The recovery stage, this is the process of restoring a pre-incident condition. Recovery and repair activities include repairing or replacing hardware, reinstalling or reconfiguring operating system or application software, removing unwanted programs and data, restoring damaged or missing data from the backup media. So the main thing to be concerned here is that an attack or defense system should never be trusted because you do not necessarily know all changes that have taken place and the true extent of the damage. So some malicious code could still be hiding somewhere, and systems should be rebuilt to ensure that all of the potential bad stuff has been erased. In the remediation step, personnel look at the incident and attempt to identify what allowed it to occur and then implements methods to prevent it from happening again. This includes performing a root cause analysis. At the conclusion of the remediation phase, you have a high degree of confidence that this particular attack will never be again successful against your organization. Ideally, you should share your lessons learned in the form of IOAs and IOCs with the community so that no other organization can be exploited in this manner. And finally, in lessons learned, this is the final and is often skipped as the business moves back in a normal operation. But it's critical to look back and heed the lessons learned. A lessons learned meeting with all the involved parties after a major incident, optionally periodically after lesser incidents as resources permit, provides a chance to achieve closure with the respect to an incident by reviewing what occurred, what was done to intervene, and how well intervention worked. A follow-up report for each incident provides a reference that can be used to assist in handling similar incidents in future. Logging. Logging records events into various logs and monitoring reviews these events. Combined logging and monitoring allow an organization to track, record, and review activity, providing overall accountability. The logs will commonly record details such as what happened, when it happened, where it happened, who did it, and sometimes how it happened. When you need to find information about an incident that occurred in the recent past, logs are a good place to start. A strong identification and authentication mechanism is a prerequisite for accountability, otherwise, it's easy for someone to impersonate another. The types of logging. The first one is security logs. They record access to resources such as files, folders, printers, and so on. For example, they can record when a user accessed, modified, or deleted a file. Many systems automatically record access to key system files. Then there are system logs, which record system events such as when a system starts or stops, or when the services start or stop. Logs that detect when the system reboot or when services stop can help administrators discover potentially malicious activity. Application logs, they record information for specific applications. Application developers choose what to record in the application log. For example, a database developer can choose to record when anyone accesses a specific or data object such as tables or views. Firewall logs record events related to any traffic that reaches a firewall. This includes traffic that the firewall allows and traffic that the firewall blocks as well. Change logs record the change request, approval, and actual changes to a system as a part of an overall change management process. These are useful to track approved changes, they can also be helpful as a part of a disaster recovery program. For example, after a disaster, administrators and technicians can use change logs to return a system to its last known state, including all applied changes. Protecting logs. If attackers can modify the logs, they can erase their activity, effectively nullifying the value of the data. The files may no longer include accurate information and may not be admissible as evidence to prosecute attackers. So, it's important to protect log files against unauthorized access and unauthorized modification. The protection techniques that we use are storing copies of logs on a central system, assigning strict access permission to log files, and strict policies mandating backup of log files. Now let's talk about monitoring techniques. Log analysis. This is a detailed and systematic form of monitoring in which the log information is analyzed for trends and patterns as well as abnormal, unauthorized, illegal, and policy violating activities. Log analysis isn't necessarily in response to an incident, but instead a periodical task which can detect potential issues. Security Information Event Management (SIEM). So many organizations use a centralized application to automate monitoring of systems on a network. These tools provide real-time analysis of events occurring on systems throughout an organization. They include agents installed on remote systems that monitor for specific events known as alarm triggers. And when the triggers occurs, the agents report the event back to the central monitoring software. Most SIEMs are configurable, allowing personnel within the organization to specify what items are of interest and need to be forwarded to the SIEM server. SIEMs have agents for just about any type of server or network device, and in some cases, they monitor network flows for traffic and trend analysis as well. Monitoring techniques. The first one is sampling. This is a process of extracting specific elements from a large collection of data to construct a meaningful representation or summary of the whole. In other words, sampling is a form of data reduction that allows someone to glean valuable information by looking at only a small sample of data in an audit trail. Then there is clipping level. This sets certain thresholds for specific errors or mistakes allowed and the amount of these occurrences that can take place before it is considered suspicious. Clipping levels are widely used to audit events to establish a baseline of routing system or user activity.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
The monitoring system raises an alarm to signal abnormal events only if the baseline is exceeded. Then there is traffic analysis and analysis. They are a form of monitoring that examine the flow of packets rather than actual packet contents, and this is sometimes referred to as network flow monitoring. Then there is egress monitoring. Egress monitoring refers to monitoring outgoing traffic to prevent data exfiltration, which is the unauthorized transfer of data outside the organization. And finally, data loss prevention (DLP). These systems attempt to detect and block data exfiltration attempts. These systems have the capability of scanning data, looking for keywords and data patterns. The types are network-based DLP, which scans all outgoing data looking for specific data, placed on the edge of the network to scan all the data leaving the organization. And then there are endpoint-based DLP, which scans files stored on a system as well as files sent to external devices such as printers and USB drives. Electronic discovery. E-discovery pertains to legal counsel gaining access to electronic information during the pre-trial discovery phase of civil legal proceeding. The general purpose of discovery is to gather potential evidence that will allow for building a case. Electronic discovery differs from traditional discovery simply in that e-discovery seeks ESI or electronically stored information, which is typically acquired via forensic investigation. Given the potentially vast quantities of electronic data stored by organization, e-discovery can prove logistically and financially cumbersome. Appropriate data retention policies, as well as perhaps software and systems designed to facilitate e-discovery, can greatly reduce the burden felt by the organization when required to provide ESI for discovery. Now, what are admissible events? To be considered admissible events or evidence, it must be, it must meet these requirements. The evidence must be relevant and material to determining a fact. The evidence must be complete and should represent the whole truth of an issue. The evidence must be competent, meaning it must have been obtained legally. Evidence that results from an illegal search would be inadmissible because it is not competent. The evidence should be reliable, and reliable evidence means it is factual and non circumstantial. Now, what are the types of evidence? The first one is real evidence. Real evidence consists of things that may actually be brought into a court or law. This may include items such as a murder weapon, clothing, or other physical objects. In a computer crime case, real evidence might include seized computer equipment, such as keyboard with fingerprints on it, or a hard drive from a hacker's computer system. Depending on the circumstances, real evidence may also be conclusive evidence such as DNA that is incontrovertible. Then there are testimonial evidence, which include direct expert opinion and hearsay. Direct means oral testimony that proves or disproves a claim based on their own direct observation. Then, in expert opinion, the witness has been accepted by the court as an expert in a certain field and may offer an opinion based on the other facts presented and their personal knowledge of the field. And in hearsay, the witness cannot testify as to what someone else told them outside the court. Computer log files that are not authenticated by a system administrator can also be considered as hearsay evidence. Then there are documentary evidence. So this includes any written item brought into court to prove a fact at hand. This type of evidence must also be authenticated. For example, if an attorney introduces a computer log as evidence, they must bring a witness, system administrator, into court to testify that the log was collected as a routine business practice and is indeed the actual log that the system collected. So there are two times here, the best evidence and parallel evidence. The best evidence is when a document is used as evidence in a court proceeding. The original document must be introduced. Copies or descriptions of original evidence on a secondary evidence will not be accepted as evidence. And in parallel evidence, when an agreement between parties is put in a written form, the written document is assumed to contain all the terms of the agreement and no verbal agreements may modify the written agreement. Now, there are conclusive evidence property, which is irrefutable and cannot be contradicted, and this overrides all other evidence. And then there are secondary properties, which is copy of evidence or oral description. It is not reliable and strong. Then circumstantial evidence. This can prove intermediate fact to infer or assume the existence of another fact, and the case cannot rest on circumstantial evidences alone. And then there are corroborative, which proving an idea or point with the help of supporting evidence and used as supplementary tool and cannot stand on its own. Now, what are the different types of analysis types? The analysis type can be network analysis, media analysis, software analysis, and hardware analysis. In network analysis, it can be traffic analysis, log analysis, and path tracing. In media analysis, it can be disk imaging, timeline analysis, and registry analysis. In software analysis, it can be reverse engineering, malicious code review, and exploit review. And finally, in hardware analysis, there can be personal computers, smartphones, tablets, or embedded computers. Now, forensic investigation in process. So, the forensic investigation moves in the direction as from identification, preservation, collection, examination, analysis, and presentation. So, all the other steps that comes in between have properly shown in this table. Now, what is chain of custody? In legal context, it refers to the chronological documentation or paper trail that records the sequence of custody, control, transfer, analysis, and disposition of physical or electronic evidence. The chain of custody shows how the evidence was collected, analyzed, transported, and preserved to be presented in court. The major components are the location of evidence when it was obtained, time at which the evidence was obtained, the identification of individuals who discovered the evidence, the identification of individuals who secured the evidence, the identification of individuals who controlled evidence, and the individuals who maintained possession of that evidence. Now, what is redundant array of disks or RAID? RAID or RAID is a technology used for redundancy and or performance improvements that combines several physical disks and aggregates them into logical arrays. The redundancy and speed are provided by breaking up the data and writing it across several disks so different disk head can work simultaneously to retrieve the requested information. The two things to note here are parity and stripping. The parity is the control data that is spread across each disk so that if one disk fails, the other disk can work together and restore its data. And stripping is a technique to write data on multiple disks together. This activity divides and writes the data over several drives. The performance is increased because more than one head is retrieving data at the same time. Now, what are the different RAID levels? In RAID 0, also called stripping, it uses two or more disks and improves the performance, but it does not provide fault tolerance. Minimum two disks are required. In RAID 1, also called mirroring, it uses two disks which both hold the same data. If one disk fails, the other disk can take over. Minimum two disks are required here as well. RAID 5, also called stripping with parity, it uses three or more disks with the equivalent of one disk holding parity information. Any single disk fails, the RAID array will continue to operate, though it will be slower. Then the RAID 6, which extends RAID 5 by adding another parity block. It uses block level stripping with 2 parity blocks distributed across all member disks, and minimum 4 disks are required here. And RAID 10, also known as the RAID 1 plus 0, or a stripe of mirrors, and is configured as 2 or more mirrors configured in a striped configuration. It will continue to operate even if multiple disks fail if at least one drive in each mirror continues to function, and the minimum number of disks required here are 4. Trusted recovery. Trusted recovery provides assurances that after a failure or crash, the system is just as secure as it was before the failure or crash occurred. Depending on the failure, recovery may be automated or it might require manual intervention by an administrator. Systems can be designed so that they fail in a fail secure state or a fail open state. A fail secure state will default to a secure state in the event of failure, blocking all access. A fail open system will fail in an open state, granting all access. The choice is dependent on whether security or availability is more important after a failure. In the context of physical security, the terms fail safe and fail secure are used. Specifically, a fail-safe electrical lock will be unlocked when power is removed, but a fail-secure electrical lock will be locked when power is removed. For example, emergency exit door will be configured to be fail-safe so that the personnel are not locked inside during a fire or other emergency. Now, what is recovery strategy? When a disaster interrupts your business, your disaster recovery plan should kick in nearly automatically and begin providing support for recovery options. The DRP should be designed so that the first employees on the scene can immediately begin the recovery effort in an organized fashion, even if members of the official DRP team have not yet arrived on site. The business unit and functional priorities. Business units within the highest priority must be recovered first, identifying and prioritize critical business functions as well as so you can define which functions you want to restore after a disaster or failure and in what order. And then crisis management. Here, individuals like security guards, technical personnel should be fully trained in disaster recovery procedures and know the proper notification procedures and immediate response mechanism. And all of the employees should receive some basic level of training on how to respond in a crisis. Now, what is trusted recovery? Trusted recovery provides assurances that after a failure or crash, the system is just as secure as it was before the failure or crash occurred. Depending on the failure, the recovery may be automated or it might require manual intervention by an administrator. The systems can be designed so that they fail in a fail secure state or a fail open state. A fail secure system will default to a secure state in the event of failure, blocking all access. And a fail open system will fail in an open state, granting all access. The choice here is dependent on whether security or availability is more important after a failure. In the context of physical security, the terms fail-safe and fail-secure are used. Specifically, a fail-safe electrical lock will be unlocked when power is removed, but a fail-secure electrical lock will be locked when power is removed. For example, emergency exit doors will be configured to be fail-safe so that personnel are not locked inside during a fire or other emergency. So, some common criteria of evaluation defines 4 types of trusted recovery. The first one is manual recovery. If a system fails, it does not fail in a secure state. Instead, an administrator is required to manually perform the actions necessary to implement a secured or trusted recovery after a failure or system crash. Then there is automated recovery. The system can perform trusted recovery activities to restore itself after failure. For example, a hardware RAID provides automated recovery against the failure of a hard drive, but not against the failure of the entire server. Then there is automated recovery without undue loss. This is like automated recovery in that a system can restore itself after a failure. However, it includes mechanisms to ensure that specific objects are protected to prevent their loss. A method of automated recovery that protects against undue loss would include steps to restore data to other objects. And finally, function recovery. Systems that support function recovery can automatically recover specific functions. This state ensures that the system can successfully complete the recovery for the functions or that the system will be able to roll back the changes to return into a secure state. Alternate processing sites. One of the most important elements of the disaster recovery plan is the selection of alternate processing sites to be used when the primary sites are unavailable. When choosing any alternate processing site, be sure to situate it far away enough from a primary location that it won't be affected by the same disaster that disables your primary site, but it should be close enough that it is easy to reach for employees. Cold sites. Cold sites are standby facilities large enough to handle the processing load of an organization and equipped with appropriate electrical and environmental support systems. However, a cold site has no computing facilities pre-installed and has no active broadband communication links. The advantage of call site is it is relatively low cost and there is no computing base to maintain and no monthly telecommunication bill when the site is idle. The drawback is a tremendous lag between the time the decision is made to activate the site and the time when the site is ready to support business operations. Now, what is alternate processing sites and hot sites in alternate processing sites? A hot site is the exact opposite of the cold site. A backup facility is maintained in constant working order with a full competent complement of servers, workstations, and communication links ready to assume primary operations responsibilities. The servers and workstations are all pre-configured and loaded with appropriate operating system and application software. The data on the primary servers is periodically or continuously replicated to corresponding servers at the host site, ensuring that the host site has up-to-date data. Then advantage of hot site is that it can be activated almost immediately, and however, the cost is extremely high. So maintaining a hot site essentially doubles an organization's budget for hardware, software, and services, and requires the use of additional employees to maintain the site. Warm sites. Warm sites occupy the middle ground between hot and cold sites. They always contain the equipment and data circuits necessary to rapidly establish operation. However, warm sites do not typically contain copies of the production data. The main requirement in bringing a warm site to full operation site is the transportation of appropriate backup media to the site and restoration of critical data on the standby servers. Activation of a warm site typically takes at least 12 hours from the time a disaster is declared. And finally, mobile sites. Mobile sites consist of trailers, trucks, or other easily located units. They include all the environmental control systems necessary to maintain a safe computing environment. Larger corporations sometimes maintain these sites on a flyover basis, ready to deploy them to any operating location around the world via air, rail, sea, or surface transportation. Mobile sites are usually configured as core sites or warm sites. Now, service bureaus. Service bureau is a company that leases computer time. Service bureaus own large server farms and often fields of workstations. Any organization can purchase a contract from a service bureau to use a portion of their processing capacity. Cloud computing. Many organizations now turn to cloud computing as their preferred disaster recovery option. Strong, ready-to-run images in cloud providers is often quite cost-effective and allows the organization to avoid incurring most of the operational cost until the cloud site activates in a disaster. Mutual assistance or reciprocal agreements, and here two organizations pledge to assist each other in an event of disaster by sharing computing facilities or other technological resources. MAAs are difficult to enforce, and confidentiality concerns often prevent businesses from placing their data in the hands of others. Backup techniques comparison. The methods are backup speed, restoration speed, and storage speed in full, differential, and incremental. All the comparison is given in this table. Software escrow arrangements. A software escrow is a service that helps protect all three parties or different parties involved in a software license by having a neutral third party escrow agent holding the source code, data, and documentation until a mutually agreed upon event occurs. The escrow agent keeps a copy of the source code and possibly other materials which it will release to the customer only if specific circumstances arise, mainly if the vendor who developed the code goes out of business or for some reason it is not meeting its obligations and responsibilities. Recovery versus restoration. Recovery and restoration are separate concepts. Recovery involves bringing business operations and processes back to a working state. Restoration involves bringing a business facility and environment back to a workable state. The recovery team is assigned to implement and maintain operations in the recovery state, and the salvage team is assigned to restore the primary state to the operational capacity. Recovery team members have a very short time frame in which they can operate, and if the recovery team fails to restore business process within the MTD or RTO, then the company fails. While the salvage team's job is to restore the company to its full original capabilities in the original location. If the original location is no longer in existence, a new primary spot is selected. The salvage team must ensure that the reliability of the new infrastructure, and this is done by returning the least mission critical processes to the restored original site to stress test the rebuilt network. As the restored site shows resiliency, more important processes are transferred. Let's talk about barriers. Barriers define how an area should be designed in order to affect or deny access. The objectives of barriers are to define a secure perimeter, keep intruders out, and cause delays in intrusion. Then fences. Fences are perimeter identifiers that are designed and installed to keep intruders out. Types of fences include chain link, barbed wire, barbed tape, or concertina wire. Walls and bollards. Walls are man-made barriers but generally are more expensive to install than fences. The types are block, masonry, brick, and stone. Bollards are small concrete pillars outside a building. Example, traffic bollard. Perimeter Intrusion Detection System or PIDS. The perimeter sensors alert the security when any intruders attempt gaining access across the open space or attempt breaching the fence line. Open terrain sensors include infrared, microwave systems, time domain reflectometry, and video content analysis and motion path analysis. The typical features are that they reliably detect and deter would-be intruders. They avoid complexity by minimizing nuisance alarms, and they are cost-effective for smaller remote sites and offer scalable integration options. Lightning. A perimeter fence is the first layer of defense since most disturbances occur under darkness. Adding perimeter lighting is an essential part of every security plan. Lighting helps to deter and detain individuals who would attempt to breach a secure perimeter. The benefits are that they provide security personnel visual assessment at night. They provides real and psychological deterrent against intruders. Increases the effectiveness of guard forces and CCTV. Provides illumination where the natural light is insufficient and inexpensive to maintain, and reduces the need for security personnel.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Security operation concept. So what is security operation? Security operations pertains to everything that takes place to keep networks, computer systems, applications and environments up and running in a secure and protected manner. Operations take place after the system is developed and implemented. This includes continual maintenance of the environment. So the security operation reflects due care and due diligence. So implementing the common security operations concepts along with performing periodic security audits and reviews demonstrate a level of due care and due diligence that will reduce senior management's liability when a loss occurs. Now, what are administrative controls? The first one is need to know. This imposes the requirement to grant users access only to data or resources they need to perform some assigned works or tasks. So this need to know is commonly associated with security clearances, such as a person having a secret clearance. However, the clearance does not automatically grant access to the data. So if he needs access to the data, it requires authorization. Now the next one is least privilege. So here subjects are granted only the privileges necessary to perform the assigned work or task and nothing more than that. So limiting and controlling privilege based on this concept protects confidentiality and data integrity. It relies on the assumption that all users have a well-defined job description. So everyone will be given access that is required only within their description. They will not get access for doing anything more than what their job requires. Then entitlement. Entitlement refers to the amount of privileges granted to users, typically when first provisioning an account. And finally, aggregation check, which refers to the amount of privileges that users collect over time. It is the violation of least privilege principle. So as you already said, people won't get accesses more than what is required for their job. So sometimes people can switch between departments and their privileges can get accumulated. So it will be checked regularly to see that they are not having more than what is required. Then separation of duties. So this ensures that no single person has total control or total authority over a critical function or system. This is necessary to ensure that no single person can compromise the system or its security. Instead, two or more people must conspire or collude against the organization, which increases the risk for these people. So two-person control is something that comes under this, and this requires the approval of two individuals for critical tasks. And the other one is split knowledge, where information or privilege required to perform an operation will be divided among two or more users. This ensures that no single person has sufficient privileges to compromise the security. Then segregation of duties. This is similar to separation of duties, but it also combines the principle of least privilege. The goal here is to ensure that individuals do not have excessive system access that may result in a conflict of interest. For example, network team managing the IT security. Then job rotation. So here employees are rotated through their jobs, or at least some of the job responsibilities are rotated to different employees. So using job rotation as a security control provides peer review and reduces fraud and also enables cross training. Then mandatory vacation. So many organizations that serve in sensitive data require employees to take mandatory vacations in 1 week or 2 week increment. This provides a form of peer review and help detect fraud and collusion. So when this employee is on vacation, some others people will be filling in their roles and they can check that everything is in place. Then monitoring special privileges. So accounts granted elevated privileges are often referred to as privileged entities that have access to special higher capabilities inaccessible to normal users. So if misused, these elevated rights and permissions can result in significant harm to the confidentiality, integrity or availability of the organization and its assets. Because of this, it is important to monitor privileged entities and their access. Let's see what is configuration management. Configuration management helps ensure that systems are deployed in a secure, consistent state and maintains this state throughout their lifetime. So configuration management is the process for maintaining computer systems, servers and software in a desired consistent state. It's a way to make sure that a system performs as it is expected to changes which are made over time. So every company should have a policy indicating how these changes take place within a facility, who can make the changes and how the changes are approved, and also how the changes are documented and communicated to other employees. So before making these changes, there is something known as baselining. So baselining is a starting point. Within the context of configuration management, it is the starting configuration for a system. It can be also defined as a threshold or the minimum security requirement that every system should follow. Then all these changes that are made are added on top of this baseline. The administrators often modify the baseline after deploying systems to meet different requirements. However, when systems are deployed in a secure state with a secure baseline, they are much more likely to stay secure. Now, what is change management? Change management is the systematic approach and application of knowledge, tools, and resources to deal with change. It ensures that appropriate personnel review and approve the changes it goes into production. As you already said, configuration management also a baseline is first of all set up and then it is improved upon changes. So this management of these changes is known as change management. Common tasks within a change management process are requesting for the change, reviewing it, approving or rejecting it, scheduling and implementing the change, and finally documenting the changes. Now let's see what are the differences between change management and configuration management. So first of all, change management, this is a business process aimed at regulating the changing nature of business activities such as projects. This, while IT and security personnel are involved in change management, they are usually not in charge. Then for configuration management, this is an operational process aimed at ensuring that the controls are configured properly and are responsive to the current threat and operational environment. For example, versioning control, CI/CD pipelines, etc. As an information security professional, you would likely lead in configuration management but simply participate in change management processes. Now, what is patch management? So, patch is a term for any type of code written to correct a bug or vulnerability or improve the performance of existing software. So, it's like patching, we say patching the rubber tires. So, we are only solving the problem at hand. So patches are sometimes referred to as updates, quick fixes, and hot fixes. Security administrators are primarily concerned with security patches, which are patches that affect the vulnerability of a system. So these patch management programs ensures that systems are kept up to date with current patches. So they also include evaluating the patches, testing the patches, approving the patches, deploying the patches, and verifying that the patches are properly deployed. Now, vulnerability management. So, vulnerability management is the process of identifying these vulnerabilities, determining the risk they pose to an organization, and applying the proper security controls that will bring those risks acceptable level. So, we can never say that we can completely eradicate all the risks. So, everything will have some amount of risk, but what we have to do is keep the risks at an acceptable level. So vulnerabilities exist not only in software but also in business processes and in people. So in software, how do we determine these vulnerabilities? So what we do is we prepare, and so how we prepare is we determine the scope and schedule the scans, usually do automated and scans, and this happens outside of the regular hours of operation. Then we remediate or we take corrective action for the detected issues, and finally we document, which ensures that the assumptions, facts, and decisions are preserved to inform future decisions. Then process vulnerabilities. So process vulnerabilities exist where there is a flaw or weakness in a business process. A good way to find process vulnerabilities is to periodically review existing processes using a red team. And finally, vulnerabilities in human or people. So over 90% of security incidents can be traced back to a person doing something they shouldn't have, maliciously or otherwise. A common approach to managing people vulnerabilities is social engineering assessments. Incident management. Despite the best efforts of IT and security professionals, incidents do occur. Primary goal of incident response is to minimize the impact on the organization. So incident is any event that has a negative effect on the confidentiality, integrity, or availability of the organization's assets. So when we talk about incident in computer security, it commonly refers to an incident that is the result of an attack or the result of a malicious or intentional action. Examples are attempted network intrusions, attempted denial of service attacks, any detection of malicious software, unauthorized access of data, and violation of security policies. Now let's see what are the preventive measures. So first one is firewalls. Firewalls can prevent many different types of attacks. Network-based firewalls protect entire networks, and host-based firewalls protect individual systems. Then there are anti-malware software. So viruses, worms, and other malwares are the most common security incidents. A primary countermeasure is anti-malware software. Then there are intrusion detection and prevention systems. So intrusion detection and prevention systems observe activity, detect attacks, and provide alerts. They can often block or stop these attacks. Then removing unused services. So if a system does not need a service or protocol, remove it. Attackers cannot exploit a vulnerability in a service or product that is not running in a system. And then keeping the systems and applications up to date. So vendors regularly release patches to correct bugs and security flaws, but these only help when they are applied. So patch management ensures that systems and applications are kept up to date with relevant patches. Now we'll see what are the different types of attacks. The first one is denial of service attack or DOS. So this attacks prevent a system from processing or responding to legitimate traffic or requests for resources and objects. So a common form of a DOS attack will transmit so many data packets to a server that it cannot process them all. Other forms of DOS attacks focus on the exploitation of a non-fault or vulnerability in an operating system, service, or application. Then there are distributed denial of service attacks. These attacks occur when multiple systems attack a single system at the same time. For example, a group of attackers could launch coordinated attacks against a single system. And distributed reflective denial of service or DRDOS is an attack which is a variant of DOS. It uses a reflected approach to an attack. It doesn't attack the victim directly, instead manipulates traffic or a network service so that the attacks are reflected back to the victim from other sources. Examples are Smurf attack, DNS cache poisoning, etc. Now, SYN flood attack. This is a common DOS attack. It disrupts the standard three-way handshake used by TCP to initiate communication sessions. In this attack, the attackers send multiple SYN packages but never complete their connection with an ACK. So the mitigation is for SYN cookies is one method of blocking this attack. When the system receives an ACK, it checks the SYN cookies and establishes a session. Another method of blocking this attack is to reduce the amount of time a server will wait for an ACK. Now, what is a Smurf attack? This is another type of flood attack. It floods the victim with Internet Controlled Message Protocol echo packets. The attacker sends the echo request out as a broadcast to all systems on the network and spoofs the source IP address. All these systems respond with echo replies to the spoofed IP address, flooding the victim with traffic. Nowadays, Smurf attacks are rarely seen as it is becoming common to disable ICMP on firewalls, routers, and even many servers to prevent any type of attacks using ICMP. Then Fraggle attacks. So these are similar to Smurf attacks. However, instead of using ICMP, a Fraggle attack uses UDP packets over UDP port 7 and 9. The Fraggle attack will broadcast a UDP packet using the spoof IP address of the victim. All systems on the network will then send traffic to the victim just as with a Smurf attack. Then ping flood. So ping flood floods a victim with ping request. This can be very effective when launched by zombies within a botnet as a DDoS attack. Common way systems handle this today is by blocking ICMP traffic. Active intrusion detection systems can detect a ping flood and modify the environment to block ICMP traffic. Then there are botnets. So the computers in a botnet are like robots, often called zombies, and will do whatever attackers instruct them to do. A bot herder is typically a criminal who controls all the computers in the botnet via one or more command and control centers. So computers often join a botnet after being infected with some type of malware. Bot herders commonly use computers within a botnet to launch a wide range of attacks, send spam and phishing emails, or rent the botnets out to other criminals as well. Then ping of death. So this attack employs on oversized ping packet. So ping packets are normally 32 or 64 bytes. The ping of death attack changed the size of ping packets to over 64 KB, which was bigger than what many systems could handle. So when a system receives this ping packet larger than 64 KB, it results in the crash or instability of the system. Then teardrop. So here an attacker fragments traffic in such a way that the system is unable to put data packets back together. Large packets are normally divided into smaller fragments when they are sent over a network. And the receiving system then puts the packet fragments back together into their original state. However, a teardrop attack mangles these packets in such a way that the system cannot put them back together. And land attacks. So land attacks occur when the attacker sends spoofed SYN or SYN packets to a victim using the victim's IP address as both the source and destination IP addresses. This tricks the system into constantly replying to itself and can cause it to freeze, crash, or reboot. Zero-day exploit. A zero-day exploit refers to an attack on a system exploiting a vulnerability that is unknown to others. So mitigation of this involves ensuring systems are not running unneeded services and protocols to reduce a system's attack surface, enabling both network-based and host-based firewalls to limit potentially malicious traffic, and also using intrusion detection and prevention systems. Man in the middle. So this occurs when a malicious user is able to gain a position logically between the two endpoints of an ongoing communication. There are two types. One involves copying or sniffing the traffic between two parties, which is basically a sniffer attack. The other type involves attackers positioning themselves in the line of communication where they act as a store and forward or proxy mechanism. Now let's see what is an intrusion detection or intrusion prevention system. So intrusion detection monitors information and real-time events to detect abnormal activity indicating a potential incident or intrusion. Intrusion detection system automates the inspection of logs and real-time system events to detect intrusion attempts and system failures. An intrusion prevention system includes all the capabilities of an intrusion detection system, but also can take additional steps to stop or prevent intrusions. And the responses are passive, which means notifications can send to administrators via email, text, or pager messages or pop-up messages. And in active, they modify the environment using several methods like modifying ACLs to block the traffic. Intrusion detection and prevention behavior or detects malware behavior using two common methods, that is knowledge based and behavior based. So the first one is knowledge based. Here this is the most common method, also called signature based detection or pattern matching detection. It uses a database of known attacks developed by the IDS vendor. The drawback here is that it is effective only against known attack methods. So we have already stored the known attacks in a database and we are checking with the known attacks. So if a new attack or slightly modified version of the known attack comes, it often goes unrecognized. Then there is behavior based detection, also called a statistical intrusion detection or anomaly detection, and heuristic based detection as well. So here the detection starts by creating a baseline of normal activities and events on the system. Once it has accumulated enough baseline data to determine normal activity, it can detect abnormal activity that may indicate a malicious intrusion or event. A behavior-based IDS can be labeled an expert system or a pseudo-artificial intelligence system because it can learn and make assumptions about events. The primary drawback of this system is that it often raises a high number of false alarms, also called false alerts or false positives. So depending upon the deployment, IDS are commonly classified as host-based and network-based. So in a host-based IDS, it monitors activities on a single computer, including process calls and information recorded in the system, application, security, and host-based firewall logs. It can often examine events in a more detail than a network-based IDS can, and it can pinpoint specific files compromised in an attack. It can also track processes employed by the attacker. The benefits of host-based IDS over network-based is that it can detect anomalies on the host system that the network-based cannot detect. However, it is most costly to deploy and manage. In a network-based IDS system, it monitors and evaluates the network activity to detect attacks or event anomalies. It cannot monitor the content of encrypted traffic but can monitor other packet details. A single network-based IDS can monitor a large network by using remote sensors to collect data at key network locations that sends the data to a central management console. An intrusion prevention system is a special type of active IDS that attempts to detect and block attacks before they reach target systems. It's sometimes referred to as an intrusion detection and prevention system as well, IDPs. A distinction difference between IDS and an IPS is that IPS is placed in line with the traffic. In contrast, an active IDS that is not placed in line can check the activity only after it has reached the target. The active IDS can take steps to block an attack after it starts but cannot prevent it. Now, what are firewalls? A firewall is a system designed to prevent unauthorized access to or from a private network. It can be implemented in either hardware or software form or a combination of both. Firewalls prevent unauthorized internet users from accessing private networks connected to the internet, especially intranets. Now, we'll see what are the different generations in firewall. Basic firewalls. See, these basic firewalls filter traffic based on IP addresses, ports, and some protocols using protocol numbers. Then there is a second generation firewalls. This add additional filtering capabilities. For example, an application level gateway firewall filters traffic based on specific application requirements, and circuit level gateway firewalls filter traffic based on communication circuit. Then there are third generation firewalls. So stateful infection firewalls and dynamic packet filtering firewalls, which includes in them. These filter traffic based on its state within a stream of traffic. And then next generation firewalls. This functions as a unified threat management device and combines several filtering capabilities. It includes traditional functions of a firewall, such as packet filtering and stateful inspection. However, it is also able to perform packet inspection techniques, allowing it to identify and block malicious traffic. It can filter malware using definition files and whitelist and blacklist. It also includes intrusion detection and or intrusion prevention capabilities. Now, what is penetration testing? A penetration test mimics an actual attack to identify what techniques attackers can use to circumvent security in an application, system, network, or organization. It includes vulnerability scans, port scan, packet sniffing, DOS attacks, and social engineering techniques. It's also important to get approval from senior management before testing and stick to the scope. So the techniques used are, first one is black box testing by zero knowledge. So here the team knows nothing about the target site except for publicly available information such as domain name and company address. An attack by a zero knowledge team closely resembles a real external attack because all information about the environment must be obtained from scratch. Then there is a white box testing by full knowledge. Here the team has full access to all aspects of the target environment. They know what patches and updates are installed and the exact configuration of all relevant devices. So if the target is an application, they would have access to the source code. So white box testing is commonly recognized as being more efficient and cost effective in locating vulnerabilities because less time is needed for discovery. Then there is gray box testing by partial knowledge. So here the team has some knowledge of the target performs and they perform gray box testing, but they are not provided access to all the information. They may be given information on the network design and configuration details so that they can focus on attacks and vulnerabilities for specific targets. Now, what are honeypots and honeynets? So, honeypots are individual computers created as a trap for intruders. A honeynet is two or more network honeypots used together to simulate a network. They look and act like legitimate systems, but they do not host data of any real value for an attacker. Administrators often configure honeypots with vulnerabilities to attempt intruders into attacking them. They may be unpatched or have security vulnerabilities. The goal is to grab the attention of intruders and keep the intruders away from the legitimate network that is hosting valuable resources. Honeypot also gives administrators an opportunity to observe an attacker's activity without compromising the live environment. In some cases, the honeypot is designed to delay an intruder long enough for the automated IDS to detect the intrusion and gather as much information about the intruder as possible. Now, let's see what is enticement versus entrapment. So, placing a system on the internet with open security vulnerabilities and active services with non-exploits is enticement. Enticed attackers make their own decisions to perform illegal or unauthorized actions. And entrapment, which is illegal, occurs when the honeypot owners actively solicits visitors to access the site and then charges with unauthorized intrusion. So let's see what is a pseudo flaw. So false vulnerabilities or apparent loopholes intentionally implanted in a system to tempt attackers are known as pseudo flaws. So they are often used on honeypot systems to emulate well-known operating system vulnerabilities. Padded cells like a honeypot is like a honeypot, but it performs intrusion isolation using a different approach. When an IDS detects an intruder, that intruder is automatically transferred to a padded cell. It is a simulated environment that offers fake data to retain an intruder's interest, like a honeypot. Warning banners. Warning banners inform users and intruders about basic security policy guidelines. They typically mention that online activities are audited and monitored and often provide reminders of restricted activities. In most situations, wording in banners is important from a legal standpoint because these banners can legally bind users to a permissible set of actions, behaviors, and processes. Monitoring. Monitoring is a necessary function to ensure that subjects, such as users and employees, can be held accountable for their actions and activities. Monitoring and reviewing audit trails provides accountability for the users. Legislation often requires specific monitoring and accountability practices. This includes laws such as the Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2002, the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, and the European Union privacy laws that many organizations must abide by. Now, what is investigation? Whether an incident or a non-disaster, a disaster or a catastrophe, we should treat the systems and facilities that it affects as potential crime scenes. This is because what may at first appear to have been a hardware failure, a software defect, or an accidental fire may have in fact been caused by a malicious actor targeting the organization. So, when a potential computer crime takes place, it is critical that the investigation steps are carried out properly to ensure that the evidence will be admissible to the court if things go that far and that it can stand up under the cross examination and scrutiny that will take place. So, the types of investigation are operational investigation. So, operational investigation examine issues related to the organization's computing infrastructure and have the primary goal of resolving operational issues. Operational investigations have the lowest standards for collection of information. Then criminal investigations. So criminal investigations typically conducted by law enforcement personnel investigates the alleged violation of criminal law. So these investigations may result in charging suspects with a crime and the prosecution of those charges in a criminal court. So most of these cases must have the evidence that proves the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. Civil investigation. Civil investigations typically do not involve law enforcement but rather involve internal employees and outside consultants working together on a legal team. So they prepare the evidence necessary to present a case in a civil court resolving a dispute between two parties. Most of these cases do not follow the beyond a reasonable doubt standard of proof. Instead, they use the weaker preponderance of the evidence standard. Then there is regulatory investigation. Here, government agencies may conduct regulatory investigations when they believe that an individual or a corporation has violated administrative law. So, regulatory investigations vary widely in scope and procedure and are almost always conducted by the government agents. Digital forensic. Digital forensics, sometimes known as digital forensic science, is a branch of forensic science encompassing the recovery and investigation of material found in digital devices, often in relation to cybercrimes. So, the goal of digital forensics is to examine digital media in a forensically sound manner with the aim of identifying, preserving, recovering, analyzing, and presenting facts and opinion about the digital information. So, this comes into action if something a crime happens where digital devices are involved. Then what is digital evidence? So digital evidence must be handled in a careful fashion so it can be used in different courts no matter what jurisdiction is prosecuting a suspect. The Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence, SWGD, lists the following principles. So the first one is when dealing with digital evidence, all the generic forensic and procedural principles must be applied. Upon the seizing of digital evidence, actions taken should not change that evidence. If it is necessary for a person to access original digital evidence, the person should be trained for the purpose. All activity relating to the seizure, access, storage, or transfer of digital evidence must be fully documented, preserved, and available for review. An individual is responsible for all actions taken with respect to digital evidence while the digital evidence is in their possession. Any agency that is responsible for seizing, accessing, storing, or transferring digital evidence is responsible for compliance with these principles. Now, let's see what are the categories of computer crime. Computer crimes are generally classified as one of the following types. They can be military and intelligence attacks, they can be business attacks, financial attacks, terrorist attacks, grudge attacks, and thrill attacks. Disaster recovery planning or DRP. DRP steps in where BCP leaves off. When a disaster strikes and a business continuity plan fails to prevent interruption of business activities, the disaster recovery plan kicks in to see the business restored to full operating capacity in its primary operating facilities. Although the ISC Square CISSP curriculum draws a distinction between these two areas, most organizations simply have a single team and plan to address both business continuity and disaster recovery concerns. In many organizations, the single discipline known as business continuity management encompasses BCP, DRP, and incident management under a single umbrella. Now, what are the types of disasters? So, disasters can be natural or man made. The natural disasters include earthquakes, floods, storms, fires, and other regional events. Man made disasters can be fires, terrorism, power outages, hardware or software failures, theft or vandalism, and other utility failures. Now, what is system resilience and fault tolerance? So, fault tolerance is the ability of a system to suffer a fault but continue to operate. Fault tolerance is achieved by adding redundant components such as additional disks within a redundant array of inexpensive disk array or additional servers within a failover clustered configuration. Whereas system resilience refers to the ability of a system to maintain an acceptable level of service during an adverse event. This could be a hardware fault managed by fault tolerance components, or it could be an attack managed by other controls such as effective intrusion detection and prevention systems. Technical controls that add to system resilience and fault tolerance directly affect availability. One of the core goals of the CIA security triad, confidentiality, integrity, and availability, is this. A primary goal of system resilience and fault tolerance is to eliminate single points of failure. Now, what are failure and recovery metrics? Maximum tolerable downtime, MTD. This is the maximum period for which the organization's key processes and functions are unavailable, after which the organization would suffer significant losses or may even go out of business. These are generally measured in minutes, hours, days, depending on the nature of the business. Then there is recovery point objective or RPO. Here, data or workloads resulting from disrupting events. So this is usually expressed in units of time. Then recovery time objective or RTO. This refers to maximum time allowed to recover business or ITS systems. This is expressed in time such as minute, hours, or days. And then there is work recovery time WRT, which is the time required to configure a recovered system. This consists of systems recovery time and work recovery time as well. Protecting servers. So fault tolerance can be added for critical servers with failover clusters. A failover cluster includes two or more servers, and if one of the server fails, another server in the cluster can take over its load in an automatic process called failover. Now, protecting power resources. So fault tolerance can be added for power resources with uninterruptible power supply like UPS, a generator, or both. In general, a UPS provides battery supplied power for a short period of time between 5 and 30 minutes, and a generator provides long-term power. The goal of a UPS is to provide power long enough to complete a logical shutdown of a system or until a generator is powered on and providing stable power. Recovery strategy. When a disaster interrupts your business, your disaster recovery plan should kick in nearly automatically and begin providing support for recovery options. DRP should be designed so that the first employees on the scene can immediately begin the recovery effort in an organized fashion, even if members of the official DRP team have not yet arrived on site. So the business unit and functional priorities are business unit with the highest priority must be recovered first, and the identifying and prioritization of critical business functions as well as definition of functions you want to restore after a disaster or failure and in what order should be restored. Crisis management. Here, individuals like security guards, technical personnel, etc., should be fully trained in disaster recovery procedures and know the proper notification procedures and immediate response mechanisms. All other employees should receive some basic level of training on how to respond in a crisis.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
Emergency communications. So organizations should regularly communicate internally as well as with outside world during crisis. Secondary communication methods like SMS should be used if primary methods are not available. It is important to communicate the status to stakeholders so that humors don't kick in. Then workgroup recovery. When designing a DRP, plan for restoration of workgroups to the point that they can resume their activities in the usual manner should be there. It is sometimes best to develop separate recovery facilities for different work groups. Larger organizations may have difficulty finding recovery facilities capable of handling the entire business operation. So this is another example of circumstance in which the independent recovery of different work groups is appropriate. Now, what is database recovery? Organizations rely on databases to process and track operations, sales, logistics, and other activities vital to their continued viability.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Three main techniques are used to create off-site copies of database content. First one is electronic vaulting. So database backups are remote site using bulk transfers. So there may be significant delay between the time you declare a disaster and the time your database is ready for operation with the current data. To activate a recovery site, technicians will need to retrieve the appropriate backups from the electronic vault and apply them to the soon-to-be production service at the recovery site. As with any type of backup scenario, be certain to periodically test your electronic vaulting setup. Then there is remote journaling. Here, data transfers are performed in a more expeditious manner. Data transfers occur in a bulk, but they occur on a more frequent basis, usually once every hour. Remote journaling sets up transfer copies of database transaction logs containing the transactions that occurred since the previous bulk transfer. Transaction logs transferred to the remote site are not applied to a live database server but are maintained in a backup device. So when a disaster is declared, technicians retrieve the appropriate transaction logs and apply them to the production database. Then there is remote mirroring. This is the most advanced and most expensive database backup solution. Here, a live database server is maintained at the backup site. A remote server receives copies of the database notification at the same time they are applied to the production server at the primary site. So, mirrored server is ready to take over an operational role at a moment's notice. Now, let's talk about training and awareness. It is essential that we provide training to all personnel who will be involved in the disaster recovery effort. The level of training required will vary according to an individual's role in the effort and their position with the company. So, orientation training for all new employees should be given. Initial training for employees taking on a new disaster recovery role for the first time. Detailed refresher training for disaster recovery team members should be given. And brief awareness refreshers for all other employees should be given. This can be accomplished as a part of other meetings and through a medium like email newsletters sent to all employees. Now, documentation. So the disaster recovery plan should also be fully documented. Be sure that it is implemented and the necessary documented programs and modifying the documentation as changes to the plan and business occur. DRP should be treated as an extremely sensitive document and be provided to individuals on a compartmentalized need to know basis only. Individuals who participate in the plan should understand their roles fully. The key DRP team members and senior management should have access to the entire plan and understand the high-level implementation details. A disaster may render your intranet and network unavailable. Be sure you maintain an adequate number of printed copies of the plan at both the primary and alternate sites and maintain only the most current copy. Now, let's see testing. So, every disaster recovery plan must be tested on a periodic basis to ensure that the plan's provisions are viable and that it meets an organization's changing need. There are 5 types of testing techniques. The first one is read-through test. The read-through test is one of the simplest tests to conduct, but it is also one of the most critical. In this test, you distribute copies of disaster recovery plans to the members of the disaster recovery team for review. So this ensures that the key personnel are aware of the responsibility and have the knowledge refreshed, and it also provides individuals with an opportunity to review the plans for obsolete information and update any items that require modification because of changes that happened in the organization. Then there is structured walkthrough. This is also referred to as a tabletop exercise. Here, members of the disaster recovery team gather in a large conference room and role play a disaster scenario. Usually, the exact scenario is known only to the test moderator who presents the details to the team at the meeting. The team members then refer to their copies of the disaster recovery plan and discusses the appropriate responses to the disaster. Then there is a simulation test. Here, the DRP team members are presented with the scenario and asked to develop an appropriate response. Unlike tabletop exercise, some of these responses measures are then tested. So this may involve the interruption of non-critical business activities and the use of some operational personnel. Then there are parallel tests. So these represent the next level in testing and involve relocating personnel to the alternate recovery site and implementing site activation procedures. The employees relocated to the site perform their disaster recovery responsibilities just as they would for an actual disaster. The only difference is that the operations at the main facility are not interrupted. Then there are full interruption tests where It involves actually shutting down operations at the primary site and shifting them to the recovery site. For obvious reasons, full interruption tests are extremely difficult to arrange and it should be fully approved by the management. Personal safety. The single most valuable asset for an organization is its people. So, what are the factors that should be taken in consideration for their safety? So, the first one is emergency management. So, this is a common tool for ensuring the safety of personnel during emergencies, which is the occupant emergency plan. The OEP describes the actions that facility occupants should take in order to ensure their safety during an emergency. This plan should address the range of emergencies and it should be integrated into the security operations of the organization. Then there is duress. Duress is the use of threats or violence against someone in order to force them to do something they don't want to do. A popular example of a countermeasure for duress is the use of panic buttons by bank tellers. The button is hidden where an assailant can't see it, but where the teller can easily and discreetly activate it to warn the police. Then travel. Determine the threat landscape at the destination. Some organizations provide country-specific briefings that are regularly updated and required for all traveling staff. It is also important to know the location and contact information for the nearest embassy or consulate. In case of emergency, these offices provide a variety of important services. Now, what is perimeter safe? So, perimeter defenses help prevent, detect, and correct unauthorized physical access. The goal is to control access into the facility, and it should employ defense in depth concept with layered architecture for barriers. The center or the highest protective area has the highest level of security, and security systems are designed utilizing multiple barriers called rings of protection, and layered design can reduce the likelihood of a successful attack. Access control system. The primary function of an access control system is to allow only authorized personnel inside the control area. The goal of an ACS program is to limit the opportunity of a crime to be committed. The components are card readers, electric locks, alarms, computer systems, etc. What are the types of ACS? So the first one is access cards. These are different types of access card like magnetic stripe card, proximity card, smart cards, etc. Then there are biometrics. This include fingerprint, facial image, hand geometry, voice recognition, etc. Then there are closed circuit television. These are the collection of cameras, recorders, switches, keyboards, and monitors that allow viewing and recording of events. Then there are guards. Guards or office patrol inspects property to protect against fire, theft, vandalism, terrorism, and illegal activity. There are also guard dogs, which are physical controls that serve as detective, preventive, and deterrent controls. Now, finally, we'll see building and campus security. So, the following are the different means that ensure building security. First one is doors. So, solid core, hollow core, and glass doors can be used. Then there are locks, which are rim, mortise, and cipher locks are used. Piggybacking, which is man trap and turnstile. Windows that are bulletproof and laminated. Interior intrusion detection systems, which can be used infrared and ultrasound. And finally, escorting and visitor control. Let's talk about software development security. So first of all, we can see what is quality of code. So code quality defines code that is good, that is either high quality, or code that is bad, which is low quality. So this quality that we say whether it is good or bad is all subjective. So which means that different teams may use different definitions based on their context. So code that is considered high quality may mean one thing for one developer while it may mean something different for another. So the code quality is very important and it impacts the overall software quality, and the quality impacts how safe, secure and reliable your code base is. So a good code should do what it should do. It should follow a consistent style. It should be easy to understand. It should be well documented and it should be properly tested. Now let's see what is secure software design. So it is critical to include security controls at every stage of the software development or the software development lifecycle. This not only improves the overall quality and stability, but also reduces the cost in the longer run. So if you look below, you can see what are the different security controls that are put in the different stages in the software development lifecycle. So if you see, the software development lifecycles ranges from the requirement and analysis, design, construction, and finally to deployment, support and disposal. And in each stage there are different security measures like security planning, risk assessment, security architecture, security authorization plan, assessment of the system security, verifying the fixes, security deployment, etc. Now, what are the secure core practices that should be followed? So, the Open Web Application Security Project describes certain practices which are considered the best while coding. So, these are input validation, output encoding, authentication and password management, session management, access control, cryptographic practices, error handling and logging, data protection, communication security, database security, file management, and memory management. Now we'll see what are the difference between functionality and security. So there is actually a common belief that security is inversely proportional to functionality, which means that if we make the security so stringent, it affects the functionality of the software very badly. But this is not very true. So developers usually want to get a function up and working. Security takes a backseat under the pressure of approaching deadlines and tight budget. But developers need to find a happy medium between the necessary functionality and security requirements. The golden rule here is that simplicity always improves security. Now, what is a software development lifecycle or SDLC? So, SDLC is putting repeatable and predictable processes in place that helps ensuring the functionality, cost, quality, and delivery schedule requirements are met. So, SDLC is a list of practices that are put at every stage of the software development that make sure that the software is ready when it is required and it has all the necessary requirements also. The different stages in software development lifecycle are: the first one, which is requirements gathering. Here we determine why, what, and whom for the software is created. Then there is design, where we deal with the how of the software, that is how the software will accomplish the goals identified. Then there is the development stage, where the programming happens to meet specifications laid out in the design phase. The testing phase, where we verify and validate to ensure that the software works as planned and the goals are met. And then the operations and maintenance stage, where the software is deployed and then it is ensured that it is properly configured, patched, and monitored. Now let's see how security is implemented at the different stages in the SDLC. So if we see in the top, we can see the different stages that like requirement gathering, design, development, testing, operation, and maintenance. And in all these columns are the different security controls that are put in place on the different stages. So if you see requirement gathering, so we in the stage we'll assess the security risk, we'll assess what the privacy risk, and we'll also find what is the acceptable risk level. In the design stage, we'll attack surface analysis and we'll do threat modeling also. In the development stage, we'll do automated case tools and we'll do static analysis. In the testing stage, we do dynamic analysis, fuzzing, manual testing, unit integration acceptance, etc. And in the operation and maintenance stage, we do the final security review. Now, software development methodologies. So, selecting the right tools or the right development methodology for your product organizations depends largely on the team size, goals, timeline, cost, as well as many other factors. So, the common methodologies are waterfall, prototyping, spiral, rapid application development, and agile development. So we'll see them one by one. The first one is a waterfall model. So the waterfall model is a breakdown of project activities into linear sequential phases, where each phase depends on the deliverables of the previous one and corresponds to a specialization of tasks. So if you see, it is like a waterfall, water flowing down. So all the different tasks are separated into linear sequential phases. So this is a less iterative and flexible approach as progress flows in largely one direction. So this is, since this is linearly broken down, the progress always flows in one direction, that is downwards, like a waterfalls. So the phases, different phases involved in this model are: first one, the conception, initiation, analysis, design, construction, testing, and finally deployment and maintenance. So this is a linear model in which the progress always goes in the downward direction. Now we'll see what is prototyping. So a prototype is a sample of software or code or a model that can be developed to explore a specific approach to a problem before investing expensive time and resources. So what we do here is, if the requirements are given to us and we need to make a software for the requirements, but we know that making the actual software would be very costly, and if something goes wrong we have to spend more on it to make that right. So before something like that happens, we make a prototype with less cost, with the less resources, so that we can show what we can deliver to them. So prototyping is a sample only, not the actual software. So this is a specific approach used to solving a problem before investing expensive time and resources. So the different types of prototyping are rapid prototypes. So here the development team quickly creates a prototype to test the validity of the current understanding of the project requirements. Then there are evolutionary prototypes which are built with the goal of incremental improvement. So instead of being discarded after being developed, it is continually improved upon until it reaches the final product stage. And finally, operational prototype, which is an extension of the evolutionary prototype method, and it improves the quality of the prototype as more data is gathered. But the operational prototype is designed to be implemented within a production environment as it is being tuned. Now we'll see what is the spiral model of development. The spiral methodology uses an iterative approach to software development and places emphasis on risk analysis. So the spiral model allows new requirements to be addressed, and it also allows for early testing, and the feedback based on test is integrated into the next iteration. So if you see the right side, you can see that the process actually goes in a spiral. So initially, the first it would be the identifying and resolving the risks or the requirements. Then we'll do the development and test. So from the development and testing, we'll know what the next iteration should be. We'll plan the next iteration. We'll determine the objectives. We'll again go to identifying and resolving. So it keeps on spiraling. So the main advantages are we can address new requirements and we can test. Early testing is happening. We are not testing after identifying everything and developing the whole thing. We are not testing after that. We are continuously testing, and the feedback based upon test is integrated into every iteration after this. So the phases involved in this spiral mode are determining the objectives, risk analysis, development and test, and planning the next iteration. Now what is rapid application development, or RAD? So RAD relies on the use of rapid prototyping than on extensive upfront planning. So the planning of how to improve the software is interleaved with the process of developing the software, which allows for software to be developed quickly. So rather than planning, here a rapid prototyping approach along with planning combined is used. So while the prototype is being developed, the planning is also happening. So this allows for a faster development of the software. So the RAD was developed because by the time software was completely developed following other methodologies, the requirements changed and the developers had to start all over again. So it can happen that sometimes we know the requirements and we are developing the software, but after the software has been developed, something has happened to the market, or due to some reason the requirements might get changed or new requirements might get added. So we need to do more development. So this rapid application development is done so that you can avoid this. You can produce the software much faster than other methodologies. Now, agile methodologies. So agile is a term that is used to describe software development approaches that employ continual planning, learning, improvement, collaboration, evolutionary development, and early delivery. So it encourages flexible responses to change. So the core agile values are actually 4 of them, and they are team interactions over processes and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, and responding to change over following a plan. So rather than using process and tools, team interactions are more used, and rather than comprehensive documentation, working software is used, and rather than using contract negotiation, customer collaboration is valued, and finally we are not strictly following a continuous plan, but we are responding to changes in the requirements. So that is what agile development is. So the principles in agile development are: the first one is our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable software, and they welcome changing requirements even late in development. Agile processes harness change for the customer's competitive advantage, and then delivering the working software frequently from a couple of weeks to a couple of months with a preference to the shorter time scale. And then business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. So continuous collaboration is happening. Then building the projects and motivated individuals. So giving them the environment and the support they need and trust them to get the job done. And agile processes promote sustainable development. The sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. And the working software is the primary measure of progress. The most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is face-to-face conversation. And continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. Simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done, is essential. And the best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing teams. And at regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective and then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. Now, let's see what are the different methods in agile development. So, the common agile approaches are: the first one is Scrum, and this concentrates specifically on how to manage tasks within a team-based development environment. And Scrum allows the empowering the development team and advocates working in small teams. Then there is extreme programming, and this advocates frequent release of the product in short development cycle, and it introduces a checkpoint where any customer requirements can be easily implemented. And then there is Kanban. This is a Japanese word which means a card containing all the information needed to be done on the product at each stage along its path to completion. So this is quite adopted in software testing method, especially in agile testing. Now, what is the ideal model? The ideal model realizes a methodological infrastructure framework to guide organizations in planning and implementing effective process improvement programs for CMMI and alike initiatives. So, the different phases in an ideal model are: the first one, initiating. So, this represents laying the groundwork for a successful improvement effort. And then diagnosing. This determines where you are relative to where you want to be. And then establishing. So this is planning the specifics of how you will reach the objectives. And acting, which refers to doing the work according to the plan. And finally, learning, which is learning from the experience and improving the ability to adopt new improvements in the future. Now, what is a Gantt chart and PERT? So Gantt chart. So the first one, Gantt chart, is a horizontal bar chart commonly used in project management, which is a visual view of the tasks scheduled over time. So it provides a graphical visualization of schedules that helps to plan, coordinate, and track specific tasks or elements in a project. So this is actually a visual representation of the all tasks in a horizontal table or a horizontal bar chart. So it gives you a visual approach to planning. So it gives you a real-time view of the process or the progress and what are the process to be done. Then there is PERT chart, which is a program evaluation and review technique. So this is a project management tool which is used to schedule, organize, and coordinate tasks within a project. And this is used to analyze the tasks involved in completing a given project and the time needed to complete each task and to identify the minimum time needed to complete the total project. Now, what is DevOps? So, DevOps is a set of practices that combine software development and IT operations together. So, earlier, in organizations, the development team and the operations team were different. So the development team would be developing the software and the operations team would be managing how the software is delivered to the client and all. So, but since these teams were different, the communication between them might not happen properly every time. And by the development team completes the development of the software, the requirements of the client must have changed and the operations team need to convey this to the development team and they need to make changes again. So it takes time for the complete development. So rather than having these two in separate teams, it was decided that it would be better if they were in a single team. So development team and operation teams were combined into a single team, which came to be known as the DevOps team. So this aims to shorten the software development lifecycle and provide continuous delivery in high software quality. So DevOps is complementary with agile software development, and several DevOps aspects come from agile methodology only. So these DevOps has a huge positive impact on security because in addition to quality assurance, the IT teammates will be involved in every step of the process. So multifunctional integration allows the team to identify potential defects, vulnerabilities, and friction points early enough to resolve them proactively. Now, what is a capability maturity model integration or CMMI? So CMMI is a process and behavioral model that helps organizations streamline process improvement and encourage productive, efficient behaviors that decrease risks in software, product, and service development. So the different maturity levels in a CMMI model are: the first one, which is the initial level. So here the development process is ad hoc or even chaotic. So the management procedures and plans are not used. There is no assurance of consistency and quality is unpredictable. But in the repeatable maturity level, a formal management structure, change control, and quality assurance are in place. So the company can properly repeat processes throughout each project. So the company does not have formal processes model defined. And in the defined model, here formal procedures are in place that outline and define processes carried out in each project. And the organization has a way to allow for quantitative process improvement. Then there is the managed level where the company has formal processes in place to collect and analyze quantitative data, and the metrics are defined and fed into process improvement programs. And finally, the optimizing level where the company has budgeted and integrated plans for continuous process improvement. So if we see in the initial level, the processes are unpredictable and they are poorly controlled or coordinated and they are reactive. But in the managed level, here the processes are planned, documented, performed, and monitored, and are controlled at the project level, but they are often reactive also because there is no proper plan in place. So processes are in the defined level, processes are well characterized and understood. Processes, standards, procedures, tools, etc. are defined at the organizational level, and here it is proactive. And then in the quantitatively managed level, processes are controlled using statistical and other quantitative.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is Code Red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Techniques. And in the optimizing level, the process performance are continuously improved through incremental and innovative technological improvements. Now let's see what is change management. So change management is a collective term for all approaches to prepare, support, and help individuals, teams, and organizations in making organizational change. So we are actually thinking about change and how the change is managed in an organization. So drivers of change may include the ongoing evolution of technology, internal reviews of processes, crisis response, customer demand changes, acquisitions, and mergers. So these changes can come from different directions or different sources, like the change in technology that is being used, the updation of technology, then reviews of processes. So some processes which were used earlier need to be changed into newer ones to meet the newer market demands. Then crisis response. So there has been some kind of a crisis happening in the organization, and then some change has to be brought in so that the crisis can be solved. The customer demand changes. So the customer demand is changing, or the customers that the company is serving is changing. The customer base is changing. So with that, the company's processes also needs to change. And then changes can also come from acquisitions and mergers also. So change control is a process of controlling the specific changes that takes place during the life cycle of a system and documenting the necessary change control activities. So what happens here is we'll first make a formal request for a change, then analyze the request, and then record the change request, submit the change request for approval, develop the change, and finally report results to the management. Now we are seeing change management. Let's see what is configuration management. So this is a process for maintaining computer systems, servers, and softwares in a desired, consistent state. So configuration management is a way to make sure that a system performs as expected to the changes that are made over time. So configuration management systems lets you decide, or lets you consistently define system settings as well as build and maintain those systems according to the baseline settings. So the configuration management tools include classifying and managing systems by groups and subgroups, centrally modifying the base configurations, rolling out new settings to all applicable systems, automating the system identification, patches, and updates, identifying the outdated, poor performing, and non-compliant configurations, prioritizing actions, and access and applying the prescriptive remediation. Now, what is code repository? So software development is actually a collaborative effort, and large software projects require different teams of developers who may simultaneously work on different parts of the code. So code repository is an important tool here, and this provides functions like centrally storing the point of source code. Then it provides version controlling. It allows for bug tracking, it allows for web hosting, and it also helps in the release management. Examples of code repositories are GitHub, Bitbucket, SourceForge, etc. So here the code that different teams are developing or collaborating over can be centrally stored. So everyone can access this code from a central location, and here version control can be kept. So version controlling is actually keeping different versions of the code. So the different teams are developing different aspects of the code, and new features might be added. So version controlling helps identifying the version of the code and what features it has and what are the new features added in the newer version, all those things. Then bug tracking can be enabled, web hosting, and finally the releasing of the code also helps. Code repositories also helps in the releasing of the code. So it is critical to deploy appropriate security measures for the code repositories because they contain one of the most important assets of any organization. Now, what are service level agreements or SLA? So using service level agreements is an increasingly popular way to ensure that organizations providing services to internal or external customers maintain an appropriate level of service agreed on both by the service provider and the vendor. So SLAs are just basically agreements that the organization makes with its customers, saying that they will provide the service as they approved or as they said they will provide. So for the issues that are commonly addressed in SLAs are system uptime. So as a percentage of overall operating time. So if the service you are using is in the form of a system, the system should be up for a long period of time or as per the agreement. Then maximum consecutive downtime, peak load, average load, responsibility of diagnostics, and failover time. So service level agreements also commonly include financial and other contractual remedies that kick in if the agreement is not maintained. What is a software escrow? A software escrow is a service that helps protect all parties involved in a software license by having a neutral third-party escrow agent hold source code, data, and documentation until a manually agreed upon event occurs. So here, what happens is a third-party escrow agent holds the source code, data, and documentation until a mutually agreed upon event occurs. So the escrow agent keeps a copy of the source code and possibly other materials, which it will release to the customer only if specific circumstances arise, mainly if the vendor who developed the code goes out of business or for some reason it is not meeting its obligations and responsibilities. Now let's see what are the secure coding practices. So the Carnegie Mellon University's Software Engineering Institute's top 10 secure coding practices are validating inputs, heeding the compiler warnings, architect and design for security policies, keeping it simple, default deny, adhering to the principle of least privilege, sanitizing data sent to other systems, practicing defense in depth, using effective quality assurance techniques, and adopting a secure coding standard. Now let's see what are the programming languages. So a programming language is a vocabulary and set of grammatical rules for instructing a computer or computing device to perform specific tasks. So just like the natural language we use to communicate with someone or instruct someone to do something, we can use programming languages to instruct a computing device to perform specific tasks. The description of a programming language is usually split into the two components, that is the syntax and the semantics. The syntax refers to the proper form. So it's like in our English language there is grammar. So syntax is like grammar, or it is a structure in which a sentence should be made. So syntax refers to the structure in which a certain line of code should be made, and semantics refers to the meaning of the line, or what it means to the compiler, or what it means to the computing device. So programming languages can be classified into low-level languages and high-level languages, and the low-level languages can be further classified as first generation and second generation, whereas the high-level languages can be further classified as third, fourth, and fifth generation languages. So we'll see what are the categories in programming languages. The first one is machine language, which is first generation language. So this is a format that the computer's processors can understand and work with directly. So here there is no need for any conversion happening. So the machine can directly understand this language. So the machine code is represented in a binary format, ones and zeros, and is the most primitive form of programming language. So here there is no need for any compiler or any device to convert the code into a machine understandable form or machine executable form. So this is directly understandable by the machine. machine. And then the second generation is the assembly language. So this is a low level programming language and is the symbolic representation of machine level instructions. So it uses ADD, push, called mnemonics to represent complicated binary codes. And this uses programs called assemblers, which automatically converts this assembly code into the necessary machine compatible binary language. So assembly language is a step up from binary language, but it is still very complicated, a very complicated language. And here it uses a certain code which is converted by assemblers to the machine understandable form. Then there are high level languages, which is the third generation language. So these use abstract statements and these are easier to work as their syntax is similar to human languages. So here the main advantages is that they use words which are understandable to humans. So it helps in remembering the syntax and writing proper code, and it also helps in the readability of the code. And they are processor independent and they use compilers and interpreters. Then there are very high level languages, which are the fourth generation of languages. So here it further enhances the natural language support and it focuses on highly abstract algorithms that allow straightforward programming implementation. And for the fifth generation is natural language. This is based on problem solving using constraints given to the program rather than using an algorithm written by a programmer. Now let's see what are assemblers, compilers, and interpreters. So assembler. So the assembler is a program that translates code written in assembly language into machine understandable code. So the source program is an input of the assembler that contains assembly language instructions, and the output generated by the assembler is the object code or the machine code understandable by the computer. Then there are compilers, which reads the complete source program written in high level languages in one go and translates it into an equivalent program in machine language, and this is called a compiler. So C, C++, C Sharp, Java, etc. have compilers in them, and they once we write a code or program in this language, the compiler evaluates the whole thing in one go and translates it into an object or a machine understandable form. And these compilers are also the ones that tell us if there are any errors in our syntax. And then there are interpreters. So here the translation of single statement of source program into machine code is done by the language processor, and it executes it immediately before moving on to the next line, and this is called an interpreter. So here what happens is, if we have written different lines of code here, an interpreter does this where it goes to every single line, it checks if the line is correct or not, and it executes the line. So if there is an error in the statement, the interpreter terminates its translating process at that statement and displays an error message. Examples are Perl, Python, MATLAB, etc. So what happens here is that these languages have interpreters, and how an interpreter works is it goes line by line. So if it finds an error in one line, it stops there. So the disadvantage of these kinds of interpreters are that you cannot find all the errors in the program in one go. Rather than that, you have to run the interpreter multiple times so that it finds every error in.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
All the consequent steps. So, but whereas a compiler reads the whole thing in one go and finds out all the errors. So error debugging or error correction is much easier with a compiler than with an interpreter. Now we'll see a side-by-side comparison of a compiler versus an interpreter. So the first one, compiler. A compiled program is compiled only once, but an interpreter does this where an interpreter code is compiled each time the program is run. And in a compiler, it translates high-level instructions directly into machine language, and an interpreter translates high-level instructions in an intermediate form only. And the compiled programs run faster, whereas interpreted programs run slower than the compiled programs. And in compilers, it searches all the errors of a program and lists them, whereas interpreter checks the program statement by statement or line by line for errors. And in compiler, it generates the error message only after scanning the whole program, while as an interpreter, it continues translating the program until the first error is met, in which case it stops. So in an interpreter, if it sees the first error, it will stop there and tell us that there is another error and we have to correct it, and then it will go check again, and if it sees another error, it just repeats the process. Whereas a compiler scans through the whole code and reports us all the errors in one go. Now, what is a Java virtual machine? So, Java virtual machine is when we have a Java source file and we give it to Java compiler and it converts it to a class file and it gives it in the virtual machine. There is an interpreter and the interpreter converts the whatever the instruction is there and it gives to the operating system. Now, what is a garbage collection? So, in computer science, garbage collection is a form of automatic memory management, and the garbage collector attempts to reclaim garbage or memory occupied by objects that are no longer in use by the program. So, the advantages of the garbage collection is that it reduces the dangling pointer bugs and it reduces or eliminates issues due to memory leak, and it improves or it gives an efficient implementation of data structures. Now, what is object oriented programming or OOP? Object-oriented programming is a computer programming model that organizes software design around data or objects rather than functions and logic. So an object can be defined as a data field that has unique attributes and behavior. So object-oriented programming is a programming approach which stands very close to real-life situations where we have data stored in certain classes and objects are instances of those classes. For example, if a bank account is there, so all the details of a particular account, like the account number, the balance in the account, the name of the account holder, these are all information that is stored in a class. And every account is an object which represents all these data. So every account is an instance of the details in the bank account class. So this is very real life example which connects to object oriented programming. So the concepts in object oriented programming are the first one, inheritance. This is when one object acquires all the properties and behaviors of a parent object, and it is known as inheritance, and it provides code reusability. So there can be classes where some classes have features which are related to other classes. So in this cases, we do not need to make a new class in itself. Rather, we can inherit the features from the parent class, and this is called inheritance. Then there is polymorphism. Here, one task is performed in different ways. It's known as polymorphism. For example, to draw a shape which can be done in a circle can be drawn, a triangle can be drawn, or a rectangle can be drawn. A common example is like we can use functions with the same name but with different parameters given to them in different ways. So it is a one function, but it can do different tasks when the right parameters are given to them. Then there is abstraction. So abstraction is hiding the internal details and showing the functionality. For example, a phone call. We don't know what is happening internally, but only we are knowing is that we are getting a phone call, we are taking the call and we are speaking, but we are not aware of what is happening in between. Then there is encapsulation, which is binding or wrapping the code and data together into a single unit so that it can be kept together. So Java class is an example of encapsulation. Now let's see what is cohesion and coupling. So cohesion is the indication of the relationship within the module. So it is a concept of intra-module. Cohesion has many types, but usually highly cohesion is good for software. So cohesion represents what are the relationships within different modules of the code, or it is a concept of intra-module, how modules are connected to each other. Then coupling. So in coupling, it is an indication of a relationship between modules. It is a concept of inter-module, or the coupling has only many types that usually low coupling is good for software. Data modeling and data structure. So first of all, data modeling. So it is an abstract model that organizes elements of data and standardizes how they relate to one another and to the properties of real world entities. So data models can sometimes be referred to as data structures, especially in the context of programming languages. Whereas data structures is a data organization, management and storage format that enables efficient access and modification. It is a collection of data values, the relationship among them, and the functions or operations that can be applied to the data. Now, what is an application programming interface or API? An application programming interface is a computing interface that defines interactions between multiple software intermediaries. So it defines the kinds of calls or requests that can be made, how to make them, the data formats that should be used, the conventions to follow, etc. So in today's world, there are multiple applications that are on our devices or on the web or any such application they can be. So these applications need to communicate with each other, and application programming interfaces are defined how these communications can happen. So how the call should be made between different applications. So what kind of data can they transfer between them? What are the conventions to be followed when such communication is happening? So these things are defined by the APIs. So APIs enable modular programming, allowing users to use the interface independently of the implementation. Now we'll see the differences between a SOAP API versus a REST API. So SOAP stands for Simple Object Access Protocol, and REST stands for Representational State Transfer. So SOAP is a protocol, whereas REST is an architectural style. And SOAP uses service interfaces to expose the business logic, whereas REST uses URA to expose the business logic. And then SOAP defines standards to be strictly followed, whereas REST does not define too much standards like SOAP. And SOAP requires more bandwidth and resources than REST, and REST requires less bandwidth than SOAP. And SOAP defines its own security, whereas RESTful web services inherit security measures from the underlying transport. SOAP permits XML data format only, while REST permits different data formats such as plain text, HTML, XML, JSON, etc. Now let's talk about the security in APIs. So API security is the protection of the integrity of APIs, both the ones you own and the ones you use. So some of the best practices are using tokens. So here we are establishing trusted identities and then controlling access to services and resources by using tokens assigned to those identities, using encryption and signatures. So encrypting your data using methods like TLS are used here, and this requires signatures to ensure that the right users are decrypting and modifying your data and no one else is doing this. Identify vulnerabilities. So here we are keeping up with our operating system, network drivers, and API components. So we are keeping everything updated using quotas and throttling. So placing quotas on how often your API can be called and track its use over history. So if you use the Google Maps API to get some information about some places and all, so there are limits to which they can use it. It's like 2,500 requests per day or something like that. So using quotas and throttling helps to keep your APIs safe. Then using an API gateway. API gateways act as the major point of enforcement for API traffic. A good gateway will allow you to authenticate traffic as well as control and analyze how your APIs are used. Now, what is distributed computing? So, distributed development architectures allow applications to be divided into pieces called components. So, here the examples of software systems based on distributed objects are Common Object Request Broker Architecture or CORBA, Java Remote Method Invocation JRMI, Enterprise Java Bean EJB, Distributed Component Object Model DCOM. So the object request broker ORB is created for finding objects, initiating objects, and sending requests to the object. Examples are Java-based systems. And then what are object request brokers or ORB? So object request brokers act as the locators and distributors of objects across networks. Example, component object model, distributed component object model, common object request broker architecture. Now what is component object model or COM? So component object model is a model that allows inter-process communication within one application or between applications on the same computer system. It locates objects on a local system. It allows objects within different OOP languages to communicate. Example, object written in C++ can send messages to object written in Java. It is designed to hide the details of individual objects, and it was developed by Microsoft. Now what is distributed component object model or DCOM? So DCOM enables applications to use components on the same system, while DCOM enables applications to access objects that reside in different parts of the system, while a COM only enables applications to use components on the same system. And this locates objects over a network, and it supports communication among objects on different computers, and it allows the application to be distributed at sensible locations. It includes object linking and embedding, and DCOM uses globally unique identifiers to uniquely identify users, resources, and components within an environment, and it was developed by Microsoft. And Common Object Request Broker Architecture or CORBA. Common Object Request Broker Architecture is an open vendor object broker framework developed by Object Management Group or OMG. So the Object Request Broker manages all communications between the components and enables them to interact in a heterogeneous and distributed environment. The ORB works independently of the platforms where the objects reside. It is the middleware that allows the client-server communication to take place, and ORB provides communication between different objects, and it provides portability for applications. It defines an industry standard that enables programs written in different languages to interface and communicate. Examples are that CORBA can enable Java code to access and use objects whose methods are written in C++. Object linking and embedding, OLE. Object linking and embedding is a Microsoft technology that facilitates the sharing of application data and objects written in different formats from multiple sources. So linking establishes a connection between two objects, and embedding facilitates application data insertion. It provides a way to share objects on a local computer and to use COM as their foundation. The OLE enables objects to be embedded into documents, and the capability of one program to call another program is called linking. Now let's see what is mobile code. So code that can be transmitted across a network to executed by a system or a device on the other end is called mobile code. So code that can move across a network to be executed by different devices. So mobile code has been a regular vector for attacks for years and is considered very risky. So since this code is mobile, it goes through different networks, it is more vulnerable to attacks. Some examples are Java applets. So Java applets were small applications written in Java programming language, or another programming language that complies to Java bytecode and delivered to users in the form of Java bytecode. So JVM creates a virtual machine for an applet to run, which provides an environment called a sandbox. This virtual machine is an enclosed environment in which the applet carries out its activities. ActiveX is a depreciated software framework created by Microsoft that adapts its earlier component object model and object linking and embedding technologies for content downloaded from a network, particularly from the World Wide Web. So the problem with ActiveX controls was that it shared the privilege levels of the current user on a system. A malicious ActiveX control would have sufficient privilege to compromise the system security and other systems connected through it. Now, what is a service-oriented architecture, or SOA? Service-oriented architecture, SOA, is a style of software development where services are provided to the other components by application components through a communication protocol over a network. The properties of service-oriented architecture are that it logically represents a business activity with a specified outcome. It is self-contained. It is a black box for its consumers, and it may consist of other underlying services. What are the components of SOA? So the first one is Simple Object Access Protocol, or SOAP. This is an XML-based protocol that encodes messages in a web service environment. It actually defines an XML schema of how communication is going to take place. So the SOAP XML schema defines how objects communicate directly. Then there is Web Services Description Language, WSDL, which provides a machine-readable description of the specific operations provided by the service. Then there is Universal Description, Discovery and Integration, UDDI, which is an XML-based registry that lists available services. It provides a method for services to be registered by service providers and located by service consumers. So this is the SOA components diagram. Now, what is web security? Web application security is the one that deals specifically with security of websites, web applications, and web services. At a higher level, web application security draws on the principles of application security but applies them specifically to internet and web systems. So the common prevention systems include web application firewalls, DDoS mitigation, DNS security, user awareness, and vulnerability or penetration tests. Web application security principles. So the 10 principles are: first one is minimizing attack surface area, establishing secure defaults, the principle of least privilege, the principle of defense in depth, fail security, don't trust services, separation of duties, avoid security by obscurity, keeping security simple, and fixing security issues correctly. Now, what are the vulnerabilities in web environment? The first one is administrative interfaces. So administrative interfaces should be at least as secure, or if not more than, the web application or service they are hosting. The issues here is that hard coding authentication credentials into the links to the management interfaces can make it riskier. So enabling the remember password option and not changing default credentials. The best practices here are using a stronger authentication mechanism, controlling which systems are allowed to connect and administrate the system, and out-of-band management, a separation channel of communication. Authentication and access control. So most of the web application deploys some sort of authentication mechanism, example banks, e-commerce, etc. And they want to achieve the right balance between user experience and security. So the threats here are brute force attacks, social engineering, credential stuffing, etc. And the best practices are multi-factor authentication and using a transport layer security. Then input validation. So the testing input received by the application for compliance against the standard defined within the application is called input validation, and this ensures only properly formed data is entering the workflow. It can be as simple as strictly typing a parameter and as complex as using regular expressions or business logic to test. Input validation should happen as early as possible in the data flow. The types are client-side validation, which is an initial check and an important feature of good user experience by catching invalid data on the client side. Then there are server-side validation where we take whatever is sent by the client and conduct additional checks on the backend server. Now, what is session management? So managing several thousand different clients connecting to a web-based application is a huge challenge. And commonly used method of managing client sessions is to assign unique session IDs to every connection. But threats here can be replay attacks and session hijacks. And the best practices are the use of timestamps, tamper-proof cookies, and TLS. Now, what are the top 10 security risks as per OWASP or the Open Web Application Security Project? So they are, first one is injection, then there is broken authentication, sensitive data exposure, XML external attacks, broken access control, security misconfiguration, cross-site scripting, insecure deserialization, using components with non-vulnerabilities, and insufficient logging and monitoring. Now, what is SQL injection? So SQL injection is a type of an injection attack that makes it possible to execute malicious SQL statements. So the attackers can use SQL injection vulnerabilities to bypass application security measures. And they can go around authentication and authorization of web page or web application and retrieve the content of the entire SQL database. And they can also use SQL injection to add, modify, and delete the records. The prevention methods are parameterizing your queries instead of directly embedding user input, escaping the characters that have a special meaning in SQL, and pattern checking your parameters, and restricting access to sensitive tables with database permissions. Cross-site scripting. XSS or cross-site scripting attacks are a type of injection in which malicious scripts are injected into otherwise benign and trusted websites. So here an attacker can use XSS to send a malicious script to an unsuspecting user. The end user's browser has no way to know that the script should not be trusted and will execute the script. The prevention is to filter input on arrival, encode the data on output, and use appropriate response headers, also using content security policy. So the different types of XSS attacks are reflected XSS, which is the simplest variety of cross-site scripting. It arises when an application receives data in an HTTP request and includes the data within the immediate response in an unsafe way. Then there are stored XSS, also known as persistent or second-order XSS, which arises when an application receives data from an untrusted source and includes that data within its later HTTP responses in an unsafe way. Then there are DOM-based XSS, which arises when an application contains some client-side JavaScript that processes data from an untrusted source in an unsafe way, usually by writing the data back to the DOM. Now, cross-site request forgery, CSRF. So this is an attack that forces an end user to execute unwanted actions on a web application in which they are currently authenticated. With a little help of social engineering, such as sending a link via email or chat, an attacker may trick the users of a web application into executing actions of the attacker's choosing. So the characteristics are, it involves sites that rely on a user's identity. It exploits the site's trust in that identity. It tricks the user's browser into sending HTTP requests to a target site, and it involves HTTP requests that have side effects. So what is database management? Database management allows one to organize, store, and retrieve data from a computer. And database management also describes the data storage, operations, and security practices of a data administrator throughout the lifecycle of the data. So the database security controls are access control, auditing, authentication, encryption, integrity controls, backups, and application security. You know, what is a DBMS or a database management system? A DBM is a suite of program. It's actually a collection of programs used to manage large sets of structured data with ad hoc query capabilities for many types of users. It also controls the security parameters of the database. The various features of a DBMS are, it ensures consistency among the data and that is held on different servers throughout the network. It allows for easier backup procedures, and it provides transaction persistence. It provides recovery and fault tolerance. It allows the sharing of data within multiple users, and it provides security controls that implement integrity checking, access control, and the necessary level of confidentiality. Now, what are database models? The database models defines the relationship between different data elements, and it detects how data can be accessed, and also defines the acceptable operations, the type of integrity offers, and how the data is organized. So there are different types of database model. The first one is a relational model. This uses attributes or columns and tuples or rows to organize information, and this presents information in the form of tables. And here the primary key is a field that links all the data within a record to a unique value. So an example for a relational database would be our registers in our schools that we use to take our attendance in. So in here we can see the roll numbers on first column, the names, and whether we are present on or not, and all these things are there. So if we take the roll number or our name as a primary, the roll number as a primary key, if the whole school is having unique roll numbers, it can be used to connect different relational databases as well. Then there are hierarchical database models which combines records and fields that are related in a logical tree structure. So parents can have one child, many children, or no children. These are used for mapping one-to-many relationships, and they are commonly used in implementation in Windows Active Directory. Then there are network models which are built upon hierarchical data models and allows each data element to have multiple parent and child records as well. This is a redundant network-like structure instead of a strict tree structure. Then there are object-oriented data models which are designed to handle a variety of data types like images, audios, documents, and videos, etc. And objects can be created when needed, and the data and procedures go with the object when it is requested. It has classes to define the attributes and procedures of its objects. Then there are object relational data models, which is a relational database with a software front end that is written in an object-oriented programming language. So if there is a front end that provides the procedures that can be carried out on the data, then an application that accesses this database does not need to have the necessary procedures. Now, what are the database programming interfaces? Open Database Connectivity, or ODBC. This is an API that allows an application to communicate with the database either locally or remotely. The application sends requests to the ODBC API, and the ODBC tracks necessary database-specific driver for the database to carry out the transaction. Then there are object linking and embedding database, OLEDB. So this separates data into components that run as middleware on a client or server. It provides a low-level interface to link information across different databases and provides access to data no matter where it is located or how it is formed. Then there are ActiveX data objects, or ADO, and this is also an API that allows applications to access backend data systems. And so this has a set of ODBC interfaces that exposes the functionality of data sources through accessible objects. ADO uses the OLEDB interface to connect with the database, and these are commonly used in web applications and other client or server applications. Then there are Java Database Connectivity, JDBC, and this is an API that allows a Java application to communicate with the database. So this is database independent connectivity that between the Java platform and the databases. It is a Java API that enables Java programs to execute SQL statements. Now let's see a relational database. A relational database is a collection of data items with predefined relationship between them. These items are organized as a set of tables with columns and rows. Tables are used to hold information about the objects to be represented in the database. So the different features of a relational database include candidate keys, which are the subset of attributes that can be used to uniquely identify any record in a table. So no two records in the same table will ever contain the same values for all our attributes composing a candidate key.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Then there are primary keys, which are attributes in a relational database that is used to uniquely identify the records. Each table has only one primary key, and the relational database management systems disallows the insertion of multiple records with the same primary key. Then foreign keys are used to ensure or enforce relationship between two tables, also known as referential integrity. Referential integrity ensures that if one table contains a foreign key, it corresponds to a still existing primary key in the other table in the relationship. So if you see these two databases, in the second table, the primary key course ID is also there in the first table. So it is a foreign key which can be used to connect the second table to the first table. Now, what is database normalization? The process of structuring a relational database in accordance with a series of so-called normal forms in order to reduce data redundancy and improve data integrity is called database normalization. The purpose of database normalization is to free the collection of relations from undesirable insertion, update, and deletion dependencies, and to reduce the need for restructuring the collection of relations as new types of data are introduced, and to make the relational model more informative to the users. The types include INF, first NF, second NF, and third NF. Database integrity. Data integrity is the maintenance and assurance of data accuracy and consistency over its entire life cycle and is a critical aspect to the design, implementation, and usage of any system that stores, processes, or retrieves data. So that there are different types, and the first one is semantic integrity, which makes sure the structural and semantic rules are enforced. These rules pertain to data types, logical values, uniqueness constraints, and operations that could adversely affect the structure of the database. Then there are reference integrity, which happens if all foreign keys reference the existing primary keys. So there should be a mechanism in place that ensures no foreign key contains a reference to a primary key of a non-existent record or a null value. Then there is entity integrity, which guarantees that the tuples are uniquely identified by primary key values. If it does not have a primary key, it cannot be referenced by the database. Database transactions and ACID. Relational databases support the explicit and implicit use of transactions to ensure data integrity. So each transaction is a discrete set of SQL instructions that will either succeed or fail as a group. So the database transactions have four characteristics: ACID or atomicity, consistency, isolation, and durability. The first one, atomicity, means that the database transaction must be atomic. That is, they must be an all or nothing affair, or if any part of the transaction fails, the entire transaction must be rolled back. Then there is consistency, which means that all transactions must begin operating in an environment that is consistent with all of the database's rules. For example, all records have a unique primary key. When the transaction is complete, the database must again be consistent with the rules. Then isolation means that all transactions operate separately from each other. If a database receives two SQL transactions that modify the same data, one transaction must be completed in its entirety before the other transaction is allowed to modify the same data. Then there is durability, which is the database transaction must be durable. That is, once they are committed to the database, they must be preserved. Database security issues. The first one is aggregation, and this happens when a user does not have the clearance or permission to access specific information, but does have the permission to access components of this information. So the users then have to figure out the rest and obtain the restricted information. Then there is inference, where the users should have the ability to deduce or assume information from observing a non-sensitive piece of information. So this contrasts with the aggregation, in which several pieces of data are used to form an assumption. Database security mechanism. So the first one is content-dependent access control. So this are access decisions depending upon the value of an attribute of the object itself. So if the attribute of the object is required in many applications, and it is based on the sensitivity of the data. The more sensitive the data, the smaller the subset of the individuals who can gain access to the data. Then there are context-dependent access control, which is a system understands what actions should be allowed based upon the state and sequence of the request. So the system must keep track of precious or previous access items by the user and understand what sequence of access steps are allowed. Then poly-instantiation, which aims to make a copy of one object and modify the attributes of the second copy. It allows the relation to contain multiple rows with the same primary key. The multiple instances are distinguished by their security levels. Database security mechanism. Then there is cell suppression, which is a technique used to hide specific cells that contain information that could be used in inference attacks. Then there are partitioning, which involves dividing the database into different parts, which makes it much harder for an unauthorized individual to find connecting pieces of data that can be brought together and other information that can be deduced or uncovered. Noise and perturbation, which is a technique of inserting bogus information in the hopes of misdirecting an attacker or confusing the matter enough that the actual attack will not be fruitful. Now, what are knowledge-based systems? A knowledge-based system, KBS, is a computer program that reasons and uses a knowledge base to solve complex problems. So a knowledge base system has two distinguished features, that is a knowledge base and an inference engine. And the knowledge base systems can be classified broadly into two types, that are expert systems and neural networks. What are expert systems? Expert systems seek to embody the accumulated knowledge of experts on a particular subject and apply it in a consistent fashion to future decisions. So every expert system has two main components, the knowledge base and the inference engine. The knowledge base contains the rules known by an expert system, and the knowledge base seeks to codify the knowledge of human experts in a series of if or then statements. And the inference engine analyzes information in the knowledge base to arrive at the proper decision. So expert systems can play an important role in analyzing emergency events, stock trading, and other scenarios in which emotion sometimes gets in the way of logical decision. Then there are neural networks. So a neural network is a series of algorithms that endeavors to recognize underlying relationship in a set of data through a process that mimics the way the human brain operates. So in this sense, neural networks refers to systems of neurons, either organic or artificial in nature. So a neural network works similar to the human brain's neural network. A neuron is in a neural network is a mathematical function that collects and classifies information according to a specific architecture. The network bears a strong resemblance to the statistical methods such as curve fitting and regression analysis. Now, what is malicious software? So, malware or malicious software is any software intentionally designed to cause damage to a computer, server, client, or computer network. So, the types include viruses, worms, Trojan horses, ransomware, spyware, adware, etc. So the countermeasures to malicious software are antiviruses, firewalls, intrusion prevention systems, training, etc. By contrast, software that causes unintentional harm due to some deficiencies typically described as a software bug only. Now, what are viruses? A computer virus is a type of computer program that, when executed, replicates itself by modifying other computer programs and inserting its own code. So, the life cycle of a virus includes the dormant phase, where the virus program is idle during this stage. So the virus program has managed to access the target user's computer or software, but during this stage, the virus does not take any action. Then there are the propagation stage. So in this stage, the virus starts propagating, which is multiplying and replicating itself. And the triggering phase, which is in which a dormant virus moves into this phase when it is activated and will now perform the function for which it was intended. And then the execution phase. This is the actual work of the virus, where the payload will be released, and it can be destructive, such as deleting files from the disk, crashing the system, or corrupting files. What are the different types of viruses? The first one is a macro virus, which is written in Visual Basic or VB script and is platform independent. So macro viruses infect and replicate in templates and within documents. These are easy to write and are used extensively in commonly used products. Then there are boot sector virus, which infects the boot sector of a computer. So they have part of their code in the boot sector, which can initiate the viruses when a system boots up, and the rest of their coding sectors on their hard drive marked off as bad. So because the sectors are marked as bad, the operating system application will not attempt to use these sectors. Now, what is a stealth virus? So these viruses hides the modification that's made to the files or boot records. So when an anti-malware program attempts to read an infected file or sector, the original uninfected form will be presented instead of the actual infected form. It is a virus that hides its track after infecting a system. Then there are polymorphic viruses, which produces varied but operational copies of itself. This is done in the hopes of outwitting a virus scanner. So the polymorphic virus can use different encryption schemes requiring different description routines. So a polymorphic virus has the capability to change its own code, enabling the virus to have hundreds or thousands of variants. A multi-part virus or multipartite virus has several components to it and can be distributed to different parts of the system. For example, a multi-part virus might infect both the boot sector of a hard drive and the executable files as well. By using these kinds of viruses, it can spread more quickly than a virus using only one vector. Then there are script viruses, which are files that are executed by an interpreter. The virus will carry out the payload that the virus writer has integrated into the script. Scripts are just another infection vector caused by malware writers to carry out their evil ways. Now, what are worms? So worms are different from viruses in that they can reproduce on their own without a host application and are self-contained programs. So worms are just little programs, and like viruses, they are used to transport and deliver malicious payloads. One of the most famous computer worms is Stuxnet, which is targeted stream and supervisory control and data acquisition software and development, or SCADA. Now, what is a rootkit? So, a rootkit is a malicious software that allows an unauthorized user to have privileged access to his computer and to restrict areas of its software. A rootkit may contain a number of malicious tools such as keyloggers, banking credential stealers, password stealers, antivirus disablers, and bots for DDoS attacks. Rootkit detection is difficult because a rootkit may be able to subvert the software that is intended to find it. What are spyware and adware? So spyware is a type of malicious software or malware that is installed on a computing device without the end user's knowledge. It invades the device, steals sensitive information and internet usage data, and relays it to advertisers, data firms, or external users. Then there are adwares, often called as advertising supporter software by its developers, and these are software that generates revenue for its developer by automatically generating online advertisements in the user interface of the software or on a screen presented to the user during the installation process. Now, what is a botnet? A botnet is several internet connected devices, each of which is running on one or more boards. Botnets can be used to perform DDoS attacks, steal data, send spam, and allow the attacker to access the device and its connection. The owner can control the botnet using command and control software. The word botnet is a portmanteau of the words robot and network. A logic bomb. A logic bomb is a piece of code inserted into an operating system or software application that implements a malicious function after a certain time limit or specific conditions are met. So these logic bombs are often used with viruses, worms, and Trojan horses to time them to do maximum damage before being noticed. They perform actions like corrupting or altering data, reformatting a hard drive, deleting important files, etc. A Trojan horse. A Trojan horse is any malware which misleads users of its true intent. So they spread by some form of social engineering. For example, where a user is duped into executing an email attachment. Although their payload can be anything, many modern forms act as a backdoor containing a controller which can then have unauthorized access to the affected computer. Unlike computer viruses, worms, and rogue security software, Trojans generally do not attempt to inject themselves into other files or otherwise propagate themselves. Now we'll see what are anti-malware programs. An anti-malware program is a software that protects the computer from malware such as spyware, adware, and worms. It scans the system for all types of malicious software that manage to reach the computer. An anti-malware program is one of those best tools to keep the computer and personal information protected. So the different types of detection methods by an anti-malware program are: first one is signature-based detection, where it involves your antivirus having a predefined repository of static signatures that represent known network threats, and these threats are different from one another because of their unique coding. Then there are heuristic-based detection, where the anti-malware program analyzes the overall structure of the malicious code, evaluates the code instructions and logic functions, and looks at the type of data within the virus or worm. It collects a bunch of information about this piece of code and assesses the likelihood of it being malicious in nature.
Coming to the first question on the Stop Ethical Hacking interview questions and answers set, it states, what are the advantages and disadvantages of hacking? Well, we're talking about the general term of hacking here, and if you're wondering about are there even any sort of advantages to it, well, yes, that's the entire point of ethical hacking, right? So one of the most important advantages is that it can be used as a way to ensure that, you can fix all the bugs and the loopholes that are present in the system. And at the end of the day, if you do fix all of this, it means that it will not allow actual hackers to create a nuisance by accessing your data in an unauthorized way, and a lot more. And of course, if you yourself are hacking into your company in an ethical manner to test the security features, it means that when an actual hacker does try to get in, that he or she will fail. Therefore, it will prevent data theft. And of course, any sort of malicious attacks can be kept at bay as well. But now, the disadvantages of hacking in an unethical way talks about massive security issues because, at the end of the day, it's illegal. The second thing is that you can have unauthorized system access, which is not recommended, and stealing private information can become very easy. And of course, violating privacy regulations can get out of hand as well. So when you ask this question in the interview, make sure to talk about both the advantages and the disadvantages of ethical and unethical hacking as well. Coming to question number 2, it states, what is the difference between asymmetric and symmetric encryption? Well, whenever we talk about asymmetric encryption, one important thing you really have to know is that it lies in the name. So with asymmetric encryption, what we're trying to do is we're having different keys for encryption purposes, and of course there's another different key for decryption purposes. But in the case of symmetric encryption, as the name suggests, both the keys that's used to encrypt and decrypt are exactly the same. And then another important point is that with asymmetric encryption, right, it's really powerful, it's more secure, but it is very slow to implement in real life. So whenever someone talks about implementing just asymmetric encryption, it's always recommended to take a hybrid approach to find the best way, the fastest way possible. And then when we talk about symmetric, of course, when you directly compare it to asymmetric encryption, it's pretty fast. It's actually really fast, but then the key needs to be transferred over an unencrypted channel, which could lead to some sort of deficiencies, and that could lead to potential hack as well. So if your product is time sensitive and if you really like having security on the go, then you would be using symmetric encryption. But if you'd prefer to take more time out of your day, then of course asymmetric encryption is more secure, and that's the way to go. Coming to question number 3, it says, how can you avoid ARP poisoning? Well, ARP poisoning is one of these types of network attack that can make or break a product, right? So either you're trying to protect a website, you're trying to protect a brand, a product, whatever it is that you're doing. Once you are, victim to this, things go really out of hand. So how can you avoid ARP poisoning? There are three main ways to do this. One is by making use of what we call as packet filtering. What packet filtering does is that it filters out and blocks all the packets which actually clash with all the source address data that's coming in, to make sure that all the incoming sources are continuously tracked and monitored. And the second thing is that you can keep away from trust relationships, right? See, organizations have to develop protocols, and the dependency on trust has to really be as little as possible, because at the end of the day, you will never know when trust is broken between two organizations, right? So keeping that in mind, protocol over trust relationships is something that I would definitely recommend. And when you're thinking about utilizing ARP spoofing softwares, right? Because there are programs out there that have the capability to assess and certify the information completely and check for its validity, of course, before transmitting it, right? So this information you can have complete control of. You can spoof the information, you can block, you can send in an entirely different information that's spoofing, and you can do a lot of things with these ARP spoofing softwares that will make sure that you do not, you can avoid ARP poisoning, basically. Coming to question number 4, it states, what can an ethical hacker do? Well, this is a very generic question, a very simple question with a very specific answer. So basically, do not get carried away. Keep your answer very concise. So an ethical hacker, what he or she does is that they are a person who is completely capable and proficient at working with computers and thoroughly experts in networking, because at the end of the day, they use all of this skill and technique that they have to infiltrate either a network or an environment or a website or whatever it is, to make sure that they do it so that actual hackers don't. So they do it, they report what the vulnerabilities are there to the security team fixes all of that to make sure that an actual hacker will not exploit that and have unauthorized access. So it's a way of the company hacking itself, and or hiring a person to do it for them, to show vulnerabilities such that they can fix it and prevent unauthorized access. So coming to question number 5, it states, why is Python utilized for hacking? One important thing you really have to know about Python is that it's used literally everywhere, be it artificial intelligence, be it web development, game development, hacking, whatever you think about, Python is there, right? Similarly, in the case of hacking as well, here it's a widely used scripting language for hackers, especially in today's world of trending programming languages and scripting languages. And it has some very nice features that makes it very important for hacking. It has so many libraries that it comes with, and this intense kind of functionality that Python provides, right? So you will have to do very little to get a huge output. So keeping that in mind, it always is an added advantage for a hacker. So as minimal as you do, but having a result which is pretty big. So comparing all of this and comparing how powerful Python is by itself, followed by all the libraries, the modules, the functionality it provides, it is definitely one of the reasons why Python is utilized for hacking. Now, coming to question number 6, it states, what is farming and what is defacement? Well, whenever we talk about farming, right? So farming is one of these strategies where the attacker who's planning an attack will compromise the DNS. DNS basically stands for domain name system. These servers are completely compromised on the user PC. So what this does is that there is a goal where traffic is completely directed from the site of requirement towards a malicious site. So farming literally means compromising the DNS to move traffic away from the actual site into a malicious site too. Now, coming to defacement, right? So defacement is one of these other strategies where the hacker actually completely attacks the firm's website and then changes the entire contents of the website with something else. So you might have, hackers' names, images, or some messages, background music, videos, or whatever that didn't belong to the original owner.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
So that, right? So all of those details are considered in defacement. So changing the entirety of the website could be one of the things, the content of the website, how the website works, does the website work or not at all. So all of these things come under defacement and farming too. So coming to question number 7, it says, what is cuff patty? Well, cuff patty is one of these offline dictionary attacks that takes place especially over a WPA or WPA2 networks by making use of the PSK based verification that we have. When you can think of an example, WPA personal is something that will succumb to Cuff Patty as well. So whenever dictionary attacks are considered, right, for example, like Cuff Patty here, what we're trying to do is we're trying to have an enhanced attack to see if there is a computed PMK document that is available for the SSID that we are trying to assess to see if we can attack or not. If that's the case, then of course the attack take place. So this is basically an offline dictionary attack, and it is as simple and straightforward as that. Coming to question number 8, it states, what is network enumeration? Well, network enumeration is one of those revelations that happens to gadgets and hosts on a network. So what's basically happening is that they tend to utilize all the obvious disclosure protocols, right? So when you can think of an example, think about ICMP and think about SNMP and how they gather data. So even though on the front they may look like it works similarly, but there's a lot of different things that happen. They check different ports on remote hosts, right? So what we're trying to do here is we're trying to have known services to use, but we're trying to further recognize what's happening with the remote host, what's the function of this remote host and how it's working as well. So to understand all of this, to get a better idea of the gadget or the host in the network, to see if any sort of data can be obtained from it, that is basically network enumeration. Question number 9 states, distinguish between phishing and spoofing. Well, phishing and spoofing, as the name suggests, actually are very different underneath the surface, even though they seem very similar on the top. Let's say one person goes on to download a malware on their PC or let's say on their network, right? And the other part, so one actually, phishing you can consider to be an example of having a malware downloaded on your PC or a network. And the other part is that you can give monetary data to a person who's a scammer online and all of that. And all of it alongside, a delivery of this kind of a malicious software to your PC, that's spoofing. Taking money from you, right? Gathering something for recovery purposes, that's phishing. Spoofing involves a method of delivery into your network or into your machine, but phishing always talks about taking something away or recovering something from your PC in an unauthorized way. That's the basic difference between phishing and spoofing. Question number 10 states, what is network sniffing? See, whenever we talk about sniffing, right, it's usually system sniffing that comes into picture, because here we're trying to use all the tools to make sure we can have the capabilities to monitor, assess and analyze what is going on with the PC system that we're sniffing on. So sniffing is this kind of an illegal access over a machine where you have all the details and all the control out of it. So you can either steal data, you can make use of its processing power, or a lot more things. Now when the same thing happens over a network, we call it as network sniffing, because here there's two cases that we do sniffing. One can be for ethical purposes and the other one of course is unethical purposes, right? So system admins, what they do is they make use of all of these tools, be it analytics or be it system monitoring as well. This is done to make sure we can avoid any sort of traffic bottlenecks that happen, and we analyze and assess every single step. This is one way of utilizing it ethically. But network sniffing illegally is when you can utilize and you can sneak in softwares which are untrustworthy, and of course at the end of the day you can pick up a lot of scrupulous information such as email IDs, delicate information. You can hijack the machine, you can have a lot of personal details, intrude privacy and a lot more. So this is network sniffing. Coming to question number 11, it states, what do you mean by DOS or DOS? What are the regular types of DOS assault? Well, DOS actually stands for denial of service. It's one of the most malicious attacks that takes place. It's a pretty common attack that gets executed on a network or a system that's present. So what we usually do with DOS is that we flood the entire system with traffic that is absolutely meaningless, or we can consider to be useless as well. So all of this inrush of traffic, so what it does is that it will take your entire network and it will crash it out. So when that happens, right, of course it's going to cost you time and money. And there are many types of DOS attacks that take place. You have the buffer overflow attacks, you have SYN attacks, teardrops, smurfing, and of course you have viruses as the general form of DOS as well. So when you're a denial of service literally is that you'll be breaching and you'll be flooding system with traffic to make sure you halt whatever is going there, and that whatever system it's there or whatever network it's there, it will not be able to provide service anymore. That is how the name came about, literally calling it denial of service. Coming to question number 12, it says, what do you understand by footprinting in ethical hacking, and what are the techniques used for footprinting. One thing you need to know about footprint is that it's a very simple thing. It's about accumulating, it's about revealing as much as information, as much as data possible, even before we gain access into the network that we're going to. It's almost like assessing without having complete access over it. The techniques that are very popular are basically open source footprinting. We have scanning, network enumeration, and stack fingerprinting. So when we talk about the open source footprinting, here what we're trying to do is we're trying to search for all the contact data of the administrators, that we try to maybe guess for the password and social engineering. We understand, we can try in a couple of passwords considering their name, their phone number, their email to see if any of those work. And then we have network enumeration. Network enumeration is basically our attempt to distinguish the domain names and to see how they differ from the network blocks that are present in the target traffic as well. Then we have scanning. With scanning, what we try to do is that once we know that the network that we want to attack, the second thing is to check all the IP addresses that are connected on the network and then to spy on them, right? So to distinguish the active IP addresses, we use ICMP, which is basically the Internet Control Message Protocol, and that will act as the functioning IP address. It will reveal a lot of details that you can use even before you hack into the system, or in fact you can use those details to hack or breach the system as well. Coming to stack fingerprinting, so this is basically the final stage of what happens in a footprinting step is executed, because what we are trying to do here is that once you know the host, once you know the port, once you have mapped everything by completely understanding the network, once you have all of the details, that is when you have reached the stage of stack fingerprinting, because here you completely have an idea of what's going on, what hosts, what ports, how they are mapped, how they can be breached, and it's basically a plan of action. So all of these techniques can be used and implemented to perform footprinting. Coming to question number 13, it's a very simple difference question. It states, what is the difference between encryption and hashing? See, encryption and hashing both are pretty similar when you think about it on paper, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of differences as well. But the most simple difference is, you can get carried away with this question. I really suggest you keep it very concise, because as an ethical hacker, there's a good chance that you should know about encryption and hashing, right? So when we talk about encryption, the main differences lie in reversibility and irreversibility, right? So when you encrypt data, you can decrypt it later by using a cipher or a key. But whenever you're hashing something, hashing is totally irreversible, right? There's no way to go to the source once you have the product. That's one important difference. The second difference is what encryption always talks about is how you can have confidence over your data about your network and about your product. But what hashing talks about is, of course, confidentiality is prime in hashing as well, but it makes sure that integrity of your data is true, that nothing can be beaten, it cannot be messed around with. So depending on that moment, whatever is more important, right, be it data integrity or data confidentiality, you would go on to pick one of these two methodologies, or sometimes they go hand in hand too. Now, coming to question number 14, it says, what is the CIA triangle? CIA is basically an acronym that stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. With confidentiality, we talk about how the information can be kept secret, first of all, to make sure that people do not get access to it who are unauthorized. When we talk about integrity, here all we're trying to do is we're making sure that the information that is present cannot be altered unless it is authorized. So it means keeping the information unaltered or at the time. And then when we're talking about availability or talks about both confidentiality and integrity in a way that the data is only available to authorized parties and not someone who doesn't have access to the data. So keeping your data secret, keeping it unaltered, and keeping it only accessible to authorized parties is all about the CIA triangle, or what we call as the confidentiality, integrity, and the availability triangle as well. Now, coming to question number 15, it says, what is the difference between vulnerability assessment and penetration testing? So vulnerability assessment can also be called as VA, and penetration testing can also be called as PT or pen testing for that matter. So if you're asked this question in multiple ways, do know that they are the same. So what we talk about vulnerability assessment is that it is one of these approaches that we use to find flaws that is present either in an application or a network, right? So it's all about, think of an approach like you're traveling on the surfaces hunting for things that you can pick up. It's almost like, it's an overview of what you can assess and what you can pick up. Now with penetration testing, we'll find all of the vulnerabilities in the vulnerability assessment stage, and here we try to find all the vulnerabilities, like how an actual hacker would do and perform all of those as well. So it can be considered as the analogy to digging for gold rather than traveling on the surface. So you'll be digging deeper, you'll be trying to actually get into the system and break through as well. So that is the basic difference between vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. Coming to question number 16, it says, what is a firewall? Well, firewall, as the name suggests, is probably the most important thing whenever we talk about network security or whenever we talk about ethical hacking, right? Because this is either a device or a piece of software that we use to make sure that we can allow traffic, we can block traffic, or we can monitor the traffic in detail based on a couple of rules. So all of these are usually placed either inside the network or just on the boundary or outside the network, or in fact all of those at a time as well. So whenever this goes on, firewall is basically inside the system. Whenever it's present, it's usually based on to provide access specifiers and access methodologies to the people inside the company. When it's placed at the boundary of trusted and untrusted networks, it is trying to monitor the incoming and the outgoing traffic. And when it's outside the network, what it's trying to do is it's trying to analyze and assess for potential hacking scenarios as well. Coming to question number 17, it says, what is data leakage and how will you detect data leakage and how will you prevent it? Of course, data leakage, as the name suggests, means that data is going out of your organization without you knowing it, or even if you have no knowledge over it, there's a very good chance someone can misuse the data, right? So that's one very important thing. So to detect data leakage, right, you have many things, and first of all, to detect it, you have to understand where it's going through. You have a lot of things, right? You can have printouts, you can have laptops, lost and found items, you can have emails, unauthorized data to public portals, you can have pen drives, you can have pictures. So there are multiple ways through which data can go out of an organization. For each of these, of course, you will have to cater to individual solutions to make sure that let's say things that you cannot upload on websites, you cannot put in pen drives into your organization's laptops as well, or let's say you cannot have an unmonitored email that goes out of your network, you cannot print confidential information. There's so many things depending on the organization that you can do to make sure that data leakage is prevented. And then coming on to the 18th question, it states, what are the hacking stages? What are the step-by-step methods through which hacking takes place? Explain each stage. See, hacking, or whenever you're targeting any sort of machine, actually happens in 5 important phases. The first step is surveillance. Surveillance is the first step where we're trying to analyze, where we're trying to gather as much data, we're trying to perform vulnerability assessment, we're trying to understand the target as much as possible by getting details, in a very detailed and in-depth way. And then after we do surveillance, we do scanning. Scanning involves trying to go through the data that you have collected to see if you can find any sort of causality, because once you find causality, there is a very good chance you can use all the computerized tools that you have, all of the softwares where you can have port scanners, port mappers, vulnerability scanners, and you can use all of these tools to see if you can find a way in, and then getting access, right? So this is where the actual hacking happens, because this is where the hacker actually gets into your machine through all of the data that's obtained from surveillance and scanning, and actually gets into the network. So this is the step that you will get hacked through. And of course, after that, once the hacker has access into the computer or into the network, they must make sure that they keep access no matter what, right? So they can have future exploitations, future assaults. You can have backdoors, you can have rootkits, you can have trojans, you can have a lot of ways that the hacker can continuously come back and monitor and in fact hold access as well. That's the simple step of access maintenance. And then covering tracks, right? So once hackers have got all the stuff that they need to do, what they have to do is they have to maintain access, and they have to keep away from getting detected, right? If a hacker is detected in a system, it means that the company or the network or whatever is going on will find that out. So you have to cover your tracks every single way. You have to keep it in a way that it's basically tiptoeing through a network is what we call, to make sure that you are undetected yet you have unauthorized access. Now coming to question number 19, it states, what are the tools used for ethical hacking? Well, again, this is a very generic questions where you can get carried away. So make sure you're keeping it concise when you're answering this. Understand that there's many tools that you can use, especially in the case of ethical hacking or what we call as moral hacking as well. But many purposes that you can have a result towards if you are using these tools. For example, we have Nmap. Nmap actually stands for network plotters. So what network plotters is that it's an open source tool that's basically used for security auditing and the purpose of network discovery. And then you have Metasploit. Metasploit is one of the most popular, one of the most powerful exploit tool out there, which you can use to perform basic pen testing. And after that, we have Burpsuit. Burpsuit is one of these really big platforms that exist today, because this is where we're trying to use and try to see if we can play around with the security testing of all the applications that are present on the internet. And then you have Angry IP Scanner. So here what we're trying to do is it's one of these lightweight cross-platform information processing tool that is basically used to assess ports and addresses, so we can scan and get all the details as required. And of course, we have Kane-Enable. Kane-Enable is a popular password recovery tool with all the Microsoft operational systems out there. So Etcap is one of these network capture modules. It actually stands for local area network capture, and it is used for man-in-the-middle attacks that we perform, especially whenever we go on to perform attacks after the stage of network security. So these are some of the really popular tools in ethical hacking, and do understand that there's a lot more tools. You do not have to just state these that are present on the screen. You do have leeway to talk about the tools that you might have used, and of course how you have used them as well. Coming to question number 20, it says, what is MAC flooding? MAC flooding, as the name suggests, is one of these other techniques that we make use of whenever we require any sort of protection, whenever a network switch is actually compromised. So here in MAC flooding, what happens is that the hacker actually floods the network switch completely with huge amounts of data, of which is of course definitely more than what the switch can handle. So what the switch does at the end of the day, when it sees a lot more data that it can handle, is it becomes a hub, and it starts transmitting every single packet over every single open port that exists. So doing this means that it is literally giving the hacker a highway to steam through to attempt to send his or her packet into the network and steal whatever information is required as well. So think about it like a dam, and think about sending in so much water that the dam floods open and the water is let out, right? Similar analogy here as well, and in fact that's one of the reasons why it has the name MAC flooding too. Coming to question number 21, it states, explain how you can stop your website from being hacked. Again, this is a general question, so make sure always never to get carried away, never to start your answers with stories. Keep it very concise, and that's what I would recommend as well. So to make sure your website doesn't get hacked, always make sure you're using a firewall, because if you have a firewall, it means that it can drop all the traffic that's coming in from suspicious processing addresses. If you do not have a firewall, you can easily be open to a DOS attack, and then you can encrypt all the cookies that come in and come out, because you can have session poisonings and cookie poisonings that can happen. And using the encryption of cookies, what you can do is you can prevent all of this, because at the end of the day, what you're trying to do is you're associating cookies with the consumer information. You can have a lot of arrangement that's made, right? So once you get the cookie to be slow, once you get the cookie to be encrypted, you can work with it easily. And then you are validating and confirming the user input, because this is a place where you can stop the type tampering that gets happened whenever a user is confirmative, and verifying the data before processing it as well. So this is one of the most important things, especially whenever you're working on your website security. And then of course we have the header sanitization and validation. So here what we're trying to do is we're actually beneficial against cross website scripting, be it XSS or any other types of methodologies that involve verifying and sanitizing headers. We're trying to pass the parameters over via the addresses, type parameters, hidden values, and everything. So all of this is at the end of the day done to make sure we can be safe against XSS attacks as well. So these are some of the steps that you can use to stop your website from being hacked. But at the end of the day, does it completely stop? That is subjective. But depending on rather having either none or everything of these, I would really prefer having everything of these as well. So coming to question number 22, it states, what is Burpsuit? What are the other tools that it contains? As we already discussed previously, Burp Suite, this could be a follow-up question to that. Burp Suite is an integrated platform that we use for attacking, the applications present on the internet. It contains a lot of tools. In fact, it contains a plethora of tools that a hacker would require to hack into any applications, right? So think about the functionality. You have the proxy, you have spider, you have a scanner, you have intruders, you have repeaters, decoders, comparers, sequences, and you can literally go on and on whenever you talk about Burp Suite. And in this question is somewhere where you can actually go on and on, because if you've either used Burp Suite, heard of it, or you know how powerful this suite is, it would really add value to your application and your candidature as well. But then understand this: Burp Suite is a very powerful suite. It's a very powerful platform which provides a lot of tools. So at least mentioning 5 or 6 of these functionalities and tools will help you a lot. Coming to question number 23, it states, what is SQL injection and what are the types of SQL injection? Well, one thing you really have to know is that if you do not work on handling the user input in a very effective way, it will definitely lead to an SQL injection in one point or the other. Because here what we're trying to do, or what a hacker would eventually do, is they would inject SQL queries into the system, into the database, and this will give them unauthorized access. And with unauthorized access, they can do anything, right? So they can execute any sort of administrative operations that they want, and pick up data, delete data, modify data, and they can do everything that an administrator could do, basically. So this is SQL injection. So there are many types of SQL injections, but the 3 most popular one is error-based SQL injection, you have blind SQL injection, and of course time-based SQL injection as well. Coming to question number 24, it states, what is SSL and why is it not enough when it comes to encryption? SSL is only used for identification, identity verification, and you really have to know this, and this is how you should start the answer. Because with SSL, people think that it is hard encryption, that it is a barrier to hackers. Well, no, with SSL, all you try to do is understand what goes on, what's the identity of the product that's right in front of you. So with SSL, how it's meant to be is to provide you a way that you can prove a person that's engaging on the other side whenever they say whoever they are, because you cannot have imposters have the SSL verification done too. So in that particular case, SSL and TLS, right? So these two are actually used by almost everyone online, because everyone who are present online is first of all a huge target, and there's a lot of implementation that goes on especially with SSL and TLS. And at the end of the day, the entire world knows how powerful identity verification is, even before beginning any sort of valid or invalid communication too. Now, coming to question number 25, it states, what programming language is used for hacking? Well, again, this is a very subjective question, because depending on the requirement at that moment, maybe the project that you're working on, the company that you are being hired for, they might ask any one of these 5 languages, be it Python, C, C++, Java, Perl, or Lisp. So having a bit of proficiency in all of these languages will definitely help, because even though these are the most popular hacking languages that are present out there, each of these languages have their own niche applications, and each of these have their own sort of best approaches we take towards programming. And it is very educative, it's very informative, and of course, more the information, the merrier in the world of ethical hacking, right? So considering all of that, it definitely helps to have good amount of knowledge on Python, C, C++, Java, Perl, and the working of Lisp as well. Coming to question number 26, it says, what is the meaning of a spoofing attack? We've discussed this before, but let me reiterate on this, because it's a very important question. A spoofing attack is when a person tries to be someone that they are not. Of course, it can be done with malicious intent, where a person tries to impersonate another user, another device, or whatever it is on the network, so they can use that as leverage to launch an attack on the network host. This is done to either steal the data, to bypass access controls, to basically wreak havoc in the network. And then there are many types of spoofing attacks that gets deployed to achieve the end result, whatever it is. The end result may be stealing the data, having a denial of service later on, or having access which is undetected, and a lot more things too. Coming to question number 27, it states, what are the different types of spoofing? This definitely can be a follow-up question to the 26th question, but you have to understand that there's 3 types of spoofing that happens. We have the ARP spoofing, we have DNS spoofing, and of course the most popular we have is IP spoofing attacks that takes place. So whenever you ask this question, you can talk about these 3 spoofing attacks that are there. Coming to question number 28, it says, what is active and passive reconnaissance? See, whenever we talk about active and passive, as the name suggests, there is something that has to do with participation, right? See, with passive reconnaissance, what we're trying to do is we're trying to gain information regarding the targeted computers or the targeted networks without having to participate right then and there or to actively monitor it. Now, what happens in active reconnaissance is that whenever the hacker actually engages the target system, you'll actually be performing a task there. That's the active part of it. You can be doing a port scan, you can be doing a lot of network scan, you can be doing vulnerability analysis, you can be doing pen testing. So when you're doing this kind of a reconnaissance step where you're actively participating to sit and find out where there's a vulnerability or find out where you can access the system through, that is active reconnaissance, and the difference between passive reconnaissance as well. Now, coming to the 29th question, it says differentiate between a MAC and an IP address. See, MAC stands for Machine Access Control. This is an address that gets assigned to each device that is present on a network. Your mobile phone will have a MAC address, your computer will have a MAC address. Any device that basically has the capability to talk to the internet or a network gets a MAC assigned to it. So whenever we talk about IP addresses, right? So IP addresses are these way of distinguishing two devices in between, in the same network or in a different network as well. So whenever you have the capability to say, yes, this is the machine that's connected, through the network, and then yes, this is the IP address through which you can have a personal gateway to that particular machine on the network and provide valid identification to the router, that is IP address as well. So the MAC address cannot be changed, but the IP address definitely can be. Now, coming to the 30th question, it says, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process? See, be it in the field of ethical hacking, be it in the field of anything in the world of technology, right? A certification is going to add a lot of value to your career. In terms of learning, in terms of you being trained by industry level experts, in terms of you being hands-on working with industry level projects, job prospects, basically a wealth of knowledge and a lot more things. So I'm sure if you're at this point of time, you would know that a certification would add extreme amounts of value to your career and learning, right? But what does it do to the interviewer? Well, the interviewer will know that you are very interested in a career in ethical hacking if you're certified here, because it shows that you've put in your time, your money, your efforts, and your dedication to become an expert into that. So that shows that you have a strong aspiration, a passion towards ethical hacking, and of course, if you've done this through a certification program, it means that you are willing to put your time down to learn something new, to work on it. And this in a team player environment, in an actual production environment, will mean a lot to the company, and that is exactly what the interviewer will be looking forward to as well. So my suggestion whenever you're answering this question is to, of course, talk about what certifications you've cleared, what examinations, what programs you've been enrolled to, and all of that. Once you've spoken about what the certification programs are, do not nag a lot about it, but rather talk about how you've used it. See, anything in the concept of cybersecurity or anything in the field of IT in general is used to solve a problem that is making the human life difficult. So what problem have you solved after you have been certified or after you being an expert into it? So have you thought about a solution to a problem that doesn't exist, or have you solved a problem in a different way than someone else as well? So talk about the practical aspect, because that is where all the heart of the heart of an ethical hacker definitely lies. And so you can answer this in many ways. I would definitely suggest you guys use this.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.